I agreed to simulate life, but why am I not human in most of my life?
As an ordinary person, Jiang Ren was very happy that he could obtain the simulate life system, but as the experience of life became more and more,
he has more and more doubts. 1. You are born and you die. This simulated life has ended. Commencing settlement. Lifespan, 0, you were born, you died. Status, 0, you had no status. Reputation, 0, you had no reputation. Evaluation, 0, when one door closes, another opens. Use your brain. Reward, 0, fate points. This simulated life has ended. Commencing settlement.
Lifespan, 69, to gain more wealth, you relentlessly pushed your body to its limits.
Reaching this age is a testament to medical advancements. Status, 33, you were an entrepreneur and a philanthropist.
Reputation, 37, your company offered better benefits than competitors and was dedicated to charity, making you a conscientious capitalist in many
people's eyes.
Evaluation, 0, you experienced confusion, faced difficulties, and were not lacking in effort and struggle, ultimately achieving success.
However, it is regrettable that you went astray. Reward, 0, fate points.
In the small room, there was a bed, a wardrobe, a computer desk, and other furniture.
Although a bit cramped, it was neat and orderly, not messy. Failed again.
Jiang Ren sat on the only chair in the room, his eyes unfocused. 3 days ago, a system called Simulated Life suddenly appeared in his mind and forcefully bound itself to him. After a series of emotions such as fear, worry, excitement, and exhilaration, Jiang Ren roughly figured out the system's function.
Simulated life. As the name suggests, the simulated life system could create worlds indistinguishable from reality, and then project Jiang Ren, the host, into them as
a soul, allowing him to experience lives that were either ordinary, mediocre, or extraordinary. Each time a life reached its end, he would return to reality, and the system would score his achievements and award fate points. Fate points were a currency that could be used to start a new life or purchase items from the system's store. The only slight regret was that items from the simulated world could not be brought out, and items purchased with fate points could only be used within the simulated world.
However, this was already enough to excite Jiang Ren.
After all, although the system couldn't directly help him, it could help him retain some memories from his simulated lives, which was already incredibly powerful. Each simulated life required 1 fate point to start, and the system gifted 1 point daily.
Out of caution, Jiang Ren did not enter the system on the day he acquired it.
Instead, he purchased several death insurance policies, made preparations, and only entered on the 4th day, which was today. Unexpectedly, his birth was as an abandoned infant, unable to survive even a 2nd day. After 2 consecutive failures, Jiang Ren changed his strategy on the 3rd attempt and finally managed to survive.
By overworking his body, he became a somewhat well-known entrepreneur and philanthropist. Yet, the final evaluation was still 0 points. Went astray?
Jiang Ren rubbed his temples. Of course, it wasn't a complete loss. At least he learned that 1 year in the simulated life was roughly equivalent to 1 minute in the real world. Additionally, once a simulated life began, his real body would enter the system space, where time would pause, eliminating the need to worry about
eating, drinking, or using the restroom. This was a roundabout way of extending his lifespan. 2 minutes later, Jiang Ren opened the system interface again.
There was only one solitary world available for selection.
Hunter was its name.
The technology and entertainment levels in this world were similar to the real world, only the map was larger.
Entering will deduct 1 fate point. Do you wish to proceed? Enter. Jiang Ren didn't hesitate, investing his last remaining fate point.
Since the system store's entry requirement was 10 fate points, he, with 0 fate points, had no other choice. His body instantly vanished, and his soul was pulled into a dark, lightless space. Jiang Ren's mood was calm. This was a process he experienced every time he started a simulated life, like the opening cutscene of a game. A giant, faintly glowing circular clock appeared before him. Tick-tock. The longest second hand began to rotate backward, then the minute hand, and finally the hour hand. It spun faster and faster, instantly blurring into a phantom.
Dawn. The hour, minute, and second hands stopped simultaneously. A translucent projection appeared in front of the circular clock. It was a newborn infant. At that moment, Jiang Ren was drawn into it. With a cry, Jiang Ren was born into this world. Kaoshan village is located in a remote southwestern area of the Great Zhou Kingdom. It is named so because its inhabitants have relied on the mountains for generations due to scarce arable land. As days and months passed and a new century dawned, people's sustenance was no longer limited to hunting and farming. Most young people from Kaoshan village chose to work outside or move with their families to prosperous towns. From then on, almost all who remained were elderly people unwilling to leave. Any young people who occasionally appeared were merely tourists on a brief stopover. One day, a pregnant stranger drove to an abandoned hut on the village's edge, endured the pain, and gave birth to a baby. After a narrative-like introduction, Jiang Ren finally gained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he saw a dilapidated wooden hut filled with cobwebs. A cold gust of wind blew through the cracks in the wooden hut, and Jiang Ren, wrapped only in a thin layer of cloth, shivered uncontrollably. Beside him, a pale-faced woman watched him with complex eyes. This was his body's mother. Jiang Ren composed himself and stopped crying. He needed to conserve his strength. This woman would abandon him without hesitation. As a newborn infant, without care, he would naturally die. His only chance of survival was a hunting dog and its owner, who would be searching for prey nearby in about half a day. The first 2 times he entered this world, he lacked the strength to even cry due to exhaustion, thus missing his only chance to save himself and falling into a sleep from which he never woke. Just then, the woman seemed to have made up her mind. Don't blame me, don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame your father. It was he who heartlessly abandoned us, mother and son. The woman muttered to herself as she got up, picked up her bag, and walked to the door. She looked back at Jiang Ren, then staggered out, her footsteps quickly fading, followed by the sound of a car driving away. Heh, if not you, then who? Jiang Ren looked at the half-open wooden door, a cold sneer in his heart. This was an era of abundant food, not an ancient chaotic time where people couldn't be fed. There was no shortage of money or provisions. Was it something a person would do, to abandon their child simply out of resentment towards the father? Actually, this was nothing. If she had abandoned him at an orphanage, a bustling market, or any other place with more people, at least the child's survival would have been ensured. But to leave a newborn infant in such a remote place, how was that any different from personally killing him? The cold wind continuously blew into the room. As time passed, Jiang Ren's body temperature dropped lower and lower, and his consciousness became increasingly blurred. He was tired. But he knew deep down that falling asleep in this situation would be certain death. All he could do was try his best to stay awake, just like last time, waiting for the right moment, and then saving himself with his cries. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it was already dark outside, and Jiang Ren's eyelids kept twitching. Woof! Suddenly, a dog's bark came from a distance. Now's the time. Jiang Ren roused himself, opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and then wah! A cry immediately rang out. If it were a human, they might not necessarily hear the weak cry of an infant, but it was a dog whose hearing was dozens of times sharper than a human's. Soon, footsteps were heard outside the door, growing closer and closer. With a creak, the wooden door was pushed open. How is there a baby here? A beam of flashlight illuminated the interior, and a weathered voice spoke. Saved. After seeing the blurry yet familiar figure at the doorway, Jiang Ren immediately fell into a deep sleep. Cover. Boy and dog. A cold wind, sharp as a knife, brought a blizzard that spanned thousands of miles. On the pure white wilderness, 2 inconspicuous dots slowly moved, their progress undeterred by the howling snowstorm. Gradually, the snowstorm began to subside. It was faintly visible that the 2 small dots were a person and a dog.
The person walking in front was a young man, his youthful face bearing a maturity unsuited for his age, dressed in a gray fur coat for warmth, with a
backpack and a hunting rifle on his back. The dog following behind was a black hunting dog with a patch of white fur on its forehead, its thick fur protecting it from the biting cold, and its strong limbs and astonishingly powerful bite gave it the ability to rival fierce beasts. After an unknown period, the young man and the dog stopped. "We're here." A gentle smile appeared on the young man's face as he happily gazed ahead. There, a solitary tombstone was covered in white snow. Arriving at the tombstone, the young man skillfully cleared away the accumulated snow, revealing the inscription on the tombstone, "A Hunter." He took out the offerings from his backpack and placed them down, finally kneeling peacefully. The black hunting dog followed suit, squatting beside him and lowering its head. "Master, I'm here." The young man took out a bottle of high-purity white liquor and poured the clear liquid into 2 porcelain cups in front of him, murmuring, "By my reckoning, it's been 15 years since I came to this world, and 3 years since you left." Indeed, the young man was Jiang Ren. And the tombstone before him belonged to the old hunter who had saved and adopted him. Due to the recurrence of old injuries accumulated in his youth, the old hunter had been bedridden 5 years ago and passed away 3 years ago. The old hunter was not purely a good person, but he was certainly not bad, he simply had his own selfish desires. For example, although he adopted Jiang Ren, their relationship was never that of father and son, but rather master and apprentice. He hoped that Jiang Ren would inherit his skills and become a hunter. In his previous life, Jiang Ren believed that status and reputation would earn him higher regard, so he never seriously learned from the old hunter. This led to the old hunter feeling depressed and passing away earlier in that life. In this life, when Jiang Ren showed a longing for hunting, the old hunter was considerably happier and lived a bit longer than in the previous life. "Master, drink." Jiang Ren picked up 1 porcelain cup and poured the liquor onto the grave. Then he picked up the other cup and drank it in one gulp, the burning sensation in his throat making him cough a few times, 2 faint blushes appearing on his face. Looking at the simple tombstone, it was as if 1,000 words were in his heart, yet he couldn't utter a single one. Cup after cup. It wasn't until not a single drop of liquor could be poured from the bottle that Jiang Ren stood up. The wind and snow continued around them. In this area near the national border, centered around the tombstone, there was no sign of human habitation for 1,000 miles. The old hunter was buried here because it was his dying wish. He had self-deprecatingly spent his life battling nature and wild beasts, with no friends or family, until Jiang Ren's appearance in his later years added another color to his life. Besides hoping someone would inherit his profession, his other wish was to be buried in this place that had witnessed most of his life. "Master, school is on winter break, and I plan to stay here for 2 weeks. I'll come to see you again when I return." Jiang Ren shook off the snow that had fallen on him, then set off in a determined direction, waving and calling out, "Xiao Bai." Hearing the sound, the black hunting dog quickly stood up, shook off the snow from its body, and chased after Jiang Ren. Xiao Bai was an excellent hunting dog. Its father was a hunting dog bred for several generations by the old hunter, possessing excellent hunting skills. Although it was entirely black, it was named Xiao Bai because of a marble-sized patch of white fur on its forehead. The strong wind dissipated, and the snowflakes ceased. Jiang Ren's vision quickly broadened. Looking at the snow-white expanse before him, he stopped and silently took off the old-fashioned hunting rifle from his back. He checked it carefully. After confirming everything was in order, Jiang Ren held the hunting rifle and winked at Xiao Bai, "Whether we eat grass or meat for dinner tonight?" "Depends on you, Xiao Bai." Xiao Bai excitedly nodded its dog head, then lowered its nose to sniff for animal scents. Jiang Ren walked behind, unhurried. But contrary to his calm expression, his gaze was always fixed on the distance. Firstly, for vigilance, and secondly, to search for traces of prey. Having hunted alone since he was 10, he knew deeply that even with Xiao Bai's excellent sense of smell, finding prey in this icy, snowy wilderness would be no easy feat. Besides skill, luck might be even more important. However, Jiang Ren was not anxious.
Although he still couldn't skillfully apply many of the hunting knowledge the old hunter had taught him, when it came to patience, one of the essential qualities of a hunter, he was no worse than anyone else. Xiaobai seemed to have discovered something and suddenly pounced towards a snowdrift. Whoosh! A snow-white animal instantly darted out from under the snowdrift, dodging Xiaobai's lunge, then dashed towards the nearby woods.
It was a rabbit.
Xiaobai was very fast, but firstly, the snow-covered ground affected it, and secondly, this rabbit was experienced, making several sharp turns and
sudden stops, leaving Xiaobai empty-handed.
As a hunter, Jiang Ren naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. He had already raised his hunting rifle and aimed at the rabbit, but he hadn't fired. Just as the rabbit dodged Xiaobai's lunge once more, and was only a few meters from running into the dense woods, at the moment its body had just leaped, Jiang Ren pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The gunshot echoed, and snow fell from several trees at the edge of the woods, shaken loose by the sound. A spray of blood erupted on the rabbit's body. As it fell to the ground, Xiaobai, who had immediately pounced, bit its throat, then carried it and placed it at Jiang Ren's feet. Xiaobai squatted before him, its tongue hanging out, its tail wagging from side to side, like a child waiting for praise.
Well done. I'll add a rabbit leg to your dinner.
Jiang Ren patted Xiaobai's head, then focused his attention on the rabbit. The rabbit wasn't killed by the hunting rifle, but by Xiaobai's bite.
Its gunshot wound was on its left hind leg, although Jiang Ren had clearly aimed at its body. Still, hitting the hind leg was good luck. Otherwise, if the rabbit had entered the woods with its many obstacles, it really might have escaped. My shooting still needs practice.
Jiang Ren shook his head, his marksmanship was indeed mediocre. He took out a fresh keeping bag from his backpack, put the rabbit inside, and incidentally added a few handfuls of snow to cover the scent of blood. Although there weren't many large predators nearby, necessary precautions were still essential, lest he lose his life one day due to overconfidence. As expected of a rabbit that could dodge Xiaobai's pounces multiple times. With this weight, we'll have dinner tonight and breakfast tomorrow.
Jiang Ren lifted the bag with satisfaction and looked up at the sky. It's getting dark soon.
Since we have food, let's head to the safe house early. Nearby was a wooden cabin built by the old hunter over 10 years ago.
Jiang Ren had reinforced it last year and stocked it with many daily necessities.
He would stay there for several days during every long holiday, making it a perfect wilderness safe house. Just as he was about to call Xiaobai, he suddenly felt something was amiss.
Danger!
At this moment, Xiaobai's fur bristled, its body slightly lowered, its eyes fixed on the woods to its side, and a threatening growl rumbled from its
throat. I'm dead again? Bang!
Jiang Ren immediately raised his hunting rifle, aiming the muzzle at the woods. As an excellent hunting dog, Little White would never adopt such a defensive posture without reason. It was highly likely that it had discovered
something.
Leaves rustled softly. Several low branches parted. A large beast emerged, slowly moving on all fours. It was entirely white, with a large, round head. Several black horizontal stripes on its forehead formed the character, King. Its back and flanks had multiple horizontal narrow black stripes, with two close ones resembling willow leaves.
It was a white tiger. A tiger? And a white one?
Jiang Ren was first puzzled as to why a tiger would appear here, then surprised by its white fur, and finally remembered the danger he was currently
facing.
From its appearance, this white tiger was enormous, a dominant force among all tigers, undoubtedly a top predator at the apex of the food chain. On his side, there was only one person, one dog, and at most, one hunting rifle. If this white tiger were to pounce, unless he hit its vital spot, he would surely die. Most importantly, Jiang Ren's old hunting rifle required reloading after each shot, and its power was limited. Unless he hit a vital spot, it would be difficult to cause effective damage to such a large beast. And he knew very well that with his poor marksmanship, accurately hitting a vital spot was almost an impossible feat.
Roar!
The white tiger roared at Jiang Ren, its enormous sound like thunder, causing Jiang Ren's heart rate to sharply accelerate. Seemingly wary of the hunting rifle in Jiang Ren's hand, the white tiger circled him step by step, neither fast nor slow, its movements unhurried, as
if searching for the best moment to pounce.
The more dangerous the situation, the calmer Jiang Ren found himself. At this moment, his concentration was highly focused, his body slowly rotating with the white tiger's position, the muzzle of his gun constantly
pointing at the beast.
Little White also shifted its paws lightly, always remaining between Jiang Ren and the white tiger. Facing such a fierce beast, Jiang Ren dared not relax even for a moment, but he also wouldn't provoke the opponent first in such a seemingly
unwinnable situation. The standoff lasted for several minutes. Finally, seeing no opportunity, the white tiger turned and leaped into the forest, quickly disappearing from sight. The next moment,
Jiang Ren felt like a taut string suddenly released, breathing in large gulps. In all these years, he had never felt such a sensation as he did today. Death seemed to be right before his eyes.
Woof! Little White came over, nudging his body with its head, as if asking if he was all right. I'm fine. Jiang Ren rubbed Little White's head and glanced deeply into the forest where the white tiger had disappeared. This place isn't safe. We need to get to the safe house as soon as possible. Woof woof. Little White softly echoed. To avoid encountering the white tiger again, Jiang Ren and Little White deliberately sped up. Not long after Jiang Ren left, a group of people clad in white camouflage arrived. Each of them was strong and well-built, equipped with numerous hot weapons. The footprints left by Jiang Ren and the white tiger seemed to attract their attention. From the only exposed parts of their faces, it was clear that these people were not from Dezhou. 2/3 were white, and 1/3 were black. Soon, 3 members of the team split off and pursued Jiang Ren's footprints. The remaining people followed the tracks left by the white tiger into the woods. In less than half an hour, Jiang Ren and Little White arrived at their destination, the safe house. This was a house constructed entirely from special treated wood, which not only extended its lifespan but also allowed it to easily withstand the impact of large beasts. Closing the wooden door, he latched the bolt. Jiang Ren truly relaxed, the dual fatigue of body and mind causing him to sit directly on the ground. Although Little White wasn't tired, the appearance of the white tiger had made it change its usual behavior. It stood guard like a loyal protector, highly vigilant. Why would there be a tiger here? Only then did Jiang Ren begin to ponder the recent situation. This area, after decades of continuous patrolling by the old hunter, rarely saw large carnivorous beasts. It wasn't that the old hunter hunted them, after all, it was a society governed by law, and many large carnivorous beasts were protected animals. Breaking the law knowingly would lead to imprisonment. The old hunter's method was mostly to drive them away, herding them to areas far from human habitation. Firstly, to ensure the safety of nearby villages. Secondly, to protect these animals as well. But now, a tiger had suddenly appeared here. And the species of this tiger. Could it be a Snow King tiger, a tiger that can adapt to such cold weather and is so enormous? Jiang Ren recalled a piece of information he had seen online. The Snow King tiger was a unique tiger to this world, with fur as pure white as snow, interspersed with black stripes, enormous in size, and astonishing in combat power, known as the strongest tiger. However, precisely because of this reputation, the Snow King tiger's fur was highly favored by the wealthy, making it a walking goldmine in the eyes of poachers, who hunted it relentlessly, pushing it to near extinction. As early as 20 years ago, the Snow King tiger was listed as a Class 1 protected animal, on the verge of extinction. Thinking of this, Jiang Ren pulled out his phone. Since he had discovered such a precious protected animal, assuming his own safety, he should naturally report it to the police immediately. Whether for his own safety or for the safety of this Snow King tiger. No signal. Looking at the prompt on his phone screen, Jiang Ren could only temporarily abandon the idea of calling the police. In a desolate area, the signal was already weak, and with the extreme wind and snow, it would be a miracle to have a signal. Given the circumstances, he decided to end this hunt early and return first thing in the morning. There was nothing he could do, he currently lacked the ability to contend with a Snow King tiger. For the sake of his own life, it was better to go back early and let the authorities send people to handle it. Dusk fell, and night descended.
Jiang Ren was roasting rabbit meat in a corner of the house. Little White stared intently at the golden brown roasted meat, which was constantly dripping with oil, its mouth practically watering. In this safe house, the pre-prepared living supplies, besides pillows, quilts, and spices, also included items like wood, an iron pot, and a barbecue grill. To be fair, in these past few years, Jiang Ren's barbecue skills had improved more rapidly than his hunting skills. Golden oil oozed from the surface of the rabbit meat. The aroma was intoxicating. Sprinkling spices, Jiang Ren divided the rabbit meat into 3 portions. One for himself, one for Little White, and the remaining one for tomorrow's breakfast. After a hearty meal, Jiang Ren prepared to sleep. This was, after all, just an ordinary safe house. Although it contained many living essentials, it did not have modern items like power sources. After all, he came here not for tourism, but for hunting. Jiang Ren lay on the bed, pulled up the covers, and quickly fell into a dream. Little White lay by the bed, its eyelids drooping a few times, and soon fell asleep as well. Although this wooden house had undergone considerable treatment, its soundproofing was not good. The howling wind outside at night could be clearly heard inside, occasionally accompanied by the roars of wild beasts, but none of these affected Jiang Ren's sleep. After all, this was not his first time at this safe house. Moreover, compared to sleeping outdoors, this place undoubtedly allowed him to sleep more soundly. Outside the house, the night grew deeper. Woof! Little White suddenly opened its eyes, got up, and went to the center of the room, baring its teeth and growling lowly towards the wooden door. Hearing the sound, Jiang Ren also woke up. He could sleep soundly amidst the chaotic noises not only because he was bold but also because he trusted Little White's sense of danger. It was for this reason that any movement from Little White could startle him awake. Bang! A flash of light came from the lock of the door, and the heavy wooden door was kicked open with a loud bang. Jiang Ren's pupils constricted sharply. Without time to see what was outside the door, he immediately reached for the hunting rifle hanging on the wall. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Jiang Ren, whose fingers had just touched the hunting rifle, felt a sharp pain in his chest, then collapsed weakly onto the bed, seeing several blurry figures standing at the doorway. In the dim night, he could only vaguely see 3 tall figures standing at the doorway, and the person in front had a large, curly beard. Am I dead again? Jiang Ren was filled with speechlessness. Just as his consciousness was about to sink into oblivion, he heard several more gunshots and Little White's pained yelps, as well as several curses. In a foreign language. Ice-breaking culture. This life has ended. Please proceed to the settlement interface. I died? Jiang Ren abruptly sat up in bed, his left hand unconsciously touching his chest, as if it were still throbbing with pain. Before him was the dim, familiar room. So, that's what it feels like to be shot. Jiang Ren was expressionless, recalling the scenes before his death. Xiaobai's warning, the sudden gunshots, the broken-down door, the shot aimed directly at his vital spot, and the 3 figures hidden in the darkness outside the door. Due to the dim light, Jiang Ren hadn't clearly seen the faces of the 3, but he had a guess about their identities. Being able to survive in the harsh wilderness, break down a door cleanly, shoot and kill him, and use high-powered firearms. From these details, it was clear they possessed extremely strong wilderness survival skills, were ruthless, and had definitely taken more than one life. The groups that fit these criteria were very, very few. Enemy soldiers? Or poachers? Kaoshan village was located on the border of the Great Zhou Kingdom, and the wilderness there was connected to the national border. It wasn't impossible for enemy soldiers who had evaded border patrols to infiltrate. However, the valuable Snow King tiger made Jiang Ren feel that those few people might also be poachers. Jiang Ren shook his head, went to the bathroom, and splashed cold water on his face. The mirror in front of him clearly reflected his face. His reflection looked unremarkable, even ordinary, but his eyes disrupted the overall harmony of his face, as if carrying a predatory glint that gave him a sense of incongruity. Water droplets dripping from his face dampened his shirt. The shirt clung tightly to his chest, faintly revealing muscles that, while seemingly slender, were actually lean and powerful. Jiang Ren paid no attention, instead taking out a pair of black-rimmed glasses and putting them on. Like magic, his eyes instantly became ordinary. Not bad. Jiang Ren was very satisfied with his current appearance. He preferred ordinariness over ostentation. Then, he opened the system. This life has ended. Starting settlement. Lifespan, 15. In this era, your lifespan is far below average. Status, 3. You are an unremarkable student and a novice hunter, still in the preparatory stage of life's journey. Reputation, 4. As the only young hunter within 1,000 li, you have some fame. Evaluation, on the path of a hunter, the most dangerous things are not nature and beasts, but other humans. Reward, 10. Destiny points. This time, at least, my time wasn't wasted. Jiang Ren nodded. This time, he had finally found the right path. This highly freeform life simulation, despite its high degree of freedom, had very strong guidance in its final settlement rewards, and from the current situation, it seemed to be related to the world's name. Although he could continue to start a new simulation, he didn't do so. Having opened 4 simulations in a row, even though only 2 were effective lives, and the system would block out some trivial memories upon returning, it still had a significant impact on him. If this continued, he feared he might lose the distinction between reality and simulation. The next morning, Jiang Ren got up and washed up at the urging of his alarm clock. Although he had gained an opportunity, he still had to go to work, and he was quite satisfied with his current job. Outside, a fine drizzle was falling. Jiang Ren, dressed in a white striped shirt, black sweatpants, and black-rimmed glasses, took an umbrella, bought breakfast downstairs, and boarded the bus to his company. 20 minutes later. Getting off the bus, he immediately threw the packaging into a roadside trash can. Jiang Ren looked up at the building in the rain ahead, and without stopping, blended into the crowd of commuters, his movements practiced and swift. This was an office building housing many companies, and the internet company Jiang Ren worked for rented one of its floors. After clocking in and arriving at his cubicle, there was still some time before work started. Many colleagues who had arrived early were doing their own things, reading novels, scrolling through short videos, gossiping. Here, Jiang Ren's position was that of a programmer. But rather than a programmer, he was more like a code monkey, specializing in writing the most basic and labor-intensive programs. His salary and benefits were average, even on the low side. However, this company did not advocate an overtime culture. In most cases, he only needed to work 8 hours a day and had weekends off. Of course, if you wanted a promotion and a raise, those 8 hours wouldn't be enough for you. Jiang Ren, are you alright? Just then, a man around 30 years old came over and asked him with concern. This man, named Zhuo Daji, was the leader of his team. He had good technical skills and had contributed, but because of his stubborn temperament, he was still just a small team leader at 30 years old. I'm much better now, Jiang Ren smiled shyly. His reason for taking leave was illness, so he naturally wouldn't expose himself. That's good. If you feel unwell, be sure to tell me right away. Zhuo Daji nodded, then added, while you were out, there have been some changes at the company. The former manager resigned, and a new manager was parachuted in from above. I heard he used to be a senior executive at Fox. Jiang Ren said in surprise. Fox is one of the internet's big 3. For one of their executives to come to our small internet company, the cost must be considerable, right? When did the boss become so generous? Zhuo Daji shook his head, indicating he didn't know, and then said, the new manager has been having dinner with one department every evening these past few days. It's our turn tomorrow. Try not to miss it. Jiang Ren nodded, no problem. Zhuo Daji glanced around, and seeing no one was paying attention, he whispered, I hear the new manager is well versed in Fox's icebreaking culture. During dinner, they might ask some rather personal questions. You'd best prepare in advance. Icebreaking culture is a unique professional term originating from Fox, referring to various extreme methods used to make employees expose their privacy to other team members, discarding their self-esteem and humanity, thereby eliminating barriers between team members and making them easier to
Control.
Simply put, it's a form of workplace PUA.
Jiang Ren blinked, puzzled. Didn't the internet say that Fox's ice-breaking culture was all just rumors, planted by competitors? If a leading internet company can't even control online public opinion, what right do they have to call themselves a leader?
Zhuo Daji revealed a sneer, then patted Jiang Ren's shoulder. Alright, don't tell anyone else about this.
Just be prepared in advance.
With that, he returned to his cubicle. And Jiang Ren also began to lower his head and tidy his desk. The reason he questioned Zhuo Daji wasn't because he was fooled by fake news online, but merely out of habit to disguise himself, as his persona was
that of a naive young man.
Work was always filled with tedium. The only thing that made Jiang Ren happy was probably the 2 hours of slacking off he managed to do near quitting time.
After all, working hard only earns you your due compensation. Only the money earned from slacking off is truly yours.
In the drizzling night, the city remained bustling with lights and activity. Jiang Ren got off the bus, finished his meal, and returned to his rented room. He opened his computer and browsed through the various materials he had collected about hunters over the past few days. After a long while, he left the computer desk. Then, as usual, he began to exercise his muscles. Since he only had a pair of dumbbells and a few resistance bands, he mostly used bodyweight training for his movements. Whenever his muscles became sore and unbearable from the exercise, an unusual pleasure would surge within him, even happier than slacking off at work.
A full hour later,
Jiang Ren took a shower, turned off the lights, got into bed, and opened the system interface. He had always had a big flaw, one he couldn't change and didn't intend to, holding grudges. So, even in the simulation, he had to get his revenge.
From pins to nukes. Entering requires a deduction of 1 point of destiny value. Do you wish to enter? You have met the conditions to open the shop. Do you wish to open the shop?
The 10 points of destiny value awarded, plus the 1 point received promptly at midnight today, totals 11 points. After deducting 1 point for opening the instance, the remaining 10 points just meet the conditions for opening the shop. Jiang Ren was not surprised and silently willed to enter the shop. As soon as he had obtained the system, he had been very curious about the system shop, but he had not met the conditions before. Now, he could finally see what items were inside. A simple shop interface unfolded, quickly covering the entire system screen. Items, some ordinary, some miraculous, appeared in text form.
10 points of destiny value, I wonder what I can buy.
With this thought, Jiang Ren began to browse the 3 categories on the item page.
Identity, talent, items.
The identity category allowed one to choose their birth, with more destiny value invested leading to a better background. The talent category was diverse, with a dazzling array of talents. For example, physical talents like innate divine strength and agile movements, or mental talents like photographic memory and abstract thinking, and even learning-based talents such as shooting elite and king of combat, and so on. The items category sold items that already existed in the hunter world. From small things like a safety pin to large items like a nuclear bomb, everything was available. Moreover, after purchase, they would be temporarily stored in the system space and could be retrieved when needed. Of course, this system space was temporary. Once an item was taken out, it could not be put back in.
Scam artist. After a quick browse, Jiang Ren couldn't help but complain.
There were many items, but he couldn't afford what he wanted, and he wasn't interested in what he could afford.
First, identity.
He didn't want to change his birth, as his current goal was to avenge that shot, and family assistance and evaluation at settlement
were secondary. Then, talent. Most of the affordable talents were indescribable. Talent, big ears.
Description, you will have a pair of ears larger than average.
Note, so cute. Perhaps they can make you the center of attention. Price, 1 destiny value. Talent, big nose.
Description, you will have a nose larger than average.
Note, so cute. Perhaps it can make you the center of attention. Price, 1 destiny value. Talent, big mouth.
Description, you will have a mouth larger than average.
Note, so cute. Perhaps it can make you the center of attention. Price, 1 destiny value.
Most of them were useless talents that only slightly altered one's appearance. Talents that were slightly more practical, like long legs or long arms, not only cost double but also failed to pique his interest. As for the items category, destiny value had high purchasing power. If he wanted to become a wealthy person or a scientist, many items here could help him develop better. But for a hunter, the value of these items was not significant. I'll save them up and exchange them for a more practical talent later. Jiang Ren preferred talents that would benefit him for life, such as Hunting Master, which could speed up the mastery of hunter-related skills. Beast Intuition, which could predict danger, Frenzied Heart, which enhanced the heart's blood-pumping ability, and Ascetic, which improved
physical stamina. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford any of them.
Jiang Ren shook his head, closed the shop, and entered the hunter world. As in the previous few times, his consciousness appeared in a pitch-black space.
A giant circular clock appeared.
Then, the second, minute, and hour hands began to rotate counterclockwise. Actually, Jiang Ren didn't quite understand why every time he started a simulated life, he had to go through this seemingly redundant step. The only pattern he understood was that the longer he lived in the previous simulated life, the longer this step would take. For example, this time, the time was noticeably shorter than when he entered last time.
Tick-tock.
The hands stopped moving.
As a faint image of an infant appeared, Jiang Ren also lost consciousness. A cry. Jiang Ren was born again.
In this life, adopted by the old hunter, he showed an earlier inclination towards the profession of a hunter and, using his past life's experience,
displayed extraordinary hunter talent.
His hunting began much earlier than in his previous life. At 8 years old, he secretly ventured into the wilderness alone, using traps and a hunting rifle to kill a wild boar weighing over 100 kilograms, thus gaining the old hunter's tacit permission to hunt in the wild alone. During this time, Jiang Ren also accumulated a good amount of money through methods such as sports betting. Thus, Jiang Ren, while trying not to affect the surrounding historical trajectory, followed a development path similar to his previous life and once
again reached the age of 15. Shishui High School. Senior year, 2, class. One corner of the blackboard showed the remaining days until the college entrance exam. The students sat quietly in their seats, listening to the homeroom teacher's speech. It was the last day, last class of the semester, and tomorrow marked the beginning of the winter break. As the homeroom teacher's final words fell, many students excitedly grabbed their backpacks and rushed out of the classroom. More students, however, lay their heads on their desks with bitter expressions. In the special period of senior year, whether there was a holiday or not made little difference to most of them. The arrival of winter break merely moved them from the classroom to tutoring classes. In the corner seat at the back, Jiang Ren quietly packed up the textbooks on his desk. Through scientific exercise and nutritional supplements, his height was among the top 5 in his class, significantly taller than in previous lives. Jiang Ren, where are you planning to go for winter break? A lively and pretty girl sat down in the row next to Jiang Ren.
With large, sparkling eyes, a playful nose, and small lips, her seemingly delicate features also exuded a lively heroism. Especially her eyes, which stared directly at him, openly revealing her affection for him.
Jiang Ren offered a slight smile, hunting.
The girl in front of him was Lu Jingbai, excellent in both academics and sports, and very popular among both male and female students. The reason she was interested in Jiang Ren wasn't because he was handsome, but because he had once helped her, enabling her family to avoid a business trap that could have led to bankruptcy. Since then, Lu Jingbai had started paying attention to him, and from an initial slight fondness, it had now turned into openly expressed affection. However, Jiang Ren didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. The reason he helped Lu Jingbai was simply that he didn't want to see her family go bankrupt, causing her to balance work and study simultaneously, leading to her sudden death from overwork in less than half a year.
I really want to go hunting too.
Lu Jingbai leaned on the desk, looking at Jiang Ren, who was only 2 fist lengths away, and pouted, "But my dad signed me up for several tutoring
classes.
My schedule is even more packed than during school."
Jiang Ren smiled, "There will be opportunities in the future."
In this life, besides hoping to go further down the path of a hunter, his other goal was to send those people, suspected poachers and enemy soldiers, to where they belonged. For this, he had endured for a full 15 years.
Retire after finishing this job.
In less than half a day, Jiang Ren had already returned to Kaoshan village from school. A small farmhouse, located at the very end of the village, at least 100 meters away from the nearest neighbor, was where he had lived since
childhood in this world.
The flowers, plants, and trees in the courtyard were neatly arranged, and the rooms were clean and tidy, with almost no dust. This was naturally not due to any magical properties of the house, but because many elderly villagers who had watched Jiang Ren grow up would occasionally come over to help him trim the plants and clean up. Jiang Ren did not refuse their kindness. In return, whenever he came back for holidays, he would bring gifts to express his gratitude.
The gifts weren't expensive, but they helped maintain good relationships with his neighbors. Just like the several large bags of gifts he brought back this time, all of them were given away, and now he only had a rolling suitcase filled with clothes. After entering the house, Jiang Ren put down his suitcase, motioned for Xiaobai to guard the door, then walked into the side room and opened a deeply hidden basement. Due to historical reasons, almost every household in Kaoshan village had a basement. The farmhouse he inherited even had 2 basements. The more hidden one, the one he was opening now, was mainly used to store hunting equipment. He entered the basement and turned on the lights. Except for the entrance, the items on the other 3 walls were revealed. One wall hung more than a dozen hunting rifles of various styles, lengths, and calibers, another wall hung various bows and crossbows, and the last wall hung various hunting suits.
It's no exaggeration to say that the value of these walls could buy half of Kaoshan village. Because firearms were prohibited in the Great Zhou Kingdom, most of the items in this house were procured by Jiang Ren through special channels, and more than half of the money he earned in recent years had been invested here. On one hand, the Great Zhou Kingdom prohibited firearms, but on the other hand, due to its vast and sparsely populated land, with wild beasts and criminals occasionally infiltrating, in order to ensure that people in remote areas had the ability to fight back, they had to pretend not to see. Even so, it was limited to hunting rifles used for hunting.
Only then did Jiang Ren dare to acquire this equipment.
Without considering the consumption of bullets and the wear and tear of firearms, my marksmanship has greatly improved, and even if I encounter those 3 people, I'm not without the power to resist. Jiang Ren smiled, changed into his specialized hunting suit, grabbed a hunting rifle and spare bullets, and then left the house with Xiaobai. To prepare for the main course a few days later, he needed to practice his shooting now. After all, marksmanship, if not practiced for a long time, can deteriorate significantly. At the same time, 1,000 miles away, beyond the national border, 12 burly men in white camouflage suits lay prone in the woods, nervously watching the stone tablet marking the border and a Great Zhou Kingdom soldier walking away in the distance. The signal here isn't good, so we can't get the tracker's exact location, but every once in a while, the tracker sends out a strong signal. Our little darling definitely can't escape our grasp, said a white man with a long, curly beard. Little Darling was their nickname for a valuable Snow King tiger. The others nodded in agreement. Although their plan to capture the Snow King tiger alive had failed, they had successfully implanted a tracker into it. When it escaped, no matter how far it ran, it couldn't escape the signal range.
Boss.
One of them pointed at the thick tablet in his hand and said to the bearded man, Little Darling ran into the Great Zhou Kingdom, what do we do?
Many cursed their bad luck. The Great Zhou Kingdom was not friendly to poachers like them. The bearded man paused, then said firmly, chase. We can't let the money we've earned just run away like this, and with the value of the Snow King tiger, we'll all have enough to retire after this job. I have no objections.
Me neither.
Listen to the boss.
The other 11 men nearby all had greedy glints in their eyes. This did not surprise the bearded man. every member of their team was not a good person before becoming a poacher. Even knowing that infiltrating the Great Zhou Kingdom was dangerous, it couldn't stop their pursuit of money.
To avoid trouble, if we encounter anyone along the way, we must.
The bearded man raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture in front of his neck, and the others nodded with cruel smiles. After several days of pursuit, the Snow King tiger was getting closer and closer to them.
Quick! Chase! We must catch it today.
Once again, they received a signal, still less than 1,000 meters away, and the bearded man and his group excitedly began their pursuit. After several days of failed attempts, most of them had lost patience. This time, they decided they didn't care if it was dead or alive.
Snow King tiger?
A puzzled voice echoed from a tall tree on a high ground in the distance.
Jiang Ren was completely hidden among the leaves, a safety rope tied around his waist, firmly secured to the tree. He was currently looking in the direction of the bearded man and his group through binoculars. 12 people? Are they chasing the Snow King tiger? Jiang Ren quickly understood the situation and mused, so, you're a group of poachers?
He didn't expect to have a breakthrough so quickly, his long preparations hadn't been in vain. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since you've come, don't leave. Jiang Ren took out the satellite phone he had bought at a high price and dialed. The police. Although he wanted revenge, he wasn't so arrogant as to think that with his 15-year-old body and a hunting rifle, he could deal with 12 well-equipped and ruthless poachers. In fact, if there were only 3 people, he would have prepared to handle it himself.
But now, wasn't calling the police a good idea? Moreover, as a citizen of the Great Zhou Kingdom, wasn't it normal to report such a heinous group of poachers? Although the weather wasn't very good at the moment, the call still went through. Firstly, he was using a satellite phone, and secondly, he had also set up a signal relay station nearby. The call connected after a few soft rings. Hello, this is the Chinning City Police Service Desk, how can I help you? I've discovered a poaching gang. I don't know if you can send someone to deal with it. You mean poachers?
That's right, they're carrying rifles, shotguns, I even saw a sniper rifle.
Sir, are you sure they are poachers? My surname is Jiang. All right, Mr. Jiang, may I ask? I'm very sure. They are currently chasing a white tiger.
If I'm not mistaken, it should be a Snow King tiger.
Sir, a poaching gang carrying illegal weapons, this is not something to joke about. Are you sure this is true? I'm very sure.
Okay, please, while ensuring your own safety, provide us with the detailed address and any information you currently have about that poaching gang. Hearing the voice on the other end instantly become serious, Jiang Ren smiled, then gave the address and detailed coordinates. Then, as if broadcasting live, he observed the poachers through his binoculars while listing their weapons and equipment one by one.
Revenge. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your help. Oh, it's nothing, it's every citizen's duty.
Jiang Ren smiled and shook hands with the stern-faced soldier in snow camouflage before him. He had thought that after he called the police, De Zhou would take this matter very seriously. But he hadn't expected the people handling the matter to arrive in less than half an hour, and it was a special operations unit, with every person
being an elite among elites.
Although the poaching syndicate also had strong individuals, facing a special operations unit that surpassed them in combat readiness, equipment, and numbers, they were defeated without suspense.
A total of 12 poachers.
3 were killed, 8 were captured, and 1 was shot and fell into the river while attempting to escape.
Shot and then falling into the icy river.
Under such circumstances, survival was almost impossible, but several soldiers still followed the river downstream, preparing to search for the body.
Oh, by the way.
Jiang Ren casually asked the stern-faced man in front of him, how do you plan to handle the Snow King tiger and the poaching syndicate?
That's something only the higher-ups can decide.
The stern-faced man glanced at him and said, however, if nothing unexpected happens, the Snow King tiger will first be placed in a qualified zoo for a few months of recuperation, and then released into a special wildlife sanctuary. As for those poachers, given the crimes they've committed all over the world, it's the death penalty. Originally, according to protocol, these matters should not have been discussed with Jiang Ren. But first, Jiang Ren was the one who reported it, and second, he had personally witnessed most of their operation this time, so revealing some
irrelevant information was fine. Confirming that it was the result he wanted, Jiang Ren asked again, "Do I still need to give a statement or something?"
"Yes, according to procedure, Mr. Jiang still needs to cooperate with us for a statement."
The stern-faced man grew increasingly curious about Jiang Ren.
On the way here in the armed helicopter, he had already obtained all the information about the caller. He had initially thought it was just a lucky young hunter who had made some money, but he hadn't expected his personality and way of handling things
to be more composed than most adults.
This was probably what they called being mature beyond one's years.
A few days later, this incident made the news.
The news detailed the heinous acts committed by this group of poachers all over the world, causing a certain impact not only domestically but
globally. To ensure Jiang Ren's safety, he was only occasionally mentioned as an unnamed caller.
These matters were handled quite perfectly. The only slight flaw was that the leader of this group of poachers disappeared after falling into the ravine.
However, this was no longer Jiang Ren's concern.
After receiving a substantial reward, his life returned to peace. In his leisure time, he even set out a future development plan for a professional hunter.
Although Dezhou had a vast territory, the laws enacted to ensure the safety of ordinary people were not suitable for the development of professional hunters.
Instead, certain sparsely populated areas abroad not only had open wilderness areas where hunting was legally permitted, but also many unregulated tropical rainforests, deep mountains, and other regions, allowing hunters from around the world to participate.
This also made Jiang Ren plan to hunt abroad after he came of age. Another year passed in the blink of an eye.
Jiang Ren, now 16 years old, walked through the snowy wilderness with Xiaobai, preparing to visit the old hunter's grave. "Time, this thing, is truly worthless."
Jiang Ren trudged through the snow, sighing, then looked at Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, don't you agree?"
"Woof."
Although Xiaobai didn't understand his owner's meaning, he still barked cooperatively.
Jiang Ren shook his head, and just as he was about to speak again, his pupils suddenly contracted. The tombstone of the old hunter, which stood directly in front of him, was now split in the middle, with half of it fallen to the ground. On the standing half of the tombstone, there was a white skeleton. Upon seeing the grave behind the tombstone, which appeared to have been dug up, Jiang Ren immediately understood what had happened. Someone had destroyed the tombstone and dug up the old hunter's grave while he was away, then placed his skeleton on the broken stone. The reason he was sure it was a person who did this was because the old hunter's grave had special protective measures, making it almost impossible for wild animals to dig it up, and even if they did, it would never do something like this.
This was a provocation. A provocation directed at me.
Jiang Ren's face turned cold, and he quickly drew the hunting rifle slung across his back.
Xiaobai sensed his owner's anger and bared his teeth.
Judging by the thickness of the fallen snow, the tombstone was damaged less than 24 hours ago.
Was it a spur-of-the-moment act? Or was it specifically aimed at me?
Jiang Ren slowed his pace, holding the hunting rifle as he slowly approached the tombstone. Memories flooded his mind. In these past 10+ years, he couldn't claim to be welcomed by everyone. After all, he wasn't money, but there was absolutely no one who would
travel thousands of miles into these deep mountains just out of a slight dislike to destroy the old hunter's tombstone. Unless... Jiang Ren's eyes narrowed. He remembered someone.
If there was anyone in this world who hated him enough to take it out on the old hunter's tombstone, and had the ability to do so, it could only be the one person from that poaching syndicate a year ago who wasn't captured. Although that person was shot and fell into the river, his body was never found, which meant that person might still be alive. If it really is him, then destroying the old hunter's tombstone is probably just to provoke me.
His true target must be me.
Jiang Ren's mind raced, but his expression remained calm. As he moved forward, he scanned the surrounding snow with his eyes, quickly spotting a slight bulge in the snow to his front left. The bulge was very subtle, easily overlooked if one wasn't careful. Within a few hundred meters of this area, there was almost nowhere to hide, the only possible cover being the thick snow. If he's planning an ambush, he must be hiding under the snow.
Jiang Ren continued walking towards the tombstone.
Just as he was about to reach it, he swiftly adjusted his aim and pulled the trigger.
A gunshot rang out. A small pit was blown open in the snowdrift, revealing nothing underneath. Damn it!
Jiang Ren's face changed, he had fallen into a trap.
Woof woof! Xiaobai suddenly barked loudly to the right.
Almost at the same instant, Jiang Ren immediately pivoted his rifle and pulled the trigger at the snow in the direction Xiaobai was barking.
Bang! Bang!
2 gunshots, one small and one large, rang out almost simultaneously, less than half a second apart.
Jiang Ren was sent flying backward, and when he landed, blood seeped through the front of his clothes. He had been shot.
And from beneath the snow where he had fired, a deep groan of pain could be heard.
Xiaobai lunged towards the source of the sound.
But before he could land, another gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck his abdomen, knocking him to the ground.
Whoosh! Damn it!
The snow at that spot arched upwards, and a burly white man with a beard, holding a shotgun, stood up, clutching his back in pain. Xiaobai whimpered twice, then could no longer stand. As an excellent hunting dog, it had a good chance against ordinary people, even those with guns, but against poachers skilled in hunting prey, it had
no chance at all. Jiang Ren knew that this life was probably coming to an end again.
The blood in his body was rapidly draining.
Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the standing white man, the powerful firearm in his hand, and the familiar big beard. It proved that his premonition was not wrong. The one who destroyed the old hunter's tombstone and ambushed him was none other than the only person from that poaching syndicate who escaped a year ago, and also the one who killed him in the wooden cabin last time. He hadn't expected that after being shot and falling into the river, he would miraculously survive and, instead of going into hiding, would actually seek revenge. Ultimately, I was too lax. An understanding dawned in Jiang Ren's eyes.
Ever since he called the police a year ago and dealt with this poaching syndicate, he hadn't paid much attention to the aftermath, which led to the
current consequences. Ah, I won. The bearded strongman laboriously pulled open his clothes, revealing a thick bulletproof vest underneath.
This explained why, even though Jiang Ren's bullet clearly hit him, he only felt some discomfort and had a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. But was not in life-threatening danger. Jiang Ren, your Dijon name is quite a mouthful, but it doesn't matter.
It took me a lot of time to find you.
The bearded strongman came to Jiang Ren's side and sneered from above, if it weren't for you, I'd be retired with a large sum of money by now.
You ruined my retirement plan, you ruined my team.
Don't worry, from now on, I will personally destroy everything you have.
Let's start with this skeleton.
I heard he was your adoptive father. I wonder what he would think if he knew that after his death, people would trample on his head.
Chapters 8-9 Dangerous Questions.
Remember, this is all because of you. The bearded strongman laughed ferociously as he approached the skeleton, unbuckling his pants, and arrogantly added, "Oh, I haven't told you my name."
"Yet, have I?" "Remember it, my name is Charles. Next time you encounter this name in your next life, you'd best stay far away." Bang! A gunshot interrupted him.
Charles, who had just revealed his name, clutched his bleeding neck and collapsed to the ground, his bewildered eyes seemingly asking why things had
turned out this way.
Seeing this, Jiang Ren's right hand, which he had barely managed to lift, finally lost all strength and fell to the ground. In his hand, there was a small, exquisite pistol. What AF asterisk cat up life? Jiang Ren stared blankly at the blue and white sky, and just before his consciousness faded, a thought emerged in his mind.
To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. This life simulation has ended. Beginning settlement. Lifespan, 16. In this era, your lifespan is far below the average. Status, 7. You appear ordinary, yet possess wealth and experiences many peers lack.
Reputation, 13. You appeared in the eyes of certain people, gaining their attention, but also putting yourself in danger.
Evaluation, people always lose vigilance in comfort.
For most, this is not a problem, but for a hunter, it is equivalent to provoking death.
Reward, 20 fate points. Comfortable?
Jiang Ren murmured softly, looking at the settlement panel. Upon reflection, he indeed had been somewhat comfortable and lax in the last year of this simulated life. He knew that some members of that dangerous poaching group had not been caught, yet he simply went about his life, lacking vigilance and drive. Closing the system interface, Jiang Ren closed his eyes and fell asleep. Life is a journey that cannot be repeated, but simulated life is different, it allows for trial and error. Since he discovered his mistake, he would correct it next time. There was no need to waste time regretting it. He slept without dreams. The next day, when Jiang Ren pulled back the curtains to the sound of raindrops, he saw dark clouds outside and a downpour.
It shouldn't stop anytime soon.
After washing up, Jiang Ren took his umbrella and was about to leave, but suddenly paused. Then, as if remembering something, he turned around, opened his wardrobe, and used a key to unlock the bottom panel of the wardrobe, taking out a black raincoat wrapped in a plastic bag. Next to it were several identical raincoats, and in the corner, there was a metal short stick wrapped in a transparent plastic bag, subtly revealing dark red traces.
With such heavy rain, it's better to bring a raincoat. Jiang Ren wore a faint smile as he put the bottom panel back in place, tucked the raincoat into the inner pocket of his laptop bag, and left the house. With a relaxed expression, greeting several neighbors he usually saw along the way. Work hours always felt both slow and fast. Slow in their tediousness, fast in their meaninglessness. As quitting time approached, Zhuo Daji specifically brought up the dinner gathering again, to prevent anyone from leaving as soon as the clock struck. When he said leave, he intentionally looked at Jiang Ren. In response, Jiang Ren could only offer a brilliant smile. He didn't particularly enjoy attending gatherings, but since he had agreed, he naturally wouldn't break his promise. By quitting time, the rain, which had been falling for 2 days, showed no signs of letting up, in fact, it had intensified. Considering the dinner location was 10 kilometers away, Jiang Ren hitched a ride with Zhuo Daji. It was a pink women's motorcycle with a rain cover. Kiki, over here. At the entrance of a nearby building, Zhao Liming, dressed smartly and holding an umbrella, called out to Xiao Qi, a short-haired woman who had just stepped out. Xiao Qi happily walked up to him. Seeing that his pant legs were a bit wet, she complained, "Look at you, I told you not to come pick me up. Your clothes are all wet. What if you catch a cold? You're my girlfriend, isn't it my duty to pick you up?" Zhao Liming took her hand, opened the umbrella, and walked towards the nearby parking lot. "I recently made a small fortune. Let's go to the Phoenix restaurant." Xiao Qi secretly swallowed, but still said stubbornly, "I just managed to lose a pound. Are you trying to make me gain it back? Ha, no matter how fat you get, I'll still like you." Zhao Liming suddenly froze mid-sentence, his gaze fixed on a pink women's motorcycle that had just sped into the rain. More precisely, on the person sitting on the back seat of the women's motorcycle. That couldn't be. Although the motorcycle quickly disappeared into the rain, Zhao Liming clearly recalled the face he had just seen. Wearing glasses, with a calm smile, ordinary and harmless looking, seemingly having nothing in common with the person deep in his memory. But Zhao Liming still found a commonality between the two faces. No matter how much a person changes, gaining weight, losing weight, or even undergoing plastic surgery, the distance between their eyes and the positions of their facial features are mostly fixed. It can't be wrong, that's Jiang Ren. Zhao Liming's mood instantly became complicated. He hadn't expected to see his former high school classmate in this place after so many years. What's wrong? Xiao Qi saw her boyfriend suddenly stop and stare blankly at the traffic in the rainy night, and couldn't help but ask with concern. Zhao Liming came back to his senses and said hesitantly, "I saw a high school classmate. He should also be working in this building." Xiao Qi smiled and said, "Isn't that a good thing? What's his name? Do you want me to help you ask?" Zhao Liming shook his head and said, "His name is Jiang Ren, Jiang as in river, Ren as in benevolence. He was a prominent figure in my high school. Shao Qi was a little puzzled. A prominent figure? Zhao Liming looked up and murmured, yes, he did many things that people our age dared to do but didn't. On the other side, Jiang Ren and Zhuo Daji had already arrived at a restaurant with a strong rustic charm. This place again, I'm practically sick of it. Zhuo Daji, with Jiang Ren on the back, parked the motorcycle in front of the restaurant and couldn't help but make a gagging motion. The reason they came to this restaurant for gatherings was not because the food was particularly good or the prices were especially affordable, but because the restaurant was owned by the boss's relative. This meant that most of the company's collective dinners were usually held at this restaurant. The new manager, Wang Wuliang, though new, had clearly grasped this essence. Jiang Ren shrugged, opened his umbrella, and got off the back seat. It's better than what we usually eat, and it's free. Zhuo Daji looked at him in confusion and said, who told you it's free? Jiang Ren paused, it costs money? A dangerous glint appeared in Zhuo Daji's eyes, it split equally. I mentioned it several times during the morning meeting, didn't you hear? I tend to be a bit forgetful. Jiang Ren chuckled, changing the subject, finally diverting Zhuo Daji's attention. In fact, he really hadn't heard. During morning meetings, which were somewhere between useful and useless, he was mostly slacking off. The gathering was held in the largest private room of the restaurant. A large round table. Within 15 minutes, everyone had arrived except for Wang Wuliang, who had organized the dinner. Dishes were gradually served, but they had to wait for him to arrive. Jiang Ren looked at the table full of dishes and felt some regret. He should have eaten some snacks on the way. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Wang Wuliang finally arrived, belatedly. He was a middle-aged, slightly plump man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking respectable and even a bit scholarly, not at all like the pig-like fathead Zhuo Daji had described on the way. Apologies. I ran into an old colleague, Jiang Daod, from my previous company, and got carried away chatting for a bit. I'll apologize to everyone here and down a glass of wine. Wang Wuliang poured himself a glass of wine, drank it, and then inverted the glass to show it was empty. The department manager next to him quickly got up and said eagerly, Manager Wang, you're too kind. We just arrived ourselves. At the same time, whispers spread around. Oh my, to be able to chat with him for so long, Manager Wang must be quite something too. Why would Jiang Daod appear in our small city? Do you think he came for Manager Wang? That's probably true. I heard Manager Wang was excellent at his job in his previous company. If our boss hadn't paid a huge price, he wouldn't have been able to poach him. Wang Wuliang's smile deepened. He had indeed seen Jiang Daod on the way, but the other party held a high position and couldn't possibly know a small middle manager like him, so he had only watched from afar. However, no one here knew Jiang Daod, nor could they expose this lie. And he himself could use this lie to elevate his status and garner many envious glances, truly killing two birds with one stone. Jiang Ren wore a faint smile, he wasn't interested in these matters. Now he had only one question, when would they start eating? Wang Wuliang sat in the main seat reserved for him and said, it's after work hours now, everyone, please don't be shy. Eat and chat as much as you like. Seeing this, Jiang Ren, who was sitting diagonally opposite, nodded slightly. As expected of an executive from a large company, his tone was as if he were treating them. After eating and drinking their fill, they moved on to KTV. Except for Zhuo Daji, who went straight home due to an urgent matter, everyone else went to avoid being reprimanded. Jiang Ren was no exception, as such an easy job was hard to come by. As bottle after bottle of alcohol was consumed, everyone in the KTV room became somewhat drunk. The department manager suddenly coughed twice and said, Manager Wang, I heard that some large companies have special mini-games that can enhance team cohesion and individual work abilities. Is that true? Upon hearing his words, many people looked at Wang Wuliang. Wang Wuliang enjoyed being the center of attention. He nodded and smiled, indeed, there is such a game. It can greatly increase team chemistry and boost everyone's enthusiasm for work, ha ha. The department manager's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Then, would you be willing to lead us in playing it?" Wang Wuliang replied, "There are many types of these mini-games. The simplest one, which doesn't require a venue, is a Q&A game." Q&A? Simply put, I ask a question, and then everyone present answers in order. After everyone has answered, I ask the next question. That simple? That's simple. Then please begin. The department manager said with a smile. Wang Wuliang said faintly, "First question, when did everyone have their first boyfriend or girlfriend?" The previously lively atmosphere immediately cooled down. Everyone present was an adult, they wouldn't be foolish enough to ask what kind of first time this referred to. But this was an extremely private question, and many didn't want to answer. Just as the atmosphere was about to become awkward, the department manager, having received a hint from Wang Wuliang, quickly spoke up, "I'll go. First. My first time was in middle school. Once there was a first, there were a second, a third." Even the female colleagues, fueled by alcohol and the scene's atmosphere, reluctantly but bravely answered, despite their shame. But soon, even more unbearable questions came from Wang Wuliang's mouth. These questions reached a point where they would likely be banned if they appeared in film, television, or literature. By the end, the faces of the fresh female graduates in the department were flushed with shame, and they were so anxious and angry they were almost in tears. In fact, one of the girls almost lost her temper when it was her turn to answer, but Wang Wuliang seemed to have experienced such situations many times. He smoothly found a way to move on to the next person, offering a few words of comfort along the way. How interesting. Jiang Ren was also one of the responders, but as a male, he wasn't the main focus and was mostly an observer. In this small private room, there were not only the high and mighty authorities, but also fawning and flattering sycophants, and even commoners who dared not speak their anger. This place seemed like a microcosm of an old feudal dynasty. This Q&A game was just a small snapshot of the ice-breaking culture. It was both workplace bullying and the beginning of a compliance test. Anyone who repeatedly broke their own bottom line in these games would eventually become a puppet of the higher-ups, even willingly offering their body and soul. During a bathroom break, Jiang Ren went out to get some fresh air. When he returned, he saw the fresh female graduate who had almost lost her temper crying at the door, with two others comforting her. At this moment, his mood was very calm, calmer than most times. There was no anger, no excitement, and no anxiety. Jiang Ren pushed open the door of the private room and saw Wang Wuliang, who had just been so sanctimonious, using the excuse of drinking to corner a female colleague. He knew that female colleague, she was usually quiet and a bit timid. Now, tears were welling up in her eyes. Seemingly knowing that too much was counterproductive, Wang Wuliang moved back half a body length, but his gaze, from behind his gold-rimmed glasses, swept over the other female employees, as if searching for his next target. At this moment, Jiang Ren thought of the raincoat tucked into the inner pocket of his laptop bag. Perhaps he would soon have a use for it. Some parts have been cut, but they were just questions and don't affect the reading. Beast instinct. Before long, the people in the private room gradually dispersed. It was past midnight when Wang Wuliang and the department head slowly walked out of the main entrance and stood under the eaves outside. Less than 2 meters away, a torrential downpour raged. The splashing rainwater even reached their trouser legs. "Manager Wang, my wife is rushing me, so I'll head back first. The designated driver I called for you will arrive soon." Seeing his ride-hailing car arrive, the department head quickly said goodbye and darted into the car. Watching the taillights disappear, Wang Wuliang, tipsy, let out a burp and hummed a cheerful tune, "Today is a good day." The occasional breeze cooled him down and also reminded him of the party he had just attended. A lewd smile appeared at the corner of Wang Wuliang's mouth. Although it was a small company, the overall quality was not bad, and several women there this time met his taste. He could fully envision his future happy life in this company. However, it would be even better if I could have stayed at Fox Network. Wang Wuliang's thoughts shifted, and he sighed helplessly.
Although he was just an ordinary middle-level manager at Fox, Fox was a giant, and the female employees there, whether in looks or temperament, were much better than those at this small company.
What a pity, who made me fall? Thinking of this, Wang Wuliang could only lament his bad luck.
Although he had pursued female colleagues for his own happiness, he usually did so with a target and a plan, the most important part of which was the
obedience test.
Simply put, it meant starting with small, manageable requests to the target, then gradually escalating, from easy to difficult, until the target's
bottom line was breached again and again.
During this process, he also used various forms of soft violence, such as verbal abuse, demeaning the target's appearance, character, and ability,
gradually eroding the target's confidence.
Ultimately, only those who were completely submissive after the screening process became his true targets. Unfortunately, Wang Wuliang had calculated everything but failed to account for the target's husband. So, when the target's husband came to the company, he could only resign voluntarily. After all, he wasn't some high-level manager, and the decision-makers certainly wouldn't spend a lot of resources to protect him.
However, if he had to say, Wang Wuliang felt he hadn't lost too much.
Although the target had promised her husband not to contact him again, she still kept in touch with him privately and even wanted to visit him for a
couple of days during her vacation next month. This time, I need to be careful. You have to play the long game to catch a big fish. Wang Wuliang chuckled, twisted his stiff neck, and suddenly noticed a person completely wrapped in a black raincoat standing in the rain curtain 3 or 4 steps in front of him. Blinking, he asked confusedly, "Are you the designated driver?" The person in the raincoat didn't speak, just nodded. "You arrived quite quickly, but I still have to tell you, in this kind of torrential rain, even if you don't consider yourself, you should consider your employer, right?" Wang Wuliang was a bit displeased. "You didn't even bring an umbrella. You wouldn't think I'd wait for you in the car, would you?" "Luckily, I brought an umbrella,"
Wang Wuliang said, opening the umbrella in his hand, walking past the person in the raincoat, and saying, "Follow me, my car is parked around the
corner ahead, less than 20 meters away." The reason he didn't just throw out the keys and let the person in the raincoat drive it over was because there were many private photos in the car, and he didn't trust anyone else to access them alone.
In the dark, torrential rain, after walking only a dozen meters, the bright signboard lights of the store behind them had already turned into a hazy,
dim glow. Even the streetlights could only illuminate a meter or two. Splash! Wang Wuliang wasn't paying attention to his footing and accidentally stepped into a small puddle, instantly losing his balance and falling.
Just then, a hand quickly reached out from beside him, steadying him, not only saving him from becoming drenched but also catching his dropped
umbrella. It was the person in the raincoat who saved him. Wang Wuliang, still shaken, took the umbrella and said gratefully, "Thank you. Which platform are you from? I'll definitely give you a good review."
The person in the raincoat shook their head, still not speaking.
Could they be mute? Wang Wuliang guessed in his heart and said nothing more.
Mute or not, as long as they could drive and follow traffic rules, it wouldn't prevent them from being a designated driver.
After turning the corner, it was almost completely dark ahead.
The 2 nearby streetlights were broken, and only the faint glow of a distant streetlight could be vaguely seen.
What kind of weather is this?
Wang Wuliang pulled out his phone, preparing to turn on the flashlight function. He didn't want to step into another puddle.
Thud. A muffled sound.
Wang Wuliang, struck in the neck, collapsed to the ground, his phone and umbrella falling beside him. The person in the raincoat behind him put away the wooden stick in their hand, then quickly picked up the phone, threaded their hands under Wang Wuliang's armpits, and dragged him into a dark, narrow alley beside them, wide enough for only one person. In the pouring rain of the deep night, the only witness to this scene was perhaps the umbrella, blown by the strong wind to an unknown location. At the same time, a designated driver arrived at the KTV entrance, looking left and right, waiting anxiously.
Half an hour later.
Inside a dimly lit, dark restroom, there was a small window almost 2 meters above the ground. Suddenly, a slight sound came from outside the window, and a hand reached onto the windowsill from outside, followed by another hand. It was a person dressed in a black raincoat. As he climbed into the restroom through the window, a flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the sky outside, briefly brightening the interior. At this moment, the broken mirror above the sink faintly reflected the image of the person in black, claws outstretched, like a demon. He skillfully took off his raincoat, revealing an ordinary face with a fierce glint in his eyes. Today is truly a good day. Jiang Ren smiled, tidied up, and then walked out of the restroom. This was not his rented apartment, but an ordinary hotel room. Since he had stayed here once before, he was quite familiar with the environment. Wiping the rain from his body with a towel, Jiang Ren relaxed and lay on the bed. Immediately, he opened the system interface. His fate value had already reached his requirement, so Jiang Ren directly activated the Hunter instance and, without stopping, purchased a talent from
the mall. Item, Beast Intuition.
Description: you will possess beast-like intuition. Danger and hostility will be difficult to hide from your perception. Note: trust your intuition, although it is sometimes not very sensitive.
Price, 30 fate value.
This was undoubtedly a very practical talent.
After exiting the mall, Jiang Ren's vision instantly went black.
He reappeared before a giant clock.
Jiang Ren watched the time rotate counterclockwise, vaguely understanding something.
This clock was perhaps like a video's progress bar. Whenever he wanted to restart, he had to drag the position from the previous endpoint back to the
starting point.
The moment the baby's cries rang out,
Jiang Ren was reborn again. Prey into the net. 15 years of waiting.
Jiang Ren once again came to the wilderness where snow was falling heavily.
When the strong get angry, they draw their swords against the even stronger. When the weak get angry, they draw their swords against the even weaker. Jiang Ren never considered himself strong, nor did he want to be weak. He was just a very ordinary and common person.
The most profound impression in his mind was probably a truth he understood when he was 1 year old.
Where you fall, that's where you get back up.
This time was no exception. Jiang Ren walked through the winter forest, his steps light and agile, a serene smile on his face.
His hunting dog, Little White, followed closely behind, its eyes alert, scanning the surroundings.
Occasionally, a snow-white rabbit would hop by, and curious snow foxes watched from the trees. Sometimes, they would even step on hibernating snakes.
Before long, Jiang Ren arrived at a cliff edge.
Below was a green forest adorned with white snow. White and green, earth and sky, formed a breathtaking painting.
Jiang Ren stood motionless, silently admiring the view. After a long time, he finally spoke with emotion. This truly is an excellent hunting ground. Just then, a few sounds came from a distance. A flock of birds flew out from the edge of the forest below and scattered, seemingly startled by something. Listening closely, 2 gunshots seemed to echo from that direction. The prey is in the net. Little White, it's our turn now.
Jiang Ren rubbed Little White's head, a brilliant smile on his face. Little White didn't make a sound, only nuzzled his leg with its head, but its normally calm eyes had, at some point, become fierce.
Winter nights are longer than those of other seasons.
A forest in such a season is filled with darkness, cold, and solitude, like a desolate place. Even seasoned hunters who frequently ventured into the deep mountains would not choose to stay, and Charles, as a poacher, was also unwilling. But he had no choice, he had to do it. A snow king tiger, of which fewer than 100 survived worldwide, on the brink of extinction, and highly coveted by wealthy merchants and royalty, was worth enough to equal the earnings of their 12-member team risking their lives poaching for several, or even more than 10, years. Not to mention, the Snow King tiger's escape from their initial encirclement was largely due to his command error. If they didn't pursue it and let it escape, the team, which had gathered for money, would likely fall apart. Unless Charles was willing to compensate the other members. But that was clearly impossible, he wasn't that generous.
Set up camp, rest.
Seeing that it was already deep into the night, with the sky so dark that almost no light could be seen, and everyone looking exhausted, Charles had no choice but to announce a halt to the pursuit. The group of 12 arrived at a relatively open area about 100 meters away. Some were responsible for setting up tents, some for starting a fire and cooking, and others for keeping watch.
Boss, the little darling isn't far from us now.
The team's intelligence officer approached Charles with a tablet, pointing to a light dot on the screen and saying, "Based on my understanding of this Snow King tiger, we'll catch up to it by the day after tomorrow at the latest." Charles nodded, then discussed the next day's route with him to catch up to the Snow King tiger more quickly. In fact, if the Snow King tiger hadn't run into the Great Zhou Kingdom, they, with their modern transportation, could have easily caught and captured it.
There would be no need to pursue it on foot like this.
As night deepened, the Fed group entered their tents to sleep, leaving only 2 people to keep watch outside.
Although they didn't think there would be any danger in such weather and environment, out of habit, they still followed their usual routine, too. People on watch, rotating every so often. Moreover, in many places around them, more than a dozen detectors were installed. Once a creature exceeding the set height passed through, the detectors would quickly sound an alarm, ensuring they could react immediately. Dennis and Byrne were responsible for the first watch. At this moment, the two were gathered together, each leaning against an adjacent large tree, smoking cigarettes and exhaling plumes of smoke. Cough, cough.
Suddenly, Dennis took the cigarette from his mouth and coughed twice, cursing, "Damn it.
I miss my Omega cigar, its thick body, its smooth and delicate taste, and its rich, strong smoke."
Byrne glanced at him and held out his hand. "If you're not satisfied, give me back the cigarette." Dennis, like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately jumped up and turned his back. "No, you can't do that. Although this cigarette was given to me by you, it's mine now. Even if its feel and taste aren't as good as an Omega cigar, I wouldn't trade it even if you gave me a beautiful woman."
Suit yourself. Be careful. I'm going to the restroom.
Byrne saw that his cigarette was finished, casually threw it on the ground, and walked towards the forest to the side.
Hey, we're comrades who've been through life and death together. Do you need to go that far to pee? Or do you think I'd peek at you?
Dennis grumbled, but seeing Byrne walk into the forest without looking back, he could only shake his head. "Although I have had experiences with men."
Wasn't that just because the mission lasted too long and I was pent up? And that person was so beautiful, who knew it was a man?
Exhaling a smoke ring, Dennis stroked his chin and looked in the direction Byrne had left, suddenly having other thoughts. Speaking of which, Byrne
is quite handsome.
Not long after, his cigarette was finished, and Byrne still hadn't returned. "I hope his little friend doesn't get frostbite."
Dennis shook his head, continuing to wait idly.
But a full 10 minutes passed, and Byrne still hadn't returned.
Dennis frowned slightly, trying to shout into the forest to the side, "Byrne? Byrne? Something happened?" Seeing no reply, Dennis immediately had a bad premonition.
He quickly took the assault rifle from his back, disengaged the safety, and then walked step by step in the direction Byrne had left.
Although the surroundings were extremely dim, he could still see clearly with the aid of night vision, just not perfectly. Byrne? After walking just over 20 steps, Dennis saw Byrne in the distance. The latter was currently leaning against a tree with his back to him. He just didn't know why he wasn't responding to his words. "My God, I thought you froze solid after going to the restroom."
Dennis came up to Byrne, raising his hand to pat his shoulder, when he suddenly noticed something amiss. Byrne wasn't intentionally not replying to him, he was already unable to reply. At this moment, his head was hanging low, his eyes vacant and lifeless, and a short arrow was stuck in his throat, pinning him firmly to the tree. As a sharp whistle sounded, the other people, who had been sound asleep, were instantly jolted awake. Soon, led by Dennis, they arrived at the scene of Byrne's death. I noticed Byrne was taking much longer than usual in the restroom, so I came to check, and then I saw that he was already dead. Dennis's voice was trembling slightly. As a member of a notorious international poaching gang, he had taken many lives. Not to mention animals, he had taken at least 10 human lives. The reason he was nervous and scared was more about the manner of Byrne's death. He had been silently pierced through the throat by an ordinary-looking arrow, dying without even having time to call for help or give a warning. Struggling prey.
After death, human neuromuscular systems relax, and the bladder and anal sphincters lose function, which led to the extremely foul odor emanating from Byrne's lower body. Even with the biting cold wind blowing constantly, the stench could still be faintly perceived. No one noticed that this foul odor seemed to have been enhanced, nor did anyone notice the few scattered charred powders nearby. Charles had a cloth wrapped around his face as a mask, assigning half of his men to guard duty and the other half to provide illumination with flashlights, while he himself approached Byrne to examine him closely. Aside from the puncture wound on his neck, there are no other obvious injuries on his body. His belt is half undone and still hanging on his pants. Synthesizing the clues he observed, he speculated, Byrne was probably in the process of unbuckling his belt when he was attracted by some sound. He instinctively looked up, exposing his throat, which was then precisely pinned to the tree by an incoming short arrow. If this isn't luck, then the killer possesses extremely high archery skills. Judging by the style of the short arrow, the killer must have used a crossbow, and the distance of the attack should not have exceeded 50 meters. In the wilderness, there are rarely prey that reach the height of a normal person's throat, so it can be inferred that the killer deliberately intended to kill Byrne and acted decisively. 6 detectors were set up around here, and the killer didn't trigger a single one. If this isn't good luck, then they were prepared in advance, and might even have observed our setup process. In summary, the killer is likely alone and did not act on impulse but came here specifically for us. Charles's expression was somewhat grim. He hadn't expected such an unexpected turn of events when this hunting mission was just a few days from completion. Upon hearing that the killer's target was the entire team, someone immediately said, "Boss, I admit this killer shoots arrows very accurately, but the main reason he could kill Byrne was due to a sneak attack. Now that we are alert, if he dares to come again, he probably doesn't know what death means." Yeah, and crossbows are so troublesome. How can they compare to our guns? One burst from me can turn him into a hornet's nest, someone else chimed in. Charles snorted coldly and asked, "How do you know the killer can't use a gun? Or doesn't have a gun?" The men who had just spoken fell silent. Upon reflection, Byrne's death by crossbow only proved the killer's archery prowess. It didn't mean the killer couldn't use a gun, nor did it mean the killer didn't have one. As for why a bow would be used if a gun was available, it was naturally to avoid drawing their attention. However, this also indicated that the killer was likely alone. Dennis asked somewhat distractedly, "Boss, what should we do?" Regardless of whether the killer was targeting their entire team, from the moment this incident occurred, it was already destined that they would not be able to sleep peacefully tonight. After all, who could sleep carelessly knowing that a venomous snake might be lurking nearby, poised to strike? Byrne's time of death was about 15 minutes ago. The killer might have gone far, but not necessarily. Charles thought for a moment and issued an order: 3 people per group, search the surrounding area separately. If you find anything unusual, call for support immediately. If there's no result after half an hour, regroup here. The 11 men were divided into 4 groups. 3 groups had 3 men each, and 1 group consisted of Charles and the remaining man. Many of them had experienced brutal wars and successfully survived hails of bullets, possessing considerable skills. Although they had become somewhat lax over the years due to being poachers, now that danger loomed, they were not to be underestimated in their re-alerted state. Fearing that light sources would reveal their positions, no one turned on their flashlights. They relied entirely on night vision, using a back-to-back tactical formation of 3 men, each covering a direction, slowly advancing and searching. "Don't find me. Please don't find me," Dennis muttered to himself. He was holding a rifle, his back almost touching his teammates, but even so, he felt no sense of security. The forest through the night vision goggles was like something out of a horror movie, terrifying, eerie, and unsettling. Especially knowing that an excellent assassin might be lurking in the shadows, that feeling of unease intensified. "Wait a moment, I need to tie my shoelace." Just then, Dennis noticed his shoelace had come undone at some point. As he stepped half a pace to the side, he crouched down to tie it. But instantly, he felt something was wrong. His outstretched foot was snagged by something, seemingly a line. Whoosh! 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 Several sounds of rushing air rang out. A teammate next to him shuddered and fell directly to the ground. Dennis looked back and saw several short arrows embedded in his teammate's body, from the abdomen to the neck. Most were caught in his clothes, but the one in his throat was deeply embedded, with less than half a finger's length of fletching remaining. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If he hadn't crouched down just now, he would probably be dead. Tat tat tat. Almost simultaneously, another teammate pulled the trigger, firing in the direction the arrows had come from. Blinding muzzle flashes struck the trees, emitting dull thuds. Bastard! Die! This teammate didn't impulsively empty his magazine. After a burst of continuous fire, he used controlled bursts to suppress and slowly advance towards that direction. Wait, there shouldn't be anyone there. Dennis raised his hand to stop his somewhat impulsive teammate. He saw several fixed crossbows on the tree destroyed by bullets. Evidently, their firing was crucially linked to the line he had just touched. But before he could finish speaking, he saw his teammate step into empty space and disappear from his sight. After a scream, there was no sound. Could it be another trap? Dennis unconsciously swallowed, stood up, and slowly approached, moving very, very slowly, fearing he might encounter another trap. It took him more than 10 seconds to reach the spot where his teammate had disappeared. He crouched down and looked forward. It was a 2-meter square pit, with several rows of sharpened branches standing upright inside. His teammate's body was impaled by 4 of them. From the scattered branches and leaves around, it seemed there had been some camouflage earlier. Undoubtedly, this trap, along with the previous one, was not sophisticated. In fact, it could be called crude. Under normal circumstances, even if their vigilance was insufficient, they wouldn't fall for such traps. But now, they could only see with poor night vision goggles, and with all their attention focused on finding the person, they hadn't noticed these inanimate traps. What do I do now? Dennis felt somewhat at a loss. But soon, he realized his situation was very dangerous. Such a commotion just now would surely attract the killer if they were nearby, and now that he was alone, he was an ideal target. That's right, call the boss. Dennis was about to grab his communicator when he felt a strange sound behind his head. It was as if some creature was standing tightly behind him, breathing directly onto the back of his head. Dennis held his breath, one hand stealthily reaching for the gun holster on his leg, as he slowly, very slowly, turned his head to look behind him. A strong black hound appeared in his vision, very close to him. So close that Dennis could see the black hound's sharp teeth, and strands of meat in the gaps between its teeth. He could even smell its somewhat breath. In his final moments, he saw the black hound open its wide mouth. Killer. 5 minutes later, Charles and the others, who heard the gunshots, finally arrived. They're dead, all dead. Everyone's faces were grim. Charles was expressionless. He hadn't expected 3 more people to die less than 15 minutes after they separated, and they hadn't even had time to use their communicators. 3 teammates, one with a short arrow through his throat, one impaled by a wooden spear, and one with a torn throat. 2 died from traps, and 1 likely died from the bite of a canine-like animal. From their causes of death, the killer must have kept a hunting dog, and had already set up traps here long before they entered this forest. In fact, there were very likely many more similar traps around. A terrifying thought appeared in Charles's mind. Perhaps, it wasn't that the killer targeted their team, but that they had actively stepped into the killer's hunting ground, becoming the prey. Charles had been a poacher for over 10 years, traveling all over the world, interacting with everyone from beggars and thugs to wealthy businessmen and politicians. Among them, he had seen many serial killers who had lost all humanity and found pleasure in killing. These serial killers usually chose different types of targets. Some were spontaneous, some were methodical, but the most terrifying were the hunting ground types. They would transform an area into their hunting ground, then treat all humans who entered it as prey, launching indiscriminate chases and torturous killings. Clearly, he and his team had likely encountered this kind of serial killer now.
Against such a serial killer, even the most sophisticated equipment, accurate marksmanship, and precise tactics were useless. This made him angry, but at the same time, a chill crept up from the soles of his feet to his heart.
We can't stay in this forest. We have to get out.
Charles made up his mind.
Who knew how many more traps were installed nearby?
And it was night, so no number of lives would be enough to fill them. Just as he was about to voice his suspicion, he suddenly realized the number of people was off. Besides himself, there were only 5 people around.
2 were missing. Keshid, where are Rubio and Brownback?
Charles looked at Keshid, who was walking at the very back. Among these 5, 1 was on his team, 3 others were on another team, and Keshid was on a team with Rubio and Brownback, who were not present.
Hearing his words, Keshid looked puzzled. Weren't they right behind me?
Mid-sentence, he saw no one behind him and instantly froze.
Charles said coldly, where are they?
Keshid shook his head, as if he couldn't believe it.
No, that's impossible. When we heard the gunshots, we all rushed over here together. They even talked to me along the way.
Charles didn't ask any more questions. Keshid, Rubio, and Brownback had a good relationship, so Keshid wouldn't harm them. He probably thought they had encountered danger. The group followed the path Keshid had just taken.
Sure enough, they soon found Rubio and Brownback.
The 2 were about 100 meters apart, already motionless corpses, with fatal wounds to their throats, seemingly slashed by a sharp object. From their fallen postures, it appeared they were ambushed from behind while on the move, their mouths covered by the serial killer before their throats were slit, and then gently laid on the ground to avoid making noise. If the path had been a little longer, Keshid might have died too.
Seeing this, Charles's face darkened even further. If the remaining people had grouped together after the first teammate died, would things have been better? Ah!
Suddenly, Keshid let out a scream. The others immediately raised their guns and looked. Keshid was sitting on the ground in pain, clutching his calf tightly. There was clearly a bear trap on his calf, its sharp spikes deeply embedded in his flesh, even piercing the bone, with blood slowly oozing from the
wound.
Keshid wailed in pain, quick, help me unlock it, please. Except for Charles, the others immediately stepped forward, intending to use the tools they carried to open the bear trap.
No, come back.
Charles noticed a pile of messy dead leaves around Keshid, realized something was wrong, and quickly spoke up.
As soon as his words fell, there was a thud.
A large net instantly rose from the ground, enveloping Keshid and the 4 people next to him, rapidly pulling them high into the air, where they hung.
Suspended. Da. 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 Da.
One of them, in a panic, pulled the trigger, and bullets flew wildly. The screams of teammates, the cracking of trees, various sounds intertwined, like a dirge from hell. After just a few seconds, only screams remained from above.
Charles was the only one left on the ground.
When he heard the gunshots cease, he dared to step out from behind the tree and looked at the net trap.
This isn't a tripwire trap. The killer is nearby.
Charles felt a surge of vigilance and quickly moved to the side. A short arrow grazed his sleeve from the side, leaving a half-finger-long bloodstain on his arm.
Behind a tree, 30 meters away. It was worth it.
After buying the formula, I experimented hundreds of times to get the final one. With the neurotoxin gas produced by this formula, they unknowingly lowered their perception of the outside world. I didn't even have to act, and nearly half of them were already dead or injured. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Jiang Ren casually tossed aside his crossbow and walked towards Charles without concealment.
That familiar big beard, it really looked endearing. You killed my men?
Coming back to his senses, Charles was about to find cover when he saw Jiang Ren swaggering towards him. And his speed was very slow, even slower than an 80 or 90-year-old person.
Isn't it obvious enough? Jiang Ren smiled.
Charles should have seen him toss aside the crossbow just now.
Bastard, why are you doing this?
Charles aimed his gun at Jiang Ren and asked angrily, but he quickly realized the question was redundant.
Just as ordinary people need to eat and drink, do serial killers need a reason to kill?
Jiang Ren spread his hands, because you were going to kill me.
Upon hearing this answer, Charles instantly became furious. What do you mean, we were going to kill you? From the beginning until now, have we ever laid a hand on you? Jiang Ren blinked innocently. Did I remember incorrectly? Damn it! You lunatic!
Charles fired a burst at Jiang Ren's left leg. He didn't know why the serial killer dared to walk towards him so unguarded at such a distance, but he would never give up this opportunity. First, he would start by limiting the serial killer's movements.
Bang!
Jiang Ren paused, the bullet grazing his thigh by less than a finger's width.
Your marksmanship is good.
Jiang Ren smiled, as if nothing had happened, and continued to move at his original pace. Charles only thought Jiang Ren had gotten lucky, cursed inwardly, and shot at his leg again.
Bang! 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 After several continuous shots, Jiang Ren seemed to have divine protection, narrowly dodging each bullet. Impossible. This is absolutely not something a human can do. It wasn't until he had emptied a magazine that Charles finally realized something was wrong. Dodging bullets usually only appears in movies and TV shows. Although there are occasional examples in reality, besides skill, luck accounts for the vast majority. And to do it as effortlessly as the serial killer was doing, it was absolutely impossible. Honest, kind, honest and innocent boy. Seeing Charles's disbelieving face, Jiang Ren raised his hands from his sides and asked with a smile, "Then do you think I'm not human?" You?
As Charles spoke, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and the murderer who had seemed normal in his eyes now split into two. He shook his head in a panic, then looked at Jiang Ren again.
Jiang Ren not only didn't turn back into one person, but instead became three. No, I've been poisoned.
Charles immediately realized his condition was off, recalling the short arrow that had grazed his arm, guessing the poison must have entered his body.
Then,
struggling to eject the empty magazine and grab a new one from his waist, he said viciously, "Whether you're human or not, I'm going to kill you." Having reloaded, Charles had just raised his rifle when he felt a strong gust of wind from behind, and he was heavily pushed to the ground, his rifle
falling beside him. Xiao Bai! Jiang Ren called out.
Xiao Bai, who had just tackled Charles and was about to bite his neck, withdrew its mouth. Unlike before, in this life, Jiang Ren had specially hired a top military dog trainer for Xiao Bai to improve its combat ability against humans, enabling Xiao Bai to handle people with firearms effectively. In fact, if these people weren't so incredibly stupid, one by one willingly stepping into traps, with Xiao Bai's ability, it could have dealt with at
least 2 more people. You, of all things, why did you choose to be a poacher?
Jiang Ren stepped forward, kicked the rifle away, and reached out to pat Charles's face. Charles's head grew increasingly hazy. Jiang Ren almost turned into a phantom in his eyes, but his strong will to live made him beg for mercy. Immediately, "Don't kill me, I can help you, I know you like killing people, I can bring many people for you to kill, whether you want men or women. Old or young, or even specifically capitalists and beggars, it's all possible." Does he think I like to kill people? Jiang Ren thought about how he had spent half a year turning many areas of this forest into a death trap, and it really didn't seem like something a normal person would do. He smiled and explained, "Actually, this hunting ground was prepared specifically for you."
What? Charles suspected he hadn't heard clearly or was hallucinating.
Just a few days ago, he had never even thought of coming to Dezhou, so how could a murderer have prepared this trap-filled hunting ground for his
team in advance?
Jiang Ren didn't reply, turning his head to look at the large net in midair.
Do you know why their voices are getting softer and softer, to the point where you can barely hear them now? Why?
Charles tilted his head to look, vaguely seeing the pained faces and occasional twitching bodies of a few teammates. There's a plant in this world called green skin tree. Its leaves have many tiny barbs that, once they touch the skin, rapidly penetrate it, delve deep into the flesh, and release toxins.
The toxins aren't fatal, but they are quite painful.
Jiang Ren paused, then continued, "Every year, there are several cases of accidental contact with the green skin tree. In the end, these people either have amputations, go mad, or commit suicide.
No, no, you can't do this to me.
Charles was horrified. He didn't believe the murderer would be giving him a botany lesson. This was clearly a torture device meant for him.
I really like to fulfill others' wishes, and didn't you ask me not to kill you?
Jiang Ren smiled, motioned for Xiao Bai to get off Charles, then took a square cloth from a leather pouch on his waist with his gloved left hand and
gently wiped it on Charles's body.
Charles, whose blood was invaded by the hallucinogenic toxin, was now unable to control his body, only able to let the square cloth, full of green skin tree leaf barbs, land on him.
In less than a minute, he felt a piercing pain in the areas that had been wiped.
It was like highly corrosive sulfuric acid falling on the skin, burning madly while simultaneously being shocked by high-voltage electricity.
Compared to this feeling, death was no longer terrifying. Oh, I haven't told you my name yet, have I? Remember it, my name is Jiang Ren.
Jiang Ren smiled as he put away the square cloth. This kind of green skin tree doesn't exist in the country, and once its leaves are detached from the tree, the toxins on the barbs rapidly dissipate, making them difficult to preserve. These few barbs cost him quite a bit. As for the people in the large net, they were merely poisoned by another type of highly toxic plant, and likely wouldn't survive more than an hour. The sun rose above the horizon, and a faint light appeared in the cold forest.
Hello, is this the police, sister?
Bathed in the faint light, Jiang Ren pulled out his phone and made a call. An hour later, the SWAT team that arrived after receiving the information collected 11 bodies and one half-dead person, and their gaze towards
Jiang Ren changed.
They had received information from the alarm center that several armed thugs had been subdued by a 15-year-old boy, which they found somewhat
unbelievable.
It wasn't until they arrived at the scene that they realized the truth was even more exaggerated. A total of 12 people, each equipped with the latest standard gear and weapons from foreign regular forces, were turned into 11 dead and 1 injured.
By a teenager and his hunting dog.
And the teenager and hunting dog who caused all this were not only unharmed but also in excellent spirits. Looking at the teenager beside him who was throwing branches and playing a dog training game, the SWAT captain couldn't help but ask, Jiang Ren, tell
me the truth, were they really chasing you, or were you chasing them?
Jiang Ren rubbed the white dog's head, which had retrieved the branch, and shook his head with a look of fear, replying, Officer, please don't joke
with me. I'm just a 15-year-old kid. How could I possibly chase 12 adults? If I hadn't run fast, they probably would have shot me. Heh, I don't believe a word of it.
The captain's mouth twitched slightly. The young man in front of him indeed looked honest, kind, and innocent. But beneath that facade, there was definitely a cunning heart hidden. For example, when they first entered this forest, if it weren't for the young man's reminder, they would have probably stepped into countless traps.
And at least 2 or 3 of them would have been incapacitated. Could a young man who maniacally sets up all sorts of traps in the forest be an honest, kind, and innocent person?
Whether others believed it or not, he certainly didn't.
However, the captain wasn't particularly keen on delving into who was chasing whom.
After all, a brief investigation revealed that these 12 criminals were all notorious poaching gang members and leaders on an international level. Regardless of whether they were dead or alive, capturing them was a meritorious deed. As for how they were captured or what methods were used, that wasn't important. I just told you about the identities of these criminals. Each of them has several substantial bounties internationally. Our bureau will collect them on your behalf first, and then transfer them to you. The captain rubbed his temples and then added, but there's one thing you must do as soon as possible.
Jiang Ren asked, puzzled, what?
The captain scanned the surrounding woods. The traps you set can easily cause injury or even death to tourists or precious protected animals.
You must dismantle all of them. No problem.
Jiang Ren already had this idea. Since his goal had been achieved, these useless traps naturally needed to be dismantled.
12 strong men with tattoos and 1 handsome boy. I wonder how that idiot is doing. Lu Jingbai walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel.
Her skin, fresh from the shower, glowed with an alluring rosy hue. Moving her fair, long legs, she went to the bedroom and picked up her phone. A smile touched her delicate face, as if she had thought of something. She skillfully opened the chat app and tapped on the chat window of the person pinned at the top, whose name was saved as Idiot. From the records Lu Jingbai casually scrolled through, it was evident that she always sent several messages, and the other party would only reply with one, usually just a few words, mostly perfunctory responses like oh, okay, or not bad. The last message was also sent by her, this morning.
And now it was already evening. No reply again, so annoying. Lu Jingbai pouted and flopped onto the bed.
She was about to close the chat app to avoid the site, when she noticed that the class group, usually as still as dead water, now showed 99 plus messages.
And was buzzing with activity. Did something happen?
Curiously, she tapped into it and immediately realized they were all discussing Jiang Ren. This piqued her curiosity further, so she scrolled back to the beginning and finally found the source of the topic, a news article shared in the group.
By a classmate. The strongest teenager in history. 15-year-old boy outwits 12 thugs. Shocking, 12 adult men with special tools no match for a 15-year-old boy and his dog. In the wilderness, the story of 12 adults and one teenager. You'll regret not reading this. A teenager uses that thing to take down 12 adults. A teenager and his dog encounter a group of villains, afterwards. A heartbreaking and tear-jerking read. With these titles, some embarrassing, some perplexing, Lu Jingbai didn't know which to believe, so she just randomly clicked on a news link.
10 minutes later, after browsing the news, she let out a slight sigh of relief. At least the content was normal.
The unspeakable secret between 12 tattooed men and a handsome young boy.
Immediately, Lu Jingbai looked at the title and indignantly clicked report. I hate clickbait headlines the most. Lu Jingbai did not participate in the class group's discussion, but instead sent several messages of care and concern to the person she had labeled
Idiot.
Then, she watched the phone screen, waiting.
1 minute. 3 minutes. Half an hour passed. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Jiang Ren, you big idiot.
Lu Jingbai threw her phone onto the bed, angrily pounded the bed a few times, and then lay there sulking.
Gradually, drowsiness overcame her, and she fell asleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Ren's face was a bit dark.
He had finally managed to open his phone, only to receive a flood of news notifications. The secret of 12 strong men and one teenager, the unspeakable story of a teenager, a dog, and strong men. These headlines were more outrageous and
exaggerated than the last.
That's right, the teenager mentioned in them was him. It had only been about a week since he dealt with the poaching group, and somehow the incident had been leaked and first published by foreign media
outlets, instantly going viral.
In less than half a day, the craze spread to China, becoming even more intense. Just by casually logging into any news app and seeing that half of the news was related to him, he could tell how popular he had become. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and decisively, entrusting Xiaobai to his neighbor and leaving Kaoshan village directly to temporarily stay in a hotel
in town.
He had called the villagers earlier in the day and learned that many self-media creators and internet celebrities had gathered outside his courtyard. If the villagers hadn't been helping him watch, those people would probably have already broken into his house for the sake of popularity.
My head hurts. Jiang Ren twisted his stiff neck, got up, and went to the window, looking out at the street.
This was the closest town to Kaoshan village. Since there were no tourist attractions nearby, most of the people passing through were residents from the surrounding areas. But at this moment, even though it was already dark, there were still many men and women in strange clothes on both sides of the road. Most of them had one thing in common: they were talking to themselves on their phones, sometimes laughing loudly, sometimes cursing, and sometimes pretending to be foolish or silly. Undoubtedly, these were all internet celebrities live streaming, trying to cash in on the hot topic.
Jiang Ren could only be grateful for his foresight. He had arranged for an acquaintance to book a room for him in advance, and then he had disguised himself and entered through the back door. Otherwise, he would probably have to flee overnight now. Fortunately, all the traps have been dismantled. Thinking of the frenzy of these internet celebrities, he couldn't help but feel relieved that he had immediately dismantled the traps in the forest. after the incident.
Otherwise, given the madness of these internet celebrities trying to gain popularity, if a bunch of people ran into the forest, which had been converted into a hunting ground, dozens of them might end up dead. A pleasant song came from behind him. It was his phone ringing, someone was calling. As soon as Jiang Ren discovered that his phone number had been leaked by someone, and he received several calls from unknown numbers claiming to want to interview him, he decisively set his phone to only allow calls from whitelist numbers. The caller was Uncle Yuan, an elder from the village. Jiang Ren answered the phone. "Uncle Yuan, are you looking for me?" "Dog remaining, ah." Uncle Yuan's voice came from the other end. Hearing the term dog remaining, Jiang Ren felt a bit helpless. When the old hunter adopted him, he casually named him Dog Remaining. It wasn't until he was 6 years old and strongly insisted that he finally changed back to his real name. However, even though his name had been changed, those villagers who were used to calling him Dog Remaining continued to use it as his nickname. Uncle Yuan continued, "A director came here, he said he wants to make a movie using your story, and asked if you could sell him that
authorization. He wants to meet you. What do you think, should I give him a reply?" Jiang Ren didn't hesitate and said directly, "Uncle Yuan, that director is probably just another internet celebrity. Don't get scammed." "I don't think so. I remember he's some kind of new generation director."
"You even gave us movie tickets for his film a few years ago," Uncle Yuan said, somewhat puzzled.
Jiang Ren's heart stirred, and he asked, "Is his name Zhang Ku?" Uncle Yuan replied, "Yes, I even had my grandson search online, and the picture matches what's online. Please send me his contact information.
I'll get in touch with him later." Jiang Ren changed his mind and decided to meet the director. In this life, he occasionally watched movies from this world to stimulate his boring life. Zhang Ku was one of his favorite directors.
He made a good movie right after his debut.
Both his composition and storytelling abilities were excellent. It was just a pity that no news about him had come out in the past 2 years. According to rumors, he couldn't find a suitable script, so he hadn't started any filming plans. He didn't expect him to come looking for him. Of course, the bigger reason he was willing to meet the other party was that he also wanted to experience what it felt like for his own story to be
put on the big screen.
Another reason was that he was short on money, very, very short.
Buying equipment and weapons required money. Traveling around the world required money. Hunting in rarely visited areas also required money. Although authorization wouldn't sell for much, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. What's wrong with having a little more? 2 stories. 3 days later, Chengning City. At 2:50 p.m., inside a coffee shop in the city center, director Zhang Ku and his assistant were seated at a corner table. As a rising star director who emerged 2 years ago, Zhang Ku possessed the arrogance unique to the art world, but as the agreed-upon time of 3:00 approached, he couldn't remain calm. He kept glancing at his watch and then out the window at the passers-by, his expression anxious and uneasy. Seeing this, his assistant couldn't help but advise, "Brother Zhang, is it really necessary to be so nervous? Even if that young man named Jiang Ren isn't willing to authorize the story to you, you can still make it into a movie. After all, that incident has already made the news."
Zhang Ku shook his head. "My movie doesn't allow for such serious blemishes, and I also want to know more specific details."
"Details? What details could there be? Brother Zhang, didn't the police already release the case details?"
It was just that Jiang Ren happened to set up a lot of traps near the incident site, and those poachers, one by one, were unlucky enough to fall into
them, ultimately leading to 11 deaths and 1 injury.
No, it should be 12 deaths.
It said that the only surviving poacher committed suicide yesterday.
The assistant took a sip of coffee to clear his throat and continued, "Ultimately, he's just a lucky kid who got incredibly lucky.
The most special thing about it is probably just how big that pile of luck was." "You don't understand." Zhang Ku shook his head again, not wanting to explain further.
To find a suitable script, he had wasted over 2 years, during which he encountered hundreds, even thousands, of scripts and stories. Some were excellent works above average, and several had even been filmed by other directors and released this year, achieving good box office results, but none of these had caught his eye. Just as many geniuses have unique quirks, as a rising star director whose debut work received excellent reviews, he wouldn't consider making a film, even if he felt the slightest thing was off. This also meant that the money earned from his debut work was now almost depleted, and recently he had even been considering whether to film a quick money-making movie first, and then continue pursuing his ideal script. But fortunately, just as he was about to make up his mind, a story that most closely matched the script in his mind emerged. The moment he saw the story, countless brilliant ideas popped into his head, including plot, dialogue, actions, camera angles. Although chaotic, this extreme experience of inspiration flowing like a spring was something he had only felt when he saw the script for his debut work. He firmly believed that this story was a gift from heaven to him. So, no matter the cost, he had to film it. It's over, it's all over. The assistant immediately felt his future grow even darker. He had followed Jiang Ke for 2 years and knew Jiang Ke's temper to some extent. Once Jiang Ke decided on something, 8 horses couldn't pull him back. And it was absolutely impossible for him to deliberately hide his fondness to drive down the authorization price. He only hoped that the young man named Jiang Ren wouldn't make an exorbitant demand.
"Excuse me, I'm not late, am I?"
A man wearing a mask and sunglasses appeared beside the two and sat directly opposite them. Seeing their puzzled expressions, he voluntarily took off his sunglasses and pulled down his mask. "I am Jiang Ren."
"Not late, not late." Jiang Ke immediately stood up and shook hands with Jiang Ren.
The reason the two were puzzled just now was simply because Jiang Ren's appearance did not resemble a 15-year-old boy. Not only was he taller and more
robust than the two adults, but even his demeanor was more mature.
If it weren't for that slightly youthful face, which was identical to the photo they had been sent, they wouldn't have dared to recognize him.
Jiang Ren ordered a cup of coffee, then turned to Jiang Ke and said, "Director Jiang, you want to get my authorization?"
"That's right, I hope, Mr.
Jiang can grant it.
I will definitely make it into a classic film that will not fade for 100 years. Facing the composed Jiang Ren, Jiang Ke subconsciously treated him as an adult. Then, with almost no hesitation, he stated the conditions for purchasing the authorization, including a 6-figure authorization fee and a share of
the movie's subsequent box office, conditions that were undeniably generous. Hearing Jiang Ke unhesitatingly state the final price, the assistant couldn't help but cover his head. "Oh my goodness, isn't this clearly sticking out your neck for the other party to slaughter? Don't be so foolish."
Just as the assistant was thinking about how to clean up the mess, he heard Jiang Ren agree almost without hesitation.
"Agreed?"
The assistant looked at the two people happily conversing in front of him, and for a moment he didn't know what to say, but the only thing he could tell was that in some matters, the personalities of these two might be somewhat similar. "Actually, besides the authorization, I also want to know the detailed process of that incident. After all, the information released by the police is only fragmented, many parts are not detailed enough or even omitted."
"I wonder if Mr. Jiang would be comfortable explaining?"
Jiang Ke seemed a bit embarrassed.
"If you want me to describe it in detail, I can't. But I can tell them to you as a story."
Jiang Ren picked up the coffee that had just been delivered, took a casual sip, and then began to tell the story. This version was largely consistent with what he had told the police, starting from an accidental encounter with a poaching group, being chased by them, and then, relying on the traps he had previously set and incredible luck, ultimately achieving victory, though many parts were more detailed. It must be said that compared to the published information, the account of the incident truly coming from Jiang Ren, the person involved, was more
realistic and more dramatic, perfectly suitable as the plot outline for an excellent movie.
Although the assistant still felt that this story wasn't worth that price, at least it wouldn't result in a loss if filmed, it would just mean less
profit. "No."
Jiang Ke frowned slightly. "Mr.
Jiang, if I may ask, is this story true?"
"Who knows?
But I have another story, would you like to hear it?"
Jiang Ren shrugged and said with a smile. Brother Jiang nodded without hesitation, and Jiang Ren began to tell another story. It was also night, also a forest, and also a young man and 12 poachers. But unlike the previous story, the relationship between hunter and prey was reversed. The young man was the dominant hunter, and the 12 poachers were the prey who had fallen into the trap. Of course, Jiang Ren directly used the spring and autumn brushwork to gloss over certain things, as some matters are difficult to explain clearly.
Until Jiang Ren left the coffee shop, Zhang Ku and his assistant hadn't reacted. Several minutes later, the assistant finally came to his senses. Brother Zhang, do you think what he said was true? The second story was clearly more outrageous and less plausible, but for some reason, he felt that this might be the truth.
Who knows? Zhang Ku suddenly laughed excitedly, completely disregarding the strange looks from others. The endless stream of inspiration in his mind told him that this was the truth of the matter.
Jiang Ren didn't know what happened after he left, nor did he know which story Zhang Ku would ultimately choose.
The only thing he knew was that his life would no longer be so boring.
The Last Hunter.
In this highly developed age of the internet, information inevitably spreads rapidly, and the shelf life of any hot topic is never too long. Even if a topic is widely discussed by the whole nation one day, it might be forgotten a few days later. Jiang Ren's popularity naturally didn't disappear that quickly, but with the government's intervention, the domestic buzz only lasted for less than 2 weeks. A few months later, most people only regarded it as a story, not a real-life event.
It wasn't until 3 years later, when Jiang Ren turned 18, that news of the movie Hunter began to spread, reigniting the incident online.
But by then, it had no impact on Jiang Ren.
Months earlier, he had already taken his weapons and equipment and ventured alone into the dangerous tropical rainforest. His entire life would be dedicated to battling nature and wild beasts. Decades passed in the blink of an eye.
This world doesn't stop turning for anyone. The relative peace among major nations has led to a highly developed entertainment industry. Within this, movies have always occupied the most crucial piece of the puzzle. Today was the premiere of the sequel to Hunter, the world's most popular movie, globally recognized as the most valuable film ID, and also the
highest-grossing movie in the world.
Movie theaters were packed, with long queues in both the waiting area and at the ticket counter. On the promotional boards around the lobby, nearly 70% of the posters were for the same movie.
The Last Hunter. That was the movie's title, with a smaller line below it, Hunter, Part 9. The movie is about to begin. Audience members for Hall 9, please line up for entry. The broadcast announced, and immediately dozens of people happily queued up to have their tickets checked.
Hurry, hurry. Xiao Jia pulled her boyfriend, Xiao Gang, who had just come out of the restroom, and ran to the very end of the line.
Xiao Gang was a bit helpless. What's the rush?
Our seats are reserved. It's not first come, first served.
Oh, so you have an opinion, do you? Xiao Jia tilted her head, giving him a dangerous look.
Xiao Gang chuckled awkwardly, his eyes scanning around for a way to change the subject. He quickly spotted a Hunter poster nearby and immediately said, "It's a shame this movie is the final installment of the Hunter series.
There won't be another one after this."
Hearing this, Xiao Jia, a devoted fan of Hunter, felt a little disheartened. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, this movie is based on a real person, and Grandpa Jiang has retired.
Without a plot, they naturally can't make another one. But it's not a bad thing either. After all, Grandpa Jiang is old now.
We, as fans, are happy that he can enjoy his twilight years.
After a few more words, the two finally had their tickets checked and entered the cinema area.
In the corridor leading to Hall 9, various Hunter posters with different slogans hung on both walls.
The strongest man in history.
In the poster, a man stood atop a giant elephant, surrounded by menacing wolves, but the man showed no fear, even appearing eager for a challenge.
Conqueror of nature.
To the left was a world of ice and snow, to the right a scorching desert, and the man walked in the middle, leaving a long trail of footprints behind
him.
Subsequent posters also featured many slogans.
The true hunter, king of exploration, botanist and zoologist, poacher's bane. The only constant was the small line at the bottom of every poster, based on a true story. Xiao Jie and Xiao Gang did not see a single duplicate hunter poster until they arrived at the entrance of Hall 9. Since they were the last to have their tickets checked and were delayed a bit by the posters on the way, all the other seats in the theater were occupied except for theirs. 2 more minutes, hurry. Xiao Jie pulled Xiao Gang's hand and they went to the very last row. It wasn't that they didn't want to buy seats in the middle, but this movie was simply too popular and in too high demand. Not to mention, this, The Last Hunter, was also the final installment of the Hunter series. Being able to snag these 2 tickets was already a blessing from heaven. They couldn't possibly ask for better seats. Thank you. The 2 passed by the seats of an elderly couple, and after sitting down, they quickly turned back to express their gratitude. The elderly couple smiled and didn't mind. Looking at the masks on the elderly couple's faces, Xiao Gang felt a bit confused. He had a feeling he had seen them somewhere before. Soon, the movie began. Everyone settled down, concentrating on watching the final installment of Hunter. Director, Zhang Ku. Adapted from My Hunter Life by Jiang Ren. To gauge how exciting a movie is, besides the crucial attendance rate, it's also measured by the average number of bathroom breaks people take after the movie starts. In this regard, this movie undoubtedly achieved the ultimate. At least several people had their legs tightly clamped, their faces flushed from holding it in, but their eyes remained fixed on the movie. This also led to them sprinting out as soon as the movie ended. Some even ran halfway, looked down at their pants, wailed "It's over," with a mournful face, and then rushed into the restroom. It was so thrilling. I can't believe they were already over 50 when they went through all that. Otherwise, why would they be called the strongest man in history? You have to know, your grandpa is still your grandpa. Don't just talk about Grandpa Jiang, I think Grandma Lu is also amazing. They truly are a perfect husband and wife team. By the way, why are you all talking about the movie's prototypes instead of the actors? Although the actors were good, this is a true story. Why would we talk about actors when there are 2 real people to discuss? Most people were still discussing the exciting plot as they left the cinema, and Xiao Jie and Xiao Gang were no exception. So cool, so cool. Grandpa Jiang is so cool, Grandma Lu is so beautiful. Xiao Jie walked in front of her boyfriend, gesticulating wildly and mimicking the actions from the movie. Xiao Gang shook his head helplessly and followed behind. He was afraid his girlfriend would fall due to excessive excitement, and then he would be blamed again. Young man. An old yet strong voice came from behind. Xiao Gang turned around and saw that the person was the man from the elderly couple who had sat next to them earlier. It's fate that we met. Here, this is for you. The old man handed him a book and then left. Xiao Gang was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses and wanted to call out to the old man, he found that they had already disappeared into the crowd. It was a biographical novel. The last volume in the My Hunter Life series. As a loyal fan of Jiang Ren, the prototype of the Hunter protagonist, he had already bought this book, and the entire set, long ago. Xiao Jie happened to turn around. Hey, where did you get this book? Xiao Gang explained what had just happened, and Xiao Jie immediately took the book from his hand, casually flipped through it, and just as she was about to close it, she suddenly shrieked, "Ah!" Xiao Gang blinked innocently. Had he done something wrong again? Autograph! Autograph! There's an autograph! Xiao Jie pointed at the photos on the last 2 pages of the book, so excited that she was incoherent. The 2 photos were indeed of Jiang Ren and his wife, Lu Jingbai, with their respective signatures on them. It was well known that because Jiang Ren and his wife rarely appeared in public, their autographs were extremely rare. On the second-hand market, their signatures had already been hyped up to 100,000, and they were priceless. Xiao Gang looked at the 2 photos, recalling the appearance of the elderly couple. Their facial features seemed completely identical. I think I missed something. He looked at his girlfriend, who was jumping up and down, and wondered whether he should tell her about it. Forget it, he wouldn't say anything. He was afraid of dying. Customs clearance and rewards. This life simulation has ended. Please proceed to the settlement interface.
In the dim hotel room, Jiang Ren gradually regained consciousness. His eyes slowly opened, filled with a deep weariness, like an old man at the end of his life, uninterested in everything. After a while, his eyes slowly brightened again. Who? Jiang Ren exhaled lightly, finally breaking free from the chaotic and numerous memories of this life simulation, remembering that he was still a young
man. I always feel like frequently starting life simulations like this might have some side effects. Next time, I should wait a few days before starting another one. He shook his head, picked up the complimentary mineral water from the bedside table, and drank most of it like a whale, pouring the rest directly over his head. The cool water lowered the heat and made him calmer. Gradually, he recalled this life simulation. The best years of his life were dedicated to the beautiful and dangerous wilderness, living a fulfilling and joyful existence. Whether it was battling nature, beasts, or people, there was only one feeling: endless fun. He traveled through various natural forbidden zones around the world, and only in his 30s did he marry someone who had waited for him for over a decade and was willing to embark on adventures with him. His hunting career transformed from a solo endeavor to a shared one. Meanwhile, the success of his biographical film meant he no longer had to worry about money, and it also brought him immense fame and convenience. He was more like a celebrity than a hunter. This time, I can't say I did exceptionally well, but at least I tried my best. However, there are still some areas for improvement. I hope to get a high rating so I can earn more destiny points to buy talents and attempt to clear the world. Jiang Ren opened the system. He was eager to know his score this time. This life simulation has ended. Beginning settlement. You claim to be a pure hunter, but more people called you an explorer, a wilderness survival expert, a botanist and zoologist, and the strongest man in the world. You experienced dangers that ordinary people never did. You explored many perilous territories. You fought various deadly beasts. In this ordinary world, you achieved everything you possibly could. You are the master of nature, the king of beasts, and the world's last recognized hunter. To Jiang Ren's surprise, the system did not immediately show the settlement this time. Several lines of text, like a life evaluation, slowly appeared and then slowly disappeared. When the last sentence vanished, the settlement finally appeared. Lifespan, 86. In this era, your lifespan is above average. Status, 72. You are a top explorer, a top wilderness survival expert, and also the last hunter in the world. No one can deny your historical status, or your fans will tear their mouths apart. Reputation, 117. The movie adapted from your true experiences is loved worldwide. In terms of popularity, no one can rival you. Rating, you are the last hunter in the world, and also the strongest hunter of this era, although people prefer your other nicknames. Reward, 100, destiny points. Congratulations on clearing the hunter world. A new world has been unlocked. It's cleared? Jiang Ren blinked in confusion, wondering if he was hallucinating. Although he thought his score this time wouldn't be low, at most he dared to hope for a 4-star rating. He never imagined a 5-star clear. Although in the eyes of others, he was already a perfect hunter, he always felt that some things were not perfect enough, and some things could have been done better. Even after retiring in his later years, he often wondered what talents he should buy next time he entered and what path he should follow, even making a detailed chart for it. But now, none of that was needed. Although it's a bit unexpected, it's reasonable. I overestimated the difficulty too much. Jiang Ren smiled. He thought a 5-star rating required doing everything to the extreme, perfectly, without a single mistake. But in reality, it wasn't necessary. He only needed to achieve perfection in the eyes of most people and minimize errors to a controllable range. The two were like expert and hard modes in a single-player game. Just as Jiang Ren was about to see what the second world was, the system interface refreshed again. Congratulations on clearing the hunter world for the first time. You have received a special reward, talent permanence. Talent permanence randomly selects one talent from your current life and permanently binds it at the soul level. This permanent talent will be effective whether in reality or in life simulations. Detecting that you only have one talent, beast intuition, in this life. Beginning talent permanence. Beast intuition permanence complete. Talent permanence? It works in reality too?
Jiang Ren paused, then a smile quickly spread across his face. Clearing the hunter world was already a pleasant surprise, but he didn't expect an additional reward, a talent that could be used in reality. Although beast intuition wasn't a particularly strong talent, it was the most practical one in certain dangerous moments. In this life simulation, he had survived several life-threatening situations precisely because of this seemingly insignificant talent, eventually living a healthy life until his natural end.
Since the talent is permanent, should I test it? Jiang Ren wanted to test it, but after thinking it over, he gave up.
Beast intuition usually triggers a sudden premonition when danger is encountered, and putting himself in danger just to test it was too suicidal and
idiotic. He couldn't bring himself to do it.
If clearing each new world gives such a special reward, then in the future, will I be able to unleash abilities like moving mountains and emptying
seas, soaring into the heavens and burrowing into the earth, or striking 1,000 miles with a single sword, as seen in Extraordinary Worlds?
Jiang Ren's interest grew stronger as he shifted his gaze to the second world.
Demon Hunt. Requires 10 destiny points to unlock. Demon Hunt. Since it has demon in the name, it shouldn't be an ordinary world. Jiang Ren's eyes lit up.
Although the hunter world was interesting, he was more excited about the magical worlds that only appeared in novels and movies. That unknown and unfathomable nature was what truly ignited his excitement and desire for exploration.
I wonder if the demons hunted are those from Xianxia, or fantasy, or perhaps some unspeakable horrors. Several guesses flashed through Jiang Ren's mind.
As a middle-level web novel reader, between a novice and a veteran, he could recall many settings for demons in various web novels. Although he felt an urge to immediately start a new simulation and see what it was like, for the sake of his sanity, he refrained. He didn't want to become a schizophrenic madman.
Shrimp and pork heart.
To avoid any unexpected incidents, Jiang Ren decided to rest for a few days before activating the second world. The next morning, the rain had stopped, and the sky was clear. When Jiang Ren arrived at the company feeling refreshed, he noticed that several female colleagues in his department had taken leave. Recalling his experience from the previous night, he shook his head quietly. There aren't that many saviors in the world. Instead of putting your hope in others, it's better to learn to resist yourself. And if you're unwilling to pay the price, yet expect others to save you, then you must be prepared to face the consequences.
This is a very simple truth. But some people still don't understand, or they understand but pretend to be ignorant. Jiang Ren, tell me, what did that old pervert Wang Wuliang do after I left last night?
Zhuo Daji came up to Jiang Ren, his face full of anger, clearly having heard some news from other colleagues.
After you left yesterday.
Jiang Ren didn't hesitate and briefly summarized what he had seen in the KTV last night.
Bang!
I originally only thought that old pervert wasn't a good person, now I see he's an old beast. Zhuo Daji angrily slammed the table, making Jiang Ren's heart pound, extremely worried that his already old table would suddenly collapse. Jiang Ren quickly said, "Go easy, don't hurt yourself." Zhuo Daji waved his hand, saying carelessly, "Don't worry, the tables I've slammed number at least 800, if not 1,000, I won't get
hurt.
I meant don't hurt my table, not whether you hurt your hand." Jiang Ren felt a bit helpless and, after thinking, decided not to say that out loud.
No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. No morning meeting, I'm going to find that old beast to settle the score right now.
With another bang, Zhuo Daji once again slammed Jiang Ren's poor table, then stormed out of the office area in a fit of rage. His fiery temper was the main reason why, despite his technical skills being among the best, he was still only a team leader. His temper had improved somewhat over the years, but when it came to certain crucial moments, he would still explode and wouldn't give face when he
didn't want to.
Of course, although Zhuo Daji's position wasn't high, his salary was paid according to industry standards, and because of his family situation, he was too lazy to change jobs, which is why he had stayed at this company all this time.
Hope it's not broken.
Jiang Ren wasn't worried about Zhuo Daji getting into trouble, he was only worried about his table. He shook it vigorously, and only after confirming its stability did he breathe a sigh of relief. 10 minutes later, Zhuo Daji returned, looking dejected. That old beast hasn't shown up yet for some reason, I asked around, and there's no record of him taking leave. Before Jiang Ren could ask, he volunteered, I dare him not to come today, otherwise, I'll make sure his face meets the ground. Forget today, he probably won't be able to come for another 1 or 2 months. Jiang Ren thought to himself, then patted Zhuo Daji's arm and offered a few words of comfort.
Although Zhuo Daji's anger had been temporarily suppressed, he went to look for Wang Wuliang again during lunch, still returning empty-handed.
In the afternoon, after finishing his work for the day and slacking off, Jiang Ren looked up and saw 2 police officers, led by a company executive,
enter the office area. Everyone, please pause your work.
The executive clapped his hands and then said, Manager Wang Wuliang was unfortunately attacked and injured by a perpetrator after leaving everyone
early this morning.
He is currently hospitalized, and the police will ask everyone a few questions shortly.
Please cooperate. He was attacked? Is he seriously injured? Zhuo Daji immediately stood up and stepped forward, asking excitedly.
The 2 police officers exchanged glances, and the older one said, his corpus cavernosum is severely damaged, with no possibility of recovery.
Zhuo Daji was stunned. What is the corpus cavernosum?
His little brother. A male colleague next to him whispered.
Zhuo Daji suddenly understood and was overjoyed, so that old beast became a eunuch? This is karma, ha ha ha. Jiang Ren saw the 2 police officers quietly exchange glances and couldn't help but secretly cover his head.
Originally, Zhuo Daji had almost no suspicion and would at most be asked a few questions and be fine, but because of these 2 sentences, he would
probably have to go in for a talk. Of course, Jiang Ren wasn't worried about Zhuo Daji getting into serious trouble.
After all, Zhuo Daji lived in a good neighborhood with many surveillance cameras nearby, plus various alibis from witnesses and evidence, allowing
him to easily clear his name. Subsequent developments were indeed as Jiang Ren expected.
Everyone who had attended the dinner party last night was called away individually for questioning. Among them, Jiang Ren was asked a few extra questions because he had stayed overnight at a nearby hotel. They would likely go to investigate the surveillance records on site to confirm if what he said was true.
After everyone had been questioned, a beaming Zhuo Daji was suddenly flanked by the 2 police officers. Zhuo Daji, we need to ask you a few more questions. Please come with us.
The smile instantly vanished from Zhuo Daji's face, replaced by confusion and bewilderment.
What happened? Why am I being taken away? Can someone tell me?
When he looked around for help, many colleagues struggled to suppress their laughter, thinking to themselves, you were laughing so happily just now.
If they don't suspect you, who will?
They didn't think Zhuo Daji was the attacker. After all, with his fiery personality, if he wanted to deal with Wang Wuliang, he would do it directly.
Not secretly. This face-changing act, perfect. Jiang Ren watched Zhuo Daji leave.
Although Zhuo Daji wasn't handcuffed, walking between 2 police officers, no matter how strong his aura, he looked like one thing, a suspect. The next afternoon, Zhuo Daji returned.
Jiang Ren asked, did you drink tea all night? How could that be? I went home last night.
Zhuo Daji shook his head, saying cheerfully.
Jiang Ren was a bit curious, you're smiling so happily, did something good happen?
Zhuo Daji chuckled, then said, I didn't come in this morning because I took leave to visit Wang Wuliang in the hospital, and I even brought him a
gift. What gift? Jiang Ren caught the key point.
He didn't believe Zhuo Daji would be so saintly, calling the other party an old beast one day and then giving them a gift the next.
A bouquet of flowers and a box of medicine. Zhuo Daji raised an eyebrow, explaining in a rather flamboyant manner, a large bouquet of flowers made entirely of condoms, and a box of shinbao tablets. It cost me 3 months of my pocket money, but it was worth it.
Jiang Ren, you don't know the expression on that old beast's face when I gave him the gift, it was absolutely priceless.
I dare say even a movie star couldn't act out half of his expression.
Jiang Ren didn't speak, just quietly gave Zhuodaji a thumbs up.
Ruthless enough. Although he wasn't there, he could already imagine Wang Wuliang's expression at that moment. What do you call this? This is called killing someone and then rubbing it in their face. Old classmate. More than a week had passed since he cleared the hunter world, and Jiang Ren, considering that his mental state had returned to normal, prepared to open the second world, demon hunt. However, the most pressing matter is to solve the dinner problem first. Jiang Ren rubbed his hungry stomach, preparing to go downstairs for a meal first. He picked up his phone from the bedside, and as soon as he unlocked the screen, he received a push notification. He was about to swipe it away, checking which junk app had secretly changed the background push settings so he could delete it, when he noticed that the news content and accompanying image looked somewhat familiar. An executive of a certain internet company was injured and hospitalized, company colleagues visited in droves, and gifts piled up in the ward. The accompanying image showed a pale-faced, middle-aged man lying in a hospital bed, forcing a smile, surrounded by many bouquets in various colorful plastic bags. One could vaguely see that the flowers in the bouquets were actually white latex products, and the various packaging bags next to them had the name of a certain pharmacy written on them. The middle-aged man was none other than Wang Wuliang, who was still recovering in the hospital. Ever since the news spread at the company that Zhuodaji had gone to the hospital to give Wang Wuliang a bouquet of flowers and a box of medicine, many colleagues followed suit and brought flowers and medicine to visit him, and even more who didn't have time placed orders on delivery apps, having delivery riders send flowers and medicine. Even Jiang Ren couldn't help but spend a few tens of yuan to have a delivery rider buy a box of kidney medicine and send it over, contributing his small part. It was believed that after experiencing such an ordeal, even if Wang Wuliang recovered, he would probably be too embarrassed to come back to work here. Not to mention that he was now in the news, although it was only from a self-media outlet, from this high-definition image coupled with the answers from many anonymous people in the comments section, he might even become an internet celebrity. The outcome is acceptable. Jiang Ren nodded slightly. Although his mental state had become unstable due to continuously activating the life simulation multiple times, leading him to deal with Wang Wuliang with almost no preparation, the result was still quite good. He casually deleted the app that pushed this news, cleared some junk, and then went downstairs. After dinner, Jiang Ren did not return immediately but took a walk on the sidewalk to help digest his food and ponder how to clear the demon hunt world. During these times, his emotions would always be very calm. Am I going a bit crazy? I'm playing a life experience system as if it were a game to be cleared. Thinking of this, Jiang Ren gave a wry smile. He casually glanced behind him and suddenly noticed a 2 or 3-year-old girl sitting on the ground playing with her fingers in front of a car parked by the roadside. The young driver inside, who had just inserted the key, couldn't see the little girl due to the angle. The engine started, and the car was about to move. In a moment of urgency, Jiang Ren grabbed his phone and threw it. Bang! The phone arced beautifully through the air, accurately hitting the front windshield, creating a fist-sized crack. The little girl was startled by the sound and burst into tears. Who the hell? The young car owner immediately pulled the handbrake and opened the car door, about to curse, when he saw a crying little girl sitting less than a fist's distance in front of the car, and he was instantly stunned. Jiang Ren rushed over, picked up the little girl, and placed her on the sidewalk. Oh, my dear granddaughter, don't cry, don't cry. Tell grandma who bullied you. An old woman nearby, who was chatting with someone, heard the sound and hurried over, hugging the little girl and comforting her. It's best not to let such a young child play alone. Seeing the old woman's actions, Jiang Ren's expression turned somewhat cold. Letting such a small girl roam freely, how is that any different from intentional murder? The young car owner swallowed. If the front windshield hadn't been smashed, he would have definitely driven off, and given the little girl's position, she would have been hit, and the outcome would probably have been. Now, he only felt that this brick had been thrown well, thrown wonderfully. None of your business. Am I her grandma, or are you her grandma?
The old woman seemed to realize she was somewhat at fault. She kicked the car body, picked up the little girl, and walked away, muttering curses. Jiang Ren shook his head and picked up his phone, which had fallen to the ground. The young car owner stepped forward, about to express his gratitude, when his expression suddenly froze. Jiang Ren? Hearing his name, Jiang Ren, not bothering to check if his phone was damaged, looked at the driver in confusion. Do we know each other? So, there really were coincidences in the world. The young car owner, named Zhao Liming, felt a bit conflicted. Ever since he recognized Jiang Ren more than a week ago when picking up his girlfriend, he had been considering whether or not to contact him. After all, although they were high school classmates, his relationship with Jiang Ren wasn't very good. After all, in high school, he had been taught a lesson by Jiang Ren for trying to emulate certain Brotherhood movie tactics, and he still remembered it vividly. However, thinking that so much time had passed, and that meeting twice in different places was a kind of fate, he said, I'm Zhao Liming. Zhao Liming? Jiang Ren looked at the other person carefully but couldn't find this name or face in his memory. I was your high school classmate. In freshman year, when a few classmates and I were collecting protection money, you beat me up. Do you remember? Zhao Liming's mouth twitched slightly, and a sudden sadness welled up in his heart. He hadn't expected that the person he had held a grudge against for so many years didn't even recognize him. Oh, so it was you. My apologies, my apologies. I haven't been sleeping well lately, and my mind has been hazy, so I couldn't remember right away. Jiang Ren immediately showed an expression of sudden realization, then said, Hello, classmate Zhao Zhao. A hint of resentment flashed in Zhao Liming's eyes. This clearly meant he had forgotten his name again. He took a deep breath and enunciated each word slowly and heavily. Zhao Li Ming. Classmate Zhao Liming, I've remembered you. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Jiang Ren showed no embarrassment. Seeing that his phone had no obvious problems, only a shattered tempered glass screen protector and a chipped protective case, he prepared to leave. He really had no impression of this high school classmate. Or rather, there were very, very few people from his high school days who left an impression on him. Wait, old classmate, let's exchange contact information. Zhao Liming quickly stopped him and said, Besides, if it weren't for you just now, I would have hit someone. You have to let me thank you, right? No problem. Seeing Zhao Liming's firm attitude, Jiang Ren exchanged contact information with him, while politely declining his dinner invitation. After all, he had just finished dinner and had no appetite for another meal. Back home, Jiang Ren turned off the lights, lay on his bed, and activated the Demon Hunt world. Considering that it was his first time and he wasn't familiar with it, he didn't buy anything from the store to avoid losing everything. Devil's left arm. This life has ended. Commencing settlement. Lifespan, 18, this is a premature age, perhaps you should change yourself. Status, 8, you attempted to enter a dangerous world, and ultimately, you failed. Reputation, 10, you were fortunate enough to gain the attention of a certain entity, but unfortunately, it came for you. Evaluation, you diligently studied, strived to become stronger, and attempted to challenge certain dangerous entities, but you are ultimately a mortal. You will never be able to comprehend them, let alone harm them. Reward, 20, fate points. After deducting 10 points for the ticket, I still earn 10 points. Jiang Ren looked at the 20 fate points on the settlement screen. With the same evaluation, the reward from this world had doubled. It looked quite tempting. This is probably the only good news. Jiang Ren smiled bitterly and shook his head. Just as he expected, Demon Hunt was not an ordinary world. It had various phenomena and things that could not be explained by science. Of course, the danger was also truly dangerous, and many of them were almost unsolvable. Jiang Ren managed to live to adulthood by adhering to the principle that survival meant victory, staying away from danger, and only acting when he was confident. But once he was targeted by danger, there was no after that. Jiang Ren got up and sat down at his computer desk. He did not turn on the lights in the room, only the desk lamp. Under the soft lamplight, he took out a notebook and began to record the known information about the demon hunt world. Dangerous species, supernatural events, invincibility. If anyone else saw this notebook, they would only think it was a walkthrough for a game enthusiast. Half an hour later, Jiang Ren rubbed his dry eyes. He already had some rough plans. After deducting the demon hunt ticket, he still had 109 fate points. Next, he would see what practical items were available in the mall.
He opened the system again. Entering requires a deduction of 10 fate points. Do you wish to proceed? You have met the conditions to unlock the mall. Do you wish to open the mall? Identity, talents, items, these were still the three categories. However, the sale of talents and items showed the difference in this world. Talent, supernatural affinity. Description: supernatural beings have a higher initial favorability towards you. Note: you can become close friends with them, even like family members who have passed away. Price: 10 fate points. Talent: Yin Yang Eye. Description: these eyes allow you to see many things that ordinary people cannot, but they also bring unexpected dangers. Note: congratulations, you have successfully taken the first step towards death. Price: 20 fate points. Item: church lantern. Description: a lantern from a small church, bathed in hymns for decades. Its light can dispel certain abnormal darkness. Note: listen, how beautiful this song is. Let us sing the holy song together. Price: 15 fate points. Item: dangerous shroud. Description: it once wrapped the corpse of an unknown entity. Although ancient, it can still deter some strange things. Note: wrap your body with it, and you will quickly become stronger, with only a small price to pay. Price: 25 fate points. Regardless of whether it was talents or items, there were many things that he had never seen in the mall of the previous world. From this, it could be seen that this was not an ordinary world. Moreover, both talents and items had considerable side effects, as could be seen from the notes, and the stronger the ability, the greater the side effects. However, Jiang Ren's attention was not on these, but was attracted by an item. Item: demon's left arm. Description: note: price: 100 fate points. This was not the most expensive item, but it was the only unknown item. Although he didn't know what abilities it had, considering that a shroud from an unknown entity had such great value, what would a demon's left arm be? Like? Should I buy the demon's left arm? Or other more practical talents and items? Jiang Ren thought about his 18 years of experience in the demon hunt world, smiled, and immediately had a result. The 20th century was a century of great changes. The rapid development of science and technology brought convenient life and daily changes to mankind. But at the end of the 20th century, as people indulged in superficial prosperity manipulated by capital, certain unknown things, which only existed in legends, appeared on this continent at some unknown time. In a sterile operating room, a blonde Caucasian pregnant woman was attempting a natural birth, encouraged by her husband and guided by medical staff. Jennifer, come on, you're the best. The black-haired Caucasian man beside her held the blonde pregnant woman's hand tightly, constantly encouraging her, his expression looking even more nervous than hers. Time passed by minute. Jennifer's wails had weakened considerably, but the baby still hadn't been born. The medical staff's expressions gradually became serious, and they were already considering whether to switch to a C-section. Listening to the woman's screams, the man encouraged her again, Jennifer, you can do it, I believe in you. It's coming out, I see the head. The nurse in charge of the delivery suddenly said with surprise. The man immediately became excited, our baby is coming out, Jennifer, just a little more. As Jennifer let out a piercing scream, the baby, emitting faint cries, was finally born. The baby is very healthy. The nurse in charge of the delivery quickly wrapped the baby in a swaddle, subconsciously glanced at the infant inside, her eyes suddenly widened, and her body staggered, almost falling. Before her colleague could ask what had happened, the man stood up furiously, bastard, if you drop my child, I'll shove your head up your ass.
The nurse shook her head aggrievedly. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Jennifer's weak voice, "My baby, quickly, let me see."
"Darling, you did it."
The man first whispered to the woman, then turned to the nurse and said fiercely, "Did you hear that?
Bring my baby over." The nurse stepped forward, trembling as she handed the swaddled baby to Jennifer on the bed. "My baby."
Jennifer took it with a smile on her face. When she looked at the infant in the swaddle, her already pale face became even whiter.
Doubt, fear, disgust.
All sorts of negative emotions filled her heart.
No.
Jennifer pushed the infant away, screaming in terror, "Take it away, quickly take it away, he's not my child, quickly take this ugly monster away from
me." "Jennifer, what's wrong with you?"
The man suspected that his wife's mental state might be a bit off. He quickly caught the baby that was almost pushed off the bed, and instinctively glanced into the swaddle, also showing a trace of astonishment.
In that small swaddle was a baby boy.
The baby boy seemed no different from other newborns, but he had a dark red left arm like molten lava, and coupled with his wrinkled face, he looked
like a monster. Homicide.
Federation, Kalita State.
In a 2-story villa.
A little girl, 5 or 6 years old, was hugging a toy bear, her body huddled tightly under the bed, nervously staring at the closed door not far
away.
The room she was in was a bedroom. Most of the decor was pink, several stuffed animals were placed on the pink bed, and a large toy house sat on the round table in the center, indicating this was likely the little girl's bedroom.
Thump. 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 Suddenly, footsteps came from downstairs, followed by the mistress's scream. "You bastard, you killed my wife." The angry voice of the master also followed, "Get out here. No matter who you are, I'm going to kill you." Thump. 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 More footsteps sounded, moving quickly. Bang. Bang. Bang.
Gunshots rang out, and the master chased the footsteps upstairs, running past the little girl's bedroom door. "Get out here, I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, a loud crash. The sound traveled from the second floor to the first. The master seemed to have fallen from upstairs, letting out a wail. The little girl, hearing the sound, was too scared to make a noise, let alone come out from under the bed, only clutching the toy bear in her arms
tightly. As if only then could she feel more secure. "It hurts so much. Who exactly are you?" The master seemed to have seen something terrifying. His voice changed from its initial angry firmness to one of fear and trembling. "No, don't come. Over, no." Ah. After the scream, silence returned outside.
For a long while, no sound came from outside the door, but the little girl still dared not move, even though her body was stiff and uncomfortable, and
she was hungry and thirsty.
Slowly, she fell asleep. She didn't know how much time had passed, but the little girl woke up, roused by hunger. There was no sound outside the door. The terrifying thing seemed to have left. The little girl rubbed her stomach, and just as she was wondering whether to come out from under the bed, footsteps sounded outside the door again.
Thump. 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 The sound stopped outside the door.
At some point, the fluffy toy bear had been squeezed flat by the little girl, her eyes were fixed on the door, and her breathing almost stopped.
Click.
The locked door opened, slowly pushing inward. The little girl freed one hand to clamp her mouth shut, looking out through the open door, but there was no one outside, yet the door continued to
move slowly.
The next moment, footsteps sounded in the room, but no one could be seen. The sound stopped and started, as if searching for something, at one point even right beside the bed. Finally, the owner of the sound seemed not to have found what it was looking for, leaving the room directly and closing the door behind it. The footsteps faded into the distance.
Soon, the heavy sound of the downstairs front door closing was heard. It went out. The little girl thought, just about to sigh in relief, when she heard a strange sound behind her, like a glass marble dropping to the ground and continuously rolling. In this quiet bedroom, such a small sound was exceptionally noticeable.
The little girl's body stiffened again. The bed was placed against the wall, meaning there was a wall behind her, so logically nothing could have
fallen. Then how did this sound originate?
Finally, she slowly turned her head. Nothing terrifying appeared behind her, only a colorful glass marble. The little girl's complexion regained a bit of color, and just as she was about to pick up the marble, she suddenly remembered that she hadn't put
this marble in the toy house, so how did it appear here?
Turning her head back, her pupils instantly contracted. Less than half a meter in front of her, a disgusting, greenish head appeared, its eyes, as if worms were crawling, staring fixedly at her. Accompanied by the little girl's scream, all the lights in the villa went out.
Morning. A plump black woman arrived at the villa entrance.
She was an employee of a cleaning company, hired to clean here every few days, and today was her scheduled workday. After calling with no answer and knocking with no response, she tried pulling the doorknob. Seeing that the door was unlocked, she opened the front door. Then she was so scared by the scene inside that she sat down on the ground. You said that after you discovered the situation here, your first action was to call the police.
But how do I feel like you wanted to steal money and valuables from this family, and when they discovered you, you brutally murdered them?
At the villa entrance, a white detective, smoking a cigarette, questioned the frightened black woman, placing his hand on his gun holster.
It wasn't me, it wasn't me.
The black woman waved her hands repeatedly, her dark face so scared that its color seemed to lighten a bit.
Alright, don't, stop playing.
Police Chief Robert, also white, pulled the smoking detective into the villa, pointing to the murder scene outlined in white chalk ahead. This is a very heinous murder case, and we must catch the perpetrator as quickly as possible.
Tell me your thoughts.
Ahead lay a headless male corpse, surrounded by fragments of the handrail that had fallen from the second floor, while the man's head was placed on the dining table 10 steps away, the spilled blood already congealed.
Don waved his hand, stating his findings. There are a total of 3 victims in this villa, the 31-year-old master, the 28-year-old mistress, and their 6-year-old daughter. The fatal injuries were all to the neck. As he spoke, he took a drag from his cigarette and gestured with his hand at his own neck. The body and head are separated, the cut is very smooth. As if they were held down while alive and cut with a high-precision instrument. This is simply perfect art. Seeing Don going off topic, Robert quickly interrupted him, saying, I don't need to know all that. Just tell me, have you found any clues about the killer? And when can we catch the killer? Don smiled confidently. We will absolutely not catch the killer.
Robert silently pulled up his sleeve. He couldn't hold back, that face in front of him was too punchable. No footprints, no fingerprints, no traces, not even any abnormalities found in all the surrounding surveillance footage. Even if we spend a lot of money to invite those great detectives, the result will be the same. Don quickly added, seemingly realizing he might get hit. Robert said discontentedly, so you mean to submit an investigation result that found no clues to your superiors? Don spread his hands and said, I didn't say that. In fact, we still have one path. Robert, what path? Don, the clearance company. Are you saying this was done by those things? Robert looked at the bright villa in front of him and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Besides those things, no one can kill without leaving a single clue. Don answered very confidently. In his professional field, he was very sure. If possible, I really don't want to contact those lunatics again. Robert had a constipated expression but still said, you go contact them. I need to inform the director, we can't afford the fees of the clearance company. Don made an okay gesture, and seeing the chief leave, he directly dialed the phone. As he raised his sleeve, a pattern was revealed on his forearm. It was a slightly sinister eye. Hello, this is the Demon Clearance Company. The call connected, and a sweet female voice came from the other end. Demon Removal Company. Screech. With the screech of tires, a large truck pulled over on the road in front of the villa's gate, which was cordoned off by police tape. It was a silver-white truck with a metallic, futuristic feel. The cab had 2 rows of seats, front and back, and the long trailer behind it was tens of meters long. In the middle of both sides of the trailer, there was a red, longhorn demon head, and below it, the words Demon Eradication Company were written.
In English. You can't park here, move along.
The detectives, who were chatting at the gate about where to go for coffee that afternoon, immediately eyed the truck warily. The door of the second row of the cab opened. Two tall, muscular men jumped out, followed by a black-haired young man as sturdy as an iron tower, about 2 meters tall, with a neck as thick as his head. His muscles were almost bursting through his clothes, comparable to those top bodybuilders who were said to be display models for pharmaceutical companies in world-class competitions. He wore a single black glove on his left hand.
Move. The two burly men walked ahead, unceremoniously pushing aside the obstructing detectives, clearing the way.
The black-haired youth walked expressionlessly along the path into the villa's yard.
Bastards, how dare you assault a police officer?
A detective, who had been pushed and almost fell, reacted. Seeing the three men ignore them and walk towards the villa, he felt extremely insulted and provoked. He unfastened his gun holster, ready to draw his weapon.
Don't shoot, don't shoot. Did you hear me, you idiots?
I told you to put your guns down. Robert appeared from nowhere, embracing one of the detectives who had almost raised his gun. Then, he nervously turned to the truck and smiled, "Please don't misunderstand, we mean no harm." These angry detectives followed Robert's gaze, looking at the cab of the truck with confusion, and instantly froze. From the front window of the cab, a machine gun had appeared, its barrel pointed directly at them. The burly man operating the machine gun had a sinister smile, as if he was about to open fire. If that were all, it would be one thing, but from the back window, another burly man was shouldering a cylindrical object, aiming it at them.
Is that a rocket launcher? One detective mumbled, trembling slightly, wondering if he was hallucinating. What else could it be if not a rocket launcher? Robert said nothing, only glaring fiercely at the mumbling detective, then said, "Aren't you going to put your guns away? Do you want to collect your pension next month?"
Oh. The detectives, realizing the situation, quickly put away their guns, even raising their hands to show they were harmless.
Their anger had long vanished, replaced only by fear.
Seeing this, the two burly men on the truck also put away their weapons. Seeing that the two men in the truck were ignoring them, a detective quietly asked Robert, "Mr. Chief, machine guns and rocket launchers are illegal weapons.
Aren't they worried about us arresting them?" "Who's arresting them?"
"You." Robert glared at him irritably. The detectives exchanged glances, seeing the fear on each other's faces. To use a few small handguns, which usually don't kill unless they hit a vital spot, to apprehend dangerous-looking individuals who carry machine guns, rocket launchers, and who knows what other heavy weaponry.
This wasn't an arrest, it was a suicide mission. Seeing their fearful expressions, Robert snorted and said, "Don't say I didn't warn you."
They have legal licenses for illegal weapons. If you don't want to die, don't treat them the way you usually treat those poor devils in the slums.
Illegal weapon licenses? Have the eradication companies become this competitive? We can't mess with them. They look more like law enforcers than we do. Mr. Robert, although we hate those poor devils, these people don't seem to be related to the poor devils at all, and we don't want to die.
The detectives whispered, glancing at the truck's windows from the corners of their eyes.
This truck was much taller than ordinary trucks, and unless the people inside stuck their heads out of the windows, they couldn't really see them.
"Oh, my dear Jiang, you're finally here." On the first floor of the villa, Thorne, who was wandering around with a cigarette in his mouth, quickly took it out and opened his arms to hug the black-haired youth who had just entered. The black-haired youth was Jiang Ren. He watched Thorne approach him with cold eyes, saying nothing. Seeing this, Thorne awkwardly retracted his arms. "Jiang, you're too cold.
You know, I'm your good friend."
"If meeting only 3 times makes us good friends, then my good friends could hold hands and stretch across a state."
Jiang Ren pouted, looking at the crime scene nearby. "The thing you want me to eradicate, is it in this house?"
"Of course, I guarantee there's a Class 2 dangerous species in this house."
If I'm wrong, I'll go an hour without touching any tobacco.
Thorn finished speaking, picked up a cigarette, and took a deep drag.
A dangerous species?
Jiang Ren scanned his surroundings, then walked to other areas to observe slowly. Behind him, two burly men wearing uniforms with Demon Eradication Company printed on them followed him closely. Dangerous species is a collective term for all special creatures that cannot be explained by science. The Federal High Command classifies these dangerous species into Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, and even higher levels, from lowest to highest.
Danger.
Among them, Class 1 dangerous species have the lowest danger level and are unlikely to threaten human life. Generally, even if the federal government discovers them, they will only take measures such as containment. Class 2 dangerous species, however, can threaten human life. Depending on the actual situation, a decision will be made whether to apply to higher authorities for specialized eradication personnel to clear them.
Out.
Jiang Ren hadn't walked far when he saw a female corpse in the nearby toilet, her head also detached from her neck.
The last victim is on the second floor, a 6-year-old girl. Thorn leaned against the toilet door frame, blowing smoke rings, his expression relaxed. Jiang Ren didn't linger. He glanced at it and then walked up the wooden stairs, pausing briefly in the hallway. In the middle of the hallway lay a little girl's head. In her lifeless eyes, a trace of fear seemed to linger. Through the open door nearby, he could also see the little girl's stiff body lying under the bed in the pink bedroom. Isn't it cruel? Thorn, following behind, spoke up.
For someone who is destined to die, letting them die earlier, or more cleanly, is actually a kind of mercy.
Jiang Ren stated his opinion, extending his hand backward without turning his head.
A chocolate bar was placed in his hand. The chocolate bar, as long as a normal person's palm, looked tiny in his hand. Jiang Ren tore open the wrapper and casually bit off half of it. As a large amount of heat from the chocolate entered his body, the 5 fingers of his gloved left hand finally began to move.
Toy room.
Jiang Ren walked into the bedroom, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the dollhouse placed on the wooden table in the center of the room. It was a 2-story dollhouse, about 1 meter in height and width, with one side of the wall that could be opened directly. Everything inside was exquisitely small, as if real furniture had been miniaturized and placed there. There were also 3 human-shaped dolls inside. A couple and a small boy, along with a black dog. The couple was lying on the bed in the master bedroom on the second floor, the small boy was in the adjacent second bedroom, and the black dog was in the kitchen on the first floor. This is a dollhouse that this family bought from a second-hand market 3 days ago, Don explained, seemingly noticing his gaze. Jiang Ren looked at the dollhouse, which showed no abnormalities, and casually closed it. He swallowed the remaining half of the chocolate, counted for a few seconds in his mind, and then quickly pulled open the dollhouse. The dolls inside the dollhouse had changed. The couple who were originally lying on the bed were now sitting up, the small boy in the next room was hugging a pillow with both hands, and the dog downstairs was looking towards the living room through the kitchen door. On the living room table on the first floor, a green, eerie head had appeared at some point. All the scenes were static, meaning these changes occurred within the few seconds he had closed the dollhouse. Am I seeing things? Don rubbed his eyes vigorously when he saw this. If you think you're mistaken, I can recommend a mental hospital. Jiang Ren's left hand was trembling slightly. This devil's left arm, which didn't stay in the system space after purchase but appeared directly on his body, possessed many abilities, one of which was sensing dangerous species. This tremor was a warning to him: either the dollhouse was related to a dangerous species, or the dollhouse itself was a dangerous species. In a flash, that ugly head fell from the table. Don was stunned and asked, Jiang, did you knock this disgusting doll's head off? Jiang Ren didn't reply. He reached out a finger and felt the severed neck of the eerie head, then brought it to his eyes to see that it was stained with blood. It was still a bit viscous, as if it had just flowed. Interesting, I like little things like you. A happy smile appeared on Jiang Ren's face. He called a burly man over and whispered a few instructions into his ear. The burly man nodded and quickly left the room, heading downstairs. What did you tell him to do? Don subtly took a step to the side,
positioning Jiang Ren's body between himself and the dollhouse.
Jiang Ren noticed his small movement but didn't point it out, casually replying, "To buy some small toys."
Toys?
As Doan looked puzzled, Robert and the others, who were by the caution tape downstairs, were staring intently at the truck's trailer. A 3-meter-long metal plate protruded from the front part of the trailer, then slowly lifted, revealing several sleek silver motorcycles inside. The burly man who had just come out of the villa unhesitatingly mounted one, twisted the throttle, and sped onto the road.
In a matter of seconds, he disappeared around the corner ahead. That's so cool, I wish I could have a truck like that. You're too greedy.
I'm not like you, I'd be satisfied with just one of those motorcycles. This scene made several surrounding detectives envious, and they couldn't help but whisper among themselves.
Robert looked at them with disdain and said, "Can you afford to maintain a truck like that?
As for those motorcycles, with your salaries, you'd have to save for several years without eating or drinking to afford one.
Do you even have more than 4 digits in your bank accounts? Chief, we know we were wrong. Please don't discourage us anymore."
The detectives were a bit disheartened, but soon one of them asked curiously, "What exactly does this demon
eradication company do? Why do they have so many heavy weapons? And how can they afford so many cars?"
The other detectives also cast curious glances.
Robert shook his head and said earnestly, "Some things, it's better if you don't know."
He clearly understood what these detectives were thinking at the moment. The first time he encountered such eradication companies, he was also filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But as he gradually understood what eradication companies had to do, although he was still a little envious of how much money they made, he no longer felt jealousy or hatred, and he didn't even want to be associated with them. Even professions where people put their lives on the line were much better than these eradication companies, because compared to certain unknown things, death was actually not that scary. 10 minutes later, the burly man returned with what Jiang Ren wanted, a large bag of toy dolls. "They really are toys," Doan looked at them, somewhat unable to understand. During those 10 minutes, Jiang Ren had repeatedly opened and closed the dollhouse, and the family of 3 and the dog inside had also changed. All 3 of them had come to the doorway of the living room on the first floor. The male owner was holding a small black pistol, while the female owner and the boy were huddled behind him, embracing each other. The dog was lying in the living room, its head gone, its neck bloody. And the pale green head had also disappeared.
Avengers and the Justice League. Though not complete, it's enough.
Jiang Ren rummaged through the bag of toy dolls, nodded in satisfaction, and then took out Iron Man, Thor, Hulk,
Doctor Strange, and Scarlet Witch.
These toy figures were from very famous superhero movies and TV shows in this world, and each character had starred in a blockbuster film. After placing the 5 of them one by one beside the family of 3 in the dollhouse, Jiang Ren closed the dollhouse.
Doan was somewhat skeptical. "Jiang, are you sure this will work?" He didn't think simply putting a few toy dolls inside would be effective, even if they were superhero dolls, as the dollhouse was clearly very evil. Who knows? Jiang Ren opened the dollhouse. He saw that the 5 superhero dolls he had placed inside were now gathered at the entrance of the second-floor bathroom. And on the bathroom sink, there was the missing pale green head. Doan exclaimed in surprise, "It can actually do that."
"Jiang, I suddenly feel an urge to apply for a job at your company." Jiang Ren closed the dollhouse and replied, "Send me your resume, and I'll approve it directly."
Jiang, I was just joking with you, you didn't take it seriously, did you?"
Doan quickly waved his hands in refusal upon hearing this. Although he occasionally encountered dangerous species, he certainly didn't want to befriend them.
"I was just joking with you too," Jiang Ren said, then opened the dollhouse again.
The dolls in the dollhouse had changed again, but not in the way Jiang Ren had imagined, to eliminate evil. The pale green head had disappeared again. Hulk and Thor were lying at the bathroom door, their heads gone. In the hallway, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, and Scarlet Witch were each looking in a different direction, appearing panicked.
And the family of 3 downstairs was huddled in a corner, tightly embracing each other. Doan swallowed, and whispered, "Jiang, these toys aren't bootlegs, are they?" Do you think the legal team supported by the companies behind these superhero figures would let you sell bootleg toys in this wealthy area? Jiang
Ren said, then stuffed Super Ghost, Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Aquaman, and Cyborg, the entire Justice League, into the dollhouse. After thinking for a moment, he also stuffed all the remaining miscellaneous dolls from the bag into it.
If quality isn't enough, quantity will make up for it. If 5 superheroes can't win, can't dozens of them?
I recommend a comedic short horror TV series that parodies horror films, Creepshow, the second story of the first episode. It's very joyful and hilarious. I almost cried from laughter after watching it.
Physical removal. Dead. All dead.
The dollhouse was filled with headless dolls, piled high, leaving almost no space. The floor was stained blood red, covered in viscous blood. Furniture, decorations, and even the walls were splattered with a large amount of blood, as if sprayed. All the dolls' heads had disappeared, except for the disgusting green head, which stood on the table in the living room on the first floor, the same place it had first appeared. However, the direction this head faced was different from before. It directly faced Jiang Ren, who had opened the dollhouse, its dull, lifeless eyes filled with malevolence, as if challenging him.
Jiang, it hasn't gone out of control, has it?
Dorn had retreated outside the door, looking at the densely packed headless dolls inside the dollhouse and the unknown liquid, presumably blood,
dripping from them.
He suddenly felt an urge to run out of the villa.
In my hands, it only has one outcome.
Jiang Ren took a chocolate bar from the big man behind him, tore open the wrapper, and took a big bite.
It's just that I can't play with it anymore.
Facts proved that the method of overwhelming with numbers had failed.
He devoured the chocolate in a few bites, swallowing it whole.
He couldn't help but sigh, his face showing disappointment like a child who had lost an interesting toy.
Plan A.
Jiang Ren swallowed the remaining chocolate, closed the dollhouse, and gestured to the 2 big men behind him.
The 2 big men nodded.
Although there was some fear in their expressions, they still unhesitatingly picked up the dollhouse and walked downstairs.
From their relaxed movements and expressions, the dollhouse was not heavy. Dorn glanced at them and asked Jiang Ren with some confusion, "What is Plan A?" Physical eradication.
Jiang Ren followed slowly behind the 2 big men, preventing any unexpected situations. Dorn hesitated upstairs for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed, but kept at least 5 meters away from Jiang Ren.
What's going on? Is that dollhouse bleeding?
The detectives outside looked at the dollhouse being carried out, puzzled and unsure whom to ask. Robert, however, changed color drastically and quickly ran several steps away. He was afraid that getting too close would lead to some unexpected danger.
Click.
The door at the rear of the container slowly slid open to both sides under the control of an electronic device, revealing the empty space inside. From the outside, it was clear that the thickness of the metal, whether the door or the sides, top, and bottom, exceeded half a meter. In terms of explosion-proof capability alone, it was no worse than the vault doors of some top banks.
While the dollhouse was being moved in, Jiang Ren looked around.
This was a well-known wealthy area, and the per capita living space was not small, but that didn't mean there were no people nearby. If a murder occurred, people should come to watch. But at this moment, even though the surrounding roads were not blocked and people passed by from time to time, no one paid attention to the situation. Here. This phenomenon occurred because dangerous species possess a special energy field that is passively emitted. This energy field can make people who are not targets of the dangerous species subconsciously ignore special events happening around the dangerous species, and sometimes even choose to walk a few extra steps to bypass this area. In addition, it can also make targets, even if they are in great danger, not report to the police or seek help when targeted by a dangerous species. This also explains why, despite the existence of terrifying dangerous species, they remain unknown to the public, and even rumors are very rare. However, it is not difficult to become immune to this special energy field. The more times one has close contact with different dangerous species, the less affected one becomes, until complete immunity is achieved.
For example, Detective Dorn. Boss, it's ready. One of the big men said beside Jiang Ren and handed him a black box the size of a Rubik's Cube.
Jiang Ren skillfully took the box, pressed one of its corners, and threw the box into the container before its door closed.
Jiang, what did you throw in?
Dorn was a little far away just now and didn't see clearly. Jiang Ren paused, gave him a look of caring for the intellectually disabled, and said in a gentle tone, "A timed bomb."
Dorn, a timed bomb? Boom!
Just then, a muffled explosion sounded from inside the container.
A tablet was handed to him.
Jiang Ren took it, opened the tablet, and saw the scene inside the container.
The dollhouse had been blown to smithereens, its wreckage burning in the flames ignited by the bomb. But physical eradication did not end so simply.
After all, although physical attacks are effective against some dangerous species, they are definitely not something that can be solved by an ordinary
bomb.
The next moment, several small holes opened on the inner walls of the container. Ultra-high temperature flames surged out, incinerating everything inside the container.
There are very few known substances that can harm dangerous species.
Among them, the simplest and most effective is fire. The higher the temperature, the better, and the longer the duration, the better. Piercing, hoarse screams came from the tablet. Upon hearing the sound, Robert and the others felt a chill even under the bright sunlight.
What a pity! Jiang Ren felt a little regretful.
The dollhouse's ability to automatically advance the plot using dolls was quite fun, so even though he knew the dolls couldn't solve the dangerous species hidden within the dollhouse, he enthusiastically told his employees to buy a large bag of dolls. Unexpectedly, this dangerous species didn't play fair. In that case, there was no choice but to physically eliminate it.
10 minutes later.
The dollhouse and the dolls had all been reduced to charred, indescribable remnants. The doors slid open to both sides, and a wave of hot air rushed out. Dorn was forced back several meters by the heat, but his head was still sweating from the warmth.
The other detectives felt the heat and instinctively moved away.
Only Jiang Ren stood still, unaffected. Although the flames had stopped, a high temperature and heat would not dissipate easily. If a piece of clothing were thrown in now, it would ignite in less than half a second.
Is it resolved?
Dorn looked curiously into the container.
Jiang Ren didn't wait for the temperature to drop.
He stepped forward and jumped into the container, which was nearly 2 meters high. He didn't know what material his boots were made of, but they were completely unaffected.
Dangerous species aren't that easy to deal with.
Jiang Ren took a few steps forward, squatted down, and picked up an irregular black substance the size of a marble from a pile of charred debris with his left hand. This was the core of the dangerous species. Only by destroying it could this dangerous species truly be resolved. As long as the core was not eliminated, the dangerous species would eventually revive, the only difference being a matter of time. However, ordinary methods could not destroy the core of a dangerous species. Just as Jiang Ren was about to act, he saw several wisps of black gas emerge from the irregular substance and swiftly dart into his head.
Mark of greatness. A strange scene appeared in Jiang Ren's mind.
A grotesque green monster doll was manufactured and assembled on the production line, then flowed into the market and was brought home by a mischievous
little boy.
The little boy had a beautiful dollhouse and many toy dolls. He often used these dolls to play role-playing games. The green monster doll always played the defeated villain, but this life made it feel very satisfied.
Gradually, more and more toy dolls appeared around it.
The fickle little boy swept the green monster doll into a corner and never played with it again.
Until one day, the little boy was scolded by his parents. In a fit of anger, he returned to his room, casually picked up a few dolls he didn't like, and smashed them on the floor. One of them was the green monster doll. Its body shattered into several pieces, and its head was flung under the bed. From then on, the green monster doll was forgotten. Its body was swept into the trash can, and its head lay alone in a dark corner under the bed, watching the little boy play with other dolls every day. Undoubtedly, this was the memory of the green head hidden in the dollhouse. Boring. With a thought, Jiang Ren directly extinguished this memory.
This kind of situation occasionally occurred when absorbing the core of a dangerous species. It wasn't due to any golden finger or his left arm, it was simply the core's final desperate attempt to invade his mind, thereby damaging or even
taking over his body.
The memory seemed to be only halfway through, but the rest of the plot was predictable. It was nothing more than the green doll head, which had developed consciousness, controlled by emotions of unwillingness, jealousy, and anger, killing
the little boy's family and perhaps even sealing them in the dollhouse. After all, there was a couple and a son in the dollhouse at the beginning. After that, the dollhouse circulated through second-hand markets to various households, then initiated one slaughter after another, until this current incident.
The story might be true, but the plot is too cliché, so cliché that I can't even be bothered to watch it. Jiang Ren casually threw the core into his mouth and swallowed it without even chewing.
The core of a dangerous species was poison to ordinary people, an incurable poison, but to him, it was the best tonic in the world. In just a few seconds, Jiang Ren's body underwent an unusual change. The blood vessels, originally hidden beneath his skin, seemed to be stimulated, rapidly engorging with blood in a matter of seconds.
A dark red substance flowed along the blood vessels from his abdomen to his limbs and head.
Jiang Ren looked relaxed, even twisting his slightly stiff neck.
He had encountered the same situation dozens of times before, with no surprise or danger.
What a perfect body, you are mine.
A hoarse, piercing voice sounded, identical to the screams from the hanging box earlier. The dark red substance spread faster and faster. Just as it was about to reach his head, a huge suction force suddenly came from his left arm.
Damn human! What did you do to me?
The voice sounded again, but it no longer had its previous arrogance. Instead, it was filled with panic and fear.
Jiang Ren didn't speak.
Compared to replying to this level 2 dangerous species, he'd rather think about which restaurant nearby had better decor and service, and what cuisine the chef specialized in. After all, he was hungry now.
No, you can't do this, let me go quickly.
The voice began to beg for mercy, but seeing Jiang Ren completely ignore it, it immediately turned into a malicious curse. The great existence
bestowed me with life. If you dare to kill me, the great existence will surely avenge me.
The voice stopped abruptly. The suction from his left arm disappeared, the dangerous species' power was completely swallowed, and its consciousness had been obliterated.
19 out of 20, even more exploitative than federal capitalists. Jiang Ren couldn't help but glare at his left arm.
If the energy of that dangerous species core was divided into 20 parts, at least 19 parts were swallowed by his left arm. The remaining 1 part was evenly distributed to other parts of his body, strengthening his skin, muscles, bones, and cells. Compared to this demonic left arm, even capitalists seemed a bit more agreeable. The energy contained within this level 2 dangerous species core wasn't much, but it still had some effect, capable of increasing his body strength by approximately 0.5%.
Suddenly, Jiang Ren paused, then smiled. He felt a special mark appear in his body. It was like an eye, withering away.
The power of this mark was very weak and couldn't harm him, but it could serve as a locator, allowing the entity that created it to find his
location. The great existence?
I originally thought it was just a snack, tasteless but a shame to discard. Now it seems this is just an appetizer, there's a main course coming later.
Jiang Ren licked his lips. This mark should have been left by the dangerous species before it died. It was simple to remove, but he preferred to keep it. After all, if he didn't, how would the main course deliver itself to his doorstep? Please transfer the money to the account above within 1 month.
Jiang Ren nimbly jumped out of the car, pulled out a stack of bills, filled in the amount and date on one of them, and slapped it into Dorn's hand.
Dorn subconsciously nodded, but when he saw the number on the bill, he exclaimed, 2 million federal credits? Wasn't it only 1 million federal credits last time? Last time was last time, this time is this time.
Besides, prices have risen a lot recently, and this dangerous species was so strong. To deal with it, I spent a lot of money, time, and effort, fought it for 800 rounds, and almost got killed by it.
Do you really think 2 million is expensive?
Jiang Ren crossed his arms, looking down at Dorn, who wasn't even as tall as his chest.
It doesn't seem expensive.
Dorn subconsciously nodded, but then he thought, wait a minute. You just put some toys in there, then threw it in the car and left it alone. The cost of materials plus labor couldn't possibly exceed 100,000 federal credits.
Is that a lot of money?
And this cleanup took no more than an hour, and the dangerous species never even came out the whole time.
Is that a lot of time? Is that 800 rounds? Is that almost getting killed? However, Dorn ultimately said nothing. Anyway, it was the taxpayers' money. Forget 2 million, even 5 million or 10 million wouldn't matter.
At most, the sheriff would be criticized by his superior as a fool who can't bargain, but it wouldn't be his fault.
In fact,
there was no standard for the fees of such cleanup missions. Very few organizations were capable of clearing dangerous species, and even fewer could consistently complete such missions.
Moreover, these organizations usually had many cleanup missions waiting to be completed.
This time, if Dorn hadn't already been in contact with the Demon Cleanup Company due to a previous cleanup mission and learned that the boss, Jiang, was nearby, the best way to deal with this villa murder case would probably have been to seal off the area first. As for when the cleanup would happen, and whether the dangerous species inside would escape beforehand, that would simply be a matter of luck.
I'll treat you to pizza sometime. See you in 3 days.
Jiang Ren patted Dorn's shoulder and turned to get into the truck.
You earn so much money and you're only treating me to pizza? And you have to do it sometime? Why don't you just fly to the moon?
Watching the truck slowly drive away, Dorn couldn't help but raise both hands and give a middle finger in salute.
Robert came over. Dorn, is it over?
Dorn nodded, handed the bill to him, and walked directly to the police car parked by the roadside.
Both the overt and covert tasks were complete. He could take the collected information back for his report. 2 million federal credits. Are you kidding me? Dorn, get back here.
Robert's furious voice came from behind. Armor pectoralis, unicorn arm, devil back muscle.
1014. 1015. Thud. With a loud thud, the heavy barbell on Jiang Ren's shoulders crashed to the ground.
At this moment, he was drenched in sweat. His loose, pure white training clothes were soaked and clung tightly to his hard, well-defined muscles, which were like steel.
Rip.
Jiang Ren casually tore off his training clothes and looked at his upper body in the huge floor-length mirror beside him. He had full, symmetrical pectoral muscles like armor, bulging veins on his bicep, thicker than a normal person's thigh, clearly defined 8-pack.
Abs, and a back as wide as a door. Even a bear's back and a tiger's waist wouldn't be this exaggerated.
It was no exaggeration to say that Jiang Ren's physique was enough to reach the finals of the world's highest bodybuilding competition. Moreover, his stomach wasn't distended like those top athletes who overused drugs, adding a few more points of aesthetic appeal and making his overall
musculature appear more harmonious.
However, what was most striking was his left arm. From the connection point of his shoulder and body, it was filled with a deep red color, like blood. This was a gym spanning over 10,000 square meters. After leaving the rich residential area, Jiang Ren had eaten at a well-reputed restaurant in the nearby commercial district, and then came to this place for his daily training. The area he was currently in was one of the gym's VIP training rooms, which he had booked exclusively. It covered 50 square meters and had dumbbells, barbells, a cable crossover machine, and several common fixed machines. The value for money was decent. In reality, given the size of this gym, unless it was peak hours in the evening, there was generally no need to worry about not finding the equipment one wanted to use. But there was no helping it, with Jiang Ren's current massive and conspicuous physique, any training he did would attract the attention of those
around him.
Not to mention his current physical prowess, which far surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to easily break world weight records for various training movements, and even use world records as the weight for his endurance training. In this world, similar to the main world, with developed internet and short videos and influencers everywhere, if he dared to do this outside, videos
would spread across the entire network in less than a day.
Such fame, for him, would definitely be more detrimental than beneficial. After all, someone who surpasses ordinary people by half a step is a genius, by one step is a madman, and by several steps is a monster. Facing a monster, most people are polite in reality, but online, they would discard their masks of hypocrisy, wield the butcher knife of public opinion, and might even shout slogans like "dissect and slice" for research or "contribute to the purification of the entire human race's physique." Even if the small group of people who truly control society were aware of his existence, under immense public pressure, he would probably find it
difficult to move an inch.
Perhaps he would even have to use favors to get his information banned across the entire network.
Those emerging internet capitalists would surely be very happy. But Jiang Ren would not be happy.
After all, his greatest skill was clearing dangerous species, and this favor would be equivalent to clearing them for free. And his fees for top capitalists were never cheap. 10 million federal currency was just a base price, and he had even taken a few orders for over 100 million. In other words, this favor would be worth at least 10 million federal currency. Although exposure might have a good outcome, Jiang Ren didn't want to gamble. Both my endurance and strength have significantly improved compared to yesterday.
Let's see the actual effect.
Jiang Ren casually picked up the specially brought thickened right-hand boxing glove, put it on, and went to the sandbag nearby. He raised his hands and placed them in front of him.
The next moment,
his right fist shot out like lightning, striking the sandbag heavily. Accompanied by a dull thud, the sandbag flew high, exceeding 50 degrees before it began to fall. It seems the glove needs to be thickened further.
Jiang Ren looked at his right-hand glove.
Without this glove, the sandbag would probably have been torn open. Facing the falling sandbag, he threw another punch. Low thuds echoed one after another,
continuously.
But from beginning to end, Jiang Ren used only his right hand. His left hand merely maintained a defensive posture at his side.
This was not because his left arm was weak. How could a demon's left arm be weak?
It was simply because his left arm was too strong, so strong that it didn't seem to belong to this world. If a person wants to throw a punch with full force, their feet, calves, thighs, glutes, waist, back muscles, and arms will exert force in sequence, ultimately combining all the body's strength to deliver the strongest punch. Most people are like this, and Jiang Ren's right arm is no exception.
But for this demonic left arm, the body is more of an auxiliary tool.
When it throws a punch, it is it that drives the entire body, not the body driving it.
However, these were secondary to Jiang Ren.
The reason he usually didn't use it, and even tried to use his left arm as little as possible during clearing missions, was because every time he used it, he would have a strong premonition. Continuing to use this left arm would lead to very bad things happening.
This premonition grew stronger each time. For ordinary people, such premonitions are hard to distinguish between true and false, but for Jiang Ren, who possessed a beast's intuition, he had no choice but to believe it. It's still a bit inconvenient.
After 100 punches, Jiang Ren stepped aside to dodge the falling sandbag and took off the deformed glove. Although this glove cost over 200 federal currency to make, for his training, it was just a disposable item. Jiang Ren sighed, somewhat missing his specially built training ground. It had cost at least tens of millions of federal currency, with various heavy-duty equipment and large sandbags custom-made, and also offered greater privacy. Only there could he fully exert himself. Of course, provided he didn't use his left arm. This VIP training room was equipped with a private shower. Jiang Ren walked in, took off his clothes, and turned on the showerhead. Water trickled down his body. He had been in this world for 21 years, starting with small businesses like street vending to earn initial capital, and then expanding his cash flow in the stock market. Jiang Ren had already achieved financial freedom at the age of 16. And at 18, he invested most of his money as angel investment, becoming a free agent and establishing the Demon Eradication Company. Thereafter, he devoted almost all his energy to this company. As of today, Jiang Ren is among the top individuals in the dangerous world hidden beneath the surface of the real world.
That's right. Not the only one, but one of them.
Although Jiang Ren had something as heaven-defying as the demon's left arm, others who stood at the top with him also had their own opportunities.
Some of whom could not even be called human. 3 more days. I hope it won't disappoint me.
Jiang Ren wiped the water from his face, his smile very bright. The reason he had come to this city several days in advance was because he had taken a private large order, with a deposit of 20 million federal
currency alone.
The remaining balance would be calculated based on the dangerous species level and the difficulty of clearing it.
Jiang Ren didn't care about the exact amount.
Anyway, he was prepared to fleece them mercilessly. After all, not earning capitalists' money was a waste.
Container of God. Jiang, full name Jiang Garcia, originally just Garcia.
Male, 21 years old, founder and sole owner of the Demon Extermination Company. Currently single, both parents are alive but separated, and he has a younger brother.
Born in St. Lawrence Hospital, Daska State, his left arm showed an unusual blood-red color at birth. From a young age, he displayed maturity far beyond his peers, earning his first sum of money at 6 years old. At 18, he invested all the money he made in the stock market and founded the Demon Extermination Company. With a 100% extermination rate, he gained immense fame in just 3 years, becoming the top exterminator in the industry. Just 2 days ago, Jiang even dealt with a Class 2 dangerous species. According to the events and the post-investigation report, this dangerous species had circulated through at least 10 households, with only one family surviving.
Its strength was already infinitely close to a Class 3 dangerous species, but because its killing rule was limited to killing by family units, it did not expand its killing range. During the process of handling this dangerous species, although Jiang did not display any specific abilities, his consistently stable facial expressions and movements indicated that his strength far surpassed that of the dangerous species. Combining this with our previous investigations, we can conclude that Jiang's strength is at least Class 3 and no higher than Class 4. This level of strength, coupled with his human appearance and extremely strong physique, he is a perfect vessel.
In a spacious and bright conference room,
more than a dozen men and women in suits were seated around an oval conference table. Each tie had a slightly sinister eye pattern. Over 60% of them were elderly, over 50 years old. Their complexions were rosy, but their faces were already full of wrinkles, and many had graying hair. Their gaze was directed at a projection from a projector, showing a full-body photo of Jiang Ren, with dense information recorded beside it. Gentlemen and ladies, the above analysis is merely my own shallow speculation.
If you have any other opinions, please feel free to speak up.
An old man with white hair stood beside the projection, smiling as he looked at the others. The voice of the explanation just now came from him.
Clap, clap, clap.
Everyone applauded, their faces showing smiles that were hard to discern as genuine or feigned.
After the applause,
the sacrificial ground is ready, and all the offerings are in place.
Now we just await tomorrow's arrival. The white-haired elder looked at the youngest man in the room with a smile and asked, Dorn, what about your side? President Frank, I will definitely bring our Lord's vessel to the designated location, even death cannot stop me.
Dorn stood up, his face serious, without a hint of frivolity.
Dorn, you are one of our Lord's most loyal followers. Even if your body dies, your soul will return to the Lord's divine kingdom and fight for our Lord once more. Frank nodded with satisfaction and continued, we are a group of failures, but we will soon become victors, trampling those fools in the main association underfoot. Now, let us pray to the Lord. Immediately, everyone closed their eyes at the same time. They clasped their hands together in front of their chests, praying devoutly, Lord, you are the omniscient and omnipresent God, you are the unifier of all things in the past, present, and future. The next day, Jiang Ren arrived at the rendezvous point for this extermination mission in a large truck. A semi-abandoned road. As soon as he got out of the car, Dorn darted out from a black car by the roadside. Jiang, you made me wait so long. Stop.
Jiang Ren raised a hand, stopping Dorn from approaching, and said, "The time is now 8:57, and our agreed meeting time is 9 o'clock sharp."
That means I arrived at the meeting point early.
The only reason you feel like you've waited a long time is you arrived too early. Dorn's smile froze, and he opened his mouth as if to say something else.
Just you?
However, Jiang Ren didn't give him the chance. Dorn's attention was successfully diverted, and he shook his head dejectedly.
Yeah, people like me are just destined to run errands. No matter how hard I work, I don't make much money. Jiang Ren showed a polite yet gentle smile.
He didn't believe a word of what Dorn said. As the middleman between the wealthy client and himself, Dorn, although not earning as much as Jiang, still made at least 1,000,000 federal coins. And he didn't have to risk his life.
If that wasn't considered earning, then what was?
After a few complaints, Dorn got back to the point. The dangerous species the client wants exterminated is in a very remote town, about 2 hours.
Drive from here. I'll drive ahead and lead the way, you just have your people follow me closely.
Jiang Ren casually said, "No need for such trouble.
You can just get in my car and give directions."
I also wanted to ask you for more detailed information about this dangerous species.
That would be too much trouble for you.
I'll still drive my own car. Dorn glanced at the open truck door, where several muscular men were looking at him menacingly. He instantly felt a shiver down his spine.
You have two choices: 1, you get in the car yourself, or 2, I throw you in the car. Jiang Ren raised his hand, cracking his knuckles. I choose 1. Dorn was straightforward and got directly into the car.
Once inside, he found the space to be much larger than he had imagined. Not only were the seats very comfortable, but there was also a retractable square table, and the adjacent refrigerated wine cabinet contained fine
wines. The space even exceeded that of many business fans.
Considering you'll be accompanying me for the entire extermination mission, you can't drink alcohol.
I can only offer you this.
Jiang Ren opened the refrigerated wine cabinet and pulled out a plastic bottle of mineral water from the bottom. He poured it into a high-stemmed glass and handed it over. Dorn looked at the wine glass, unsure whether to accept it. He recognized most of the wines in the cabinet, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands of federal coins. This bottle of mineral water was the cheapest, costing no more than 1 federal coin, and often 2 federal coins would buy a whole case.
Seeing Dorn hesitate, Jiang Ren added, "Don't try to save my money. Drink as much as you like. If you enjoy it, I can even send you a few cases. I guarantee you'll drink your fill." Jiang, how can I accept such expensive water? Dorn forced a smile, speaking with a hint of sarcasm. We're friends. I'm always this generous with my friends.
Jiang forcibly placed the high-stemmed glass in his hand and added, "Seeing how much you like it, give me your address later, and I'll send you a whole truckload."
Dorn looked helplessly at the clear water in the high-stemmed glass.
At this moment, he wondered if his memory was mistaken. Could it be that this brand of water was different from the brand he remembered, and its actual price was similar to, or even higher than, the wine in
the adjacent cabinet? Just as Dorn was thinking this,
he caught a glimpse of the several burly men around him trying to suppress their laughter, and he immediately knew he had been overthinking it.
Abandoned town at dusk.
Actually, I don't know much about the target danger species. Dorn held the stemmed glass, habitually swirling it twice, smelling it, and then taking a small sip. There was no taste whatsoever. He put down the glass, his last shred of fantasy shattered. It was just a bottle of ordinary mineral water.
Then tell me what you know. Jiang Ren glanced at him and said.
Dorn thought for a moment, then said, "The location of the target danger species is in a remote town called Grad, a town that has been abandoned for more than 10 years after its original inhabitants collectively migrated for various reasons. Starting about a month ago, people from all over the country would occasionally feel a mysterious summons, heading to that town regardless of any
obstacles, and never coming out again.
He picked up the stemmed glass, took a sip of water, and continued, "The reason my client wants to hire you is because one of his relatives disappeared a week ago, and according to GPS records, their last known location was on the outskirts of that town." Jiang Ren was a little curious. "Since your client has the money to hire me, didn't they try to find someone to go in before?" "They did, but it was useless." Don explained, "The edge of the town is enveloped in a thick black mist. As soon as you enter, you lose contact. Even wearing the most advanced protective suits is useless, and any electronic devices carried will lose their function the moment you enter." Sounds a lot like a level 4 danger species. Jiang Ren suddenly felt a little hungry. It wasn't a hunger from his stomach, but from his left arm. This hunger seemed to urge him to quickly go to that town and then devour the danger species inside, which was possibly level 4.
Then why not report it to the government?
Jiang Ren swallowed a large piece of chocolate, suppressing the hunger with the extremely high calories, then asked his last question. A danger species like this, capable of drawing people from across the entire Federation and suspected of being level 4, would certainly not be ignored. If reported to the federal government. That way, a large sum of money for hiring an exterminator could be saved.
Don shook his head. The federal government might choose some extreme methods to deal with that danger species to save money, but the client's
intention is to rescue his relative trapped inside, and if possible, to eliminate the danger species along the way. When the federal government encounters certain danger species far from human populations, faced with expensive exterminators and affordable modern weapons, the Federation usually chooses modern weapons most of the time, which saves a lot of
money.
Clearly, if that method were used, Don's client's relative would surely die.
What if the client's relative is already dead by the time I get there?
Jiang Ren found a loophole. He didn't want the other party to use this reason to refuse the final payment.
Don answered without hesitation, "Then kill that danger species, and the final payment will be paid in full."
I like straightforward clients like that. Jiang Ren's peripheral vision scanned Don's left forearm. When Don was drinking water, a small, inconspicuous pattern was visible on the exposed
part of his forearm. It seemed to be an eye. It seemed this extermination mission might be more interesting than any before. Jiang Ren smiled, reclined his seat, and lay back. A 2-hour car ride. A short nap would be just right.
On the desolate road where no cars had been seen for a long time, the truck, traveling at full speed, reached its destination in just 1 hour and
39 minutes. 21 minutes ahead of schedule.
Along the way, Jiang Ren's company employees saw people in Federal Army uniforms several times, who, upon seeing them from a distance, removed the
roadblocks ahead of time. Jiang Ren only learned of this news when he woke up. He became even more curious about the client's identity. This is the black mist? As Jiang Ren got out of the car, he saw the dense black mist ahead. Taking a few steps forward, he extended his left hand into it, sensing nothing, then extended his right hand, feeling only a slight coolness. His beast's intuition gave no warning, meaning it was still relatively safe inside. Jiang Ren thought silently. Since coming to this world, due to his overwhelming strength, his beast's intuition had almost never given a warning. The only times it did were when he used his left arm. For this extermination, you just need to watch the car. Jiang Ren turned to the several employees behind him, who were pulling out forbidden weapons, and said, "Yes." These tall, sturdy employees immediately responded. Whenever they encountered a more dangerous species, Jiang Ren, as their boss, would have them stand by or do logistical support work. They naturally had no objections to this. Although they wanted money, choosing between monthly salaries and bonuses or direct death compensation was a very simple choice. "Let's go." Jiang Ren walked directly into the black mist. Seeing this, Don immediately stepped forward, intending to follow. "Wait." A large hand rested on his shoulder. Don's eyes turned cold, and the eye pattern on his left forearm glowed faintly. Just then, a backpack appeared beside him. The employee holding the backpack said, "Our boss usually needs to replenish a lot of energy. This is full of high-calorie chocolate.
Since you're going in with the boss, please take it with you.
Okay, that's fine.
Don immediately broke into a smile, turned around, took the backpack, and jogged into the black mist.
Inside the black mist,
nothing could be seen, no sound could be heard, and no smell could be detected.
Jiang Ren could only proceed by relying on the direction he entered from.
After walking straight for more than 10 meters, the black mist in front of him gradually thinned. An abandoned town under a twilight sky appeared before them. Outside, the scorching sun hung high, enough to make one sweat. But in the sky within this black mist, it was as gloomy and dark as blood, and the temperature was as cold as winter.
Combined with the surrounding decades-old, dilapidated, and deserted town buildings, it was like a classic horror movie scene.
If they filmed a horror movie here, they wouldn't even need to spend money on set design.
Jiang Ren sighed inwardly.
If he weren't uninterested in the director profession, he might have even considered discussing it with this danger species, asking it to let him
shoot a movie first before he killed it. It's so cold, Jiang, have you found the aura of the danger species?
Don also emerged from the black mist, rubbing his arms and looking around fearfully. Jiang Ren was about to shake his head when he heard a sound.
Dong. 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 The sound grew louder and lasted longer with each chime.
Don said, "It's the clock tower chiming." Jiang Ren said nothing, only silently looked in the direction of the sound, towards the center of the town.
In this abandoned town, filled with low-rise buildings, the much taller clock tower was easy to find. Fat and thin combination.
In the center of the town stood a clock tower, 3 or 4 stories high. This area should have been quiet and peaceful, but at this moment, a group of ragged men and women, with acidic drool and purplish faces, were frantically banging on the stone walls and wooden doors of the clock tower. Top floor of the clock tower. A head cautiously peeked out, saw the crowd below, and immediately pulled back.
Jimmy, how is it? Have those zombies dispersed?
Several people immediately crowded around, asking. Although the sounds of banging and roaring from below continued to rise, they still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts. The slightly overweight white man named Jimmy shook his head. No, after those few chimes just now, not only did the zombies not disperse or decrease,
their number doubled.
There are at least 20, almost 30 zombies now. There were 6 men and 2 women on the top floor, and hearing his words, their expressions all darkened.
So many? Aren't the 8 of us doomed then? Not only that, listen to the sounds below.
Although the clock tower's door is still quite sturdy, I think it will soon be broken by those zombies, and then we will all become their food.
The bald, muscular black man holding a steel pipe couldn't help but curse. Damn it, don't we have any other options?
We do,
Jimmy said.
The bald man looked at him and said impolitely, then why aren't you saying it quickly?
We've been outside longer than expected.
If we can just hold on a little longer, those black poisonous mists will spread over, and then we can turn into zombies and blend in with the horde.
Below. Jimmy looked at the thick black mist covering the edge of the town and said calmly. What's the difference between becoming a zombie and dying?
No difference, but would you rather have zombies gnaw off your flesh piece by piece and die from excessive bleeding, or painlessly turn into a
zombie?
The people next to them exchanged glances and whispered, if we really have to die, we'll choose the second option.
At least the body will be intact. A bunch of spineless trash, can't you think of other ways?
The bald man couldn't help but wave the steel pipe in his hand.
With a bang.
A soft sound came from where the steel pipe touched the wall.
Hearing the angry curses, several people wanted to get angry.
But after seeing the bald man's muscular physique and the sturdy steel pipe, they all turned their heads away. Jimmy glanced at him and muttered a few words, if it weren't for you dragging us along the way, insisting on searching those damned rooms for supplies, we'd be back at the church by now.
Fatty, are you blaming me?
The bald man glared fiercely at Jimmy, constantly gesturing with the steel pipe in his hand.
How dare I blame you? Jimmy gave a scornful sneer.
Normally, he would never dare to provoke the bald, muscular man, who was the strongest fighter in the team.
But now, they were about to die, and it was because of him. What was there left to be afraid of saying? Dead fatty, I'm going to make you bleed right now.
The bald man gripped the steel pipe and charged towards Jimmy. Suddenly, a graceful figure blocked his way. This was a beautiful young girl with golden, slightly curly long hair, exquisite and perfect facial features, and delicate, fair skin.
She was like an unripe but already alluring green apple.
Taylor, this doesn't concern you.
Get out of the way.
Seeing it was the girl, the bald man immediately stopped, suppressing his anger. Taylor stubbornly shook her head, then said, Jimmy didn't do anything wrong, and what he said is true. But if we're talking about whose responsibility it is that we're trapped here, it must be mine. Kennedy, I know the reason you wanted to go to those houses to collect supplies was to find a mirror for me, so this is actually my fault. No matter how much you hate, please direct it all at me. When she spoke the latter half of the sentence, her gaze swept over the other few people, and tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes.
Miss Taylor, you are too kind. No, how can this be your fault?
Miss Taylor, you didn't know about this matter, you are innocent.
Seeing this scene, several men immediately spoke up.
Jimmy looked at this group of people, who were still fawning even on the verge of death, and immediately showed a disdainful look. Then he leaned his head over the railing and looked into the distance. As a dying man, he had already moved beyond the low-level pleasure of fawning. Now, he only wanted to carefully observe the scenery of this small town, even though it hadn't changed at all in the 2 weeks since he arrived.
Someone?
Seeing two figures walking towards them from afar, hope immediately rose in Jimmy's heart.
Someone? What someone?
The others also heard his voice.
Outside, I see people coming this way.
Jimmy's expression was a little excited as he pointed in that direction and said, 2 people, a tall fat man and a short thin man.
Is this strange combination new arrivals? Everyone leaned out to look.
In the dim light of dusk, they also saw the tall fat man and the short thin man Jimmy had mentioned.
But somehow, they just felt that the two of them were a bit off.
Only 2 people, and they don't look like they're carrying guns.
What good will that do? Yeah, I bet as soon as they get close and see the zombies downstairs, they'll run away far.
Let's just wait to die, we're beyond saving.
Just as everyone was sighing and even Jimmy had slumped to the ground, the bald man, however, smiled. I think, perhaps I have a solution.
Kennedy said indifferently, and only when he saw Taylor also looking at him with hopeful eyes did he speak, we can wait until those 2 get closer. Then throw some things to shift the zombies' attention to them.
That way, we can escape. Jimmy's eyes lit up, this is a good method. Just throwing things definitely won't lure those zombies away, but if there are other people as bait, it will definitely lure them all away. Quickly, look for anything nearby that we can throw, something that can be thrown far and makes a loud noise when it drops. Hurry, whether we live or die depends on this.
The others immediately smiled and nervously searched the surrounding ground for detachable objects.
Taylor's face was full of conflict. Wouldn't it be bad to do this?
Miss Taylor, this is the only way to save the 8 of us, and please believe me, the zombies aren't fast. Those 2 can completely shake off the zombies' pursuit.
Kennedy explained.
Seeing Taylor seemed to be considering his words, he took the opportunity to cast a harsh glance at her still youthful, beautiful body. Jimmy, who was monitoring the fat and thin duo approaching, heard the bald man's words and his face was full of contempt. Zombies weren't fast, but they weren't much slower than an adult running at full speed. To avoid being caught by zombies, or even to shake them off, they could only run with all their might.
But how long could a person keep running at full capacity?
And zombies were a group of powerful monsters that had lost their minds, knew no fatigue, and felt no pain. Moreover, those 2 were new and unfamiliar with the town's layout, so they would definitely be caught by the zombies in the end and become their
food. Don't try to use a woman to get rid of the balance. What a coincidence.
With his superhuman vision, Jiang Ren saw the person peeking out from the top floor of the bell tower from afar, as well as the group of lifeless
people below the bell tower. Upon hearing him, Don immediately asked, Jiang, did you see someone?
On top of the bell tower, a Caucasian male, and a few other people nearby. Jiang Ren stated what he had seen.
Don's spirits immediately lifted. Jiang, let's go faster. Maybe my client's family member is there. You still haven't told me if the person my client wants me to take out is male or female? Old or young? A normal person? Or a pervert? Jiang Ren was not in a hurry. Don had not told him these details until now.
Don quickly said, Jiang, please stop your guessing. She is a very beautiful young lady. A 5 or 6-year-old can be called a young lady, and a 50 or 60-year-old can also be called a young lady.
So, which age group of young lady are you referring to? 16.
Believe me, Jiang, she truly is a very beautiful young lady. Even movie stars would become mere background foliage in her presence.
And then what? What does her beauty have to do with me? Doesn't it?
Jiang Ren said firmly, I warn you, Don, no matter what your employer told you, don't even think about using a woman to waive the final payment.
That's impossible.
It wasn't that he wasn't interested in women, but rather, compared to women without emotion, he preferred things that could bring him practical use.
Like money.
After all, eating requires money, training requires money, and maintaining the company's operation also requires money. It goes without saying which is more important, money or women.
Don't worry, not a single cent of your final payment will be missing.
Don said, then added, provided you don't overcharge. Just then, he suddenly stopped, looking nervously ahead. Jiang, are those people? Next to the bell tower ahead, a group of people covered in filth and blood were assaulting the bell tower's main door.
Again and again.
Many of the people had broken bones and were covered in blood, but they seemed oblivious, continuing to firmly ram the door.
Biologically speaking, they are still human, just not living humans. Jiang Ren smiled, then suddenly paused. In mid-air,
a steel pipe, as long as an adult's arm, spun out from the top of the bell tower, aimed directly at him.
Thud.
Jiang Ren raised his hand and easily caught the steel pipe, then looked up at the top of the bell tower. There, a bald, dark-skinned man still held his arm in a throwing pose, looking over with surprise. A bell was tied to the steel pipe. In this silent town, the sound of the bell was faint, but it was enough for the living corpses to hear. Because of this, the living corpses' attention was no longer on the precarious bell tower door. They all turned and rushed towards Jiang Ren and Don.
Jiang, they're coming.
Seeing that Jiang Ren's attention was not on the living corpses, Don felt a bit anxious.
Don't worry, I'll protect you until I get the final payment. Jiang Ren's expression was calm.
From the force with which these living corpses had been ramming the door and their current running speed, it was clear that their physical strength
had not increased, and might even have weakened. Even an ordinary person with a suitable weapon could easily deal with them. Here, take them back.
Jiang Ren casually threw the steel pipe back the way it came.
In less than 2 seconds,
the steel pipe cut through dozens of meters in the air, grazed past Kennedy's ear, made a dent in the pillar in the middle, and then flew out of the
bell tower, disappearing from sight.
Kennedy was stunned for a moment, then looked back at the few people behind him, realizing they were all looking at him in horror. Following their gaze, he raised a hand to touch his left ear. It was bloody, and half of his ear was gone. Several heavy objects hit the ground one after another. Jimmy and the other men were somewhat relieved by their choice. Seeing that Kennedy's steel pipe had worked, they had not thrown their own tools.
Kennedy, are you all right?
Taylor was a little worried and offered him a handkerchief. But Kennedy seemed to have lost consciousness, showing no reaction, standing blankly in place, touching his bleeding ear.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Hearing continuous gunshots outside, the remaining few quickly peeked out. They saw that the living corpses, fearless of pain and death, were as fragile as infants before the tall fat man in the long black trench coat and
his 2 pistols. Heads exploded one after another.
Until the last living corpse died, not a single one managed to get within 5 steps of him.
Are we saved?
Jimmy turned his head and looked at the others beside him.
Bang! Jiang Ren arrived below the bell tower and shot the lock off the main door. He holstered his 2 pistols back into the holsters on his thighs, casually took out a bar of chocolate to replenish his energy, and gestured to Doan. "Get everyone down." "Ah, what did you say?" Doan seemed a little dazed, as if he had been thinking about something just now. Jiang Ren didn't mind and repeated himself. "I'll go right away." Doan nodded, pulled out a pistol, and entered the bell tower. As soon as he entered the stairwell, out of Jiang Ren's sight, his pace slowed down. Truly enviable. Doan lightly stroked the single eye pattern on his left forearm, recalling Jiang Ren's combat earlier, then continued to walk quickly upstairs. He quickly brought everyone down. Looking at the 6 men and 1 woman standing rigidly beside him, and a blonde girl whom Doan was fussing over separately, Jiang Ren raised an eyebrow. "Is she the client's family member?" "That's right. This is Ms. Taylor, and this is Mr. Jiang, who came specifically to rescue you." Doan introduced Jiang Ren and Taylor to each other. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, thank you for coming to save me." Taylor extended her fair, delicate hand and looked prettily at Jiang Ren. "Hello." Jiang Ren also extended his hand. 1 large and 1 small hand clasped together, like an adult holding an infant's hand, completely not on the same level. Kennedy had already recovered from his dazed state. Besides the anger of losing half an ear, he felt more fear. Looking at the 2 men talking to Taylor in front, he didn't dare to say a word. A tall fat man? A short skinny man? Who was the blind person who said that? The tall fat man was a monster over 2 meters tall, with muscles even more exaggerated than those of movie superheroes. Although the short skinny man wasn't as strong as himself, it was clear he had signs of training, and his height was similar to his own. Kennedy's heart was filled with hatred. How blind would one have to be to see these 2 as a tall fat man and a short skinny man? Oh no! Time's up. If we don't go to the church now, it'll be too late. As the instigator, Jimmy, seeing the mist swirling above the edge of the town, quickly shouted. Omniscient God! What's too late? Upon hearing Jimmy's voice, Dawn asked, puzzled. Jimmy pointed at the rolling black mist in the distance and said nervously, "Those black mists will spread throughout the entire area every other day. And once we come into contact with them, we'll turn into those irrational living corpses from before." Black mist? Jiang Ren looked around and saw that the black mists, which had originally been quietly suspended, were now churning like boiling water, becoming increasingly violent. Moreover, he faintly sensed a weak energy fluctuation within them. Are you sure? Why was I fine when I came in? Dawn didn't believe Jimmy's words. At this moment, Taylor spoke, "I can vouch for this. In the more than a week I've been here, everyone who has touched the black mist has turned into a living corpse, without exception. Only the church can resist the intrusion of these black mists. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Jimmy was flustered, but under the oppressive aura of Jiang Ren's tall physique, he didn't even dare to move, only looking at him pitifully. The others also looked at Jiang Ren, their faces full of pleading. Jiang Ren said indifferently, "Then what are you standing around for? Lead the way." Although he really wanted to test the quality of the black mist and whether it was related to the dangerous species in this town. But now that he had found the client's family, the top priority was to protect her, prevent any accidents, and avoid giving the client an excuse not to pay the final balance. The group rushed towards the church in a hurry. The rolling black mist around them suddenly became still. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the black mist spread rapidly from all directions into the town. Building after building was enveloped. Street after street was swallowed. Jiang Ren and the others also saw the church at this moment. It was a building more than 2 stories high. Through the slightly open double doors, one could see part of the interior layout and seating, which could accommodate at least 100 worshippers simultaneously. In this small town, this church seemed a bit too large. The spread of the black mist was much faster than their running speed. Watching the black mist draw closer and closer,
Kennedy, who was at the very front, was the first to run into the church. The others were only about 10 to 20 meters away from the church doors. Only Jimmy and Taylor lagged behind. As for Jiang Ren and Dawn, although they were behind these two, with their abilities, they could have been the first two to enter the church. The reason they stayed was for Taylor.
It's over, I'm dead," Jimmy wailed in his heart.
With his untrained body, even if he pushed himself to the limit, he was only 2 or 3 body lengths faster than the physically weak Taylor. Given the speed at which the surrounding black mist was spreading, he probably wouldn't even reach the door.
"It's too late. I'll carry you and run."
Don glanced at the surrounding black mist, gritted his teeth, and extended a hand towards Taylor. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hand reached out, he found Taylor being picked up by someone.
"Hurry up!"
Jiang Ren directly carried Taylor on his shoulder, then casually picked up the panting Dawn beside him, and rushed towards the church doors. Finding herself being carried on his shoulder, Taylor's face flushed, and she shyly lowered her head. Jimmy instinctively flailed his limbs, then realized he was being carried by Jiang Ren towards the church, and was so moved he wanted to cry. Seeing this, Dawn immediately ran at full speed.
But he still remained 1 body length behind Jiang Ren. "If I close the door now..."
Kennedy, who had entered the church first, leaned on his knees and took a few gasps of air. He looked up and saw Jiang Ren, who was carrying one person and holding another, running wildly outside. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Given the speed of the black mist spread, if he could block him outside the door for 3 to 5 seconds, this muscle monster who had knocked off half his ear would turn into a living corpse.
Thinking of this, Kennedy involuntarily took a step towards the door. But very quickly, he changed his mind and stepped back.
This was not because he had a change of heart, but because he knew that with his strength alone, he could at most close one door in this short time. Although he could ask the few people who had just rushed in to close the other door. But even though they were afraid of him, they might not necessarily listen to him. After all, if there was anyone who could lead everyone out of this cursed town, it was probably only that muscle monster. No one else could do it. Therefore, unless it was a matter of life and death, no one would give up a possible hope. It wasn't that they just inexplicably trusted the muscle monster just because they saw him.
Rather, the sense of security brought by the muscle monster's huge physique and calm demeanor was unmatched by anyone present. Jiang Ren and Dawn rushed into the church. The people guarding the 2 doors quickly closed and locked them. Buzz!
A strange sound came from outside the door, as if something was rapidly hitting the 2 doors, making them tremble violently.
It made people's hearts pound, fearing the door would be broken open. Fortunately, this trembling lasted only a few seconds before returning to calm. "Phew! We're safe."
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, either collapsing to the ground or leaning against the nearby seats. Only Jiang Ren walked down the central aisle to the middle of the church and looked at the statue of a god, over 3 meters tall, in front of him. The statue had a gray texture, as if it were carved from a single piece of stone. The statue stood on a pedestal, with its hands at its sides, palms forward. Its face was very blurry, with only a clear and huge eye in the place where the eyes should be. Jiang Ren looked left and right, and found a dusty, worn black leather book under one of the seats. The book's cover was tattered, and only a faint outline of an eye could be seen. Jiang Ren opened the book and found that the text inside was an ancient script that had been obsolete for hundreds of years, completely
incomprehensible. "Jiang, do you want to know what's written in the book?"
Taylor's gentle voice sounded beside him.
Jiang Ren looked at the girl and handed her the book. "You can read it? If all goes well, I'll be majoring in ancient languages at Manhwa University in a month. Although I haven't officially enrolled yet, I usually read some related materials."
Taylor took the black leather book, tucked a few unruly strands of hair behind her ear, and gave him a sweet smile.
Jiang Ren ignored the smile and said directly, "That's good.
Miss Taylor, as you know, our current situation is very dangerous. If, as you said, after entering, we turn into living corpses as soon as we touch the black mist again, then it will be quite difficult for me to take
you out.
This book might provide us with some help.
Leave it to me." Taylor opened the book and earnestly looked at the text inside.
Several minutes later, she rubbed her eyes and said, "Many words in the book are illegible, but the remaining words can still piece together some content, such as this church being dedicated to a deity named the God of Omniscience."
Jiang Ren, God of Omniscience?
Taylor explained, the book records that the God of Omniscience can see the essence of all things and the past and future.
Everything is under his control. Time is almost up.
Dawn glanced at Jiang Ren, who was talking to Taylor, then looked up at the glass skylight at the top of the church.
Colorful triangular glass pieces formed many abstract patterns.
Among them, the pattern that almost covered the entire church was a 5-pointed star array, with a large, ominous eye within the array.
God falls. Dawn walked down the central aisle of the church. His gaze passed through Jiang Ren and Taylor in the middle, and with a fervent expression, he looked at the stone idol at the end, then pulled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a single-eyed pattern on his forearm, and immediately cut his left wrist with a knife in his right hand. Crimson blood slowly flowed out. Seeing this scene, Jimmy Kennedy and the others, who were resting nearby, immediately thought, "This person is crazy, he's slitting his wrists to commit suicide." Great Azathoth, chaotic Azathoth. Dawn raised his bleeding left hand high, and chanted devoutly and powerfully, "Disorderly primal chaos, gives birth to the orderly three gods." The fresh blood flowing from his wrist stained the faint single-eyed pattern a blood-red color. "Dawn, what are you doing?"
Jiang Ren, who had been quietly listening to Taylor's explanation, turned his head and saw the clearly abnormal fanaticism on Dawn's face, and his brows furrowed slightly.
Has it finally begun? Contrary to the expression on his face, Jiang Ren's heart was calm. "Dawn, what's wrong with you?"
Taylor also asked worriedly when he saw the situation.
"The silver key to the root of all things. The black goat that nurtures life. The messenger of the chaotic nucleus."
Dawn completely ignored Jiang Ren and Taylor, not even looking at them once. His gaze remained fixed on the single-eyed idol, and he chanted words of unknown meaning.
Thud.
Jiang Ren's leg muscles instantly exerted force, and in the blink of an eye, he crossed more than 10 meters, arriving in front of Dawn. He grabbed his neck with his left hand, lifted him high, and coldly said, "Dawn, has no one taught you basic manners?
Answer me, what are you doing?"
Dawn's face turned red from being choked, but he still firmly held up his left hand and struggled to utter, "Oh, praise
all." "No." Jiang Ren threw Dawn forward. Bang!
Dawn's back hit the hard ground with a heavy thud, a mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth, and his head tilted as he fainted.
Is this an internal conflict? Kennedy blinked in confusion.
He couldn't understand why these two had been fine just now, then one suddenly slit his wrists, and the other choked the first person and threw him to
the ground.
In a trance, he remembered those who had turned into living corpses.
These two couldn't have come into contact with something strange and gone crazy, could they? That's it?
Jiang Ren looked at the unconscious Dawn, a little speechless. Although he had long felt that Dawn was a little off, if he had gone to all this trouble to lure him here just to shed some blood and chant a few useless words, the cost would be too great, wouldn't it? "I remember your name is Jiang, right?" Behind him, Taylor's voice rang out. Jiang Ren didn't speak, just silently turned to look. At this moment, Taylor was completely different from before. Not only had her youthful and lively aura disappeared, but she was also filled with a mature and enchanting charm. It was as if, in this short period of time, her beautiful shell had changed owners. "I originally wanted to be friends with you before the ritual began, but since you dislike me, then forget it." Seeing Jiang Ren not speak, Taylor showed a wronged expression, and her fair little hand theatrically wiped her tearless eyes. "Interesting." Jiang Ren smiled and prepared to walk towards her. But just as he was about to lift his foot, he found a faint bloody light flashing across his body, like layers of seals, tightly locking his body, making it difficult even to move a finger. Taylor covered her mouth and chuckled, "Mr. Jiang, if I were you, I wouldn't make such a futile struggle." Ginny and the others were now too terrified to speak. Or rather, even if they wanted to speak, they couldn't. Their bodies seemed to be suppressed by an invisible weight, and they were all sprawled on the ground, unable to move, and even breathing was very
difficult. Don was the bait?
Jiang Ren recalled what had happened since entering the town, looked at Taylor's confident expression, and asked, "Who are you? What is your purpose?"
"Someone will explain these things to you very soon."
Taylor raised her hands and lightly clapped her palms together.
Dawn. The tightly locked church doors suddenly opened, revealing the dense black mist outside.
But strangely, the black mist did not surge into the church, it seemed to be blocked outside by something invisible.
Immediately, one by one, figures in black hooded robes slowly walked in.
The last person to enter pushed back their hood, revealing a head of white hair and a weathered face. "What a perfect vessel, my lord will surely be pleased."
The white-haired old man looked at Jiang Ren and nodded in satisfaction. "Can someone come out and explain to me what's going on?" Jiang Ren twisted his neck. Only his head and neck could move freely.
"Of course, Mr. Jiang, as the vessel of a god, you have the right to know this information before the god descends." The white-haired old man placed one hand on his chest, bowed politely to Jiang Ren, and then said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Frank Yekina, head of the Karita State branch of the Heavenly God Society, and I worship the greatest all-knowing, all-seeing God,
Hazamel. And you, Mr.
Jiang, you have been fortunate enough to be chosen by us to become the vessel for the all-knowing God to descend into our world."
At this point, Frank's face showed an expression that implied Jiang Ren was lucky.
Jiang Ren was a little speechless. "So, I should thank you all?"
"We accept your gratitude."
Frank didn't care about Jiang Ren's tone and ordered the surrounding black-robed figures and Taylor, "Begin the ritual, I can already feel the urgency."
Of the all-knowing God wanting to descend. Yes.
All the black-robed figures nodded, and even Taylor's playful expression had disappeared.
"Oh, praise the all-knowing. Oh, praise the all-seeing.
Oh, praise the unifier of all things, past, present, and future."
These people formed a circle around Jiang Ren, chanting in unison.
An invisible energy appeared in the church, growing increasingly dense.
"This is exciting." Jiang Ren's smile grew brighter.
He sensed the aura of a powerful and dangerous creature.
That was a delicious scent.
His left arm, which had been subtly trembling since entering the church, was now trembling with increasing intensity, and countless hungry thoughts
flooded his mind. "Not yet, it will scare it away."
Jiang Ren whispered, not knowing if his left arm understood, but the trembling indeed decreased significantly, though the hunger only intensified.
"Oh, praise the all-knowing, all-seeing God Hazamel, who exists in all times and spaces."
After chanting this, Frank and the others all looked up at the glass ceiling with anticipation. The five-pointed star array on the glass ceiling emitted a bloody glow, and a giant eye filled with evil and chaos emerged from it.
Then, it slowly descended towards Jiang Ren.
As it descended, the eye also began to shrink, and by the time it was a few meters above Jiang Ren's head, it was only slightly larger than an adult's
fist. But the aura of evil and chaos became even more intense and powerful. Juicy God. Inside the church,
almost everyone, except for Frank and others standing against the wall, was affected by that eye. They groaned in pain, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, blood flowing from their eyes, noses, mouths, and ears, their minds on the verge of
collapse. So beautiful, so fragrant.
Jiang Ren seemed unfazed, calmly raising his head to look at the bloody single eye slowly descending towards him, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. This bloody single eye, which ordinary people couldn't approach or look directly at, was like a perfectly cooked meal, with excellent color, aroma, and taste, to him. Now, he had seen and smelled the color and aroma, only the taste remained.
Soon, I can discard this aged body and replace it with a young, vibrant one.
Frank, who was prostrating himself, waiting for the descent ritual to complete, was filled with excitement. In this materialistic era, it was almost impossible to find a completely pure believer, and he was no exception. Moreover, a life winner like him, at the top of the pyramid, would not wholeheartedly believe in a god unless faith brought him more benefits, such as
longevity, which money couldn't buy. But everything was finite.
Although the deity promised to bestow longevity upon believers after descending, the amount and to how many people depended on their contributions. This was why Frank, even while hiding it from the main branch of the pantheon, insisted on the all-knowing God's descent.
Only then could his personal interests be maximized.
And helpers, including Taylor, chose to follow him because they were dissatisfied with the distribution of benefits from the main branch.
Just a little more, bear with it. Jiang Ren suppressed his increasingly frantic appetite. At this distance, he wasn't absolutely confident he could grab the bloody single eye. Facing the fearless gaze of the vessel below, a human-like hint of confusion flashed in the bloody single eye. But having finally found a satisfactory vessel, and with the descent only one last step away, coupled with its confidence in its own power, it didn't think too deeply about it. Plop!
Just as the bloody single eye touched Jiang Ren's head, he extended his left hand.
Got you! In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ren held the bloody single eye in his palm, a smile appearing on his face.
Lord Hosel, I am your devout bell. Hearing the sound, Frank excitedly raised his head. But the scene before him instantly shattered his illusion.
The deity he believed to be omniscient and omnipotent was now firmly grasped in the chosen vessel's hand, unable to break free.
The other black-robed figures also looked up. Seeing their god held in Jiang Ren's hand, a series of complex emotions, doubt, anger, and terror, surged within them.
Damn blasphemer, release the all-knowing god! Impossible, this must be fake, I must be hallucinating. A conspiracy, this must be a conspiracy by the main branch. Some scolded Jiang Ren, some doubted themselves, and some even thought Jiang Ren was a countermeasure specially set up by the main branch's powerful figures after discovering their secret plot. Plop! From the moment it was grasped by Jiang Ren, the bloody single eye began to pulsate like a heart. Countless dark red blood mists surged from its body, rapidly covering Jiang Ren's skin and entering his body. Disease, weakness, aging, 3 types of energy.
Not to mention humans, even a level 4 dangerous species would probably have to abandon half its body to escape if it accidentally touched these
energies. A single mistake could lead to death.
Jiang Ren looked at the bloody single eye in his palm and said with a smile, "Too bad, it's useless against me." After these blood mists entered his body, they were like the dangerous species cores he had previously devoured. Most of the energy was absorbed by his left arm, while a smaller portion became nutrients to nourish other parts of his body.
What you said earlier was quite right, I really should thank you. Thank you for giving me a feast.
Jiang Ren thanked Frank, who was slumped on the ground, then directly stuffed the half-this-sized single eye into his mouth, biting down hard with his
upper and lower jaws. As a strange sound echoed, juices burst in his mouth. Tender and juicy. A taste too complex to describe flowed between his lips and teeth.
As the shattered eyeball and juices were swallowed, every cell in his body began to cheer, and his heart let out a massive thumping sound. In a trance, Jiang Ren heard a painful scream from within his body.
How dare he do this? Frank was filled with regret. His seemingly perfect plan was flawed from its very source. The perfect vessel, chosen after half a year of investigation, was actually a monster that hid its strength and could even blaspheme a god. At this moment, he no longer cared that years of preparation had gone to waste. He turned and ran towards the door. He didn't believe that such a monster, one that dared to scheme against and even devour a god, would let him, the mastermind, go. While running, Frank also pulled out a piece of parchment and tore it directly. The parchment, split into 2, emitted a faint glow before quickly dissipating. Mr. Frank, would you give me the opportunity to host you?
Jiang Ren said with a smile. Just as he was about to chase and capture the other party, he felt a malicious wind coming from behind him.
Bang!
Jiang Ren's right hand was like a steel whip, striking hard behind him. The attacker was sent flying backward, crashing into the stone statue behind, creating cracks on the wall, before slowly falling to the ground.
This was a monster, neither fully human nor fully something else.
It had a human shape, but its surface was covered with dozens of tentacles, 2 to 3 meters long.
Dorn? Jiang Ren noticed that the monster's blood-stained face looked somewhat familiar.
He immediately looked towards where Dorn had fainted, but only a pool of blood remained. In other words, this monster in front of him was Dorn. As expected of someone who can summon powerful dangerous species. Jiang Ren smiled, unfazed. Among the people present, he would let go of anyone but Frank. It wasn't because the other party was some mastermind, but because he was very interested in the pantheon mentioned by Frank. If a branch could summon a powerful dangerous species like the bloody single eye, then how powerful could the dangerous species summoned by the main branch be? He figured that Frank, as the branch president, must know a lot about the main branch and certainly wouldn't refuse to help him unravel this mystery. Hiss. Dorn made a snake-like sound, crawled up from the ground, and lunged at Jiang Ren again. Although the previous attack had temporarily incapacitated him, it was clearly not enough to cause fatal damage to him now that he had turned into a monster. At the same time, more than a dozen similar tentacled monsters around him also pounced. Those were Taylor and the dozen or so black-robed figures. Clearly, they had also been abandoned by Frank and turned into tools to delay Jiang Ren.
You think you can just run away? Jiang Ren paid no attention to these tentacled monsters, whose strength, speed, and all other attributes were inferior to his. He started to rush out of the church, intending to catch Frank first. But after taking just 2 steps, his expression suddenly changed. Taking advantage of Jiang Ren's momentary pause, the tentacled monsters fiercely pounced on him, engulfing him in an instant. 1 billion flies. The tentacle monsters were piled on top of each other, forming a small hill about 3 or 4 meters high. The tentacles, which had been flying in mid-air, fell one after another, piercing into the center through the gaps in their bodies. Faintly, blood could be seen seeping from the edges. Thump! Thump!
Suddenly, a thunderous heart-beating sound came from inside the small hill. Each time it pulsed, the faces of these tentacle monsters became more ferocious, and the tentacles on their bodies rapidly stabbed towards the source
of the sound.
Tens of seconds later, the heartbeat abruptly stopped.
Boom!
With a loud bang, the outer tentacle monsters directly disintegrated into a pile of scattered flesh, while the inner tentacle monsters turned into a
thick blood mist that dispersed into the air.
Within the blood mist stood a tall figure.
It was Jiang Ren.
At this moment, he was shirtless, his skin and hair were completely blood-red, and his muscles bulged high, even more exaggerated than usual. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, his blood-red hair curled upwards, moving without wind, his eyes glowed with a crimson light, and his left arm was covered in dark red scales, making him look like a demon god. If he was usually considered a muscular monster in the eyes of outsiders, then now, he was a complete and utter monster.
He escaped?
Jiang Ren looked outside through the church doors. He could feel that Frank was no longer in this abandoned town. Moreover, the other parties seemed to have used some method, as his aura completely vanished in the middle, making it impossible for Jiang Ren to pursue
him now.
Earlier, he had been confident he could catch Frank, but the energy contained within that bloody single eye exceeded his imagination. During the process of his left arm absorbing energy and feeding it back to his body strength increased too rapidly, causing him to lose some
control.
Simply put, it was too much of a boost and he needed to slow down.
I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Jiang Ren shook his head.
If the bloody single eye hadn't been so potent, he might have already caught Frank and perhaps been interrogating him about the heavenly god societies
information.
But precisely because the bloody single eye was so potent, his body was significantly strengthened again, and he could even now sense if there were
other people in this town through the arrangements left by the bloody single eye. Jiang Ren looked again at the already dilapidated church.
All the survivors he had rescued from the living corpses were dead.
He didn't know if they died during the descent ritual or in the subsequent battle.
Hiss. White, steam-like gas emanated from Jiang Ren's pores, and his entire body quickly returned to its original appearance.
Although this demon god form was powerful, it consumed a lot of energy.
If it lasted too long, he would have to heavily rely on the energy from his left arm, and then his beastly intuition would likely give him a warning.
Again. What is this?
Jiang Ren noticed 2 torn pieces of paper scattered outside the church door and went to pick them up. The paper was made of parchment, and from its color and feel, it had at least 10 years of history. When the 2 pieces of paper were put together, one side was smooth and flat with no pattern, while the other side faintly showed a translucent,
heart-like pattern.
From this parchment, Jiang Ren felt a faint energy, somewhat similar to the bloody single eyes energy, yet with many differences. It seemed that the entity that bestowed energy upon this parchment was even more powerful.
Was it through this paper that they turned Duan and the others into tentacle monsters? Jiang Ren carefully put the paper away. Even though it had no use now, who knew what might happen later?
Given his current inappropriate appearance, he searched the houses around the church and managed to find a piece of tattered cloth that was long and
wide enough to cover his lower body and was relatively clean. Not bad.
Jiang Ren tied the cloth around his waist, twisted his hips, and nodded with satisfaction. Aside from feeling a bit too cool in his lower body, he didn't feel any other discomfort, so he walked out of the town along the path he had come in.
Did I forget something? Halfway there, Jiang Ren frowned slightly, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn it, my 100 million is gone.
The people who hired him to come to this town were undoubtedly the black-robed individuals who claimed to be members of the Heavenly God Society's
branch.
But now, all the black-robed people were dead in the church, and the only one who escaped surely wouldn't dare to appear before him. In other words, he wouldn't be able to collect the remaining payment of at least 100 million federal credits.
What a loss, what a loss.
Beside the silver truck outside the town, several armed employees looked at Jiang Ren, who was walking towards them, muttering about his losses.
They exchanged glances, wondering what was wrong with their boss.
Especially with Jiang Ren's appearance, wearing only a piece of cloth around his waist, 2 sharp-eyed individuals silently looked away, sighing
deeply.
They silently chanted that humans and monsters were not the same species, and there was nothing to compare. One of them opened his mouth to say something but quickly closed it as the person next to him silently shook his head. Soon after Jiang Ren entered the black mist, they were surrounded by 3 federal special forces teams. If it weren't for their work, which kept them highly alert to their surroundings most of the time, they probably would have been sniped before the
distance even closed.
However, although they detected the enemy in time, they only managed to hide in the car. Then they were surrounded by the rocket launchers, bombs, and other weapons brought by the 3 teams. Just when it seemed they would have to fight for their lives, those people actually left.
The silver truck started moving.
Jiang Ren had already put on his spare clothes and was lying in the seat, resting with his eyes closed. Just then, a pleasant ringing sound came. An employee took out a phone from a nearby box and respectfully handed it to Jiang Ren, who was lost in thought. "Boss, your brother's call."
Jiang Ren snapped back to reality and pressed the green answer button.
As soon as the call connected, Jiang Ren's younger brother, Richard, who shared the same parents, spoke with a trembling, anxious voice. "Brother,
save me. Don't panic, tell me where you are first."
Hearing the slightly trembling voice on the other end, Jiang Ren immediately interrupted him.
"I'm in."
Before Richard could finish his sentence, the call was instantly disconnected.
Seeing this, Jiang Ren clicked redial.
Because of his left arm, his relationship with his parents in this world was not good, even quite poor. However, he maintained a decent relationship with his younger brother, who was born a few years after him. Although in recent years, due to his brother entering his rebellious phase, he rarely met or spoke with his dominant older brother, and their relationship had faded quite a bit. But even if the relationship was distant, with that bit of blood relation, Jiang Ren couldn't pretend not to see his brother's predicament.
"In 10 minutes, I want to know Richard's exact location."
Seeing that the call wouldn't go through, Jiang Ren immediately gave the order.
The big men nodded seriously.
They rarely saw their boss display such an expression, but when he did, it meant someone was about to have a bad time.
Dajiba and bean sprouts. At the 8-minute mark, Richard's exact location appeared before Jiang Ren. "You mean, Richard is fine and is currently at the police station with his classmates?"
Jiang Ren looked at Tennyson, the company's chief information officer, feeling a surge of anger with nowhere to vent. Tennyson adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and nodded, saying, "Yes, Richard and his classmates are at the police station not because they committed a crime, but because they went there voluntarily. Also, I've contacted that police station, and I'm sure Richard will call you very soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ren's phone rang.
It showed an unknown number.
As soon as he answered, a familiar voice came from the other end. "Brother, it's Richard. I'm sorry about earlier, I didn't mean to hang up on you, but my phone ran out of battery."
"Tell me, why are you at the police station? And why did you ask me to save you?" Jiang Ren's tone was very flat.
If Richard was joking with him, he would make sure his brother remembered the feeling of being bedridden for several months, years ago.
"Brother, you might not believe me."
Richard's voice trembled slightly. "I think I might have encountered a ghost, like the kind from supernatural horror movies."
"How can there be ghosts in the world? Are you under too much study pressure lately?"
Jiang Ren looked at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window and said casually, "How about this? I'll have someone help you take a few days off.
And I'll take you out to have some fun and relax."
If there were ghosts in this world, they would definitely be dangerous species. However, the number of dangerous species is extremely rare, and those with greater danger would be subject to regional lockdown by the federal government or cleared by hired individuals, so many ordinary people might never encounter a single dangerous species in their lifetime. Furthermore, Richard is just an ordinary person and is unaware of the existence of dangerous species. The ghost he speaks of might just be his own mental weakness, leading him to be paranoid after being infiltrated by the energy overflowing from a
dangerous species. This must be true.
Unexpectedly, Richard's voice suddenly became agitated. "Ever since I played that game 3 days ago, 3 of my classmates who were there have died.
One after another. Now it's just me and Henry left." "Game? 3 classmates died?" Jiang Ren slightly perked up and said, "Okay, you stay at the police station and don't go anywhere. I'll be there in 2 to 3 hours.
Without waiting for Richard's reply, he hung up the phone and said to Tennyson, "Go directly to the airport. We'll take a helicopter to Richard's location. Immediately apply to air traffic control for flight airspace and a flight plan." Since the company sometimes receives urgent clearing missions, they had purchased 2 helicopters for short to medium distance travel between cities. On this trip, 1 helicopter had also been transferred to the airport in this city.
A time of trouble indeed.
Jiang Ren casually tore open a chocolate bar wrapper and swallowed it whole. Whether Richard's situation was due to mental exhaustion or a dangerous species at play was still unknown. But one crisis, he feared, would soon arrive. While his subordinates were locating Richard, Jiang Ren had used his phone to search for information on Frank, the president of that heavenly god
society branch.
He found that Frank was a shareholder in several Fortune Global 500 companies. It could be said that Frank was a major capitalist standing at the pinnacle of wealth in the Federation, and even the world.
Such a major capitalist was only a branch president, so how strong would the main heavenly god society be, and would they retaliate against him?
If they retaliated with dangerous species, that would be exactly what Jiang Ren wanted. He would devour them one by one. But if they used overt forces, dispatching police and military, and employing various highly destructive weapons for retaliation, then that would be a
headache. Time passed minute by minute. Due to the unique nature of the Devil Cleaning Company, and having dealt with the government multiple times, the flight route application was quickly approved. Arriving at the airport, Jiang Ren and several employees boarded the newly started helicopter. The helicopter quickly took off, flying towards the neighboring city. 2 hours later, they successfully arrived at the police station where Richard was located. "Mr.
Jiang, Richard doesn't seem to like places with few people, so we've let him and his classmate rest in the staff office."
A police chief led Jiang Ren to the staff office.
Among a group of staff members who were drinking afternoon tea, occasionally typing on keyboards, and waiting for work to end, 2 teenagers sitting in a corner were very conspicuous. The one with short hair was Richard, and the one with long hair should be his classmate, Henry.
Jiang Ren looked around and saw that the interrogation room nearby was unused, so he said, "May I borrow your interrogation room?" "No problem, mister. Jiang, you can use it for as long as you like." The police chief readily agreed. Although he didn't know Jiang Ren's identity, the director had specifically instructed him not to be negligent. "Thank you."
Jiang Ren nodded slightly, then walked to the corner, patted the somewhat dazed Richard, and then walked towards the interrogation room without
looking back. "You two, follow me."
Although his tone was flat, it seemed to carry an unquestionable authority.
Richard recognized Jiang Ren immediately and quickly followed.
Henry, seeing this, also followed closely.
"Close the door, and sit."
Jiang Ren leaned against the wall, his arms crossed, and said to Richard and Henry who had just entered. In fact, he also wanted to sit down and talk. But the chairs in the interrogation room all had armrests, and with his physique, he simply couldn't fit into them.
Once the two were seated, Jiang Ren said indifferently, "Tell me, what's going on? Are you a detective too?"
Henry suddenly asked, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The Federation's pay and benefits for detectives are relatively low, so most of the detectives recruited are a mixed bag, but those who don't wear police uniforms like the one in front of him are very rare.
"He's not a detective, he's my brother." Richard cleared up his classmates' confusion.
Looking at Jiang Ren, who exuded a strong sense of oppression, his memory seemed to return to several years ago, when, due to his rebellious phase and the temptation of bad classmates, he often caused trouble at school and in society, and was then beaten by Jiang Ren to the point of being bedridden
for several months.
Since then, he had become estranged from this brother with whom he had originally had a decent relationship. Of course, he also cut ties with those bad classmates, as he certainly didn't want to experience being bedridden for several months again.
"Your brother?" Henry's gaze moved back and forth between Jiang Ren and Richard.
One was a powerful, intimidating muscle man, and the other was a scrawny beansprout.
How could these two be brothers? Could it be?
Richard seemed to guess his thoughts and added, "I'm very sure that my brother and I are from the same parents."
"All right."
Henry shrugged, then fell silent again. Richard's brother was very strong, but he didn't think that would be enough to deter a ghost.
Ouija board.
Seeing that his brother Jiang Ren seemed a little impatient, Richard quickly said, "The 3 classmates who played the Ouija board game with us in
the dormitory 3 days ago are all dead." Ouija board game?
Hearing this, Jiang Ren was a bit speechless. The Ouija board is a divination game, originating from ancient witchcraft, consisting of a flat wooden board and a planchette. The flat wooden board is marked with letters, numbers, and other symbols, while the planchette has a small transparent circle in the middle, used to point to the letters and numbers on the flat wooden board. The user places the planchette on the flat wooden board. Then, they place a finger on the planchette and, by asking questions to a ghost, allow the ghost to move the planchette to answer. This game is similar to the pen spirit or plate spirit games in Jiang Ren's main world. Playing such a summoning game in a normal world is already asking for trouble, but playing it in a supernatural world with dangerous species is purely
courting death.
However, the Ouija board has a history of over 30 years in the Federation, with total sales exceeding 10 million sets, and countless people have
used it.
Given such a large user base, even if a dangerous species truly kills through the Ouija board, the probability of being selected by playing this game is very low, no easier than winning a multi-million-dollar lottery.
Jiang Ren rubbed his eyes, then asked, "Are you sure the cause of death was due to the Ouija board game?" "We are very sure."
Henry eagerly interjected, as if recalling something, his face turning an abnormal pale white. "That day's Ouija board game, a classmate left temporarily because of an urgent matter, and then the 4 of us remaining felt it was boring, so we asked the Ouija board when that classmate
would die.
We just asked casually, not expecting the Ouija board to actually spell out his name, then the date of the next day, and then it successively spelled out the names of the remaining 4 of us and the dates from the 3rd to the 6th day. We got scared and didn't want to play anymore, and we didn't end the game according to the rules.
We just put away the Ouija board and went to sleep.
As he spoke, Henry's face was full of terror. As a result, the next day we received news that classmate was hit by a car and died on his way back to school. Then there was a second accidental death, and another one died this morning.
Tomorrow it will be my turn.
Richard's face was a bit bitter. The day after tomorrow is mine.
Jiang Ren didn't know what to say.
Even he, who didn't play Ouija board games, knew the taboos of such games. The two most important ones were not to ask questions related to death, and when wanting to end the game, to follow the proper procedure to send off the ghost. In fact, Jiang Ren even remembered watching many horror films of this type, where the main characters at the beginning would die and be wiped out
because they didn't follow these two rules.
One can only say that today's young people are more adventurous and seek death more than the last, making outstanding contributions to population
reduction.
Jiang Ren then asked him for the detailed course of events, and after confirming that nothing was missed, he fell into silent thought. The Ouija board spelled out names and death dates, and then the first 3 people died successively according to the dates, due to various
accidents, preliminarily ruling out human involvement. If it's not human, then it can only be a dangerous species.
There are many categories of dangerous species, but they can generally be divided into chaotic, spatial, and possessive types. Chaotic types usually refer to dangerous species with no fixed rules or regional restrictions. These are the hardest to eliminate. Spatial types refer to dangerous species confined to a specific area, like the haunted houses common in horror films. Possessive types are dangerous species that possess objects or people and transfer and kill with the possessed entity, like the toy house encountered
a few days ago.
A dangerous species that targets and kills people for 3 consecutive days certainly wouldn't be a chaotic type. The person who died today even ran to a neighboring city, so a spatial type is also unlikely.
That leaves only the possessive type. Thinking of this, Jiang Ren asked, "Where is the Ouija board you used to play the game?"
Richard was a bit puzzled, but still replied, "In the dormitory."
Richard's brother, do you believe us? At this moment, Henry couldn't help but ask.
In fact, after their third classmate died unexpectedly today, they, terrified, went directly to the police station to seek help. But facing the facts they presented, the detective responsible for recording simply didn't believe them and treated them as troublesome students.
Looking for trouble, almost resorting to physical force.
Jiang Ren glanced at him and said, "Whether I believe it or not is not important. What's important is that I will resolve this trouble." Without waiting for further questions, Jiang Ren asked for the detailed dormitory room number and the exact location of the Ouija board, then called
his subordinates to retrieve it.
Normally, people targeted by dangerous species would subconsciously avoid seeking help from others, and would even unconsciously run to secluded places, making it easier for the dangerous species to act. Such behavior as Richard and Henry, who had no resistance but still sought police help, is rare. This suggests that either this dangerous species has given up hunting them, or it is very confident in its own strength.
Jiang Ren thought to himself. Grumble.
A strange sound was heard.
Jiang Ren looked at the 2 men in front of him, gently covering their stomachs, and turned to walk out of the interrogation room. "Let's go, it's almost dinner time. I'll treat you to a meal."
The two hesitated for a moment and then quickly followed.
Although they both felt safer staying at the police station, given their unsuccessful attempt to report the incident earlier, if it weren't for Jiang
Ren's phone call, they would probably have been kicked out or confined to a solitary cell. Compared to these two outcomes, Jiang Ren's physique still seemed to give them a sense of security.
After dinner, it was already dark.
The 3 arrived at an executive suite in a nearby high-end hotel, where the Ouija board had already been delivered.
"This is... So it was you." The moment Jiang Ren saw the Ouija board, he sensed the dangerous species aura hidden within it. It was familiar beyond familiar. In his previous life, he died at the age of 18, and the dangerous species that killed him was this very one. Over the past few years, he had tried to find it, but without success. He never expected to encounter it by chance. Jiang Ren suppressed the excitement in his heart and carefully examined the Ouija board.
This board was not the dangerous species attachment, but its medium. The dangerous species, having left its corresponding aura on it, could move through the medium and curse nearby players.
It looks like it's not weak, but I wonder how it tastes.
Although he had just eaten a full meal, Jiang Ren now felt a new hunger. Since he had this medium, it would be much easier to lure out the dangerous species hidden behind it.
The time came to midnight.
In the living room of the executive suite, all the lights were off, with only a single candle lit on the table in the center.
The flat wooden board and planchette were placed nearby. Why did things turn out like this? Henry was on the verge of tears.
He had thought of many ways Richard's brother might deal with ghosts, but he never imagined that the other party would be so insane as to start
another Ouija board game and make him the questioner. And, these strange questions, are you sure the ghost won't kill us on the spot after hearing them?
Henry looked at the note on the other side of the candle, which had several questions written on it that he would need to ask the ghost.
Question: chicken and rabbit in the same cage. Respected Jiang, I think.
Henry wanted to struggle, even if he had to play this game. He didn't want to be the one asking questions.
Click. Jiang Ren said nothing, only cracking his knuckles.
Henry cast a pleading look at Richard beside him, but Richard, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. If Henry didn't go, he would have to, and he wasn't that foolish.
Then let's begin.
Under Jiang Ren's watchful eye, Henry gritted his teeth and was the first to place his finger on the planchette used for the séance. Jiang Ren and Richard also extended their fingers, and the ritual officially began. The candlelight flickered faintly. Most of their bodies were hidden in the darkness, with only the planchette and half an arm illuminated by the light source.
Wanderers in the human world, please heed my call.
Henry closed his eyes and stammered, "We are seekers of knowledge, we pray for your arrival to resolve our doubts and clear our obstacles." After waiting for more than 10 seconds, there was no change in their surroundings.
Henry opened his eyes and cautiously asked, "Have you arrived?" The planchette suddenly moved.
It slowly moved to a letter, paused for a moment, then moved to another letter, finally spelling out a few words.
"I am here."
Richard and Henry's heartbeats rapidly accelerated, feeling an urge to immediately get up and run out of the suite, but seeing Jiang Ren motionless
beside them, they barely managed to suppress the impulse. Henry, suppressing his fear, said, "Respected departed one, may I ask you a question?"
The planchette moved again.
"You may. There are many chickens and rabbits in the same cage. Counting from the top, there are 35 heads. Counting from the bottom, there are 94 feet. How many chickens and rabbits are there in the cage?" Henry bit the bullet and blurted out the question in one breath. Bang!
The half-open guest room door suddenly slammed shut, and a cool breeze inexplicably swept through the room. The planchette under their fingers began to shake uncontrollably. Jiang Ren remained calm. To avoid alerting the entity, he did not apply any force to his finger, allowing the planchette to move freely. He could feel more and more special auras appearing in the room.
Soon, the planchette stopped on the NO option. This question can't be answered? Then I'll ask another.
Henry made a bitter face and quickly said, "With 999 federal credits, you buy a total of 1,000 pears and apples.
Pears cost 11 federal credits for 9, and apples cost 4 federal credits for 7. How many pears and apples are there, and how much did each cost?" Buzz. The planchette shook again. If it was a slight tremor before, now it was a rapid, nearly flicking Henry and Richard's fingers off it. The wind that had disappeared returned, like the bitter cold wind of deep winter, chilling to the bone. Henry and Richard shivered from the cold, their jaws uncontrollably clenching, and white mist occasionally escaped their mouths. Finally, the cold wind vanished. The planchette stopped on NO again. "That's it? You can't do this?" Jiang Ren had prepared many math problems.
If this dangerous entity could answer one, Henry would skip the first few questions and ask the world-class mathematical conjectures at the very end.
In this world, for decades since those problems were proposed, countless mathematicians worldwide have continuously attempted to solve them, but to
this day, there has been no result. He had intended to see if this dangerous entity could solve world-class mathematical problems and contribute to basic science. Now, it seemed there was no hope.
Thump! Thump!
Seeing Henry too scared to speak, Jiang Ren tapped the table twice with his left hand.
You don't know? If you don't know, I'll ask another question.
Henry jolted and quickly said, a certain troop is training. When lined up in groups of 3, 1 soldier remains, in groups of 5, 2 remain, in groups of 7, 4 remain, and in groups of 13, 6 remain.
How many soldiers are there in this troop? The planchette vibrated violently.
It instantly flung off the 3 fingers covering it, then exploded with a loud bang into a pile of shattered fragments. Immediately, a strong gust of wind swept through the living room. It made Henry and Richard's scalps tingle, nearly knocking them to the ground.
This ghost is no good, its psychological resilience is so poor. Jiang Ren gently shook his head, looking regretful.
Many things can be achieved with enough effort, but mathematics is different. If you don't know it, you just don't, even for this dangerous entity.
That is at least level 3.
However, this dangerous entity truly wasn't up to par.
It was clearly unable to answer the questions itself, and no one here was laughing at it or criticizing it, yet it became so enraged that it wanted to manifest and kill them. This kind of behavior is a classic example of not being able to handle losing. At this moment, Henry and Richard clung tightly to each other. They deeply regretted it. They should have stayed at the police station. Even if they were locked in solitary confinement, at least they would have lived a bit longer. Even if they were to die, it would be instantaneous, not like facing this terrifying scene now. Under Jiang Ren's gaze, an ugly monster, invisible to ordinary people, condensed into form in the living room. The monster was a giant spherical body, its surface covered with dense, hideous, and terrifying heads, many of which showed signs of being pieced together. On either side of the spherical body, there was a strange arm. Ah! All the heads on the monster's body simultaneously opened their mouths and let out an ear-piercing shriek. Invisible sound waves swept through the surroundings. Instantly, items like glass cups and TV screens were shattered and broken. Even though Richard and Henry quickly covered their ears, they still rolled their eyes and fainted, blood trickling from their facial orifices. Swish! Swish! The monster's 2 strange arms instantly extended, fiercely grabbing at Jiang Ren, who remained motionless beside them. Although Jiang Ren had kept a low profile since the game began, the monster immediately sensed his difference and decided to deal with him first. Just as the strange hand was about to touch Jiang Ren suddenly vanished. The strange hand, having lost its target, directly tore a large hole through the thick wall and passed through it. The dense array of heads on the monster's body simultaneously showed expressions of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend how such a large person could suddenly disappear. Are you looking for me? Jiang Ren's voice sounded from above. The heads on top of the monster simultaneously looked up, discovering that Jiang Ren was directly above them, and somehow, his back was tightly pressed against the ceiling. Ah! The monster shrieked again, wanting to use its strange hands once more. Thump! Jiang Ren's upper body detached from the ceiling, and he pushed off forcefully with his legs. Cracks immediately appeared on the ceiling, and Jiang Ren rapidly descended, his left hand striking the monster fiercely. The immense impact instantly flattened the monster like a deflated balloon. The floor could not withstand the force and instantly collapsed. The monster and Jiang Ren simultaneously fell downwards. Anemia. Late at night, the bustling city gradually fell into slumber. At the Valen Hotel, rated a 4-star establishment, most of the guest rooms had their lights off, with only a few still illuminated. Overall, there was a sense of tranquility. However, this peaceful atmosphere was quickly shattered. In the executive suite on the top floor of the Valen Hotel, a sudden violent commotion erupted, so much so that even the staff at the front desk on the first floor felt a slight tremor from the upper floors. Just as they were in a panic, speculating about what had happened. In a taller office building opposite them, several men in black uniforms were observing an executive suite on the top floor of the Valen Hotel through Binoculars. If any hotel staff were there, they would surely recognize it as the room occupied by a guest named Jiang. Target room detected intense energy fluctuations, suspected dangerous species appearance, estimated level 3. By the window, a man in black operated a strange, notebook-like special instrument. The laptop screen continuously displayed lines of meaningless numerical symbols, and the connection point at the bottom of the laptop was tightly pressed against several blood-red pieces of flesh, pulsating like living things. Considering the target's actions during the day, the preliminary inference is that the suddenly appearing dangerous species is most likely A039. Codenamed Ouija board, from the database. The man in black in front of the laptop placed his hand to his ear and spoke into the earpiece. A cold voice came from the earpiece: continue monitoring the target, report results at any time, and be absolutely sure not to let the target discover you. The man in black replied, yes. The earpiece spoke again: long live the sky god. Long live the sky god. All the men in black in the dark room softly chanted simultaneously. On the other side, Jiang Ren and the monster continuously smashed through 3 floors, descending 3 levels, until they finally stopped after creating a shallow pit. The surroundings were a mess, with debris and rubble still falling from the edges of the broken hole above. Jiang Ren stood up with a relaxed expression, while the monster lay on the ground like a tattered balloon, most of its head having been flung off. During the fall, the remaining small portion unable to muster any resistance, only letting out agonizing screams. Although I really want to settle accounts with you, this is clearly not a good place, so consider yourself lucky. Jiang Ren removed the glove from his left hand and extended his left hand into the fleshy mass. A peculiar suction emanated from the palm of his left hand, and the monster trembled as if having a seizure. Soon, a bird-egg-sized, irregular, dangerous species core appeared in his hand. Although he had only used one move to resolve this monster, in reality, this monster was not weak. In fact, among the level 3 dangerous species he had encountered in recent years, it was a strong contender for the top spot on the power rankings. Its body existed between the illusory and the real, and ordinary means of attack had no effect on it whatsoever. Even if many ordinary people without special powers came, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Moreover, it excelled not in combat, but in curses. From the moment it first appeared in the room, this monster continuously unleashed a series of negative curses on Jiang Ren, such as instant death, weakness, misfortune, pain, loss, and so on. Although the curse effects were far inferior to the bloody Cyclops, known as the god of omniscience, they were incredibly diverse. In less than a minute, it had unleashed hundreds of curses, dozens of different types. This kind of abnormal cursing ability, even for the few eliminators on par with Jiang Ren, would likely require a significant amount of effort to clear, and they might even allow the opponent to escape. And if Jiang Ren, who had not yet devoured the bloody Cyclops, had come, the outcome would probably not have been much better. The monster's core trembled slightly, emitting emotions of fear and pleading for mercy. It wasn't easy to find you, so how could I bear to let you go? Jiang Ren smiled slightly, threw the core into his mouth, and began to chew. Thinking back to his previous life, he was entrusted with a clearance mission, initially believing the target to be a weak level 1 dangerous species. Who knew it would turn out to be a powerful level 3 dangerous species? Although he immediately ran away after realizing something was wrong, he was still targeted. Just a few curses caused him, who at the time had very few means and could barely deal with level 1 dangerous species, to experience a series of final destination-like accidents. He died in less than half a day. There was nothing he could do. Although the beast intuition talent was good, it couldn't withstand one death crisis after another, leaving no time to breathe. At that time, he hadn't even seen the opponent's true form, or rather, even if he had seen it, he wouldn't have been able to perceive it. And now, he could finally vent his long-held resentment. Thinking of this, Jiang Ren chewed even faster, only swallowing after a good while. As the core was digested, the dangerous species' corpse remnants rapidly dissipated. It tastes a bit like gummy candy, quite elastic. As usual, most of the core's energy was absorbed by his left arm, with a small portion flowing into other parts of his body.
This amount of energy had a very limited effect on Jiang Ren's physical enhancement, almost imperceptible, merely better than nothing. Sigh, the most troublesome part is dealing with the aftermath. Jiang Ren looked around, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Although he had only used one punch and held back his strength, he still caused considerable damage. There was no other way, after all, the opponent was a level 3 dangerous species. If he had held back more strength, one move wouldn't have been enough to deal with it, and the opponent might have even escaped.
Speaking of which, I should thank it.
If it weren't for its special ability that stunned everyone on the surrounding floors, it would be really difficult to handle right now. Jiang Ren could feel that the people in the guest rooms on the surrounding floors were fast asleep. Even with such a loud noise, no one woke up, many even had streaks of blood flowing from their facial orifices, which looked quite dangerous. But in reality, it wasn't a big deal, just a few weeks of weakness.
However, I can't stay here.
The commotion just now was considerable, and Jiang Ren didn't believe the hotel staff wouldn't notice. They might have even called the police. To get some quiet rest, he would have to find another place. Looking at the hole above, Jiang Ren lightly jumped, reaching out to grab the floor of the upper level, then swung himself up to grab an even higher level. After several attempts, he returned to the top floor suite. Although this floor was the scene of the incident, overall, it was actually less chaotic than the floors below.
No, don't come over. Save me, someone save me.
Two murmurs came from nearby. Richard and Henry were somehow huddled together, their faces filled with terror even in their sleep. Jiang Ren shook his head and called an employee who was resting nearby to come and clean up the mess. Although the damage caused to this hotel was a result of clearing the dangerous species, firstly, he was not employed by the government, and secondly, he had no other employer, so he could only pay for the compensation himself. In summary, this clearance operation could be described in 2 words.
A huge loss. Thanks to How to Spend Autumn, 24 Wins, Great Love My Leaf, Handsome Astro Boy, for the tips, thank you. Strange feeling. The morning sun shone into the bedroom through the floor-to-ceiling windows. So fragrant.
Richard was still half asleep. He felt as if he was holding a warm person, his hands resting unhindered on their chest, and the faint fragrance of their hair filled his nostrils. He struggled to open his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a head of beautiful, jet-black long hair.
Why is there a woman in my bed?
Although Charles didn't know the reason, he instinctively reacted, hugging tighter and burying his head deep in the long hair. If this was a dream, he wished it would never end.
Don't move, you're annoying.
The owner of the long hair suddenly let out an unconscious sleepy murmur.
Richard instantly sobered up.
The voice wasn't as soft and delicate as he imagined, it was a man's rough voice, and it felt strongly familiar.
Henry.
A figure appeared in his mind, and Richard, startled, rolled backward and fell off the bed. He scrambled up, wincing, and saw that the long-haired figure on the bed was indeed his classmate, Henry.
He shakily raised his hands, a look of disgust on his face. Henry, you damn bastard, what did you do to me? What do you mean, what did I do?
Henry woke up, groggily rubbing his eyes. He then felt a bit uncomfortable and looked down, realizing his shirt had been pulled up to his armpits, and his chest muscles were engorged as if he'd just worked out for an hour at the gym. His face instantly stiffened.
After a while, he looked up at Richard, saying with disbelief, Richard, don't tell me this is your doing?
Just as Richard was about to speak, there was a knock on the door.
You two, breakfast is ready. Do you want me to bring it in for you?
Jiang Ren's voice came through, his emotionless tone more of a threat than a question.
No, we'll be right out.
Richard quickly shouted. After the initial panic, he had now returned to his normal senses, but he was already planning to go to the bathroom later and thoroughly wash his
hands. Henry pulled his shirt down.
Hearing the footsteps outside the door fade away, he couldn't help but complain, Richard, I'm sure you haven't had a girlfriend in too long.
Otherwise you wouldn't be this desperate.
Richard rolled his eyes. Whose fault is it that you have such flowing long hair?
Is it mine? To prevent his annoying friend from making fun of him with this incident later, his demeanor absolutely couldn't be weak now. You're just jealous that my hair is longer than yours.
Henry rolled off the bed, casually giving him the middle finger.
Then, as if he remembered something, he grabbed his hair and said, "Richard, do you remember what happened in the early hours of the morning?" Richard shook his head, "No idea. I heard a really unpleasant scream and then I passed out." Just a brief recollection of the scene before he fainted sent a shiver down his spine. And in that situation, he and Henry were actually unharmed, which seemed incredible to him. Henry glanced at the closed door, then whispered, "I guarantee you, your brother is definitely not human." Richard didn't respond, just looked at him expressionlessly.
"I mean, your brother is definitely not an ordinary person." Henry knew he hadn't made himself clear and quickly added, his expression gradually becoming excited, "Although I don't know what happened after we passed out, I think your brother must have helped us solve the problem, and I'm sure he is a superhero hidden in the ordinary world." Richard was silent. Whether this brother, who was a few years older than him, was a superhero, he didn't know, but he certainly wasn't an ordinary person. This was a conclusion he had reached when he was 6 years old. Although his parents had always favored him since childhood, facing an older brother who was sensible, mature, steady, and excellent in all aspects, he always longed to surpass this brother in some way.
In any aspect, just once would be enough.
But facing a brother who had only been to school a few times, whenever Richard learned new knowledge and then confidently challenged him, the result was always a crushing defeat. A crushing defeat with no hope in sight. Although his brother had never mocked him for it, the casualness, even indifference, towards victory brought him an even stronger sense of loss. To Richard, his brother was like a mountain pressing on his heart, a burden he could never shake off. In recent years, the reason he had intentionally distanced himself, rather than being a rebellious phase, was more about wanting to shake off this mountain, wanting to wash away this gloom with time. But from that phone call yesterday, Richard knew that he had been too naive before. When his parents ignored him, when those around him didn't believe him, only his brother rushed to his side at the fastest speed, even disregarding danger to help him solve the problem. Not to mention, most of his living expenses and tuition fees over the past decade came from his brother. Even his parents, who were currently estranged, had been living separately for 2 years, each leading a lavish life, all thanks to his brother's money. His brother had never wronged him, it was he himself who had chosen a dead end. Richard? Richard? Henry had been talking for a while, and seeing that his friend hadn't responded, he waved his hand in front of his eyes. Richard came back to his senses. "What is it? What's wrong with you?" Henry looked at him somewhat suspiciously. "If you don't want my brother to come and invite you, I suggest you go eat breakfast first." Richard shook his head, opened the door, and walked out. "Wait for me." Henry quickly followed. Although Richard's brother had always seemed gentle since they met, he didn't believe that was his true nature. The two came and sat down at the dining table, which was laden with a hearty breakfast. Jiang Ren, who was devouring his food, saw their confused but hesitant expressions and briefly explained what had happened yesterday in a roundabout way. In summary, the materials used to make the spirit board contained a large amount of hallucinogens, causing those who came into contact with it to experience ghostly hallucinations. Richard and Henry were half believing, but seeing that Jiang Ren didn't want to elaborate, they didn't dare to ask any more questions. Although the hallucinogen content in your bodies has greatly decreased, to avoid any lingering side effects, it's best to take some time off and go abroad. Jiang Ren finished his breakfast, looking at the two teenagers sitting upright before him. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly frowned. He had a very strange feeling. Something seemed to be wrong, but he couldn't remember what it was. Jiang Ren thought for a moment, decided to put aside his doubts for now, and continued, "Take some time off, go abroad, travel and relax. Don't worry, I know you don't have money, all expenses are on me." This city was no longer safe. Or rather, the entire Federation was no longer safe. To prevent anyone from using Richard to threaten him, sending him abroad was undoubtedly a good choice. As for why Henry was included, it was just to give Richard a companion, so he wouldn't be too resistant. Richard had no objections. Now that he had sorted out his relationship with his brother, he naturally wouldn't resist. Henry actually wanted to say that he wasn't related by blood and that taking such a big advantage might not be good, but seeing Jiang Ren's fierce gaze, he immediately swallowed the words that hadn't left his mouth. "I happen to have time today, so I'll take you to the port first." Without waiting for them to refuse, Jiang Ren took them down to the underground parking lot by elevator. Last night, he had felt someone watching him. To avoid any accidents along the way, he didn't plan to let Richard and Henry leave the country through official channels, but instead used his connections to find a private boat. They got into a large, modified commercial van. Jiang Ren waited for another half an hour, confirming that the people monitoring nearby had left, before letting the driver drive the car out of the parking lot. A few hours later, the commercial van arrived near a secluded coastline. "The scenery is pretty good." Jiang Ren opened the car window, intending to see if the private boat had arrived, but the scene before him instantly changed his expression. He finally knew what was wrong. "I'm sorry, one chapter was swallowed today, so there's only one update. The missing updates will be made up before the novel goes on sale. Also, Fruit will try to write more words starting tomorrow, striving to get a few chapters saved up and move the update time forward." Truman. Looking into the distance. Between the sea and the sky, there was a transparent substance like glass connecting them, with no end in sight above or below, and no end in sight to the left or right, almost boundless. Jiang Ren observed carefully and found that the transparent substance had an extremely slight inward curvature. Although he couldn't see the whole picture, just from these observations, he could conclude that the transparent substance was like a giant glass dome, covering this continent and its more than 400 million inhabitants. What exactly is this? Jiang Ren got out of the car, closed the door, and then looked again at the space between the sea and the sky in front of him. Poof! Instantly, a scorching blue flame erupted from Jiang Ren's right eye. Under the burning of the invisible flame, most of the skin and some flesh on his face melted away, revealing his crimson flesh and pure white skull, with only his pulsating blood-red right eye remaining completely unharmed. Grotesque, eerie, terrifying. Why did it suddenly get so hot? Richard and Henry, who were sitting nearby acting like transparent people, suddenly noticed the temperature inside the car rapidly rising. In just a few seconds, the car became like a steamer. Both of them and the driver in the front felt unbearable heat, and large amounts of sweat poured out of their bodies, even lowering the car's temperature had no effect. The rising ambient temperature was related to Jiang Ren's right eye. The change in his right eye was a special ability he acquired after devouring the blood-colored Cyclops. Originally, he thought that his strengthened right eye had only significantly increased his vision and allowed him to see extremely faint traces of dangerous species. But when his right eye unleashed its full power, Jiang Ren discovered that not only could he see further, but he could also see more things. On the distant sea level, a giant dome connected to the seabed below and the sky above, enveloping the continent of over 20 million square kilometers and more than 500 million people beneath his feet. And he himself was a part of it. In the area adjacent to the dome, ships, seemingly cargo ships and cruise liners intending to leave the country, were neatly lined up in a queue, slowly moving in circles along the edge. The people on board, whether employees or tourists, showed no reaction to the strange phenomena around them, each going about their business, without a hint of abnormality in their every move. Occasionally, one or two ships would break away from the queue and slowly sail towards a nearby port. The people on these ships looked a bit listless, but their faces showed happiness and reluctance, as if they had been traveling for a long time and now had to return because their vacation was about to end. The scene before him was as if invisible hands were controlling it from behind. "So, this is the truth of this world," Jiang Ren murmured, recalling the narration he heard when he was born into this world. The 20th century was a century of great change. The rapid development of science and technology brought convenience and daily changes to human life. But in the late 20th century, as people indulged in superficial prosperity under the manipulation of capital, some unknown entities, only appearing In legends, emerged on this continent at some unknown time.
Not appeared in this world,
but appeared on this continent. Those dangerous species, harboring great malice towards humans, did not appear in this world or on this planet, but on this continent, where the
Federation occupies nearly half of the territory. Logically, I shouldn't have missed such an obvious hint.
And if I had seen it, I would have sought verification through various means, such as traveling to other continents.
Jiang Ren's left half of his face, which was still relatively intact, looked gloomy.
After 2 lifetimes, having spent a total of 40 years in this world, he found that he had never once doubted it, nor had he even thought about it
deeply.
This could no longer be explained by mere carelessness. He, or rather, everyone on this continent, was affected, subconsciously avoiding recalling these obviously abnormal things. To be able to create a giant dome covering over 20 million square kilometers of land, imprisoning more than 500 million people within it, and even influencing everyone's thoughts, making them believe they are still living in a normal world.
How strong is the entity capable of doing these things? And what is its purpose? At this thought, an idea involuntarily popped into his mind. If I unleash my full power, can I destroy this dome?
Looking at the giant dome, Jiang Ren's expression grew increasingly solemn. Before today, with his devil's left hand and beast's intuition, he didn't believe anyone in this world could truly threaten him. But now, as the thought of destroying the dome arose, a chilling sensation surged through his heart.
It was as if it was telling him, don't do it, if you do, you will surely die. Since I can't destroy it, then let's see what's outside. Jiang Ren didn't want to test the truth of this feeling, but even if he couldn't attempt to destroy the dome, he could still allow himself to see more. After all, beyond the dome, the azure sea and sky were not real. Jiang Ren suppressed his turbulent heart and, in an overloaded manner, fully activated the power of his right eye, looking towards the dome. The blue flame instantly expanded.
It burned away the skin and hair on his head, revealing the flesh and bone beneath.
It's too hot. I can't take it anymore.
Henry shouted, pulled open the other car door, and ran out, followed closely by Richard and the driver. If it was like being in a steamer at first, now it was like being in a fiery cage. The three quickly ran several dozen meters, and only when they confirmed the temperature was acceptable did they look back with lingering fear. Immediately dumbfounded. Beside the business car, Jiang Ren's head was like a torch, burning with a blue blaze.
Finally,
Jiang Ren's gaze penetrated the dome, and he saw the true scene outside. Several luxury cruise ships, fully loaded with tourists, were anchored on the sea not far outside the dome. The people on board held binoculars, excitedly watching the rows of cargo ships and cruise liners circling in place within the dome, occasionally pointing with their fingers. Their smiling expressions were like those of people admiring animals in a cage, filled with a sense of superiority. At this moment, Jiang Ren recalled a movie.
The Truman Show.
The protagonist of the movie was the star of a popular soap opera, who had lived from childhood in a giant, fake set, believing everything around him was real, only to find that his family and friends were all actors, and the distant scenery was merely a false backdrop. The background of the movie seemed strikingly similar to the scene before him. Inside were various people whose truth was concealed. They couldn't see outside, believing they lived in a normal world. Yet, outside, countless people watched their various behaviors as if watching a play.
They didn't do it.
However, Jiang Ren didn't believe the people outside could have done all this. Although there were only a few cruise ships, the technological level outside the dome appeared to be similar to that of the Federation. Moreover, he also discovered that outside the dome, there was no environment for supernatural powers to exist. Even dangerous species, which strengthen themselves by devouring humans, would be like water without a source if they went outside the dome. Their
power would gradually dissipate until they died. Ten Jinkai. Combining this with the background information, Jiang Ren had a guess.
In the late 20th century, a powerful entity came here, enclosed this continent in a dome, and created extraordinary soil, causing many unknown things
to move from legend to reality. I just don't know what the entity that caused all this was trying to achieve. Jiang Ren looked up at the azure sky.
Every action has a purpose, whether it's subconscious or unconscious, active or passive. It could be to achieve a certain goal, or perhaps this place was treated as a playground, or maybe it was all just an accident. Jiang Ren couldn't guess, nor could he even imagine, that level of power. Whoosh! The dark blue flame rapidly shrank, finally returning to his right eye. Without the continuous burning of this special flame, and with Jiang Ren's powerful regenerative ability, the flesh and skin on his head quickly recovered at a visible rate. In just a dozen seconds, his skin and hair grew back, restoring him to his previous appearance. Why do I smell something burnt? Jiang Ren turned his head and found a burnt smell coming from the car next to him. The high temperature emitted by his right eye when he operated it at full power, although it didn't ignite the items in the car, still melted some decorations with low flashpoints. The car should still be usable, but it was clearly not suitable for passengers. Jiang Ren glanced at Richard and the other two, who were standing nervously in the distance, took out his phone, and called his intelligence officer.
Tennyson. Boss.
Tennyson's voice came through the phone.
Jiang Ren reported his current address and said, send 2 cars over. Also, how's the investigation into the Divine Assembly coming along?
According to your instructions, boss, we apprehended a few individuals and, through certain methods, obtained a lot of useful intelligence. Tennyson replied, based on the information they divulged, the Divine Assembly has a history of at least 20 years, and its power structure is a council system. All members have decision-making power, but even to become the most ordinary member, only that small group of people at the very top of the Federation's wealth and power are qualified.
Don't say so much. Jiang Ren interrupted him and said, tell me, where is their headquarters?
He had originally planned to visit the Divine Assembly later. If there were dangerous species, he would eliminate them, if not, he would eliminate future troubles. But now there was a highly advanced dome above his head, and to avoid potential future accidents, it was better to deal with the trouble as soon as possible.
Tennyson immediately replied, the Divine Assembly's headquarters is in the Empire State Building in Yorda State.
The defenses there are very strict, and there's also a military district with tens of thousands of soldiers nearby.
Who's there?
Mid-sentence, Tennyson suddenly exclaimed. Immediately followed by a huge explosion, and the call was disconnected.
Jiang Ren took the phone away from his ear.
Considering the sound just now, this was clearly not a deliberate hang-up. The phone had probably been destroyed by whatever caused the explosion. Although he had known that it would be difficult to investigate the Divine Assembly without attracting their attention, given the channels he hadn't expected to be targeted today after only starting the investigation yesterday.
Take care on your journey. Jiang Ren murmured softly.
Since a mistake had been made, it needed to be rectified, for example, by uprooting the Divine Assembly. He casually called Richard Henry over, ignored their complex gazes, helped them board the private boat that had just arrived, and instructed the driver, a former soldier, to ensure their safety.
Although the boat couldn't sail out of the dome and would only circle slowly on the sea. But in the current situation, with not much usable power, the boat could at least guarantee basic safety. Brother, you must protect yourself. On the boat, Richard looked at Jiang Ren on the shore and couldn't help but raise his hand to wave. Jiang Ren's head being on fire earlier had indeed startled him. Especially seeing the flames burn through his skin, yet he still stood there as if nothing had happened. A feeling of fear was added to his shock. But soon, Richard understood. Regardless of whether this person was human or not, it didn't change the fact that he was his brother, nor did it change the fact that he was protecting him. Although Richard was not old, he already understood that the reason his brother wanted to send him away was not simply to let him relax, but to protect him. The private boat gradually sailed away. The Empire State Building, huh? Dark blue flames erupted from Jiang Ren's left hand, which was holding the phone, instantly melting the phone into a puddle of molten metal that dripped onto the ground. Since the other side had already made a move, there was no time to delay. He could go to their headquarters now. From a distance, he saw a rugged-looking SUV speeding towards him.
Jiang Ren walked to the middle of the road and blocked its path.
Big idiot, are you looking for death?
The SUV stopped, and a bald man poked his head out of the driver's seat, cursing ferociously.
Lend me your car for a bit. Jiang Ren approached the car and said politely.
He was always a very polite person, especially when he needed someone's help.
Lend you my car? Are you crazy or am I?
The bald man laughed in anger, pulled out a silver-white handgun, pointed it at Jiang Ren, and sneered, "If you don't want to die, get out of my way."
A blur flashed. The silver-white revolver appeared in Jiang Ren's hand, its muzzle pointed at the bald man. Question mark.
The bald man froze. He didn't know why the gun he was holding so firmly was now in someone else's hand, but he still raised his hands, both bewildered and frightened. Jiang Ren placed his other hand on the barrel, easily bending it to stick close to the grip, then tilted his head, signaling the driver to get out.
Brother, the car isn't important. What's important is that only you are worthy of my car. The bald man quickly opened the car door and got out, respectfully ushering Jiang Ren into the car.
Snatching the gun in an instant was one thing, it wasn't impossible for some to do.
But forcefully bending the barrel of a revolver, that was just too abnormal.
He had no doubt that those two large hands could easily twist his neck.
Compared to his life, what was this car worth? Rent. Jiang Ren took out a watch from his body and threw it out, then pressed the accelerator, and the SUV quickly disappeared at the end of the road. The smile on the bald man's face instantly vanished, and he listlessly looked at the watch. He recognized this watch. One watch was enough to buy several of the SUVs that had been driven away, but he didn't think that a person who needed to block the road and steal a car would have a real watch. The watch is actually real.
He had only intended to take a few more glances out of reluctance, but the bald man realized that he had probably misjudged the situation. Such an expensive watch was casually thrown to him, and this was just the rent. This wasn't some big idiot, this was clearly a philanthropist.
Thanks to Chi-Chi 915 for the reward.
He is still a child after all.
Empire State Building, 7th underground floor.
In a vast, two-story circular space, a circular platform stood at the center of the first floor, surrounded by a constantly swirling darkness. On the second floor viewing platform, golden chairs inscribed with strange symbols were arranged, spaced far apart from each other. Seated in these chairs were elderly individuals, dressed in expensive custom suits or pure white, gold-trimmed priestly robes.
If an outsider were present, even someone who didn't pay much attention to the news, they would recognize some of them as big shots highly active in both the political and business spheres. At this moment, these powerful figures, who collectively controlled over 70% of the Federation's wealth and power, were all looking in unison at the black-robed, white-haired elder on the circular platform below. Frank, do you know what you did wrong? The speaker was on the second floor, a white-haired, emaciated old man, so ancient he seemed on the verge of death at any moment. His armchair was a cut above the others, adorned with complex and bizarre patterns, like a crown, highlighting his distinct status. Thump!
The black-robed, white-haired elder, Frank, suddenly knelt on the ground, hands propped, and tearfully addressed the elder above, President Bridges.
I was wrong. I shouldn't have attempted to summon the all-knowing God. I shouldn't have sacrificed the elite of the branch for my escape. I shouldn't have kept it from the main association. He suddenly stopped speaking at this point. He saw Bridges raise his hand, a signal for him to stop. Frank, it seems you still don't know where you went wrong. Bridges lowered his trembling hand and sighed softly. Your mistake was that you didn't succeed. Frank felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Yes, if the divine descent ritual had succeeded, his status in the pantheon would have instantly soared, and he might even have replaced this old geezer to become the president of the pantheon. But he knew regret was useless, so he frantically kowtowed, crying out loudly, I know I made many mistakes, but I am willing to atone, I am willing to. Cough cough. Bridges coughed violently twice, his face contorted as if he were about to vomit blood and internal organs. After catching his breath, he ignored Frank, who was constantly begging for mercy below, and shakily raised his hand to wave. Whoosh!
From a corner below, 5 black tentacles instantly shot out from the swirling darkness, binding Frank's hands, feet, and head. Frank immediately turned pale with fright. "No, President Bridges, please give me another." Crack! Before the word chance could be uttered, his limbs and head were torn off by the black tentacles and dragged into the darkness, leaving only a profusely bleeding torso on the spot. Several chewing sounds echoed from the deep darkness. The expressions of the people on the second-floor viewing platform remained unchanged, as if they were accustomed to this scene. Some were expressionless, some were excited, some sneered disdainfully, and more wore elegant smiles. No one knew whether these were their true thoughts or merely masks worn on their faces. But when their gazes occasionally swept over Bridges, they would involuntarily reveal a hint of fear and apprehension. As early as 30 years ago, when the Pantheon was first founded, Bridges already looked like he was on his deathbed. Now, 30 years later, he still looked the same. He monopolized the presidency, refusing to die. "Now, let's discuss the next matter." Bridges spoke weakly, tapping the armrest lightly with his fingertips. "Discuss the next matter?" Many people sneered inwardly. "Discuss, you say, but how many times have you asked for our opinions?" Of course, they dared not utter these words. In fact, Frank's ability to deceive Bridges, steal the divine artifact, and successfully initiate the divine descent ritual was inseparable from their covert support. And they did this precisely because they wanted others to challenge this old geezer who had been president for 30 years. As it turned out, the plan failed again. But they would not give up. Frank was not the first to die for this, and he would certainly not be the last. At this moment, several monitors slowly descended from above, each facing a different direction, ensuring that everyone present could see them. The black screens lit up. A wide road appeared on the monitors. As the camera zoomed in, a speeding off-road vehicle could be seen, with only the driver inside, a black-haired man with impossibly exaggerated muscles. "This child, I believe many of you have looked into him, haven't you?" Bridges slowly turned his head, his cloudy, lifeless eyes scanning the others. In a short while, several people spoke up. "His name is Jiang Garcia. From a young age, he displayed an extraordinary personality and abilities, possessing the special ability to sense and eliminate dangerous species. 3 years ago, this child founded the Demon Eradication Company, entering the world of dangerous species as an eradicator, setting a record of 100% successful eradications, and 1 year ago, he was recognized as one of the strongest eradicators in the industry, codenamed Demon. He rarely displays his strength in front of others, but combining the energy fluctuations during his actions and the extent of the surrounding destruction, his strength is definitely worthy of being called the #1 eradicator. Once, I wanted to hire this child as my bodyguard, but he refused. I also tried to recruit this child, even offering shares, which would allow him to earn several times the money of an eradicator while doing nothing each year, but he also refused. I have watched this child's combat videos. Few eradicators with his level of strength can maintain a human form. Although this child is young, he is very strong, unaffected by money, and his emotions are very detached. He can be said to have almost no weaknesses. This child's power comes from something different from other eradicators, most likely his left arm." Everyone spoke one after another, revealing most of Jiang Ren's life story, even including some very private information. And in referring to Jiang Ren, they all subconsciously called him child. After all, even the youngest person present was already over 60 years old. Indeed, this child is a talent, but unfortunately, he cannot be used by us. Bridges' face was calm as he said faintly, "Now, this child seems to have made us his eradication target." "What?" Upon hearing this, someone couldn't help but exclaim. It was undeniable that this eradicator was indeed very strong, strong enough to be called the strongest human, but they did not believe this could pose a threat to them. After all, they were all at the very top of the wealth and power pyramid, controlling the food, clothing, housing, and even the lives of billions of people. They were gods. How could a human possibly defeat a god? So, besides surprise, they felt amused.
Then, how should we deal with this child? Bridges' lips curved slightly, revealing a chilling smile. He is still just a child, after all. So, let's send him to meet God. Yes, we are always very lenient with children. The result, as expected, was the same. Seeing someone question, didn't it say the protagonist wouldn't be human? Why is he still human in the first 2 volumes? Here, I, the author, need to explain, strictly speaking, the protagonist is not human in this volume, as his left arm is not original. Also, a small spoiler, the protagonist will no longer be human in the next volume. Ambush and massacre. This is the observation post. The target will arrive at the designated location in 3 minutes. Acknowledge. Acknowledged. Between 2 rugged mountain peaks, a straight road stretched out. On the tree trunks not far from both sides of the road, several federal soldiers in camouflage, armed with rocket launchers, were aiming at the road. Below. In this rarely visited place, the mosquitoes in the forest seem to have found a treasure, flying around these people and biting their exposed skin. Many of them already had several bites, and more were appearing. But even so, they remained motionless, and apart from an occasional blink of their eyelids, they showed no other unnecessary expressions. This is the observation post. The target is about to arrive at the designated location. Countdown 10, 9, 8. The soldiers hidden on the tree trunks on both sides of the road all heard the voice from their earpieces without exception. They steadily placed their index fingers on the triggers. Once the number reached 1, they would immediately pull the trigger. 7, 6, 4. The roar of a car engine could be heard from afar. A rugged-looking off-road vehicle sped along the road, driving between the 2 mountain peaks. 3, 2. The engine sound grew closer and louder. But the soldiers did not look in the direction of the sound, their gaze was fixed only on their pre-aimed target. 1. As this voice sounded, several rocket-propelled grenades flew out from the woods on both sides, landing precisely on the off-road vehicle that had reached the pre-aimed spot. Amidst a massive explosion and fierce flames, the off-road vehicle flipped several times and landed more than 10 meters away. Parts of the vehicle body shattered into scattered debris, while the main body burned like a raging bonfire, with intense flames and thick gray smoke. Target not seen leaving the vehicle. Proceed as planned. A cold voice came through the earpiece. Hearing the order, the soldiers skillfully reloaded rocket-propelled grenades from their backpacks and fired them again at the burning vehicle. One after another. They only stopped when all the rocket-propelled grenades in their backpacks were used up. The off-road vehicle, under the continuous bombardment, was disintegrated into a pile of unidentifiable black wreckage of various sizes. Mission accomplished. In the left forest, a burly, flat-topped military officer pressed his earpiece and said. The voice came through the earpiece again, go up and check immediately. You must ensure the target is dead. Acknowledged. The flat-topped officer replied expressionlessly. Even though the wreckage on the road below indicated that the target could not possibly have survived, he faithfully carried out the order. He raised his hand, about to give the order, when he suddenly heard a sound behind him. Are you looking for me? A hint of playfulness was mixed in the flat voice. The soldiers on the trees widened their eyes and quickly turned their heads, discovering that less than 5 meters below and behind them, the target they had mentally declared dead was smiling at them. Shoot! The flat-topped officer shouted, pulling out the gun from his waist immediately. Hearing the sound, the few soldiers next to him were only less than half a second slower, also drawing their guns. Why bother? Seeing this, Jiang Ren knew there was no way to have a proper conversation. Bang! The moment the gunshots rang out, Jiang Ren instantly turned into an afterimage, appearing on the tree. His 2 hands struck the heads of these people like steel whips. The next second, these people fell from the tree in unison. The severe head trauma caused them to struggle for only a few seconds before losing their lives, never getting a chance to fire a second shot. Jiang Ren's figure flickered, and he moved to the forest on the opposite side. 10 seconds later. Everyone ambushing on both sides of the road was dead.
Too weak, so weak that I had enough time to turn your brain tissue into mush without damaging your skulls.
Jiang Ren shook his head.
With his current strength, he didn't even need to use his left arm to smash a person's flesh and bones into powder. If he didn't mind getting blood on himself, his killing efficiency could be at least twice as fast.
Reply received.
A faint voice came from the earpiece that had fallen to the ground at some unknown time.
Jiang Ren looked down, stepped forward, picked it up, pressed the talk button, and said, "I'm afraid they failed." The voice in the earpiece fell silent.
Jiang Ren smiled, casually crushed the earpiece, and lightly walked onto the road. Sending me such a big gift right after I set off, how enthusiastic. Jiang Ren looked up at the sky, then picked up a fist-sized piece of black wreckage scattered on the ground.
Yoda State, where the Empire State Building is located, is deep inland.
To get there, one needs to cross more than half of the Federation. If traveling by car, it would take more than 20 hours to arrive, assuming no obstacles along the way. But now, only 5 hours had passed. And these ambushing individuals had a strong military aura about them. They were likely active federal soldiers, and elite ones at that. Those who could mobilize them so easily were most likely the Heavenly God Society. From this perspective, this ambush was clearly far from over. It wasn't even an appetizer.
The nearly 20-hour drive ahead would probably be difficult. Difficult or not, I have to go.
Jiang Ren shook his head, threw the wreckage in his hand into the sky, and walked towards a forest path on one side. Over there was the vehicle of the soldiers he had eliminated.
Boom! A few breaths later, a fireworks-like explosion erupted in the blue and white sky.
The helicopter monitoring from high altitude and all personnel on board were killed.
Netoko was a rich and prosperous city.
Among the more than 50 cities in the Federation, it had been ranked in the top 10 for lowest crime rate, top 7 for highest employment rate,
and top 8 for Citizen Happiness Index for 10 consecutive years. But now, it had lost its former peace and tranquility. Gunshots were incessant, and deafening explosions never stopped. Countless federal soldiers poured into this prosperous city, with infantry fighting vehicles leading the way.
Dozens of armed helicopters in the sky continuously strafed and bombed the ground. Inside a nearby shopping mall, hundreds of citizens trembled in fear. A few brave individuals went to the second floor, picked up binoculars, and cautiously observed the chaotic scene outside, unable to help but curse
under their breath. Damn it, fully armed soldiers, multi-purpose infantry fighting vehicles, and dozens of armed helicopters, what is our president doing? Why doesn't he bring in tanks too?
I regret to inform you that tanks have actually arrived, but they are stuck in other blocks.
I have a question, did our president fall into the toilet?
Believe me, he must have drunk 10 bottles of disinfectant this morning, otherwise he wouldn't do these things.
You are too naive. Our president can fall after a few steps and get lost after a few dozen steps. How could such a person drink disinfectant? He must have drunk toilet cleaner. Just as a few people were genuinely complaining.
The man in the floral shirt, who had been constantly observing the outside with binoculars, suddenly spoke, "Gentlemen, I think
I might know the reason." The others nearby looked at him, asking in confusion, "Reason? What reason?"
"The reason for the president's fit of madness, see for yourselves." The man in the floral shirt said no more, only gesturing for them to look in the direction he pointed with their binoculars. Several people picked up their binoculars and looked, their expressions instantly freezing.
Between the tall buildings, a blood-red humanoid monster was carrying out a one-sided slaughter amidst a hail of bullets.
The strongest weapon, nuclear bomb.
A dim street at dusk. Gunfire, roars, and screams intertwined, forming a bizarre symphony. It's getting more and more interesting. Jiang Ren, in the heart of the gunfire, moved quickly, a faint smile on his face. Half an hour ago,
he had already released part of the strength of his left arm, transforming into a small giant, 3 meters tall, covered in blood-red muscles. From the first ambush to now, only 7 or 8 hours had passed. Jiang Ren's opponents had escalated from a small team to dozens of armed helicopters and infantry fighting vehicles, as well as thousands of federal soldiers and numerous powerful individual weapons. To allow such an army to fire indiscriminately in the city, without caring about potentially harming ordinary people. It showed how exaggerated the power of the heavenly god society was.
If it weren't for being in the city, Jiang Ren had no doubt that his opponents would not be like this. Most likely, it would be tank volleys and bomber bombardments. Thinking about it this way, I can't let them go even more.
Jiang Ren smiled slightly. Facing an organization that wielded so much power, he had no choice but to retreat. After all, he was only one person. The other side, however, could mobilize more than half of the federal armed forces, tens of millions of soldiers, and various powerful modern weapons. Once given sufficient preparation time, their advantage would grow, and the situation he faced would only become more severe.
You are too noisy. As Jiang Ren twisted his body, he grabbed a nearby car and threw it towards the side where intense gunfire was pouring down on him. There was an infantry fighting vehicle there.
More than a dozen people, inside and outside the vehicle, were firing bullets at Jiang Ren with rifles, machine guns, and rocket launchers.
In less than a second, the car, enduring fierce gunfire, smashed heavily onto the infantry fighting vehicle, instantly flattening it.
The soldiers inside died before they could react, and the soldiers beside the car were largely killed or injured by the debris splashed up by the
car's impact. In mid-air,
several armed helicopters closely followed Jiang Ren's movements.
Next to the open cabin door, one person shone a searchlight on Jiang Ren, while another furiously poured bullets on Jiang Ren with a mounted machine gun. Monster.
Pain was one of the machine gunners. When he received the mission from his superiors to eliminate a monster, he felt no tension. Instead, he even felt like laughing. He even guessed that the leader who issued this order must have lost his mind. After all, reality was very materialistic. So Pain didn't think that with current technology, a monster like those in superhero movies, requiring an entire army to deal with, could be born. Until he saw the monster with his own eyes. A tall humanoid body, without a single hair or piece of skin, covered in swollen, exaggerated crimson muscles.
It could easily leap more than 10 meters, had enough strength to pick up cars and throw them, and its exaggerated muscles couldn't even be penetrated by bullets. Even artillery shells, which could easily blow people to smithereens, had limited effect. This was indeed a monster. A real monster existing in the world, powerful enough to withstand the encirclement and suppression of a modern army, and even continuously counterattacking. Which laboratory released this monster? Damn it, those greedy capitalists. Watching people constantly die at Jiang Ren's hands, Pain couldn't help but curse under his breath.
Nature could not create such a monster, otherwise it would have been in the news long ago. The most likely remaining possibility was the laboratories of pharmaceutical and arms companies established by capitalists. Only they had the ability and money to create such a powerful monster.
Boom!
Suddenly, the distracted Pain heard a huge explosion nearby. The wind caused by the explosion tilted the helicopter to one side, almost throwing him off.
I almost fell off. What happened?
Pain, who had narrowly escaped danger, couldn't help but ask his teammate, who was operating the searchlight, beside him. His teammate's voice was slightly panicked. It's that monster can destroy helicopters.
What are you talking about?
Pain was about to continue, when from the corner of his eye, he saw the blood-red figure below grab a car and throw it towards the sky. The movement was extremely fluid, with a sense of power and explosive beauty. The next moment, another explosion sounded nearby, and a helicopter, now a fireball, rapidly plummeted downwards.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die.
Pain released the machine gun trigger, cold sweat trickling down his palms and forehead, his heart filled with dread of death. He knew he couldn't go on like this. Facing the monster below, the machine gun in his hand, which could easily tear human bodies apart, would have no effect whatsoever.
No, if anything, it would have a slight effect. Like, scratching that monster's itch. His teammate's bewildered voice came from beside him. Pain, what are you doing? Keep firing. I don't want to die, I want to live.
Pain ignored his teammate's words. Seeing the blood-red figure reach for another car, he didn't hesitate and jumped directly from the helicopter.
His body rapidly descended. Just as he was about to open his parachute,
an unmanned car swept past him a few meters in front of him, moving from bottom to top.
With a loud crash,
the helicopter plane had just been turned into a ball of fire. After his parachute opened, Payne, slowly drifting downwards, was pale, breathing heavily. Amidst the terror, there was a hint of relief from having escaped death.
"Can't relax, I need to find a safe place to hide."
Payne landed on the ground, ready to immediately cut the parachute's safety ropes, but when he looked back, he saw the blood-red figure in the
distance rapidly rushing towards him. In an instant,
without any hesitation, Payne knelt down instinctively. "Don't kill me, please." The red figure swiftly swept past him. The fierce gust of wind it created stung Payne's face.
Phew! Payne collapsed weakly to the ground.
After several close calls with death, even though his body hadn't expended much energy, he felt incredibly weak, unable to even move a finger. Jiang Ren, who had already run far away, was unaware of the psychological changes of the soldier he had spared. Between him and these soldiers, there was no right or wrong. The reason he killed them was merely to reduce harassment and increase his travel speed, and most of those he killed were soldiers who blocked his
way. Empire State Building, 7th basement level.
Aside from President Bridges' occasional cough, the other members were silent, many of them with darkened faces. The small fry they thought they could easily deal with. Not only did he not die, but he displayed strength far beyond their imagination, even making them feel afraid.
"This kid is very strong, but he's not invincible."
Bridges smiled faintly, looking at a stern-faced blonde old man to his side.
The blonde old man was a bit conflicted, but
Bridges raised his hand, interrupting him, and said, "The ritual has reached its final step.
If you couldn't make up your mind before and wanted the ritual to accumulate slowly, can you still not make up your mind now?" All right."
After the blonde old man finished speaking, his body slumped weakly into the seat, a hint of relief appearing on his aged face. The surrounding members remained silent. They all knew the blonde old man's identity, the Federal Secretary of Defense.
He and his subordinates controlled the Federation's strongest weapon, the nuclear bomb. 10 million people. Still too slow. With fewer distractions, Jiang Ren's speed had greatly improved.
In this city, which had become empty as most people chose to hide due to the sounds of explosions and alarms, he used the outer walls of the surrounding skyscrapers as springboards, moving forward like a cannonball. Each time he jumped to the outer wall of a building, the moment he pushed off, the surrounding wall would instantly shatter and explode outwards, unable to withstand the immense impact.
Even if someone nearby looked in his direction, they could only catch a red afterimage. But this speed did not satisfy Jiang Ren.
Even at this speed, it will take nearly 10 hours to reach the Empire State Building.
But reality isn't a game. What if the Heavenly God Society people run away beforehand?
With their power and wealth, if they truly wanted to hide, you probably couldn't find them even if you searched the entire continent.
Jiang Ren felt a bit helpless.
The most effective method was to continue unsealing the power of his left arm. One must know that in his current state, he had only unsealed a small portion of his left arm's power. If he could unseal it all, his speed could increase several times over.
However, this was too dangerous.
Even maintaining his current state, his beastly intuition constantly warned him about the danger of his left arm. If he continued to unseal it, no one knew what would happen.
Suddenly, an intense feeling of suffocation surged within Jiang Ren.
This was his beastly intuition's warning. But the feeling he was experiencing now was as if death had already arrived, with no escape route in any direction, front, back, left, right, up, or
down.
All he could do was wait for death.
Thud.
Jiang Ren landed on the ground and looked up at the sky, which had only a faint sliver of moonlight. His blood-red right eye operated at full capacity. His gaze pierced through the clouds, spanning an immense distance, and saw a missile rapidly flying towards him.
Ordinary missiles are useless against me.
Even those incredibly destructive missiles can at most injure me, they can't create this feeling of certain death.
Unless this missile is equipped with a nuclear warhead. Jiang Ren fell silent.
He had already tried his best to underestimate the moral bottom line of the Heavenly God Society, but now it seemed he had overestimated them. To kill him, they were willing to sacrifice an entire city.
In reality,
if there was only one missile carrying a nuclear warhead, although he couldn't escape the nuclear explosion radius, he could at least get as far away from the epicenter as possible, increasing his chances of survival.
The rest would be left to fate.
But clearly, the Heavenly God Society did not give him this opportunity. Jiang Ren looked around and saw a missile in each of the 4 directions.
Mommy, the moon. In a high-rise residential building several thousand meters away, a 3-year-old girl playfully ran onto the balcony.
Her mother rushed to her side, embracing her, and said, "Be good, we'll look tomorrow."
There are bad people outside now. Mommy, the moon is so beautiful.
The little girl raised her hand, pointing at the moon, which was mostly obscured by clouds.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Her mother instinctively looked up, only to see a blinding white light, as dazzling as the sun, appear.
In an instant, her eyes were burned into 2 empty sockets by the white light.
But she did not scream or react in any other way, because the scorching high temperature that accompanied the white light had already incinerated her and her daughter. Within several thousand meters of the white light's explosion, all buildings, vehicles, and humans were reduced to ashes. What followed closely was the shockwave of the explosion. It instantly destroyed countless buildings, carrying bricks, glass, rebar, and concrete, surging towards every surviving human. And the cars full of gasoline in the city also flew outwards with flames, bringing death to those who had not yet perished.
Under this explosion,
5 fiery red mushroom clouds rose in 5 directions of the city, briefly illuminating the night sky.
Screams, cries, curses.
Everything seemed small and powerless in the face of the nuclear explosion.
After a long time,
the shockwave ceased, the mushroom clouds dissipated, and invisible radioactive dust slowly settled over every part of the city. Those who were at the edge of the explosion, not burned by the high temperature, and fortunately escaped the immense danger brought by the shockwave. One by one crawled out of the ruins.
They looked around at everything in a daze.
The raging burning buildings, the ground full of ruins and debris, and the people who would never wake up again. Many people had wounds on their bodies from unknown fragments, but no one thought to treat them, or even felt any pain.
Is this a dream?
Someone felt something strange on their face, and when they wiped it, they found it was tears that had fallen at some unknown time. No one knew who started crying first. It was as if a start button had been pressed, the sorrow instantly infected others, and tears flowed uncontrollably.
On the outskirts of the city,
a luxurious private jet slowly landed. The cabin door opened, and the automatic stairs descended, as a group of distinguished elders slowly walked down. The leader was Bridges, the president of the Heavenly God Society. He held a square, ancient iron box in his hands, looking at the flames rising in the nearby city, his face filled with the joy of impending rebirth.
Other official members of the Heavenly God Society also walked down the plane one by one.
Many of them, upon seeing the city glowing with fire in the darkness, showed a hint of unbearable pity in their eyes.
But that was all.
To have achieved their current status and wealth, it wasn't that they had completely abandoned their conscience and morality, but it wasn't far off. The little conscience they had left, at most, allowed them to mourn in their hearts. 10 million people, already gathered, and still very fresh. Bridges seemed to have a burst of vitality, a glow appeared on his aged face, and his back straightened. The occasional coughs that had plagued him had stopped since he got off the plane. He placed the iron box on a car by the roadside. He gently stroked the ancient patterns on the iron box with his fingertips, his lips moving, but no sound could be heard. The official members who had disembarked from the plane stood silently behind Bridges, as if by prior agreement, their expressions serious and
dignified.
But whenever their gaze swept over the iron box, a hint of greed inevitably rose in their eyes. This was not greed for wealth and power, but greed for a higher form of life.
Thump! A sound suddenly came from the iron box.
It was like a heartbeat, only much louder, and even carried a strange sensation, as if one's own heart wanted to beat in rhythm with it.
We will all achieve eternal life.
Bridges' expression was filled with fanaticism, his hands left the iron box, and he stepped back 2 paces. The heartbeat from the square box grew stronger and stronger, even survivors 1,000 meters away heard this inexplicable sound.
Thump! 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 Gradually, all the survivors in the city heard it.
They didn't know where the sound came from, only felt that every time it sounded, their hearts would beat along with it. No one knew that in the deep crater of one of the explosion centers, there was a blood-red left arm bone.
Suddenly,
the finger bones of this left arm bone moved.
4 clearers.
Even though it was night, the enormous and conspicuous mushroom cloud was still visible to many people in the surrounding cities. For a time, the internet was flooded with photos of the mushroom cloud taken by passers-by, exclaiming about a nuclear bomb explosion, and many more.
Shouting about the end of the world.
In just a few minutes, topics containing words like nuclear bomb, mushroom cloud, and war had already reached the bottom of the trending lists on
major social media platforms.
And the popularity was rising rapidly. However, at this very moment, all trending topics related to the nuclear explosion were completely deleted from top to bottom, and numerous related
information and keywords were blocked.
Furthermore, those who posted these messages were also given a bonus package of being muted and having their accounts banned.
Afterward, a large number of trending topics suddenly appeared.
A famous male celebrity fainted from crying too much, a famous female celebrity gained weight, encountered a celebrity's full face
selfie, an influencer's skirt photo, a celebrity eating pizza live, a celebrity eating seafood.
Various celebrity and influencer trending topics exploded, instantly climbing the trending charts, and many netizens couldn't stop liking and
commenting until their hands cramped.
Celebrity trending topics plus deletion, muting, and account banning.
Information about the nuclear explosion was instantly pushed to a corner, unnoticed.
Around Nedex City, which was affected by the nuclear explosion, a large number of troops arrived within a short period, implementing a strict blockade and prohibiting anyone from approaching. When people who had posted mushroom cloud photos online cursed certain capitalists for being inhumane and prepared to send the photos through chat software, the friendly voices of Water and Electricity Bureau staff members sounded outside their doors. These methods all came from the hands of the Pantheon. Only a group like them could suppress such a serious matter. While they could have completely staged a self-directed play, blaming the launch of these nuclear bombs on a hostile country and then guiding public
opinion to focus everyone's attention on condemning that hostile nation.
However, if they did that, the fact of the nuclear explosion would be laid bare before everyone.
Then, many people would inevitably raise questions about various issues in this nuclear explosion.
For example, why did the interception system not work? Why did 5 nuclear bombs fall on the same city? And what about the rescue efforts for the
survivors? And the one thing the Pantheon did not want outsiders to know most was about the rescue efforts for the survivors. Because there would be no rescue at all.
The tens of millions of people who died in this city, and the unknown hundreds of thousands or even millions of survivors, were all part of the blood
sacrifice ritual they were currently performing.
This was also why they preferred to expend more effort and use more complex methods to conceal it. Of course, this kind of method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause, and can only hide it for a few days at most.
But that was already enough. 2 days, just 2 days and the ritual will be complete.
Next to the ancient iron box, Bridges gazed intently at the sky above the city ahead, muttering to himself.
Under the dim night sky, the dark clouds had dispersed, and a blood moon hung in the sky. This blood-red moon could only be seen in this city and within a certain distance around it. Because it was not the moon orbiting outside this planet, but a ritual transfer station suspended high above this city, obscuring the original position of the moon.
Below in the city, wisps of energy, invisible to the naked eye, slowly ascended and drifted into the blood moon. These invisible and intangible energies were the life energies of those who died in the nuclear explosion. Although many of those people's bodies had melted away, their life energies would not dissipate in a short time. If not absorbed or utilized, these energies would only dissipate within a few days.
In 3 days, I will become a god.
Bridges wore a deep smile on his face. He was very happy.
30 years ago, he was just a retired, disillusioned older politician, his body so frail that he had only a few months left to live.
It wasn't until he encountered the special heart in the iron box, and various mysterious and profound knowledge subsequently emerged in his mind, that
he experienced a new life.
From that knowledge, Bridges learned methods to prolong his life, many ritual spells with special effects, and that the special heart was the heart of
a fallen deity, possessing infinite power.
From then on, he founded the pantheon as an apostle of the gods. And he recruited people who held great power but had only a few years left to live. After that, apart from recruiting new members every few years, he had been preparing for this ritual today.
Resurrection of the God. This was the name of the blood sacrifice ritual currently underway.
By sacrificing the lives of millions of people, the divine consciousness hidden within the special heart could be resurrected, thus bringing about the true God's revival. As the president of the pantheon, Bridges had already reached the very pinnacle of humanity's power and wealth pyramid, without a doubt. At his position, ordinary money and power could no longer satisfy his desires. Compared to resurrecting a god of unknown character and temperament, he
wished more to become a god himself.
That's right. Bridges did not intend to resurrect the god. He only wanted to use this divine heart to replace his own heart, thereby becoming a god himself. But this required a great deal of preparation, and more blood sacrifices than a normal god resurrection ritual, otherwise it wouldn't have dragged on.
Until now.
Whoosh! At this moment, a figure as black as ink emerged from the ground. The shadow had a human form, its head and clothes hidden in darkness, only vaguely discernible as male. The surrounding elders glanced at him, then averted their gaze, continuing to look at the blood moon in the sky. They could clearly feel that as the
ritual progressed, their aging bodies were gradually regaining vitality.
After the shadow emerged, he went directly to Bridges and respectfully said, "President, there are a few people outside who wish to see you."
Bridges looked at him and said, "Didn't I say no one was allowed in?"
A hint of coldness was mixed in his calm tone. The shadow was once a top-tier exterminator who had accidentally fused with a dangerous species. After being recruited by the Pantheon, he became the
Pantheon's strongest defensive force.
The shadow involuntarily trembled, then lowered his head. Meatball, sunglasses, black robe, and elementary schooler are all outside.
With our abilities, we can only block 2 of them at most.
Bridges narrowed his eyes. "Bring them over."
"I'll go now."
The shadow nodded, his body merging into the ground and disappearing. The dozens of elders nearby also heard what the shadow said and exchanged nervous glances, but seeing Bridges' calm demeanor, they remained silent.
Meatball, sunglasses, black robe, and elementary schooler were the nicknames of 4 top-tier exterminators.
Each of them, for various reasons, possessed strange abilities far exceeding ordinary dangerous species, and all had rejected the Pantheon's
recruitment.
In some respects, their danger was several times higher than that of Jiang Ren, who only fought with physical strength. After all, no matter how strong the physical body, there are many ways to deal with it. But those strange abilities are very difficult to defend against.
I remember they all have their own teams, so how did they end up together?
Bridges was somewhat puzzled, as these 4, being top-tier exterminators, all had a large number of extermination missions to complete and were almost impossible to be together. As for why these 4 wanted to come over, that was not difficult to guess. Firstly, because of the massive tremor and mushroom cloud after the nuclear bomb explosion, and secondly, the god resurrection ritual would display many anomalies. Ordinary people might find it difficult to perceive, but for exterminators, it was like a bright lamp in the darkness, incredibly
obvious.
As long as they were within a certain distance, they would definitely be able to discover it. As for the military blockade, while it could stop ordinary people and most exterminators, it had no effect on these 4. The reason they sent the shadow to inform him was likely out of apprehension towards the entire Pantheon, as the power wielded by the Pantheon was Indeed, very threatening. Soon, the shadow brought the people over. They were 4 people who didn't seem to fit together at all. The pot-bellied, middle-aged fat man whose flesh trembled with every step, Meatball, the tall, strange man completely hidden in a black robe, the elementary schooler carrying a backpack and sucking on a lollipop, and the young man wearing sunglasses and flip-flops, sunglasses. From their appearance, except for the black robe, the other 3 seemed very ordinary. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have imagined that they were top-tier exterminators with bizarre and powerful abilities, who had completed at least 100 extermination missions.
Compared to Jiang Ren, who debuted in recent years and quickly rose to the top. Their fame dated back further, and they held more influence in the scarce profession of exterminators. Welcome. I heard you wished to see me. What can I do for you?
Bridges spread his hands, making a welcoming gesture.
Black Robe looked at him and uttered in a low voice, "President Bridges, you should know why we are looking for you." The other 3 did not speak, seemingly acknowledging Black Robe as their spokesperson. Bridges chuckled twice, not denying it, and then said, "So, what do you intend to do? Stop this ritual and give us an explanation."
Black Robe glanced at the scarred city nearby, then looked back at Bridges, and 2 faint blue flames flickered in the eye sockets of his dark hood.
Sunglasses suddenly spoke, "And John's matter, that needs to be clarified too. So that's how it is."
Bridges glanced at the flip-flops, although the god resurrection ritual was very conspicuous, unless all 4 of them were in the neighboring city, it would be impossible for them to see it, let alone come at the same time. But if they rushed over because they received news of John being besieged by the military, it would also explain why they arrived so promptly.
Since you want me to explain, then I will give you an explanation, an absolutely reasonable explanation.
Bridges had a slightly exaggerated smile on his face, his lips quivering rapidly, yet no sound was produced.
Mr. Bridges, you're making things very difficult for us. The elementary schooler removed his lollipop, shaking his head and sighing.
He only looked like an elementary schooler on the outside, but in reality, he was a middle-aged man with a childlike innocence, so he naturally understood the hidden meaning in Bridges' words.
Now, you won't feel so difficult anymore. Bridges stopped muttering and said with a smile.
The elementary schooler was about to speak, but Meatball seemed to realize something, and his massive body leaped sideways while shouting, "Run!"
However,
the moment the sound rang out, an invisible force appeared around them, directly enveloping the entire area. Before the 4 could react, they felt an extreme pulling sensation from body to soul. Their abilities, which they had used countless times, seemed to slow down significantly at this moment.
In the blink of an eye,
the 4, along with the ground beneath their feet, were moved over 1,000 meters, entering the edge of the city nearby.
Return of the Dead. Thump, thump, thump.
A strange heartbeat echoed in the ears of the 4.
What kind of ability is this?
The elementary schooler was a little surprised. The ability to move an entire area was a bit exaggerated, but he didn't know if there were any usage restrictions.
Did you hear a heartbeat?
The sunglasses guy curiously looked around, trying to find the source of the sound.
Meatball's expression was serious as he said, "Never mind the abilities and the heartbeat. This city has become a massive altar, and staying here will be very dangerous. Let's get out of here first."
The Black Robe glanced at Bridges, who was muttering something in a low voice in the distance, and felt a sense of unease.
All right.
The other 3 had no objections. The 4 of them had been old friends for over 10 years. Although their personalities were a bit eccentric, at a moment like this, no one would deliberately hold them back.
In an instant,
the 4 each used their own methods.
Meatball's massive bulk of fat burst through his clothes and transformed into 8 spider-like lower limbs, moving outward at an incredibly fast speed.
The Black Robe followed closely behind, the edge of his robe clinging tightly to the ground as he moved.
However, when passing over some uneven ground, a faint glimpse of a ghostly blue flame could be seen flashing beneath his robe. He.
The elementary schooler pulled out his lollipop and patted the backpack behind him. "Let's go too." Immediately, two dark hands, 4 or 5 meters long, stretched out from the backpack, supporting the elementary schooler's body. Each stride covered 7 or 8 meters, and his speed was no slower than Meatball, who was in the lead.
Oh, wait for me. The sunglasses guy stomped his foot in annoyance, then started striding.
His figure was agile and nimble, even on such a difficult road. His speed far exceeded the average world record for the 100-meter dash. However, compared to the 3 in front, he was still far behind, only able to fall to the last position.
On the periphery.
After Bridges finished his incantation, he looked at the 4 people running out at an extremely fast pace and said with a pleased expression, "Since you've entered, please fulfill your duty as sacrifices." The ancient iron box containing the heart flashed with a faint light and began to shake rapidly.
Thump!
In the city, the previously consistently beating sound suddenly amplified, then fell silent.
Roar, roar, roar.
Roars rose and fell all around. Those survivors who had become lost and motionless when the heartbeat began, had their bodies uncontrollably mutate, becoming humanoid monsters with
dozens of disgusting tentacles.
They were like beasts that had lost their minds, their eyes blood red.
The sound of the heart beating started again.
But unlike before, this time the heartbeat was like a rapid drumbeat, one beat closely following another, fast and dense. The invisible energy floating in the air surged madly into the tentacle monsters' bodies, strengthening their physiques and tentacles.
The next moment,
all the surrounding tentacle monsters roared and charged towards Meatball, Sunglasses, Black Robe, and Elementary Schooler. The tentacle monsters seemed to have a faint intelligence. Apart from a small number that charged directly at the 4, most of them blocked the path for the 4 to run out of the city. Thus, the first to bear the brunt was Meatball, who was running at the very front. Meatball transformed a portion of his body fat into a cold, gleaming black whip and fiercely lashed at the heads of several tentacle monsters blocking
his way.
The expected scene of heads exploding did not occur, it merely sent them flying a few meters, but the gaps that appeared were immediately filled by
more tentacle monsters. Be careful, these monsters aren't cannon fodder.
To avoid being surrounded by the tentacle monsters, Meatball could only stop and issue a warning to the 3 behind him. Facing more and more tentacle monsters, all 4 knew that to get out, they had to carve a bloody path. Meatball's fat transformed into several arms, each holding a cold weapon, launching a combined attack, instantly killing a tentacle monster. Ghostly blue flames floated out from the black robe, literally melting several surrounding tentacle monsters. The elementary schooler's 2 dark hands were like rackets, constantly swatting away the surrounding tentacle monsters, clearing a small safe space. The sunglasses guy, on the other hand, took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. He blinked them hazily, and several tentacle monsters froze, then quickly turned to attack other tentacle monsters.
Tentacle monsters were killed one after another.
But soon, the 4 discovered that the tentacle monsters were not only not decreasing, but were increasing. Even those tentacle monsters that were killed would have their damaged bodies repaired and resurrected in a mere few minutes at most, then they would
charge at the 4 of them again.
The 4's abilities were insufficient to sustain their endless battle, and facing an infinite number of tentacle monsters, someone quickly got
injured.
They were in a desperate situation. Blood tears streamed from the sunglasses guy's enchanting eyes. She had controlled a full 12 tentacle monsters, which was already the limit of her ability. Looking at the 3 struggling beside her, she bit her lip lightly, a complex expression in her eyes.
Jiang, where are you?
In the center of the city, in a deep pit created by the nuclear explosion.
In the pit was a blood-red left arm bone.
Around the left arm bone, a faint mist condensed on the ground, with a subtle reddish hue visible within it. This mist continuously condensed from the surroundings and then converged towards the deep pit in the center. Gradually, the mist grew denser, the redness became more pronounced, and the center transformed into a rich blood red.
Suddenly,
the blood mist above the deep pit converged into a blood-like droplet, which fell onto the left arm bone and disappeared. Then the 2nd, 3rd, and even the 10th and 100th drops appeared. But no matter how many drops fell, they were absorbed by the left arm bone. After an unknown number of blood drops were absorbed, the left arm bone underwent a change. Lumps of wriggling muscle grew from the bone and expanded at a visible rate. Before long, the left arm bone was enveloped by a layer of crimson muscle, with blood faintly visible flowing beneath the muscle surface. Immediately after, a layer of blood-red skin grew on top, along with scales that gleamed with a cold light. Puff! Accompanied by a strange sound, an irregular red mass of flesh grew from the severed end of this left arm. Blood dripped down, drop by drop. The irregular mass of flesh rapidly grew, transforming into a rudimentary torso, then hands, feet, and finally, a head. Whoosh! The blood mist converged into a blood-colored cloud, and a continuous blood rain began to fall into the deep pit. Regardless of where this blood rain was originally intended to fall, it would be sent by an invisible force to the left arm below. And the flesh created by the left arm was also rapidly completing its details at this moment. Bones, internal organs, muscles, eyes. Just as the eyes were being perfected. From deep underground nearby, a red light suddenly shot out, flying directly into the right eye of the flesh and merging with it. The right eye burst forth with a faint red light, instantly seizing most of the blood that had fallen on the left arm, and also emitted hair-thin red streaks that spread to other parts of the face. The left arm suddenly trembled, forcing the red streaks into the right eye and reclaiming all the blood rain. The right eye, like a child who had made a mistake and was being lectured by an elder, exuded a feeling of grievance, but dared not make any other superfluous movements. The left arm guided a portion of the blood rain to fall back onto the right eye. The right eye immediately changed from grievance to joy. When the created body grew skin, the surrounding blood-colored mist had also turned into ordinary white mist, which was dissipating with the wind. Jiang Ren opened his eyes in a daze, looking at the unfamiliar scene before him, and couldn't help but be stunned. I'm actually not dead? He stood up from the ground. Looking at his bare body, he tried to move his limbs. There was no discomfort, and he even felt much stronger than before. Faced with this situation, Jiang Ren fell into contemplation. He couldn't understand why he was still alive. At the moment of the nuclear bomb explosion, he had basically given up resistance, wondering in his mind what his evaluation would be this time. Whether he had profited or lost. If he had to say what else he had done, it was to incidentally unseal the full power of his left arm. Could it be? Jiang Ren looked at his blood-red left arm. He vaguely remembered that before losing consciousness, all parts of his body had dissolved in the nuclear explosion. Although his left arm was no exception, its dissolution speed was much slower. At least at the last moment before losing consciousness, he could still feel the presence of his left arm. Is it you? Jiang Ren placed his right hand on his left arm, feeling the cold, smooth touch of the scales on it, then placed his hand on his right eye, and you. Before his consciousness dissipated, his right eye had not completely dissolved either. Just as Jiang Ren was guessing what was going on, a sound caught his attention. Thump! 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 A strange sound, like a heartbeat, echoed in his ears. Even when Jiang Ren tried to move positions, the size and distance of the heartbeat did not change. My heart. Jiang Ren raised his hand to cover his left chest, his face a little grim. He found that amidst this rhythmic heartbeat, his own heart unconsciously followed suit, albeit for a very short time, but it was clearly abnormal. The heart is one of the most important organs in the human body. Once controlled, the controller can easily kill the heart's owner. Where is this sound coming from? Jiang Ren released some of his left arm's power to protect his heart, then observed his surroundings, finally looking up at the sky. Under the dim night sky, a blood moon hung in the air. This was clearly not a normal phenomenon. A faint light appeared in Jiang Ren's left eye, and the blood-colored moon gradually deformed in his vision, returning to its true form. It was actually a bleeding heart. And it was still beating continuously. Each beat caused countless invisible energies to rise from the ruins below, surging into the heart through the blood vessels on it. It's it. Looking at this beating heart, Jiang Ren instantly understood many things. At the entrance of the abandoned town's church, The paper discarded by the Heavenly God Society branch leader had a heart pattern.
Except for the color, most of the details were basically identical to the current one.
I wondered why they were so deranged. It turns out I was just incidental. The real goal was the tens of millions of people in this city. Thinking of this, Jiang Ren shook his head. From the scene before him, it seemed that the Heavenly God Society was using the deaths of the people in this city to conduct some evil blood sacrifice rituals. As for how exactly they operated, or what goal they aimed to achieve, he didn't know, didn't want to know, and didn't need to know, because if I kill this dangerous species, my evaluation should increase quite a bit. Jiang Ren found a direction, and with a few leaps, he left the deep pit. The heart disguised as a blood moon above the city was merely a transfer station for absorbing energy. The heart's true body and the person controlling the ritual were at the edge of the city. Traversing the ruins ravaged by the nuclear explosion, Jiang Ren's speed grew faster and faster. Chunks of blood-red muscle broke through the confines of his skin, covering his body like armor, continuously strengthening him. Bigger, faster, stronger. In just over 10 seconds, Jiang Ren's height surpassed 4 meters, and each time his feet landed on the ground, a thud echoed. Boom! Facing the obstacles in front of him, he neither dodged nor avoided, directly smashing a path through them, his speed unaffected in the slightest. His entire being transformed into a red phantom. Finally, Jiang Ren reached the edge of the city. He saw the true body of the heart above the city, seemingly contained within an ancient iron box, with dozens of fanatical old men standing beside it. Likewise, he also saw 4 familiar figures, surrounded by hundreds of tentacle monsters, covered in wounds, and on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Humanoid meat Tonka violent output. I can't hold on much longer. Faced with an endless swarm of tentacle monsters, Meatball was gradually losing ground. Although his fat could transform into various weapons and biological limbs, the prerequisite was that they had to remain connected to his body. Once detached, they would revert to mere fat, effectively weakening his power. The tentacle monsters, though not strong, were incredibly troublesome. Several of them, before dying, viciously bit off the weapons and hands he had formed from his fat, causing his body fat to dwindle. Now, he only had about half left. If he lost any more, it would be a formal declaration of death. The 3 people beside him were not faring much better. Black Robe had taken off the black cloak that covered his body, revealing a skeletal frame glowing with eerie blue flames. The flame of life in his eye sockets had significantly diminished due to overuse of his abilities. And the Great Schooler, the frequency and speed with which his 2 dark hands struck the tentacle monsters had also decreased considerably. As for Sunglasses, whose ability was charm control, she had been under the protection of the other 3. The 12 tentacle monsters she initially controlled had been devoured by other tentacle monsters. Now, even with all her might, she could only barely control 6. It seems we're going to die together, the Great Schooler said, swatting away a tentacle monster in front of him, shaking his head and shrugging. Meatball gloomily chimed in, this time, it was a loss. If I had known that old geezer was so insidious, I should have killed him first. Black Robe remained silent, focusing on incinerating the tentacle monsters. These tentacle monsters, supplied by the city's vast life energy, had flesh far more resilient than ordinary humans. To burn them to death, he had to concentrate his flames, and could only manage to burn no more than 10 at a time. However, the tentacle monsters he burned were also the most difficult to regenerate. After all, compared to a normal decapitation or headshot, his method of burning the tentacle monsters down to skeletons caused far greater damage. Unfortunately, against the vast numbers of tentacle monsters continuously surging from all directions, the dozens he had killed were merely a drop in the bucket. Sunglasses bit her lip lightly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, if I hadn't asked you to come and save Jiang. It's not your fault. Meatball interrupted her, hacking at the tentacle monsters while panting, although I can't stand that arrogant demon, since his attitude towards dangerous species is the same as mine, then he is my friend, Meatball. So even if you hadn't called me, I would have come. The fact that we're in this situation is only because my strength isn't enough.
The grade schooler shook his head, saying with a touch of regret, "What a shame. If Demon were here, we could definitely carve out a bloody path and beat that immortal old man outside into a pulp. Then throw him to the dogs." Black Robe still said nothing. But the two eerie blue flames in his eye sockets flickered erratically, clearly indicating his turbulent emotions. In reality, they all knew that although the cleaners had gained bizarre abilities far beyond ordinary people through various encounters, their bodies were ultimately still fragile under the explosion of a nuclear bomb, the most destructive weapon in the current world. Demon was likely dead. Only Sunglasses would naively believe that Demon was still alive. Just then, through a gap between the tentacle monsters, Black Robe looked at Bridges, who had an arrogant expression, and the eerie blue flames in his eye sockets flickered. What a pity, he couldn't burn that immortal old thing to ashes. Jiang. Sunglasses murmured softly. She wasn't unaware of the power of a nuclear bomb, nor was she unaware that if Jiang were still alive, he would certainly not stand by and watch this blood sacrifice ritual. Not having arrived after all this time could only mean he would never be able to arrive. However, she still believed that Jiang was not dead. If she had to say why, it was probably a gut feeling. Put. One of the controlled tentacle monsters was dismembered. Blood tears streamed down Sunglasses' eyes again. In just over 10 minutes, her beautiful, almost gender-neutral face was already stained with blood. Seeing that her three old friends no longer had their initial relaxed demeanor, she knew that their 4 deaths would soon arrive. Jiang, I truly hope I can see you before I die. Sunglasses subconsciously turned her head, ignoring her eyes blurred by blood tears, and stared blankly in the direction of the city. In a daze, she saw a tall, blood-red figure running wildly towards them through the ruined city. How wonderful, I see you again. A happy smile appeared on Sunglasses' face. Although she knew this was just an illusion, she was already content to see Jiang one last time before she died. Demon? I knew that kid wasn't dead. Meatball heard the commotion from the city, looked back, and immediately burst into laughter. Demon, run faster. Can't you see this old man is almost out of strength, the grade schooler shouted in his childish voice. The Black Robe remained silent, but the flame of life flickering in his eye sockets became more vibrant, clearly indicating his mood had improved significantly. Hearing her teammates' voices, Sunglasses was filled with questions. Had they also started hallucinating? She immediately blinked, looking carefully towards the city. The blood-red figure was still there, and getting closer. She was overjoyed. Jiang, did you come because you heard my call? Jiang Ren did not reply to anyone. After letting out a provocative roar at the tentacle monsters, he stomped his legs hard on the ground. With a boom, the ground within several meters instantly sank by almost half a meter. And Jiang Ren, using this force, leaped over 10 meters high, his massive body landing among the tentacle monsters like a cannonball. In an instant, several tentacle monsters were smashed apart. With Jiang Ren, the human-shaped tank and violent damage dealer, joining them, the pressure on Meatball, Black Robe, the grade schooler, and Sunglasses instantly eased. Just as the 5 of them were thinking of pressing on and breaking out of this city, which had already transformed into an altar, they found even more tentacle monsters surging towards them. They were densely packed, running with almost no gaps between them. He wasn't even killed by a nuclear bomb? Seeing Jiang Ren still alive from afar, Bridges was stunned, then laughed indifferently. If it were before the god's revival ritual began, I might have had a headache. But now, you and those 4 monsters can fulfill your duty as sacrifices. This city had already become a giant altar. Both living and dead things were sacrifices. In this giant altar, the biggest difference between Jiang Ren and the 4 others and ordinary people was that ordinary people were completely powerless against the ritual's might, their bodies and minds instantly controlled, turning them into mindless monsters. Jiang Ren and the 4 others, however, could resist the ritual's power and remain unaffected. However, facing the endless stream of monsters from the altar, no matter how strong Jiang Ren and the 4 others were, they could only frustratingly await death. Are you the leader of the Heavenly God Society?
Suddenly, a young voice sounded behind Bridges. Bridges' pupils constricted sharply, and he swiftly reached for the ancient iron box in front of him without any hesitation.
But in just an instant,
he felt himself lose control of his body, his hands unable to move even an inch further. Bridges slowly lowered his head, only to see a blood-red hand protruding from his chest, holding a still-beating heart. Judging by the blood flowing from it, this heart seemed very fresh.
Time stop series. Not a bad heart. It seems you're not an ordinary person either. The owner of the blood-red hand was Jiang Ren. Seeing Bridges seemingly stunned, he used 2 fingers to pick up the heart in his palm. Hearing the voice, Bridges suddenly understood. Oh. So this was my heart. But a greater doubt emerged from the depths of Bridges' heart. Wasn't Jiang still surrounded by the tentacle monsters? How did he appear behind me? And why didn't those dozens of people behind me warn me? I bet you're very confused inside, aren't you? Jiang Ren smiled slightly, then said, "Don't worry, I'll help you clear up your doubts, dream on." His fingers instantly exerted more force, and the heart in his hand burst directly. Since he was going for the kill, he had to completely eliminate the enemy. He understood this simple principle. After all, he didn't want to experience situations from certain movies and novels where the protagonist's momentary hesitation led to the enemy making a comeback or escaping, only to drag out the plot for dozens of chapters. Blood splattered onto Bridges' face and chest. With his heart bursting, Bridges' vitality rapidly dissipated. His head drooped powerlessly to his chest. If Jiang Ren's hand hadn't still been impaling his chest, he probably would have collapsed directly. What a fragile body. Jiang Ren shook his head, his expression calm. The heart in the ancient iron box in front, after absorbing most of the energy from tens of millions of lives in this city, now contained more energy than his left arm. But unfortunately, despite this heart possessing such immense energy, Bridges, its owner, could only use it crudely, like a child piloting a fighter jet. Even if he could press the missile launch button, he couldn't unleash the fighter jet's true power. Of course, Jiang Ren didn't think he was much better off. His own powerful strength largely came from his left arm, and the energy in his left arm had increased too quickly, leaving him no time to familiarize himself, accumulate, or refine it. It was like an ordinary person piloting a fighter jet, able to touch all the buttons, but unaware of the functions of most of them and unable to skillfully operate and utilize them. I'm dead? I failed? Bridges felt life rapidly draining from his body, and a few questions suddenly popped into his mind. No. I'm not dead, I haven't failed, I can still become a god. A look of determination flashed in Bridges' eyes, and he silently chanted a spell he once thought he would never utter. This spell didn't possess any particularly miraculous abilities. It merely offered his body to the divine heart, allowing the divine consciousness slumbering within the divine heart to awaken and fully revive using his body as a vessel. Of course, the consequence of doing so was the complete dissipation of Bridges' soul and consciousness, leaving only a husk of a body. But this was already enough for him. Compared to dying in such a humiliating way at this crucial moment, offering his body would at least ensure that his body achieved godhood. This, too, was undoubtedly becoming a god. Ding! 2 meters off the ground, the ancient iron box, which had been quietly suspended, suddenly shattered, revealing the strangely shaped, blood-red heart inside. As Jiang Ren looked over, he saw the heart rapidly contracting and expanding. At the same time, an invisible, strange energy appeared around it, instantly triggering a special change. A few drops of blood that had fallen from Bridges' body hung in the air, a stirred-up leaf remained suspended, and Jiang Ren even found his body unable to move. It was as if time around them had come to a standstill. Also experiencing this situation were the tentacle monsters over 1,000 meters away, and the meatball, black robe, schoolgirl, and sunglasses. Surrounded by them, as well as the temporary clone Jiang Ren had created with his left arm. What's going on? Why can't I move? Sunglasses was a bit confused. She found that the only part of her body she could barely move was her eyes.
Just as she was about to try if her charm/seduction control ability was still effective, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar
red figure over 1,000 meters away.
Alarmed, Sunglasses quickly shifted her gaze to another identical red figure a dozen meters away. Now, her confusion had not lessened, but rather increased.
Why were there two Jiangs?
A thought suddenly popped into Sunglasses' mind. Could it be that some deity heard my prayer and sent me another Jiang, so I can experience two joys
at once? Compared to Sunglasses' optimism, Meatball, Black Robe, and Schoolgirl were a bit nervous.
Due to their angle, although they could barely move their eyeballs, they couldn't see Jiang Ren outside the altar at all.
Facing this situation, they could only look at each other, mutually asking what was going on. Is this a time stop?
Jiang Ren, at the center of the time stop, was currently focused on the strange heart that had appeared after the ancient iron box shattered. For some reason, a series called Time Stop suddenly popped into his mind. A massive energy appeared. A palm-sized white figure slowly rose from the strange heart. The figure had no distinct facial features, only its general face area could be vaguely discerned. The figure paused for a moment, then slowly flew towards Bridges. As it did, its head turned, it glanced at Jiang Ren, and then drifted into Bridges' head. Although he couldn't see the figure's eyes, Jiang Ren could clearly feel that the figure was likely looking at his left arm.
Whoosh! Bridges' lowered head suddenly lifted.
A vast and chaotic energy emerged within his body, and the massive wound on his chest rapidly healed, slowly pushing Jiang Ren's right hand out.
Bang! A blood-red, scaled hand directly crushed Bridges' head. Blood dripped, leaves fluttered. The time stop disappeared. The strange heart trembled and let out a mournful cry. Fragments appeared around its body, forming the ancient iron box from before, re-encasing it and continuing to float in its original position.
It's solved? Jiang Ren was dumbfounded, his gaze moving between the strange heart and the shattered head. He had expected a major battle with this strange heart, believing he might even need to unleash all his power to win, and there was also a high chance he would lose. Precisely because he felt the situation would unfold this way, he had deliberately feigned weakness and launched a sneak attack, hoping to increase his chances of victory. Yet, by simply crushing Bridges' head in an unexpected move, the white figure that had just floated in was annihilated before it could even react. And that strange heart became ownerless.
What is this? Jiang Ren felt a bit speechless.
This feeling was like playing a level-based game, finally reaching the boss, only for the boss to die with a single slash.
Demon, can you save us first before spacing out? In the distance, Meatball and the others, who had just realized they could move and were being besieged by the tentacle monsters, couldn't help but shout. Under Sunglasses' blatant gaze, they also noticed an extra Jiang in the distance. Although they didn't know what was going on, since Bridges had died next to him, they figured they should be rescued. Please don't stop me from drawing my sword. Hungry. Very hungry.
Jiang Ren was about to pick up the ancient iron box containing the heart to control the tentacle monster to stop its attack and, incidentally, to stop
the ritual covering the city.
But when he looked at the iron box, an inexplicable and intense hunger surged from his stomach to his mind. His body showed no weakness, and just a moment ago, he had felt no hunger, but now it was as if he hadn't eaten for 10 days to half a month, filled
with an urge to consume. Although Jiang Ren couldn't see his own eyes at that moment, he could imagine that they must be glowing green with hunger. Delicious.
Jiang Ren swallowed, his left hand uncontrollably rising, slowly reaching for the ancient iron box. In his mind, a voice seemed to be telling him, "Eat it, eat this heart, eat it and you will possess divine power, you will be the master of billions of lives on this planet, you will be the only God in this world." The distance between his left hand and the iron box gradually closed. Just as it was about a finger's length away from touching the box, it suddenly stopped. Hunger is never a simple desire, but the most primitive urge to eat that every human and every living creature possesses, difficult to resist, and
impossible to resist. But, am I really hungry?
Jiang Ren looked at his blood-red left arm. A faint glow emerged from its skin, quickly restoring it to its original form. He casually grabbed a piece of cloth to wrap around his waist, then extended his right hand to touch the iron box.
A torrent of complex information flowed into his mind through the iron box.
Jiang Ren didn't bother to examine it. Instead, he directly sensed through the iron box and immediately obtained the methods to control the tentacle
monster and dispel the ritual.
A thought flashed through his mind. At the city's edge, the fearless tentacle monsters instantly froze. Seeing that it worked, another thought flashed through Jiang Ren's mind. With Bridges, who was part of the ritual, already dead, the ritual was easily dispelled. The blood moon above the city gradually faded, revealing the real moon faintly visible through the clouds.
Everything returned to peace. It's finally over.
Meatball, seeing the surrounding tentacle monsters freeze and then rapidly disintegrate into putrid mud, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down at his moderately obese body, he felt like crying without tears. It would take at least several months of gorging himself to regain his
original physique and abilities. By the way, which one is the real demon?
The elementary school student looked at the motionless red shadow beside him and Jiang Ren, who had already transformed into human form in the
distance, wondering in his heart.
Just as he was about to ask, he saw the red shadow dissolve, just like the tentacle monsters.
Jiang! After confirming safety, Sunglasses immediately pulled out a spray bottle, wiped the blood from his face, and then rushed towards Jiang Ren. His figure was like an elegant deer leaping through the forest, and his voice, no longer neutral, became soft and beautiful. Meatball, Black Robe, and the elementary school student saw this. After exchanging glances, they all shook their heads and reluctantly followed, though intentionally slowing their pace. It was no secret that the demon was the only man Sunglasses liked. Stop!
Jiang Ren held the ancient iron box with the strange heart at his side, and turning around, he saw Sunglasses rushing towards him with open arms. Seemingly wanting to pounce directly onto him, so he quickly extended his right hand to stop him.
Jiang, do you want me to just pounce into your arms? Okay, I'm coming.
Sunglasses spoke to himself as if he hadn't heard, his speed increasing instead of decreasing.
Thud.
Left with no choice, Jiang Ren could only quickly step aside. Maintaining his high speed, Sunglasses couldn't turn in time and rushed straight past, falling heavily to the ground.
Ouch!
Sunglasses rubbed his face in pain, stood up, and looked at Jiang Ren, a joyful smile on his delicate and beautiful face. Jiang, did you hear my call?
And come to save me?
Hearing this, Meatball and the other two behind him were somewhat speechless. It seemed they were all invisible.
Jiang Ren said indifferently, I think you misunderstood. Jiang, have you forgotten my name?
Sunglasses' expression changed, he bit his lower lip lightly, and a hint of sadness appeared in his charming eyes. Such an exquisite and beautiful face paired with that expression would make it impossible for any man to completely ignore it.
Beryl, stop playing.
But Jiang Ren merely glanced at her with an unchanged expression, then said flatly. He had no aversion to Sunglasses, or rather, Beryl, but he also had no particular liking for her. However, to prevent her from taking advantage, a necessary cold attitude was required. As for why he wasn't interested in the beautiful Sunglasses throwing herself at him, it wasn't because she wasn't beautiful enough or because she was
flat-chested.
In terms of appearance alone, her perfectly exquisite face, so beautiful it was almost, could easily claim the top spot on any global
beauty ranking.
But just like her androgynous face, her gender also had a slight issue.
It wasn't hermaphroditism.
Instead, there was no distinction between male and female. Just like angels in Western mythology, one could say she was an asexual being. Of course, Sunglasses still had many advantages. For example, she didn't need to use the restroom, which for many netizens who were disappointed that goddesses still needed to use the restroom and
chose to embrace their paper wives, she would definitely be the ideal partner.
Additionally, the only man she liked was him, but she liked many women.
Jiang, if.
Beryl looked at Jiang Ren, seemingly having made up her mind, and said, if you are willing to be with me, my wives will also be your wives. Before he could reply, she continued, "You've seen their photos, they are all very beautiful, and a new person arrived last week."
"Thank you, I don't need that." Jiang Ren refused cleanly and decisively.
In fact, he wasn't unmoved, but he was afraid that if he dragged it out, he wouldn't be able to resist agreeing. Most importantly, as long as the dome in the sky existed, he would be in a state of tension, so how could he let a woman affect the speed at which he drew his sword? "So, please don't affect my sword drawing."
Demon. Black Robe walked over at this moment, his skull eye sockets glowing with an eerie blue flame as he looked at Jiang Ren and said, "Thank you for saving us."
If Jiang Ren hadn't appeared in time, they would probably have died at the hands of those tentacle monsters by now.
Jiang Ren shook his head. "I should be the one saying thank you."
Although he hadn't met these four top clearers many times in total, he understood their character well. The fact that they appeared here together so quickly definitely meant they intended to help him. In other words, if they hadn't come over, they wouldn't have fallen into such a crisis at all. Meatball snorted and chuckled, "At least you have some conscience, kid."
Demon, how did you manage to knock out so many people at once?
The elementary school student looked behind Jiang Ren, where dozens of official members of the Celestial God Society lay sprawled, each foaming at the
mouth and rolling their eyes. "A little ability."
Jiang Ren raised his hand and gestured with 2 fingers. The ability to knock out these people came from his right eye, which had mutated after devouring the blood-colored single eye. He could ignore defenses and directly destroy the consciousness of people within a certain range. Although these dozens of people still had vital signs, they had actually become variant vegetative states with nearly zero brain activity, never to
awaken.
This was an ability he discovered when he came from the deep pit.
He hadn't expected it to be so effective on its first use. "A little? Are you sure it's not a lot?" The elementary school student rolled his eyes. As a pure melee damage dealing clearer, he envied those ranged clearers who could knock out large groups of enemies just by moving their eyes.
He had thought the demon's abilities were similar to his own, or even less convenient, but he hadn't expected him to betray the pure melee
damage dealing alliance.
It was so disappointing. He had originally intended to pass on his position as alliance leader to him.
Poof.
At this moment, a figure as black as ink emerged from underground.
"President, how is the ritual?"
The black shadow had just opened his mouth when he saw 5 people standing around him, glaring menacingly. His thoughts paused for a second, then he immediately said with a silly smile, "My apologies, I found the wrong person.
I'll leave now."
Before he could finish speaking, he quickly burrowed back underground, fearing that a moment's delay would mean staying there forever.
Jiang Ren and the other 4 didn't pay attention.
It would be easy to keep the black shadow, but there was no need. Many people already knew about Jiang Ren and the 4 others being here. It wasn't something that could be concealed by killing a few people. Moreover, with these people who held most of the federal power and wealth becoming vegetative, the other powerful figures would inevitably scramble
for their vacant positions and wealth. They would be too busy trying to win over Jiang Ren and his companions to think about revenge.
Considering that this was not a good environment for conversation,
the 5 went to the neighboring city and checked into a hotel villa. By this time, it was already daytime. Villa backyard.
After dealing with hygiene issues and enjoying a grand meal, the 5 gathered in the courtyard.
"Demon, just say whatever you need to say."
The elementary school student crammed 2 lollipops into his mouth and spoke indistinctly.
Jiang Ren looked at him, puzzled. "Is it that obvious?"
Meatball and the others nodded, and Beryl even said, "Ever since just now, you've looked like you want to say something but can't."
"It's obvious you have something on your mind. Could it be, you want to confess to me?" Jiang Ren directly interrupted her, saying with a serious expression, "Do you feel like we've been isolated?"
Ever since he discovered the truth of this world by the sea, he had tried to tell the truth to several people he met on his journey, to see what would
happen.
Without exception, the result was always the same. One moment, they would be surprised and disbelieving upon learning the truth.
The next moment, they would act as if they had amnesia, not knowing why they were surprised. Jiang Ren could only vaguely sense that a mysterious energy had altered the memories of those few people.
Considering that clearers were different from ordinary people, especially Meatball, Black Robe, and the others, who stood at the peak of the clearer profession, possessing over 10 years of experience and extraordinary strength, perhaps they could resist that mysterious memory-altering energy. If so, it might verify some of his conjectures.
Heart of the Gods. Isolated? The elementary schooler found Jiang Ren's question strange and retorted, "Aren't we always isolated?"
Although purifiers possess powerful and bizarre abilities, they often pay many unknown prices. For example, the elementary schooler could only maintain the appearance of a 7 or 8-year-old boy until death. Black Robe had no flesh or organs, only a skeleton. Meatball was so fat his facial features were obscured and he had to eat an entire cow every meal, and Beatrice had no
specific gender.
Besides these physical costs, they also had more or less personality flaws, such as being irritable, easily angered, and indifferent to human life.
It could be said that each of them was a truly dangerous individual. Because of this, they basically couldn't find anyone to confide in, belonging to a group isolated by family, friends, and society. That's not what I meant.
Jiang Ren looked up and pointed to the clear blue sky. There's an unknown entity that has separated us and the continent we're on from the rest of
the world. We're all trapped.
The four exchanged glances, completely unable to understand why Jiang Ren would say such a thing. In their understanding, there was nothing wrong with this world, and if there really was a problem, they wouldn't have failed to notice it until now. Beatrice blinked, looking at Jiang Ren sympathetically, and said, "Jiang, the nuclear bomb must have damaged your brain, but you don't have to worry. Even if there's something wrong with your head, you're still the man I like. Come, throw yourself into my arms." As she spoke passionately, she spread her fair, smooth arms.
No one paid attention to her train of thought. Meatball pondered, then asked, "Demon, have you discovered something?"
Although he was annoyed that Jiang Ren always had a calm, in-control demeanor every time they met, he also understood that in many aspects, Jiang Ren indeed far surpassed him. Therefore, he didn't believe Jiang Ren would say something that was merely a guess, without any reason.
"Have you ever traveled abroad?
I mean, to countries outside this continent."
Jiang Ren didn't explain but continued to ask.
Although Meatball was puzzled, he still replied, "I went traveling last year." The elementary schooler also said, "I went abroad 3 or 4 years ago.
I've been too busy in recent years, so I haven't bothered to go."
Black Robe was silent for a moment, then spoke, "No.
Going abroad, the first thing he couldn't avoid was security checks.
In his skeleton-only appearance, he would be 100% exposed. It was fine in the Federation, where he could use government-issued official documents to bypass security checks, but it wasn't as easy abroad. Therefore, he had never considered going abroad.
"If you like, I can go find some foreign duties for you."
Beatrice, however, rested her hand on the table, propping her chin on the back of her hand, and winked flirtatiously.
Jiang Ren wasn't surprised by this result and continued to ask, "Then can you recall what you experienced and what you did after going abroad?" "Yes, why not?" Meatball opened his mouth to speak, but his expression suddenly froze. The 3 people next to him had the same expression. They only remembered that they had gone abroad, where they went, and for how many days they played. But when they tried to recall the specific scenery of the places they visited, the names and room numbers of the hotels they stayed in, or what they bought or used along the way, their minds were blank. The elementary schooler's face changed slightly, and he asked, "Demon, is this what you mean by being isolated?" 8 more seconds. Jiang Ren didn't reply, but just took out his new phone and checked the time on it. Meatball was a bit impatient. "Demon, since you know, then tell us clearly." "Huh? Demon, what were you going to tell us?"
Mid-sentence, Meatball froze again, then asked in confusion. The elementary schooler and the others nodded, puzzled. "Yeah, Jiang Ren, just say whatever you want to say directly."
"Modified again?"
Seeing this, Jiang Ren knew that they also hadn't been able to successfully resist that modifying power. After a moment of silence, he said with a smile, "There's nothing, I was just thinking that we just gathered, and now we have to separate again.
I'll miss you all."
Meatball scoffed twice and rolled his eyes.
If there's nothing else, I'm going to catch up on some sleep.
The elementary schooler yawned and stretched, then got up and walked into the villa.
You know, I don't like daytime. Black Robe followed him in.
Although sunlight didn't harm him, he was more accustomed to resting during this time. Seeing that two people had gone in, Jiang Ren, Black Robe, and Beatrice also entered the villa, preparing for a good rest. After resting for a day, the few of them left separately. From beginning to end, none of the four asked Jiang Ren why he had clashed with the Divine Assembly, or why he kept the iron box obtained from Bridges with him, nor did they ask what was inside the iron box.
Half a day later, Jiang Ren also returned to the registered location of the Demon Purge Company, a converted warehouse in the suburbs. Within the employee office area, traces of gunshots could still be vaguely seen, along with a small amount of uncleaned bloodstains. Earlier this morning, someone claiming to be from the federal government had contacted Jiang Ren, offering to compensate him for all personnel and property casualties caused by his company. Jiang Ren didn't say much, only requesting that the federal government provide high compensation to each deceased employee. The mastermind had been dealt with, and this was the last gesture of goodwill he could make. He arrived at the office. Jiang Ren placed the iron box on the table and looked at the slightly reflective glass next to him. Arm, eye, and heart. Jiang Ren murmured to himself.
These three items seemed unrelated, and one of them was even purchased from the system, yet he could vaguely feel a connection between them.
Like the limbs and internal organs of the same humanoid creature. Demon's left arm? Unknown?
Jiang Ren thought of the left arm's name. If that bloody single eye is the demon's right eye, and this heart is the demon's heart, then will I encounter the demon's right arm, left eye, left leg,
and other similar internal organs and limbs later? What is the connection between these and the entity that isolated this continent? Lacking sufficient clues, Jiang Ren couldn't figure these things out and could only silently note them down in his mind. But one thing was certain.
He didn't have much time left to raise his world evaluation.
And this heart. Jiang Ren looked at the ancient iron box, his face showing some hesitation.
When he touched this iron box, the memory he gained vaguely mentioned that the heart's owner was a fallen deity, but there was no information about
the deity's name, appearance, or abilities. Undoubtedly, this heart was somewhat troublesome to deal with.
It contained immense energy, and if his already somewhat out-of-control left arm were to swallow it again, it would likely lead to consequences he
didn't want to see.
But carrying it around was inconvenient, as his left arm might swallow it at any time. However, if he placed it somewhere, and it was discovered by a dangerous species, that would be tantamount to creating a powerful enemy for himself.
Everyone is crazy. Perhaps, this is how it can be done.
Jiang Ren thought for a moment, then extended his left hand.
Clang!
The nails on his 5 fingers each grew a section, their tips sharp as knife points, gleaming with a metallic luster.
Rip!
With a casual tug, he tore off his upper garment. Jiang Ren pressed the tip of his left index finger against his chest, forcefully piercing into his flesh, then slicing open the skin. Blood slowly flowed out. Only after a hole large enough for a hand to pass through appeared did he retract his blood-stained index finger.
Then,
Jiang Ren reached in with his left hand, grabbed his beating heart, and brutally pulled it out. At this moment, he clearly felt his life force dissipating, but with the powerful life energy supplied by his left arm and right eye, he could at least last another half a day. He could even grow a new heart if he wanted to. My resurrection is indeed related to you all. This change confirmed another matter for Jiang Ren. He placed the extracted heart aside and reached for the ancient iron box with his left hand. The instant his fingertip touched the iron box, it dissipated like an illusion, revealing the bright red god's heart inside. Since the white figurine was destroyed, this heart had ceased to beat. Let's use you to replace my heart. Jiang Ren grabbed the god's heart and directly shoved it into his chest. He didn't know if it would succeed, but even if it didn't, with the powerful life energy supplied by his left arm and right eye, he would have ample time to grow a new heart. Thump! He heard the sound of a heart beating.
Thump! Thump! Thump!
Blood flowed through the newly connected blood vessels into the god's heart, then rapidly flowed out, transporting to all parts of his body. A surge of vigorous power awakened within him.
This is the first time I've felt this good.
Jiang Ren closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes in his body. The result was far better than he had imagined. After the so-called god's heart entered his body, not only did it not cause any rejection, but it even retook over the function of his original heart within a mere dozen seconds. Whether it was speed, strength, or reaction, all had received significant boosts. And this was still without activating the true abilities of this god's heart. A god's heart, though I don't know if it's real, it certainly is a powerful heart. A faint smile hung on Jiang Ren's face. Although he felt an urge to unleash the heart's limits and test his strength, he easily suppressed it.
Everything has a gradual process. Even if this heart caused no rejection after entering his body and even offered many benefits, unlocking the energy within it before fully adapting to it could lead to undesirable outcomes, possibly even causing his body to collapse. Jiang Ren didn't want to try if he would revive like last time when his body completely collapsed. Though stronger, I feel hungrier. He rubbed his stomach. Every organ and every cell in his body seemed to be crying out for food, and a strong desire to eat filled his mind. This time, it wasn't the false hunger he felt when he first touched the god's heart. Facing this situation, Jiang Ren opened the drawer beside him. Inside, dozens of chocolate bars were neatly arranged. He tore open the packaging, put them in his mouth, and swallowed. After repeating this dozens of times, consuming all the chocolate in the drawer, the hunger finally lessened slightly. This is probably the price of becoming stronger. Jiang Ren sighed. As his body grew stronger, the same action consumed more energy than an ordinary person.
If I ate my original amount, it would be about 1 cow per meal. Now I could probably eat 2 cows. Of course, there were better alternative foods, such as the cores of dangerous species. 1 level 2 dangerous species core would be enough to
satisfy his daily needs during normal times.
Unfortunately, dangerous species cores were difficult to preserve for long.
Half an hour later, Jiang Ren drove to the entrance of a private restaurant. Mr. Jiang, is it still the usual set meal?
A blonde, long-legged female greeter approached with a beaming smile.
Make it a double portion this time, and quickly. Jiang Ren got out of the car and said casually.
Although his company's business spanned the entire federation, requiring frequent business trips to other places, overall, this was where he spent the
most time.
Because of this, this restaurant, with its good food and privacy, became one of his regular dining spots.
All right, please follow me.
The blonde greeter bowed slightly, her ample chest creating a deep cleavage. As early as a month ago when she started working, she had heard about a handsome, rich, and disciplined young customer here, and she had always looked
forward to meeting him.
Seeing him today, he was far more handsome and taller than in the photos, perfectly matching her fantasy of a partner, even exceeding it.
Jiang Ren nodded and entered the restaurant.
Entering the inner open-air private room, the blonde greeter poured Jiang Ren a glass of water and said seductively, Mr.
Jiang, is there anything else you need me to do?
She lowered her body slightly, looking up at Jiang Ren, with a hint of haziness in her eyes. It seemed as if with just a word, he could do anything to her. To this day, this trick had worked every time. Even if some men, due to various reasons, didn't do much to her, they would definitely come back later.
One of your shirt buttons is missing.
Jiang Ren glanced at her, picked up the water glass, and drank it in one gulp. He had no interest in this greeter. Aside from being a bit well-endowed, she couldn't compare to Bilisai in any aspect. Not to mention, he only wanted to draw his sword right now.
Facing Jiang Ren's lack of reaction, the blonde greeter left with a resentful look. 10 minutes later, the feast was slowly brought in. Barbecue, boiled, fried, sashimi. All sorts of meat, prepared through different cooking methods, were then consumed one after another by Jiang Ren. After leaving the club,
Jiang Ren recalled his employees who were out, and then began adaptive training in the high-priced training facility. He had expected that in the past few days, the 5 nuclear bombs, the deaths of millions, and the unexpected incidents involving political and
business magnates would cause a huge uproar online and offline.
But what he didn't expect was that an accident happened first.
Jiang Ren opened the electric metal door of the training room and looked up at the sky.
In the dark red sky,
a red moon hung high.
In front of him, the few employees who had just returned in the past few days, along with over a dozen security personnel managing the warehouse, all looked deranged. Some were laughing maniacally, some were repeatedly slapping their own faces, some were picking off their fingernails one by one, and others were
frantically stabbing a fallen person's chest with a dagger. Seeing this, a sentence suddenly surfaced in Jiang Ren's mind.
From the moment the red moon appeared in the sky, everyone in the world became crazy.
Except for me. Don't look up at the moon. Why did it turn out like this?
Jiang Ren frowned, looking at the people in front of him, one by one, losing their minds. To adapt his rapidly growing strength, minimize potential accidents, and quickly engage in hunting dangerous species, he had spent most of the past
few days in the training room.
The few times he came out were either to eat and replenish energy or to rest and recover his spirit.
2 hours ago,
he had just finished a late-night full beef banquet and continued his adaptive training. At that time, although the sky was very dark, the moon was still normal, and the employees downstairs and the security in this area showed no
abnormalities. But now,
the blood moon had dyed the entire sky dark red, and these people had all gone mad.
Roar!
The person holding the dagger spotted Jiang Ren. He pulled the dagger out of the chest of the person on the ground, letting the blood spray onto his face and body, then stood up and stared intently at Jiang Ren. There was no human reason in his eyes, only the ferocity of a wild beast. The other dozen or so people, engrossed in their own worlds, also turned their heads almost simultaneously, looking at Jiang Ren with a chilling gaze. They react to the outside world, so they're not completely insane, they have a certain underlying behavioral logic.
Jiang Ren quietly observed these madmen, deep in thought.
But these madmen, who had noticed him, did indeed take steps towards him, approaching him one by one. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Instantly, they went from walking to running. Their hands curved like claws, their mouths opened, and they pounced fiercely at Jiang Ren like wild beasts. They have a very strong desire to attack.
Jiang Ren was expressionless. He used his palm like a blade, striking the back of these madmen's necks.
After more than 10 thuds,
a pile of madmen lay around him.
The nerves in their necks had been damaged, making them unable to control their limbs. They could only drag their bodies with their chins, moving with
difficulty towards Jiang Ren. The body's operating mechanism is still the same as that of normal humans, but
Jiang Ren silently observed this group of madmen. Although only their heads could move, even as they dragged their entire bodies with their chins, and even as the skin on their chins was worn away, revealing the flesh and bone beneath, they still moved towards him without giving up, and the fierce glint in their eyes had not dimmed in the slightest. They feel no fear, no pain, they are truly complete madmen.
Jiang Ren walked up to a scarred middle-aged man and directly stepped on his face.
The scarred middle-aged man under his foot was an employee of Jiang Ren's. 2 hours ago, he had spoken a few words with him. He was a retired boxer with a very normal mind and mental resilience exceeding most people, but now he had become a complete madman.
Ah!
Although only his head could move, the scarred middle-aged man still struggled frantically, trying to shake off the foot on his face, even opening his
mouth to try and bite.
It was a pity that in the face of absolute power, such struggles were meaningless.
Let me see what's going on.
Jiang Ren bent down, placed a hand on the scarred man's head, and quietly sensed
a hazy consciousness, mostly dyed black.
Consciousness still exists, but it has been polluted, lacking the most basic reason, worse than even a wild beast.
Jiang Ren withdrew his hand and switched to another person to sense.
After more than 10 consecutive attempts, and having sensed everyone, he pressed his left chest. The state of these people was similar to the tentacled monsters controlled by the god's heart. They had lost their most important humanity,
retaining only some animal instincts.
There was no possibility of recovery, nor could they be restored.
There's no trace of dangerous species nearby, so how did they turn out like this?
Suddenly, a ringing sound broke the silence.
Jiang Ren fumbled on one of the people and pulled out a mobile phone.
On the lit lock screen interface, a newly received message was displayed, "Don't look up."
Don't look up, what does that mean?
When Jiang Ren opened the training room door, he had already looked up, and besides a blood moon, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. Controlling the urge to look up again, he looked at the number of notifications above the message.
99 plus.
All were in red, unread status.
It seems this matter is even more serious than I expected.
Jiang Ren shook his head, grabbed the finger of the person under his foot, unlocked the fingerprint, and scrolled through the message page. There were hundreds of unread messages.
All received within an hour.
The content of the first unread message was,
"Don't look up at the moon. Sender, Federal Police Department."
The next dozens of messages were all from various federal government agencies, with similar content, summarized as one sentence, "Don't look up at the
moon." Immediately following were hundreds of messages from unknown numbers. "Go take a look at the moon.
It's so beautiful, I've never seen such a beautiful moon.
The night is so beautiful, look outside the window. Look outside the window." Looking at these messages, Jiang Ren mused, so, the moon is to blame? Two completely different types of messages.
One from the federal government, one from unknown numbers.
Although the federal government serves capitalists and is often less trustworthy than a stranger, in such an abnormal situation, the federal government is still slightly more reliable. The most important point is, what normal person would send a message like, "The night is so beautiful," to someone they don't know?
Jiang Ren scrolled through the phone's applications and casually opened a social app with the largest number of users.
The home page was constantly refreshing with user posts.
"The end of the world is here, we're doomed, we're all doomed.
Never look up, if you look up, you'll turn into a madman. I just saw my friend look up, and then he went crazy.
Don't go near those madmen, they will attack all normal people.
Is anyone coming to save me? I'm trapped in the toilet, there are over 10 madmen outside, they're banging on my door, what should I do? I feel like I might die. Compared to being killed by those madmen, I suggest you commit suicide by eating feces, it might be less painful." Jiang Ren silently browsed the information.
From this information, it seemed that the number of people who had turned into madmen was definitely not just the dozen or so around him, perhaps the
entire Federation, or even the entire continent, was filled with madmen. Looking up turns you into a madman? Or seeing the moon turns you into a madman?
Jiang Ren thought for a moment, then slowly looked up. Regardless of the reason, it wouldn't affect him much, because he had already looked up earlier, and if any unexpected changes were to occur, they
wouldn't have waited until now. In the sky,
the blood-red moon appeared somewhat enchanting. Vaguely, Jiang Ren felt a captivating power passing through his body, as if countless tiny voices were whispering in his ear.
The world is cruel, life is suffering. Rather than living in pain and suffering, it's better to seek joyful liberation. Give up your life, only then can you usher in a better life. Bad feeling. So that's how it is.
Jiang Ren noticed that whenever he gazed at the blood-red moon, a series of whispers, like the low murmurs of demons, would echo in his ears. These voices were laced with a large amount of negative energy, capable of instantly destroying a normal person's sanity.
However, to him, they were merely a bit noisy. Jiang Ren recalled his experience in the nuclear-bombed city and suspected that this blood-red moon was also a disguise, so his right eye emitted a faint red glow as he carefully observed the moon. 1 second. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. The blood-red moon still showed no change. It's actually real. Could this be? Realizing his guess was wrong, a thought involuntarily surfaced in Jiang Ren's mind, is the unknown entity that isolated this continent preparing to reel in its net? If that were truly the case, then his desire to boost his world evaluation would likely fall through. However, this is a good opportunity to see who is truly behind this. Facing this situation, Jiang Ren remained calm.
After all, he could start over infinitely. Even if he died this time, he could learn from the experience next time and eventually clear this world. With his right eye operating at full capacity, he still found a clue. A faint red beam of light. It fell from the blood moon onto this continent. Jiang Ren used the phone he had just picked up to check the map and found that the red light landed in a city relatively close to the Federation's border. This is... Suddenly, Jiang Ren looked up at the dome in the sky and murmured, "The center of the dome." He decided to go there and take a look. He looked down at the dozen or so lunatics still relentlessly crawling towards him. Jiang Ren lifted his foot and ended their lives. Back in the training room, Jiang Ren packed his things, and when he picked up his phone, he found dozens of missed calls and hundreds of text messages. They were mostly received within the last hour or so. However, because his phone was usually on silent and vibrate when he was concentrating on something, he hadn't noticed them. The content of the text messages was similar to those on the phone he had found outside earlier. As for the calls, there were from the federal government, as well as Meatball, Black Robe, elementary school student, and Bellies, and even his father. In this world, Jiang Ren first called back Meatball and the other three. Through their conversation, he learned that they had also, intentionally or unintentionally, seen the red moon and heard the slightly maddening whispers in their ears. In the end, they all successfully resisted the whispers and did not turn into irrational lunatics. The reason they called was mainly to confirm each other's safety and exchange information, hoping to deduce the cause of the moon's abnormality. After hanging up, Jiang Ren called his parents in this world. Neither call was answered. Either they're dead, or something happened to them. Jiang Ren shook his head, with no intention of rescuing them. Born with memories, even if he had grown up from infancy, he wouldn't feel much affection for the people who raised him. Moreover, because of his left arm, his parents in this body had never liked him. If not for the constraints of law and Jiang Ren's mature mind, he might have had a tragic childhood of abuse. Despite this, over the years, he still sent them a monthly alimony on time, enough for them to live lavishly and enjoy themselves, so he owed them nothing. Jiang Ren changed his clothes and walked out of the warehouse. It's a pity. One of the two helicopters isn't here, and the other was damaged during the Heavenly God Society's attack. There are also fewer top-tier wealthy people nearby, so I can't find a private helicopter. I'll have to check the airport. Looking at a warehouse to the side, Jiang Ren couldn't help but sigh. The roar of an engine sounded. A silver heavy truck drove out of the warehouse, knocking down several lunatics who rushed over to block the road, and then drove onto the highway. The world under the blood moon. It was even dimmer than usual and filled with an inexplicable eerie aura. But for Jiang Ren's mutated right eye, his vision was not much different from daytime. Along the way, fires could be seen everywhere, and lunatics roamed the sides of the road. Occasionally, gunshots could be heard, seemingly from surviving humans fighting against the lunatics. As he covered more than half the distance to the airport, Jiang Ren was already somewhat glad he had driven this heavy truck out. Besides the constantly surging lunatics, there were also many vehicles parked on the road. When the red moon appeared, the owners of these vehicles were likely inside, then turned into lunatics or died at their hands. Almost at the airport. After crushing countless lunatics and ramming through numerous vehicles, he was finally nearing the airport. Jiang Ren looked up, gazing in the direction of the airport. A faint plume of smoke rose from the airport, straight into the sky. Immediately, an ominous premonition arose in Jiang Ren's heart. Airplane Man, 2-in-1. Bang! 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 Intense gunshots rang out one after another. Inside the brightly lit airport, many people screamed in panic as a dozen or so men and women, armed with guns, continuously shot at the crazed individuals surging towards them. Quickly, get into the waiting room. We can't hold them off much longer. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly. The bewildered people immediately turned around in a hurry, fleeing towards the VIP lounge not far away, while the armed individuals, under the command of a middle-aged man in casual clothes, covered their retreat. I just wanted to take a vacation, why is it so difficult? Robert looked at the crazed individuals in front of him, like zombies from a horror movie, and felt a mixture of fear, nervousness, and a desire to cry without tears. He thought about himself, a sheriff, who found encountering dangerous species unlucky. He had finally managed to combine all his vacation days for the year, planning to take his wife and child to a neighboring state for a holiday. Who would have thought? As soon as they got off the plane and before they even left the airport terminal, they found the sky outside had turned dark red, and then a group of people who were previously normal had all turned into lunatics. These lunatics, with their nails and teeth, frantically pounced on and bit every normal person. Until the other party died, or became a lunatic like them.
At first, the number of lunatics rushing into the airport was not large, and with the cooperation of airport security and the crowd, there wasn't too much chaos. But it wasn't long before more people went mad. Some rushed in from outside the airport, some from under the skylight in the center of the hall, and others from the airport's internal aircraft parking area, under a three-sided encirclement. Even though these lunatics had only ordinary physical abilities, their fearless and crazed appearance still caused chaos among the larger number of normal people. Like headless flies, they scattered and fled. Many people were either bitten to death or died from excessive bleeding. If it were just like this, it would have been fine. Under the leadership of airport security and staff, the team of several hundred people who gathered on the second floor could barely resist. But those damn cleansers, I knew nothing good would come from encountering them. Thinking of this, Robert couldn't help but curse under his breath. The strength of these lunatics depended on their original selves. That is to say, if it was a homebody who spent most of their time hunched over a computer desk, even if they turned into a lunatic, they would be limited by their lack of exercise, unable to run fast, jump high, or even easily kill someone. But if the lunatic was an athlete or a soldier, they could easily chase and pounce from various tricky angles. And among these lunatics, the most dangerous were undoubtedly those who had been cleansers. The cleansers' abilities were strange and could not be solved by simple firearms. When cleansers were hidden among the overwhelming number of lunatics, they easily broke through the team of hundreds of people. Finally, the survivors scattered and fled. Robert and the dozen or so armed individuals next to him, as well as the dozens of people behind them, were survivors who fled in the same direction. Although they escaped the pursuit of the main lunatic force, they were still forced to retreat into a corner. Now they could only hope that the VIP lounge, which was said to be built with heavy investment, could withstand the impact of these lunatics. Everyone, while firing, slowly retreat towards the waiting room. Robert shouted while firing his gun. Originally, as a small sheriff, and not a leader at the airport, it wasn't his turn to command. But unfortunately, those responsible for commanding were either dead or had scattered earlier. Now, among these dozens of people, several leaders from the airport system were also scared witless and had rushed to the VIP lounge first, so how could they stay behind to command? Furthermore, he had once worked at this airport, but was fired for an incident and then went to work for the Federal Police Department. Facing more and more lunatics. This small team, with only a dozen people, a few submachine guns, and more than 10 pistols, relied on the narrow terrain of the passage to fight and retreat. Upon reaching the waiting room door, several people forgot to shoot and ran inside. The resulting gap in firepower allowed several lunatics to break through instantly, rushing within 10 meters. Just then, an airport security guard, due to momentary tension, stepped on a plastic can and fell to the ground. In less than a second, he was swamped by the surging lunatics, dying before he could even let out a scream. Justice! In the waiting room, a flight attendant screamed, wanting to rush out. Do you want to die? Robert, who had just retreated to the doorway, kicked the flight attendant back. He didn't know what relationship the flight attendant had with the security guard, but he knew the security guard was dead, and anyone who rushed out at this moment would only die. Whether it was to save the flight attendant, or to prevent her from frantically rushing out and blocking their path into the waiting room, that kick was necessary. The flight attendant fell to the ground, clutching her abdomen and crying in pain, her face filled with despair. No one around paid attention to her.
Many of them had just experienced the feeling of a loved one dying in front of them, so they had no time to care about others.
When the last person entered,
Robert quickly closed the door and shouted loudly, "Quickly, move everything that can be moved over here and block the door." At this moment, both the armed individuals who had just retreated inside and the crowd who had rushed in earlier moved chairs, tables, and other items
from around them, piling them up at the door. A few minutes later,
seeing the door shaking under the impact of the lunatics outside, but still relatively stable, Robert finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed
onto the ground. Although the physical exertion was not great,
maintaining a high level of mental tension for a long time was far more exhausting.
"Dad!"
A 7 or 8-year-old boy ran out from the crowd, throwing himself into Robert's arms and hugging him tightly.
Robert's wife also came out, asking with some concern, "Robert, can we be rescued?" "Yes, we will definitely be rescued." A smile appeared on Robert's face. He said so, but he knew it was just a comfort.
There was no need to understand it from other channels, just the emergency calls that couldn't get through, and the overwhelming cries for help on the
internet.
It was clear that even if the federal government organized forces to resist the lunatics, with so many places waiting for rescue, it would never be
their turn, these few dozen people. Not to mention, who would dare to leave a relatively safe building when they could turn into a lunatic at any moment? "Now, we can only wait until daylight to see."
Robert patted his son's back. From the messages on his phone and online, it seemed that the people outside turned into lunatics because they saw the moon in the sky. When it got to daytime, and the moon was gone,
perhaps those lunatics outside would return to normal.
At this moment, he didn't bother to blame the few people who, in their eagerness to get inside, forgot to shoot, thus causing a gap in the defense. Inside the 1,000-square-meter waiting room, apart from the occasional low sobs and the banging on the door from outside, there was no other sound.
Everyone's spirits were low.
Although they were temporarily safe now, the constant vibrations from the door indicated that the lunatics outside had not given up. And they had nowhere left to retreat. With no rescue and trapped in this place lacking food and water, even if the door could firmly block the lunatics, they wouldn't last long.
Bang!
With a loud crash, the thick door bulged inward significantly. Something non-human outside seemed to be breaking down the door. Several items among the pile blocking the door were directly knocked off.
"It's that monster, it must be that monster coming," someone said tremblingly, their face filled with uncontrollable fear.
Everyone here knew who that monster referred to. It was its appearance that had forced their hundreds of people to suffer heavy casualties and
scatter and flee. "Quickly, hold the door."
Robert reacted, handed his son to his wife, and prepared to go forward to hold the door.
Although they had guns, the bullets were running low.
Once the door was breached, everyone would die.
Bang, bang, bang. Loud thuds rang out one after another, and the dents on the door rapidly increased.
In this situation, very few people were willing to help Robert block the door. Robert gritted his teeth, had no choice but to retreat, and shouted, "Point your guns at the door, be ready to fire at any moment."
Boom!
The items blocking the door scattered inward, and the door itself fell directly from its frame, revealing the glaring lunatics outside. Two lunatics who were close by, seeing the door broken, immediately let out incomprehensible cries and rushed in.
The next moment,
a long arm reached in from outside the door and swatted them. The two lunatics were directly slammed against the wall, spitting blood as they fell to the ground, trembling a few times before becoming motionless.
Ah! Many people were scared pale, their legs trembling. Outside the door, a slender figure over 2 meters tall entered, bowing its head.
It wore an ill-fitting suit, with the jacket hem only reaching its chest and the pant legs only reaching its knees. Its entire skin was pale, and there was no hair on its head.
It was that monster.
Although he held a loaded pistol, seeing this lunatic, a former cleanser, Robert's last shred of hope was shattered.
There was no hope.
This lunatic was simply not something that their limited pistols and submachine guns could deal with.
Roar!
The slender figure let out a hoarse sound, slamming its hands hard on the ground, causing a loud thud, and a small pit could vaguely be seen where it struck. The lunatics outside rushed in as if hearing a command, all surging towards the dozens of people who had nowhere to hide.
Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots instantly rang out, and many people even targeted the slender figure.
But the slender figure seemed to be able to predict the exact trajectory of the bullets, moving only slightly to easily dodge them. Occasionally, a few bullets hit it, but they were in non-fatal areas and had no effect. The slender figure roared, taking a large stride, and in a few seconds, it surpassed the lunatics who had rushed out first. Its nearly 2-meter-long arm swung out, aiming directly at Robert, who had just emptied his gun and was standing at the very front.
At this instant,
Robert vaguely heard the shouts of his wife and son behind him.
"I'm sorry."
Just as he was about to close his eyes and embrace death, he saw the slender figure suddenly fly up, its entire body hanging from the ceiling. Robert blinked in confusion, looking up to find that the slender figure's head and the ceiling were connected by a steel pipe as thick as a bowl. The color and size of the steel pipe were somewhat like a lamppost. It wasn't a single-hole pipe, but rather like the top and bottom sections had been cut off, leaving only the thinnest middle section. From the slender figure's naturally drooping limbs, it was clear that it was dead.
"What is this?"
Robert lowered his head and immediately noticed a bowl-sized hole on the floor in front of him, seemingly caused by the steel pipe.
Did the steel pipe pierce through the second-floor ceiling and then connect the slender figure's head to the ceiling?
Before he could dismiss this speculation, he saw the floor in front of him suddenly collapse, revealing a large hole.
Immediately after,
a figure leaped up from the first floor. It was a tall man with exaggerated muscles.
"John?" Seeing the man's appearance, Robert couldn't help but blurt out, "I think I've seen you before." The man was indeed Jiang Ren.
He glanced at Robert, shook his head, pulled out the steel pipe, and then swept it towards the surrounding lunatics.
Under his terrifying strength, none of these lunatics could resist for even a moment. Countless sounds of flesh tearing and bones cracking rang out. In less than 2 minutes,
Jiang Ren had dealt with the dozens of lunatics who had rushed into the waiting room, as well as the hundreds of lunatics gathered outside the door. The dozens of people, witnessing such an exaggerated scene for the first time, were all too shocked to speak, only able to stare blankly through the
small door. Among them, several young people's eyes were shining.
They murmured words like doomsday, mutation, evolution, new humans, and other incomprehensible phrases, their expressions filled with
excitement. Done.
After dealing with the surrounding lunatics, Jiang Ren returned to the waiting room. Robert took a few steps forward and said with a complex expression, "Thank you for your help, Jiang.
I wonder if you still remember me." Jiang Ren said faintly, "I have a slight impression."
Just outside the door, he had recalled where he had seen this person. It was the sheriff who was slacking off outside the door during work hours when he went to clear a dangerous species that had transformed into a toy house. However, Jiang Ren had no intention of reminiscing with him. The reason he saved these people, besides doing it as a matter of convenience, had a more important purpose.
"As a reward for saving you, I also need you to do me a favor."
Jiang Ren looked at the faces behind Robert, some tense, some worried, some anxious.
Before anyone else could speak, Robert replied, "Yes, what do you need us to do? Please just say it." He knew that they had no way to deal with the slender figure, let alone Jiang Ren, who could easily defeat it.
No matter what help was needed, agreeing was their only option.
Jiang Ren nodded and said, "It's very simple. I need someone who can fly a plane."
After seeing the fire at the airport, he sped up and arrived, finding that the fire was only in a few areas, and the planes were still parked safely
on the tarmac, ready for takeoff.
But unfortunately, he couldn't fly a plane.
Thanks to, don't bring your brain next time, years are pale, people are old, shit-faced Birdman, for the rewards. Thank you very much. Stupid idiot. You want to take a plane?
Robert looked surprised, somewhat confused. He didn't know if Jiang Ren was already at this airport or came from outside, but now the outside was full of lunatics, and going out meant the risk
of becoming one at any moment. Wouldn't it be better to stay inside the building until daytime?
You just need to tell me who can fly a plane.
Jiang Ren's expression was calm, and he plunged his steel pipe into the ground.
The bottom of the steel pipe instantly sank more than a fist's depth into the floor, firmly fixing itself. Robert hesitated, opened his mouth, thought for a moment, then turned to the dozens of people huddled in the corner behind him and asked, "Who among
You can fly a plane?"
Although he had worked here for some time, that was 20 years ago, not to mention that no one in this group was wearing a captain's uniform, so he
could only find out by asking.
Everyone was a bit nervous, no one replied.
Jiang Ren's gaze swept roughly over them, finally landing on the middle-aged woman, the first from the left.
The middle-aged woman immediately turned pale, shaking her head and waving her hands frantically. "No, I'm just an ordinary accountant."
"Forget planes, I've never even flown a helicopter." Immediately after,
the second person next to her, seeing Jiang Ren's gaze fall on them, also quickly spoke. "I'm just a doctor, I've barely even flown on a plane a few
times."
As soon as one person finished speaking, the next would immediately state their profession and experience, fearing to be targeted by Jiang Ren. Not only did they truly not know how to fly a plane, but even if they did, they would absolutely not admit it.
To not stay in this much safer waiting room, but to risk becoming a lunatic at any moment to fly a plane, how foolish would one have to be to do that?
Soon, Jiang Ren's gaze fell on the last two people.
The second to last person was a black youth with dreadlocks.
He spread his hands and shrugged. "Sorry, I don't know how to fly a plane either, but I'm already preparing to get my pilot's license. But that has to wait until my main profession becomes number one, a name you might have heard of, the famous rapper Lil Rubio."
"I've heard of you.
You often release songs that are suspected of racial discrimination." A woman in her 50s or 60s suddenly stood up and said. The surrounding people, who had initially looked bewildered upon hearing the name, now looked at him with a strange expression.
"Hey, listen to me, that's absolutely a misunderstanding."
Seeing this, Lil immediately retorted, "My songs have never belittled any black or white people, so how can that be called racial discrimination?"
The old woman questioned, "Are there only black and white people in this world? Otherwise? Are there other races?"
Lil's face was serious, and he didn't think his statement was problematic.
In his perception, some people couldn't be called human.
The old woman was about to speak again but was pulled by the person beside her, who gestured for her to look at Jiang Ren. It was then that she realized that Jiang Ren, who had just been calm, seemed to have undergone some subtle change in his expression, becoming more
intimidating.
"Very good, I'll remember you." Jiang Ren nodded, looking at the last person. Lil laughed heartily. "Believe me, as long as you listen to my songs, you'll definitely become my fan. As a thank you for saving me, if you need them, I can give you a few of my limited edition albums."
Robert was a bit speechless. Was this rapper genuinely foolish or just pretending? Did he really think Jiang's words were an expression of goodwill?
The last person was a handsome middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a gentle demeanor. Facing Jiang Ren's condescending gaze, he smiled faintly. "Mr.
Jiang, my name is Brown Buck, and I am a lawyer.
I also cannot fly a plane." "In that case, you all can figure it out yourselves."
Jiang Ren pulled out the steel pipe and walked towards the door.
The reason he made these people answer one by one was to confirm if anyone was hiding the fact that they could fly a plane. His ability to read people was not strong, but with his mutated right eye, he could easily capture people's micro-expressions and heart rates, and from that, infer whether a person was lying.
Judging from each person's expression when answering, and the reactions of those around them.
Indeed, none of these people could fly a plane, so he would have to look elsewhere in the airport. However, the normal survivors in this airport were quite scattered. Even if all of them were found, there would only be a little over 100.
Making the possibility of finding a pilot even smaller. "Mr. Jiang."
Robert glanced at his wife and children, a look of determination flashing in his eyes, then turned and chased after Jiang Ren, who had just walked out.
The door.
Faint sounds of conversation came from outside the door, too indistinct to make out what was being said. Lawyer Brown Buck's eyes flickered, then he turned his head, casting his gaze towards Lil, the dreadlocked rapper, beside him. Lil was a newcomer who had risen in the rap scene in recent years, and like his predecessors, he was arrogant in his words and actions, even more so. Simply put, he mostly spoke and acted without thinking. Such a person lacked sufficient rationality, was easily angered, impulsive, greedy, arrogant, and easily manipulated. However, this was precisely the kind of person he was looking for. Brown Buck raised his hand and nudged Lil's arm with his elbow. Lil felt the movement and looked at him with a fierce expression, as if to say he would make him regret it if he didn't give a reasonable explanation. "Lil, oh my goodness, I never thought I'd see you here." Brown Buck said with an adoring expression, "I've always wanted to tell you something. Your ability has surpassed Grandpa White. He doesn't even have the right to carry your shoes." Hearing this, Lil immediately broke into a happy smile. "Ha, you're one of the few white people who doesn't feel fake to me." Grandpa White was the #1 in the federal rap scene, and no one had been able to challenge his position for 20 consecutive years. He was the opponent every rapper longed to defeat. However, Lil didn't think Brown Buck was flattering him. He never believed his own strength was inferior to Grandpa White's. The reason his popularity and album sales weren't as good as the other party's was simply because the other party relied on years of accumulated experience since their debut. If it came down to a true battle of strength, he would absolutely crush Grandpa White. "Stupid idiot." Brown Buck sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he said excitedly, "After we're safe, I wonder if you could give me an autographed album. I've been looking forward to it for so long, but unfortunately, I can't buy one even at several times the price. I wouldn't give it to just anyone, no matter how much money they spent. But seeing as you're somewhat agreeable, forget just one album, I'll give you a complete set of autographed albums." Lil waved his hand, his face full of smugness. It was quite a gratifying thing to have a middle-class white lawyer as a fan. "I especially love your song, Free Federation. It says that if you were president, you would bring true freedom and a beautiful, happy life to all federal citizens." Brown Buck said happily, "I think the world in that song will be realized very soon. I can already see that beautiful freedom and happy life beckoning to me." "Is that so? I like this song of mine too, but that kind of life is still a bit difficult to achieve in the short term." Lil's expression stiffened slightly, and he gave an awkward laugh. That song was purely written at random, just to show off in front of fans and vent emotions. For him to actually become president was an impossible thing. "No, Lil, don't you think now is a very good opportunity?" Brown Buck smiled slightly, looking at Jiang Ren and Robert, who were conversing in the blind spot outside the door, only their two shadows visible. "Benefit. I agree to this," Jiang Ren said, patting Robert on the shoulder. "Don't worry, since I'm asking for your help, I'll guarantee your life. Unless a situation arises that I can't handle, you definitely won't die." Robert endured the sharp pain in his shoulder and thanked him repeatedly. If he hadn't been forced by circumstances, he would never have revealed that he had been an airline pilot 20 years ago. And in his heart, he was actually very reluctant to be around Jiang Ren. But to ensure his wife and children's safety, he decided to give Jiang Ren the choice. After all, he hadn't touched a plane in nearly 20 years, and Jiang Ren might not necessarily choose him. Although Robert privately played highly professional flight simulators, they were not real planes. No matter how much he played, it couldn't compare to actual operation. In terms of operational proficiency, he might not even be as good as an intern pilot who had just obtained their flying qualification. Jiang Ren accepting him as a pilot was indeed beyond his expectations. While nervous, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know if he would survive, but his wife and children definitely had a high probability of making it. "Let's go, call everyone," Jiang Ren said casually, twisting his neck. "Since I promised to help you deal with the madman in the airport, let's start now." At Robert's call, dozens of people in the waiting room came out. It wasn't until they reached a large hall on the first floor that they finally understood the purpose of coming out, to make noise through various means to attract the madman in the airport, and then let Jiang Ren, who was like a superhero, deal with them. Although some people were unwilling and wanted to hide back in the waiting room, they gave up the idea under the persuasion of Robert and many others. The waiting room door was already broken, and safety was only temporary.
Even if they found a new safe place, how could it be as safe as being with Jiang Ren? Moreover, if a group of people stayed together, even if Jiang Ren missed a few madmen, they could easily deal with them. The operation to clear the madmen was surprisingly fast.
In just half an hour, over 1,000 madmen in the airport were cleared. Even if there were still surviving madmen, their number would definitely not exceed double digits. During this process, many people who had been hiding also came out and joined the group. There were over 80 people in total, from dozens of professions. Federal officials, corporate managers, athletes, teachers, celebrities, programmers, barbers, reporters, and so on. At the ticket gate, a group of people stood together, with Jiang Ren and Robert at the very front. Along the way, they picked up a large number of weapons. Now, almost everyone had a pistol, and a few people even carried submachine guns and shotguns.
Alright, now that it's safe here, let's go.
Jiang Ren stuck his steel pipe into the ground and turned to walk towards the door leading to the tarmac. Robert comforted his wife and children for a moment, then quickly followed Jiang Ren's pace.
Wait.
Lil, who had been silent for half an hour, suddenly stood out.
Jiang Ren stopped and looked back at him.
Although he didn't say a word, his tall, strong body was still intimidating. Recalling how this man had just slaughtered over 1,000 madmen, Lil's body involuntarily recoiled, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes.
No, I can't give up. This opportunity will be gone if I miss it.
And I have a weapon in my hand, I'm not afraid of him.
Lil tightened his grip on the submachine gun and said with courage, Jiang, you've broken the law, do you know that? Jiang Ren raised an eyebrow. What law did I break?
Murder.
Lil raised his hand, pointing to the madmen's corpses scattered on the ground.
But these are all madmen, someone in the crowd next to him spoke out. Lil heard this, glared fiercely in the direction of the voice, and then said, their hearts and brains are destroyed, they will die. They will also die from excessive bleeding.
They are madmen, but they are also human.
And just because they are mad now doesn't mean they will stay mad forever.
Maybe they'll be fine in a few tens of minutes, a few hours, or a few days? Jiang Ren's eyes narrowed slightly. So, what do you want to say?
He had originally planned to deal with a scumbag like Lil before leaving. But since he noticed that the other party had been secretly looking at him frequently over the past half hour, seemingly plotting something, he
changed his mind.
Robert quietly shook his head. If he wasn't sure before whether this rapper was foolish, now he was certain.
This rapper was an absolute fool, the purest kind of fool.
Brownback, hidden in the crowd, had a faint smile on his lips. Everything was proceeding as he had expected.
He just didn't know if this lucky fellow named John could keep his composure.
With your strength, you could clearly subdue these people without harming them, but you chose to kill them, making them lose the possibility of
becoming normal people.
Lil said with a pained expression, you say it's to save us, but in fact, this is just justice you deliberately displayed to
satisfy your desire to kill. This statement caused some unrest among many people.
Although they had been in a sorry state, driven by those madmen for the past few hours, although many of their friends and family had died at the hands of these madmen. But as Lil said, these madmen were not zombies from movies and TV shows, they were essentially human, and there might be a possibility of them
recovering in the future.
Therefore, John, who killed them, was undoubtedly a heinous murderer.
As for the matter of saving them, one thing is one thing, they cannot be conflated.
What's more, John's so-called rescue was probably just a disguise he created specifically to satisfy his desire for slaughter.
Boring. If you have nothing else to say, then I'm leaving. Jiang Ren was expressionless, making as if to leave.
Seeing this, Lil immediately shouted anxiously, given that you did help us, as long as you tell us how you became strong, we can jointly write a petition for your pardon, so that when the Federation restores order, you won't be arrested and sent to prison for these crimes.
The method of becoming strong?
These words immediately stirred up the hidden desires in most people's hearts. Whether it was the first few dozen people or those who joined in the last half hour, after witnessing Jiang Ren's inhuman physical abilities, they had all wondered how did he obtain such exaggerated power. Two people had even gone to ask midway. But all they got was a cold stare, and they had to retreat back into the crowd in dismay. If they could use this matter to force him to reveal the method of becoming strong, it would definitely be an incredibly worthwhile thing. Many people even began to fantasize about the happy and beautiful life they would have once they also mastered such power, becoming superior beings.
Possessing power, money, and countless beautiful women. Are you sure? Jiang Ren smiled, a very happy smile.
He had originally thought that ungrateful people were only a minority, but from the fact that no one had spoken up for him since earlier, and from the
strange looks in many people's eyes now. Most people only cared about themselves. Thanks to Red Star HW and Guohuang Xie for their tips. Thank you, smiley face. This world is nearing its end. Who gave you the courage? Jiang, we're doing this for your own good.
If you're the only one who knows how to get stronger, a lot of bad people will definitely target you and cause you trouble.
But if you tell us the method, then we, this group of people, will possess the way to get stronger.
We can help you fend off that trouble, allowing you to live in peace.
Believe me, this is absolutely the best decision you've ever made.
Seeing that most of the people around him had been swayed by his words, Lil unconsciously lifted his chin, staring down at Jiang Ren, who was 20 centimeters taller than him, and his tone became condescending.
At this moment,
many people nearby also chose to step forward, speaking out to persuade him.
I don't agree with the inference that Jiang is a murderer, but Lil is right about one thing: if you, Jiang, are the only one who possesses the method to get stronger, it's very likely to attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. You might not even be able to sleep soundly then. You saved us, we owe you our lives. If you tell us the method to get stronger, then you will be the most respected person to us from now on, without exception. Jiang, we want this method not for ourselves, but for the hundreds of millions of people in the Federation. Tell us, you'll be the hero of the Federation. Do these people really want to die so badly?
Robert looked at Jiang Ren in horror, noticing that a faint smile still hung on his face, but a chill unconsciously surged from his feet to his heart. Unlike these ordinary citizens, he knew the source of Jiang Ren's abilities. They were not something ordinary people could learn or imitate, they were forbidden powers he had already mastered before today. If they could truly be learned and imitated, then those capitalists would have mass-produced them long ago. Why would they treat the cleaners so politely? They would have probably wiped out the disobedient cleaners long ago. Thinking of this, Robert quietly signaled his wife, who was on the edge of the crowd. After many years of living together, his wife somewhat understood his meaning. She pulled their puzzled son and slowly moved outward, away from the increasingly irrational crowd. More and more people stepped forward, some using righteousness to pressure him, some asking for atonement for murder, and others feigning flattery. But no matter what tone or method they used, their ultimate goal was the same: they wanted Jiang Ren to reveal how he possessed his superhuman strength. Looking at these still chattering people, Jiang Ren took a step closer to them.
In an instant, the excited crowd immediately fell silent, scared and retreating several steps. More than a dozen people even bumped into those behind them and fell to the ground.
Ha! Jiang Ren chuckled and shook his head, crossing his arms. Actually, I'm very curious, who gave you, and all of you, the courage to say these things?
To me?
He first glanced at Lil, then looked at the few people who had been the most vocal. Facing his extremely aggressive gaze, these people quickly lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes.
Trash with bodies but no brains.
He's just a lucky guy who got a head start.
Once I know how to get stronger, I'll make him kneel and lick my shoes.
Lil cheered himself on mentally, then lifted his head, enduring Jiang Ren's gaze as he spoke. Jiang, do you think there are only a few dozen of us? For over 10 minutes, we've had someone live streaming.
There are over 100,000 viewers watching you online. If you dare to do anything to us, everyone in the Federation will know. Live stream? Jiang Ren looked towards a thin young man hiding in the crowd, secretly pointing his phone camera at him. This person seemed to be called Mike, claiming to be a reporter.
He had noticed the person filming him earlier, but he hadn't expected it to be a live stream. Speaking of which, in this almost apocalyptic situation, there were still people watching live streams online. No wonder people often said the Federation was doomed in recent years.
And then? Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Jiang Ren didn't care about the livestream, looking calmly at Lil. Why would he say he's going to kill me? It seems Jiang is ready to yield to me. Lil thought about getting the method to get stronger, and his heart couldn't help but feel excited. Although he wouldn't be the only one to get the method, he believed he was the darling of the new era and would definitely be the strongest. Please don't make this. Before Lil could finish his joke, Jiang Ren suddenly lifted his right foot and stomped heavily on the ground. Bang!
The floor tiles instantly exploded. The scattered fragments shot towards Lil's 5 limbs with lightning speed. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Lil fell to the ground with a distorted expression. His arms, legs, and groin were covered in deeply embedded tile fragments, and the blood flowing from them quickly stained his colorful clothes and
pants red.
Seeing this scene, everyone who had spoken earlier turned pale with fright. Several people even collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. They looked at Jiang Ren again. They realized that from the very beginning, he wasn't the young man with great power they had imagined, but a madman who acted without scruples and would kill at the slightest displeasure.
At this moment, the reporter, Mike, holding his phone.
His hands were also trembling uncontrollably, but even though he was this scared, his shaking camera remained aimed at Jiang Ren. I originally thought you didn't deserve to live, but now, I've changed my mind. Jiang Ren smiled, then his gaze shifted to Brown Buck, who was hidden in the crowd, and you. Brown Buck, who was feigning a look of terror along with the people around him, immediately felt disaster looming. He opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself.
Whoosh! A tile fragment by his feet was kicked up by Jiang Ren. The fragment passed by several people, then sliced open the left side of Brown Buck's neck and flew out.
The wound was half a finger deep, and blood instantly gushed out. Brown Buck only managed to make a gurgling sound before, due to the pain, he instinctively clutched his sliced neck and fell to the ground in agony.
Facing such a scene,
the crowd, who had just been speaking so righteously, now didn't even dare to breathe. Many of them secretly prayed in their hearts, hoping Jiang Ren wouldn't act against them.
Do you really think I'm blind and didn't see you two exchanging glances in secret? Jiang Ren chuckled and gestured to Robert to walk towards the main entrance.
Given Brown Buck's injuries, in this environment, he would die from excessive bleeding in a few minutes at most. As for Lil's injuries, if he didn't receive effective treatment, he would also die from excessive bleeding in a few hours at most. Even if he did receive effective treatment, his 5 limbs would have lost their function, and living would be worse than death.
Wait for me.
A voice sounded again from behind, followed by increasingly close footsteps.
Are there still people not afraid of death? Jiang Ren felt somewhat annoyed. Should he just kill all these people? Live crash.
Turning his head, Jiang Ren saw that it was Mike running towards them.
Mr. Jiang, I know this will be very troublesome for you, but I still want to ask you to take me with you.
Mike ran to Jiang Ren's side, suppressing the fear in his heart, and requested in a low voice.
If you know it will trouble me, then don't say it.
Jiang Ren was a bit speechless, but seeing that the man's attitude was acceptable, he still replied, the place I'm going to is very dangerous, so
dangerous that I might even die. Mike replied without hesitation, I'm not afraid. Jiang Ren's face was expressionless, give me a reason to take you.
Mike hesitated for a moment, looking at the constantly scrolling bullet comments on his phone screen, and said, I'm actually not a reporter, my real identity is a small streamer who only earns enough money for rent and food each month.
Jiang Ren didn't speak, waiting for him to give a reason.
After a brief pause, Mike continued, but my dream has always been to become a great reporter. It's just that I didn't have enough money or talent, so after dropping out of school, I could only be a streamer, hoping to discover some big news.
I just never got the chance. Today, I finally saw an opportunity, and I don't want to miss it. It seems I've become big news again.
Jiang Ren glanced at him, then walked towards the main door without a word. Since this person wasn't afraid of death, then he could follow if he wanted, as long as it didn't affect him.
Mr. John?
Seeing Jiang Ren walk away without looking back, Mike had no choice but to turn his pleading gaze to Robert.
Not speaking means he agreed. Robert reminded him, then quickly chased after Jiang Ren. Mike also happily followed. At this moment,
in the live stream, netizens' comments were rapidly scrolling.
Streamer, what a man! With this kind of courage, why is the streamer still being a reporter? Go run for president. I definitely vote for you.
Streamer, if you ask the big guy how he got so strong, I'll send you a gift of 100 federal coins. If you find out the reason, I'll send you a gift of 10,000 federal coins.
Only 10,000 federal coins? What a pitiful pauper. Streamer, go ask quickly. I'll send 1 million. Don't fight with me. I'll send 100 million. I'll send 1 billion. Send, send, send. Are all these small accounts under level 10 sending in their dreams? It's the end of the world. Is sending money useful? Who would tell others how to become stronger? With the big guy's methods just now, if the streamer really asks, he's just looking for death. Close your eyes. Upon reaching the door, Jiang Ren turned to look at Robert and Mike. Although they didn't understand what he meant, they still closed their eyes, and then felt a large hand grip their heads, and a burning sensation in their eyes. After only a few seconds, the heat disappeared, replaced by a slight coolness. All right. Jiang Ren withdrew his hand and walked out the door. I've already taken care of it for you. Within 24 hours, you won't turn into a lunatic even if you see the moon. Robert and Mike opened their eyes, looked at each other, and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. After leaving the building, the most worrying thing was accidentally seeing the moon. If they could avoid the moon's influence, and with Jiang, such a powerful person, protecting them, it would be as safe as could be. So this is what it's like outside. After they exited, looking at the blood-red sky and recalling the lunatics who had once been normal people, a sense of melancholy inevitably arose in their hearts. A few seconds later, feeling a stinging pain in their eyes, they quickly lowered their heads. They found a plane that was scheduled to depart before the arrival of the red moon and boarded it. Before long, the plane started, taxied for a distance on the ground, and then took to the sky. The plane flew steadily. Robert sat in the pilot's seat, manipulating the complex buttons in front of him, setting the plane's destination to the location provided by Jiang Ren, and activating the autopilot function. In the co-pilot's seat next to him, Jiang Ren closed his eyes, resting. Mike, urged frantically by netizens, clenched his fist to give himself courage, and softly asked Jiang Ren, Mr. Jiang, can I interview you? Jiang Ren opened his eyes, speak. How did you evolve? Mike glanced at the live stream's bullet comments, and seemingly feeling the question was a bit inappropriate, he hurriedly added, you don't need to describe the specific process, just a brief explanation is fine. It's okay if you don't want to answer. He knows everything. Ask him. Jiang Ren motioned towards Robert, then closed his eyes and said nothing more. Mike was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit at a loss. Robert's gaze left the control panel he was so engrossed in, and he shook his head. Are you thinking that with the arrival of the red moon, although lunatics appeared, it also brought about evolution, and Jiang has mastered the method of evolution? Mike nodded, pointing his phone camera at Robert. You're wrong from the very beginning. In this situation, there was no need to adhere to the confidentiality agreement anymore. Robert directly explained, as early as 30 years ago, people like Jiang, who possessed abilities far beyond ordinary humans, were collectively known as purifiers. Their main duty was to eliminate terrifying existences called dangerous species. Purifiers? They existed 30 years ago? Mike's face was full of surprise, and he wasn't alone. Tens of thousands of people in the livestream showed the same reaction. Many of them had joined the live stream during the time it took to board the plane. Such non-human people existed 30 years ago? Oh my god, what did I miss? I thought superheroes were fictional, and you're telling me they're based on reality? My heart aches, I feel like I missed out on 100 million.
Under Robert's explanation, Mike and the more than 10,000 netizens gained a certain understanding of the birth of purifiers and the dangers
involved, although they didn't fully believe it.
Their attitude towards Jiang Ren, who possessed such abilities, had indeed improved significantly. They no longer saw him as a selfish and unsharing villain, as they had before.
Although, the person in question didn't care about their opinions anyway. 2 hours later.
Through the front windshield, Jiang Ren could already see the red beam of light piercing through the sky and earth with his naked eyes. At the same time, he felt the surrounding energy activity becoming increasingly intense, even comparable to the city after the nuclear explosion.
And
Jiang Ren lowered his head slightly. The energy dormant in his left arm, heart, and right eye also began to become increasingly active, as if it could erupt at any moment.
Clang!
Suddenly, a loud bang came from below the plane. The plane shook violently a few times, almost throwing Robert and Mike, who were wearing seatbelts, out of their seats.
Immediately after, it began to sway left and right. Oh no, the plane is out of control. Robert looked at the control interface, a look of panic appearing on his face. Jiang Ren asked, "What do you mean? This plane can no longer resume normal flight."
"In 2 minutes at most, it will crash into the ground." Robert's voice trembled slightly.
Crash? Mike's face turned pale.
Although he had prepared himself for death, fear inevitably arose when it was so close. Thanks to a dream of floating life, White Tower rises. For the reward, thank you.
Bird training expert, Jiang.
Under the blood moon, countless people with crazed expressions ran wildly through the city.
Roars, gunshots, screams, various sounds were incessant. Suddenly,
a strange noise came from the sky. A large, burning passenger plane was seen falling downwards, and in just a few seconds, it crashed heavily into a bustling street. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, and flames spread like a raging python, instantly incinerating both ordinary people and lunatics within its reach into charred corpses. The lunatics who rushed over upon hearing the sound glanced at it and then, no longer concerned, circled around and left, either quickly or slowly. Most of the ordinary people hiding in secluded spots, hearing the sound, speculated whether rescue had arrived, but only a small number who were watching Mike's live stream knew what had happened. That was the sound of a plane crashing into a building. Mike, who had been an unknown streamer just a day ago, with a peak audience of no more than 1,000, now had his live stream ranked among the top 10 on his platform, with a real-time viewership exceeding 200,000 and still rapidly increasing.
Various expensive virtual gifts were continuously pouring in. After all, at such a time, even if one had money, there was nowhere to spend it, and there was no guarantee of how long one would live, so it was better to experience the feeling of spending lavishly online. Above the city, Mike and Robert slowly drifted downwards, slowed by their parachutes. The phone connected to the livestream was aimed at the fiery aftermath of the plane crash. Facing this scene, the bullet comments furiously flooded the screen. First time seeing a live plane crash, feels like it completely surpasses top-tier special effects. Too magnificent, too beautiful. Do you people have any humanity? Don't you even think about how despairing and helpless those people hiding in those burning buildings must be right now? It's the end of the world, and you're talking to me about humanity? Holy Mother *tch, get lost. If you're so kind-hearted, why are you still hiding? Why don't you offer yourself to the lunatics? Streamer, why are you spacing out? I want to see the big guy. Quickly switch to the big guy. What big guy? That pronunciation is Jiang. Streamer, stop spacing out. Your mother brought you 2 boxes of milk. Mike just snapped out of his daze from the fire below, saw the bullet comments urging him, and quickly turned the camera towards the upper side. There was the culprit that destroyed the plane. A monstrous bird, dozens of meters long and resembling a giant eagle, had no feathers on its body. Its dark red flesh was covered in signs of decay. And among them were countless tiny green eyes. Hanging below the monstrous bird's neck was a person.
You had to break my ride when we were so close, is that polite? Jiang Ren's smile was tinged with a faint chill, his hands and feet tightly locked around the monster's neck. Facing this monstrous bird, which was only a bit larger in size and had slightly stronger power, speed, and explosive force, he did not transform, as his normal state was sufficient to deal with it. Chirp! The monstrous bird opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, emitting a piercing, eerie cry.
The next moment, it began to frantically flip, rapidly ascend, and rapidly descend, trying to shake Jiang Ren off its body. It seems talking nicely is useless. Jiang Ren freed one hand and plunged it into the monstrous bird's flesh, then used his other hand to secure himself in the flesh, switching his hands and feet, directly climbing onto its neck.
During this process, the monstrous bird's cries became even more piercing.
I'll give you a chance to atone. As long as you take me there, I'll forgive you, so are you going or not?
Under the gaze of the monstrous bird's many eyes, Jiang Ren furiously punched the bird's head, a morbid smile appearing on his face. Are you going or
not? Are you going or not?
Chirp! Seeing that it couldn't shake Jiang Ren off no matter what, and feeling increasingly intense pain from its head, the monstrous bird had no choice but
to change direction and fly towards the red beam in the city center. This scene.
Through Mike's phone, it was simultaneously seen by over 200,000 netizens in the livestream. Due to the long distance, the image was somewhat blurry, and only the monstrous bird's cries could be heard, not Jiang Ren's voice. But these visuals were enough to spark heated discussion among them.
Am I seeing things?
Such a huge bird, actually being beaten up by a person smaller than its claw.
Doesn't this bird feel ashamed?
Not just beaten up, but in the end, that bird didn't even struggle, it just carried the big guy and flew off. I suspect it's already been tamed.
Bird tamer expert Jiang.
It's already exaggerated enough to be able to deal with over 1,000 lunatics, and now he's even taming a giant bird with his bare hands.
Is this even human? Looking at the comment above, I can tell it's a newcomer to the livestream. Anyone who's been in this livestream for a few minutes knows Jiang isn't human. Speaking of which, does anyone know what that red thing is? Why is Jiang going there? Same question, does anyone know? I don't know. I think what we should be more concerned about is that Jiang ran off on the bird, and our streamer is still on a parachute. So what can we watch next? Watch the streamer deliver himself to the lunatics from 1,000 miles away.
Although the monstrous bird looked disgusting, its flying speed was quite good. In just a few tens of seconds, it had already reached the city center, but at the last 1,000 meters from the red beam, it stubbornly refused to go
any further.
Even after being hammered several times on the head by Jiang Ren, it remained unwilling. The monstrous bird's cries of pain were filled with deep fear of that red beam.
Fine, considering you're quite sensible, I'll let you go.
Jiang Ren leaped, falling straight to the ground from a height of several hundred meters.
Boom!
He landed on the roof of a 3-story commercial building, and the immense force instantly smashed through the top. Then, there were several more loud bangs before silence fell.
A creak.
The door on the first floor opened, and Jiang Ren walked out, dusting off the broken stone and brick dust from his hair, and looked up at the sky. He could only see a black silhouette of the monstrous bird, about the size of a fist. Clearly, after he fell, the monstrous bird impatiently turned and flew away, otherwise, its speed wouldn't have been so fast. Its intelligence is much higher than those lunatics who only know how to seek death. Jiang Ren shook his head, looking towards the red beam at the end of the street, which extended from the ground to the center of the lit cover or hood, referring to a dome-like structure, and the blood-colored moon.
No. More accurately, it was a red light pillar.
At such a close distance, it was clear that the red light pillar was about 50 meters in diameter, enveloped in a dense bloody color, and even with
his right eye fully activated, he couldn't see through it.
Jiang Ren ran quickly and arrived beside the light pillar.
Let me see what's hidden inside. Jiang Ren extended his left hand, touching the edge of the light pillar.
Suddenly, his murmuring stopped, and the slight curl of his lips widened, a hint of mad blood red appearing in his eyes, his pupils vertical like a
snake's.
Blood red energy spread from his left arm, dyeing his skin dark red in a few seconds.
An interesting world.
Such weak creatures, yet they possess weapons capable of destroying themselves millions of times over.
Jiang Ren uttered a hoarse and ancient voice, his slightly parted mouth full of sharp fangs, occasionally spitting out sparks with a sulphurous smell.
After a few soft laughs, he stepped into the red light pillar.
I am you and you are me.
Inside the dimly lit high-rise apartment, Robert crouched under the balcony railing, cautiously peering out at the lunatics wandering the street.
Below. Why do these lunatics seem to have more and more energy? Years of police experience made him more prone to noticing details.
Robert stroked his chin in confusion, and after realizing this detail was useless to him, he tiptoed back into the living room.
Snap!
A soft sound came from the adjacent bedroom.
Robert was startled and couldn't help but complain in a low voice towards the bedroom where the sound came from, "Mike, what are you looking for? Are you done yet?" "Found it."
Mike's voice was a little excited as he walked out, holding something in both hands. I knew there would be something like this in a high-end
residence, and I was right.
Through the faint bloody light shining in from outside, the object could barely be seen.
It was a civilian drone. Robert asked, puzzled, "What are you doing with a drone?" "Of course, I'm going to live stream."
"Since Jiang isn't here, and I can't go find him, using this drone is a great way." Mike turned on his phone flashlight, and while checking the equipment on the drone, he happily said, "It even has live streaming equipment attached to
it. The pixel quality is much better than my phone. I feel like my luck today is good enough to buy a lottery ticket." "At a time like this, you're still thinking about live streaming?" Robert's face was full of surprise. He found that he could no longer understand the thoughts of young people today. Mike casually said, "You know, my dream is to be a great reporter." "What does being a reporter have to do with your live streaming?" "Of course, it has something to do with it. I'm responsible for the commentary, and isn't that what a reporter does?" "All right." Robert patted his head, not wanting to say anything more.
Mike logged into his account on the live streaming equipment under the drone, then started the live stream that he had just closed.
After several minutes of silence, the live chat quickly increased. "Hello everyone, I'm your host Mike. I know what you want to see.
Although I don't dare to go out and find Jiang, I've found a good helper now.
It will help me find Jiang."
Mike greeted the camera and then operated the remote control.
The drone slowly ascended.
It flew directly from the balcony, heading towards the red light pillar several kilometers away. Both this drone and the remote control were equipped with extended range control devices, with a theoretical maximum control distance of 20 kilometers, which was definitely enough to reach the red light pillar. After learning that Mike would use a drone to find Jiang Ren, the popularity of the livestream, which had dropped by more than half, quickly surged.
At a visible rate. The host has finally upgraded his equipment. It's worth celebrating. Quick, I want to see the big guy.
Originally, I didn't believe there were purifiers in the world, but when I saw purifiers in action in several livestreams, I knew I was wrong.
Jiang really is a purifier.
I feel like those purifiers are still a bit inferior compared to Jiang, I don't know why.
Where is he a bit inferior?
Jiang only took 3 years to reach the peak of purifiers.
His talent and ability are explosive. Can ordinary purifiers compare to him?
Can't mess with him. I thought all purifiers were this strong, but it turns out Jiang is just too amazing.
Mike controlled the drone, interacting with the live chat from time to time.
Under direct flight, the distance of a few kilometers was quickly covered. The drone slowly descended, finally stopping on top of a tall building dozens of meters away from the red light pillar, with its camera pointed at the
pillar. Jiang isn't outside, did he go inside?
Robert had already taken out his phone and was now watching the screen of Mike's livestream.
How about I control the drone to fly closer? Or try to see if it can enter that red pillar?
Mike said to the live stream, and just as he was about to see what the viewers thought, he heard roars coming from outside, one after another.
Strange, chaotic, eerie.
These sounds were like sound waves, one after another, each time more piercing and louder, as if to pierce the eardrums. Mike and Robert, who were in the high-rise building, couldn't help but cover their ears, but the faint sounds that still reached them made them feel
nauseous and want to vomit.
It took several minutes for the roars to stop. Robert and Mike peeked out from the balcony and found that the lunatics wandering the streets had disappeared, leaving only grotesque and bizarre humanoid monsters, either 2 or 3 meters tall, or 5 or 6 meters tall, looking like a fusion of a dozen or so people.
These monsters were far more terrifying than the lunatics, and at this moment, they were frantically destroying the surrounding buildings.
Seeing this situation, the two exchanged glances and immediately quietly walked into an inner bedroom, closing the door tightly, as if that would make
them safer. After several minutes of silence, various messages frantically flooded the live chat. What a broken reality game. Humans are so weak, and the monsters are tireless and fearless of death, and they can even evolve?
So terrifying, I personally saw a monster 2 stories high directly smash through a wall. I thought only I had monsters here, but it turns out we're all the same.
Help! Is there anyone who can save me? A monster has found me.
I haven't been discovered by a monster here, but a monster is constantly destroying the houses around me.
I feel like it will reach my house sooner or later. That brother who was asking for help, are you okay? Probably gone. After sending that message, he hasn't sent anymore. What kind of world is this? After decades of hard work, finally paying off the mortgage and car loan, and then you tell me it's the end of the world. What a messed up life. Who are you?
In the crimson space, surrounded by constantly bubbling hot lava, dark red stones stood among it. Jiang Ren stood on one of the stones, staring expressionlessly at the lava. Just now, the moment his left hand touched the red light pillar, he found that he had lost control of his body, and his consciousness was pulled into this special space. After being together for so long, you still don't know who I am? On a stone opposite, an adult-sized pure white light figure appeared. Jiang Ren looked at him, expressionless.
I am you, and you are me.
The light figure didn't care, smiling as he said, all the answers you want are in your mind, think carefully. Just as Jiang Ren was about to speak, he found a strange memory in his consciousness.
A name surfaced. Azathoth.
He clearly remembered hearing this name in the Church of the All-Knowing God. Left arm, right eye, heart, blood moon anomaly, red light pillar, and the cover that separates inside and outside. Through the extra memories, Jiang Ren finally understood what all of this was about.
Twilight in the universe. Azathoth. A powerful being from another world.
The left arm, right eye, and heart that Jiang Ren acquired were all parts of Azathoth's true form, and all the supernatural powers manifested within the barrier were transformations of his primordial energy.
For some reason,
Azathoth was severely injured and on the verge of death when he unexpectedly arrived in this ordinary, technologically advanced world. Being too gravely wounded to remain awake, he created this barrier that isolated inside from outside, and transformed his primordial energy into pure supernatural power, spreading it throughout the barrier. He hoped that when he awakened one day, he could use the living beings within the barrier as an energy source to repair his incomplete and decaying essence, and return to his peak.
In the extra memories, there was very little about Azathoth's original world.
Jiang Ren could only deduce from those fragmented memories that, in his original world, he was referred to as
a demon. Demon? Demon hunter? Jiang Ren finally understood why this world was called Demon Hunter, and yet hunting dangerous species was also effective. Because those dangerous species possessing supernatural abilities were originally formed from parts of the demon's primordial essence. From beginning to end, the demon he was meant to hunt was only one. However, it's a bit tricky.
Jiang Ren looked at the light and shadow in front of him, which had been still since he began recalling his memories.
That was the soul incarnation of the demon Azathoth. Just as the other party said,
I am you, and you are me. He, born with the demon's left arm, had been one with this demon from the very beginning. It was just that the other party was the main soul, and he was merely an expendable subsoul. After some thought, Jiang Ren cast his gaze towards the edge of the space. His vision instantly elevated. A unique perspective appeared in his perception. Jiang Ren saw the body he had controlled for 21 years, now enveloped in a blood-red pillar of light, his clothes disintegrated by the violent energy. His delicate hair was also gone, leaving him bald and eyebrowless.
Jiang Ren looked at Azathoth and asked, "What are you planning to do?"
Having seen that memory, you should know that only by harvesting all life on this continent can I barely recover 30% of my primordial essence, and if I want to fully recover, I must harvest all life on this planet. Azathoth paused, his tone somewhat cheerful. I know it might be hard for you to accept these things in such a short time, but don't worry, we are
1.
When I fully recover, that will be when your soul merges with mine.
Merge?
Jiang Ren was somewhat curious about what would happen if he were to merge his soul with the other party.
Direct death? Or being forever trapped in this world? However, compared to those, Jiang Ren was currently more focused on another matter. Are you planning to use those mutated creatures to harvest life? Although Azathoth could forcibly plunder life energy to repair his primordial essence, there was a small limitation. It couldn't be living creatures.
No, that's too much trouble.
Azathoth wagged an index finger and said, "The humans of this world have created many weapons that can kill themselves. Compared to slowly harvesting, I prefer to use those weapons."
After saying that, he added, "Before I recover 30% of my strength."
Is that so?
Jiang Ren stopped speaking and focused his attention on the outside world. He had to admit, his current sensation was peculiar. Just like when he first swallowed the blood-red single eye, he could sense all the faint changes
in an area.
And now, everything within the barrier was laid bare before him. Those special monsters formed from madmen, as well as the dangerous species that had mastered supernatural powers, became his eyes and ears. Jiang Ren knew very well that all of this power originated from Azathoth. After decades of preparation, even though his primordial energy had not yet reached 1/10 of its peak, it was enough to control everything within the barrier. However, while Jiang Ren could borrow its power to observe the outside world, he could not control it. Is it about to begin? Jiang Ren felt a premonition, and countless images appeared in his consciousness. Above military bases hidden in rarely trafficked areas, each controlling nuclear weapons, a surge of violent energy suddenly erupted, instantly turning everyone who had escaped the blood moon's erosion into puppets.
In the face of absolute power, any action is futile.
Jiang Ren watched all this calmly. When an ordinary technological world encountered a powerful being from a supernatural world, it had almost no power to resist. Compared to lambs awaiting slaughter, they might even be worse off.
Yorda State, Lyralia.
One of the Federation's most prosperous cities. It boasted a 400-meter-tall Empire State Building, a landmark of the city, where countless businesses prided themselves on being based, and
many influencers considered it a must-visit check-in spot.
At this moment, gunfire continuously echoed from positions near the ground. On the first floor, and from some windows on the 2nd to 10th floors, a group of fully armed soldiers, wearing special equipment resembling VR
glasses on their heads, were firing at monsters approaching the building. These monsters, formed by the fusion of madmen, were powerful.
But in the face of the metal storm formed by numerous firearms, they were still riddled with holes, dead beyond dead. Occasionally, a few extremely fast, highly defensive, and specially abled monsters would break through the blockade, only to be stopped by two individuals in front of the building. During magazine changes, soldiers would occasionally point the real-time display on their helmets at the two people outside. A small boy who looked like an elementary school student, carrying a backpack.
A woman with snow-white skin, both alluring and pure. Snap!
A dark hand crushed a slender, non-human monster into a pulp, then quickly retracted into the backpack.
The elementary school student, carrying his backpack, boredly licked the lollipop in his hand, watching the monsters continuously surge towards the Building, and sighed, I've been killing for so long, why does it feel like there are more and more of these things? You can wait until daytime, maybe these monsters will disappear then?
Not far away, Bilice, who was sitting in a leather recliner, engrossed in her phone, said without lifting her head.
The elementary school student looked up at the blood moon and smacked his head. Wait until dawn?
This moon was in this position a few hours ago, and it's still in this position now.
We'll wait until we die and it still won't be dawn. Bilice didn't reply, still staring at her phone.
Seeing this, the elementary school student couldn't help but ask, I saw you looking at your phone earlier.
Is it that captivating?
Jiang's live stream. Bilice nodded, a faint smile on her face, and turned the phone screen to show him.
Demon? Why don't I see anyone?
Although the screen was only in front of the elementary student for less than half a second, it was enough for him to see that there was only a huge blood-red pillar of light inside, with no trace of Jiang Ren. Inside that light pillar, Bilice stared intently at the livestream, and even though she couldn't see Jiang Ren, she couldn't bear to look away. In the distance, another monster broke through the blockade. Snap! The elementary student quickly rushed over, smashed the monster, and then returned, asking, where is that light pillar? Why is that thing there? Bilice replied, Cephadar. As for why there's a light pillar, I'm not sure, but I feel it might be related to the moon turning red. Crunch! The elementary student chewed the lollipop in his mouth. He was skeptical of Bilice's words. However, from what he knew of Jiang always acted with strong purpose, so even if the red light pillar had nothing to do with the moon turning red, it shouldn't be very important. Puff! Suddenly, both the elementary student and Bilice were attracted by a light coming from the side. The light grew larger and larger. Seconds later, the light ascended into the sky, and a dark red mushroom cloud appeared. A nuclear bomb. Seeing this, the elementary student couldn't help but curse, there are still so many survivors in the city, which lunatic launched the nuclear bomb? Bilice's voice came, I think what we should be more concerned about right now is whether we can even survive. The elementary student followed Bilice's gaze and saw another mushroom cloud rising in the distance. And then the third, the fourth, the fifth. One nuclear bomb after another exploded in the surrounding cities. The chain reaction caused by the explosions led to violent tremors in their city, and the hundreds of soldiers and thousands of survivors hidden in the Empire State Building couldn't help but let out terrified screams. At this moment, the elementary student said nothing, merely looked up silently at the sky directly above him and raised a middle finger. What a pity! Bilice pouted slightly, looking at the untouched screen of her phone, feeling a little unhappy. She firmly believed that if anyone could save the world, it would definitely be Jiang Ren, but unfortunately, she could no longer see him. I wish I could see Jiang one more time, I wish I could see my 21 darlings one more time. Boom! A missile carrying a nuclear warhead exploded over the city. The scorching white light and terrifying high temperature instantly turned the elementary student and Bilice, as well as the nearby Empire State Building and thousands of meters of surrounding buildings, into ash. Missiles carrying nuclear warheads flew out one after another, bombing this continent of over 2,000 square kilometers and hundreds of millions of people. When the last mushroom cloud dissipated, the once prosperous and lively city no longer had a single living person or monster, leaving only giant craters of varying depths and radiation floating above the city. The only place where people still survived was Cephadar, the city where the red light pillar was located. Dead, all dead. Mike and Robert leaned against the wall, their eyes vacant, looking at the live stream that had cut off due to loss of signal. In just a few tens of minutes, they had watched the number of viewers in the live stream rapidly decrease, and one by one, netizens who claimed to have witnessed a nuclear explosion never had the chance to send a second message. Thud! A thunderous roar came. Mike instinctively pulled open the curtain and looked in the direction of the sound, where the red light pillar was located, only to find that a giant figure thousands of meters tall had appeared there. It had a human form, but its skin was a dark red like molten lava, with two curved horns on its head, and it wore a suit of armor made of unknown material, covered in complex runic patterns. Its appearance was like the demons in some movies, but clearly more powerful and mysterious.
Why does he look a bit like Jiang? Mike muttered to himself. Robert, hearing the sound, couldn't help but come to the window. Weak and ignorant humans, my name is Azathoth. It is your honor to meet me in the vast world.
Azathoth opened his sharp, fanged maw and tilted his head slightly. Although there were no people in the sky, he could feel that the humans of this world were observing him through many small toys in the sky. Witnessing this scene, besides Robert and Mike, and some of the survivors in this city, there were also government officials from various countries, and even civilian organizations and individuals, who had been monitoring this continent, using satellites and various technological means ever since it was isolated by a special force more than 30 years ago.
Sure. Celebrate. You are about to become a part of me, Azathoth, the greatest demon in history. Azathoth spread his hands, activating the primordial energy within his body. From the city below came bursts of violent explosions, the ground rapidly cracked, countless buildings collapsed, and streams of fiery red lava spewed from underground, instantly turning the city into a sea of lava. Including Robert and Mike, the survivors in the city only had time to let out a few screams before being swallowed by the lava filled with supernatural power, instantly turning into white bones. At the same time, volcanic lava flows scattered across various parts of the planet began to churn violently, whether stable or unstable, as if a strong catalyst had been added, making the lava even more active. Countless volcanoes erupted. Despair, fear, helplessness. All humans and creatures encountered an apocalyptic disaster. Facing the almost endless special lava, they could not organize any resistance, and waiting for death seemed to be the best outcome. Countless intercontinental missiles soared into the sky. All targets were directed at the area that had been imprisoned separately for over 30 years. Although it had no effect, this was already the only counterattack that the humans of this ordinary world could make against the demon from another world. 7 days later, the surface of the planet was covered in lava. Looking at it, it resembled a small sun. Power, it's truly intoxicating. Azathoth bathed in the lava, tilting his head back and spreading his hands, his face filled with pleasure. Closing his eyes, he entered the temporarily created consciousness space, looking at Jiang Ren, who was sitting on the ground at some unknown point, and said with a smile, "Come, embrace me, and become one with me." There's something you might not know. Jiang Ren stood up, patted his pants to remove non-existent dust, and said indifferently, "Actually, I can also control this body, but only for a very short time, so I've been waiting for you to recover." What do you mean? Azathoth's smile instantly froze. He tried to exit the space but found that he had lost control of his body. I just want to know how powerful your strongest attack is, for a being like you. Outside, Jiang Ren chuckled softly, controlling his primordial energy to self-destruct. Stop. No. Azathoth, in the consciousness space, was filled with terror, watching helplessly as his primordial energy exploded, the terrifying energy instantly engulfing him. In the boundless darkness of the universe, a faint glimmer appeared. 2 in 1 chapter. Settlement Reward New World. This life has ended. Please proceed to the settlement interface. What a brilliant fireworks display. Jiang Ren slowly opened his eyes. The system had cleared away a large amount of useless daily details from his 20-odd years of life, leaving only a small amount of essential memories. In front of him were the familiar computer and notebook, and he was sitting in a reclining chair. Although he had returned, he still couldn't forget the last moments, that artistic, massive explosion, a combination of aesthetics and explosion. Science, something completely impossible to replicate in a normal world. I wonder if I managed to kill Azathoth. If I did, would that count as a 5-star rating? Jiang Ren wanted to open the system, but considering he was still a bit unfamiliar with his body after returning, he got up to stretch. Although he had only spent about 20 years inside this time,
it felt longer than the 86 years in the hunter world, and he felt even more
unaccustomed to his own body. Low strength, slow speed, couldn't even defend against a small knife.
Compared to my body in the last few years of the simulated world, the difference is like heaven and earth.
Jiang Ren shook his head, but this was normal.
After all, not counting the last few days when the demon Azathoth was finally resurrected, he could basically withstand cannon fire in his last few years, and in the last month, only nuclear bombs and a few other weapons could kill him. His current body, however, was just that of an ordinary person who maintained good lifestyle habits, trained and ate regularly according to a weekly
plan, and had a little bit of human strength.
One was a powerful monster with supernatural abilities, the other was an ordinary person in a mundane world.
There was simply no comparison between the two.
After getting a little familiar with his body, Jiang Ren sat on the bed and opened the system.
This life has ended. Starting settlement.
You were born with a red left arm. Some saw you as an ominous symbol, some called you a child of the devil, but most simply called you a demon.
Because whenever you fought with all your might, you were like a demon who wouldn't stop until their goal was achieved.
You took the motto "with great power comes great responsibility" as your guiding principle. In your short life, most of the time you were either hunting dangerous species or on your way to hunt dangerous species. You were worthy of others, and worthy of yourself. Facing the demon from another world, and your constantly dying kin at the demon's hands, you suppressed your sorrow and anger, lurked by the demon's side, and at the last moment, perished together with it.
You were an avenger, a victor, and a loner. Your deeds went unknown.
In the vast, boundless universe, you were like a fleeting glimmer of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace.
Perished together. This means that demon also died. Jiang Ren breathed a sigh of relief.
At least it proved that self-destruction was effective. But with all of humanity, and even all life on the planet, extinct, he wondered if he could get a high rating. Lifespan, 22, this is an age of an early demise, especially since the day you died was exactly your 22nd birthday.
Status, 191, you were both a demon and not a demon.
You were the one who destroyed the world, and yet not. Fame, 283, in your 22-year life, you were very famous in certain small circles, but not many people actually knew of your deeds. However, in the last few days, the demon used your body to announce its arrival to everyone, and you instantly became known globally. Rating, although all humanity was extinguished and you perished with the demon, it is undeniable that you successfully hunted the only demon
in this world. Reward, 200, fate points. Congratulations on clearing the demon hunting world.
A new world has been unlocked.
Faced with this result, Jiang Ren was somewhat surprised but not entirely unexpected.
From the clear rating of the first world, it was evident that the simulated world's requirements for clearing were not high, one could even say low.
But this is normal. Since the name is demon hunting, if killing the demon doesn't count as clearing, then what would? Jiang Ren focused his attention back on the system interface.
He was somewhat looking forward to this clear reward. A bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart.
What if it was still talent permanence?
He hadn't bought any talents this time, only one item, Demon's left arm, but that was clearly a contingency left by Azathoth. If it really became a reward for him, for safety's sake, he wouldn't want it.
Congratulations on clearing the demon hunting world for the first time.
You have received a special reward, a wisp of origin power. Origin power, a mysterious energy originating from a high magic world, impossible to create or increase by artificial means. It can subtly enhance the holder's physical attributes and make the holder more susceptible to the favor of world laws.
Detecting that you are in a safe environment, commencing reward distribution. Reward distribution complete.
Before Jiang Ren could react to the quickly flashing text, he felt a faint coolness emanating from the position of his heart in his left chest.
Instantly,
he felt as if he had suddenly entered a cool air-conditioned room after being drenched in sweat by the scorching sun on a hot summer day. His entire body immediately felt much more comfortable. After a few seconds, the cool sensation slowly dissipated.
Origin power. Jiang Ren touched his left chest.
The sound of his heart beating seemed more powerful. He didn't know much about origin power, only that it was the source of 70% of Azathoth's power, and once lost, it was very difficult to recover. From the description, origin power seems to have benefits without drawbacks. Although I don't feel anything now, I imagine that over time, it should bring me many benefits. Jiang Ren was quite satisfied with this reward, but Azathoth's origin power was as much as a small pool, and the wisp rewarded by the system seemed to
be a very small unit.
It was clearly impossible to become an existence like Azathoth, capable of destroying planets, with this amount. Dismissing his unrealistic thoughts, he focused on the newly appeared third world.
Weapon. Requires 20 fate points to unlock. What does weapon mean? Jiang Ren was a bit confused.
He knew that weapon referred to various destructive and damaging devices used in military conflict, but he couldn't figure out how to get a high
rating from it. Forging weapons? Killing enemies with weapons? Or cultivating with weapons?
Just then, he noticed a small question mark next to weapon, which hadn't appeared in the previous two worlds. With a thought, he clicked on the question mark.
A prompt popped up.
The current world is a special world and cannot be rewound, so rewards are doubled.
Cannot be rewound? Is this still a simulated world? Jiang Ren's expression hardened, gradually becoming serious.
Being unable to rewind meant he couldn't restart from a reborn perspective after failure, as he could in the previous two worlds. The difficulty greatly increased, and the margin for error greatly decreased. Compared to that, the doubled reward was completely insufficient as compensation.
Ready to enter.
Not being able to rewind time increases the difficulty, but it's not unsolvable, it's just a bit troublesome.
Jiang Ren looked at his remaining destiny points. The best method was undoubtedly to spend money.
As long as he spent enough, he would be a winner in life and a chosen one from the start, crushing any difficulties he encountered.
What was there to fear about not being able to clear the game?
Although he hadn't seen the shop for the third world yet, it was clear from the shops of the first two worlds that his current destiny points were not
enough to squander.
He had to maximize the benefit of every single point. Therefore, Jiang Ren planned to explore the weapon world first before considering how to spend his points.
But not now.
Having opened 2 lives consecutively, he was truly afraid that opening another one would mess up his mind again, leading to his rationality being
suppressed and causing him to do something impulsive. Grumble.
Suddenly, a strange sound came from his stomach.
Already hungry?
Jiang Ren could feel a rapidly growing hunger in his stomach, as if stomach acid was constantly breaking down, yet finding no food. Immediately, he took out instant noodles and sausages, and boiled a pot of hot water to prepare them. Although he had opened 2 lives consecutively, in the real world, it had been less than 2 hours since his physical body had finished eating, and one of those hours was spent in a static state. Logically, he shouldn't be hungry. Is it the influence of the origin force? Jiang Ren mused. The development of things always followed the law of conservation of energy. Energy is neither created nor destroyed, it only transforms from one form to another, or transfers from one object to another, while the total amount of energy remains constant. Just like a person doing physical labor consumes more energy than someone working in an office and needs to replenish more energy. Since the origin force could strengthen the body, it would accordingly require more energy consumption.
10 minutes later. Jiang Ren rubbed his stomach, 7/10 full. Not too full to bloat his stomach, nor feeling hungry, and enough for his body's consumption for the next few hours. It consumed 2 packs of instant noodles and 4 sausages. His appetite had indeed increased a bit, by about the equivalent of 1 sausage. The phone rang. Jiang Ren wiped his mouth and picked up his phone, finding it was a video call on a social app. The call was from his mother. As soon as he connected. Xiaoran, did mom disturb you? Jiang Mu appeared on the screen, looking like she was in her 50s despite being in her 40s, with a somewhat anxious expression, as if afraid she had disturbed Jiang Ren.
How could you, Mom? I don't work at night, I have plenty of time.
Jiang Ren smiled and asked, "Did you receive the money I transferred a couple of days ago?"
I did, you child, you really are something. Your dad and I aren't like a few years ago when we couldn't work. You transfer money to us every month, but we don't even need it.
Jiang Mu complained a bit, then asked, "How's your work now?"
If you need any help from Mom and Dad, just say so. I'm doing great here, the work is easy, and my boss takes good care of me.
Jiang Ren shook his head, a gentle smile always on his face.
That's good, that's good. Jiang Mu hesitated, secretly glanced off screen, then turned back and said, Xiaoran, you're not young anymore. Maybe you'll get a girlfriend sometime, and then you'll definitely need a house and a car. Your dad and I have saved some money these past few years. This month, go pick out a house, and your dad and I will borrow some money to put together the down payment.
Mom!
Jiang Ren interrupted her, saying, I have my own plans for the house, and I have ways to solve the money problem.
You two keep the money you've saved for yourselves.
After much persuasion, seeing that her son genuinely wouldn't accept, Jiang Mu had no choice but to give up. The call ended.
Do you think we've harmed Xiaoran?
Jiang Mu looked at Jiang father, who had been sitting in the corner of the room smoking silently during the call.
It's not your fault, it's my problem.
Jiang father got up, his steps slightly unsteady, and walked to the table. He pressed the half-smoked cigarette into the ashtray, extinguished the ember, and carefully placed it aside. Outsiders all say it's Xiaoran's problem, but actually, it's me, his father, who dragged him down.
If I had. Jiang father sighed, not finishing his sentence, but couldn't help but touch the extinguished cigarette.
Jiang mother stepped forward and hugged him, gently comforting, actually, this is also quite good. Although we can't live a life of great wealth, our days are still stable, and most importantly, we don't have to worry about Xiaoran getting into
trouble. Jiang father, perhaps. In the following days, Jiang Ren continued his usual routine: work, exercise, sleep.
In his daily work life, he could clearly feel a significant improvement in his physical strength and endurance. For example, work that originally took 6 hours to complete, he could now finish in 5, or even 4 hours. This meant that he only needed to work 4 hours a day, and the remaining 4 hours could be used for slacking off.
This feeling of exploiting capitalists was simply too good.
It was precisely this joy that made Jiang Ren continue to work steadily as usual even after obtaining the system. After all, it's always easier to go from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. If he lost this joy, trying to find that feeling again later would require constantly upping the ante, and sooner or later, he would no longer be able to find the feeling he once had. Most importantly, in this process, he would inevitably be unable to maintain a low profile.
Jiang Ren didn't mind showing off in front of others, but the premise was to possess sufficient power, which could be wealth and influence, or invincible power in the supernatural world. For him, the latter was undoubtedly more practical.
Only when he feared no one could he act without reservation.
Who said the real world was the worst game? You couldn't rewind, nor could you start over. System, activate the weapon world.
In his room, Jiang Ren, lying on his bed, silently chanted.
Entering requires deducting 20 destiny points. Do you wish to enter? You have met the conditions for shop activation. Do you wish to open the shop?
Jiang Ren looked at the shop for the third world, which still had 3 categories: identity, talent, and items. To avoid being completely clueless after entering, some necessary understanding was required.
And among these categories,
only the item category could roughly predict the background of this world.
Item, sword embryo. Description, the rough blank for a sword-type weapon, not yet undergoing further forging. Note, look at its streamlined shape, and its ordinary material. I believe that once forged, it will definitely be a very ordinary sword. Price, 1 destiny point. Item, Qi Nurturing Pill.
Description, 1 Qi Nurturing Pill, half a month of Qi cultivation. Note, it contains a small amount of spiritual energy, gentle and stable, and can be consumed by mortals, as long as it's not swallowed directly.
Price, 2 destiny points. Item, broken token.
Description: it looks very broken, but it seems to hide an opportunity.
Note, if you want to change your life, this is definitely a cost-effective item, provided you can repair it. Price, 5 destiny points. What to do if you were born to be a knife, for further reading. Item, storage ring.
Description: contains 1 cubic meter of space, only inanimate objects can be stored. Remarks: with it, you'll never have to worry about excessive luggage again.
Perhaps you can even use it to perform magic tricks. Price, 10 destiny points. Item, Saraira.
Description: a spiritual crystal left behind by an enlightened monk after his ascension, possessing various wondrous uses.
Remarks: comprehending Buddhist teachings, aiding cultivation, restoring mana.
Compared to these, its greater ability is to attract a group of bald, burly men to you.
Price, 100 destiny points. Storage ring? Saraira?
Jiang Ren's eyes lit up as he roughly scanned the item categories. From the descriptions of these items, this world should be of the Xinsha genre, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many related items, and many of them
are quite affordable. I don't think I've ever tried the effects of the identity category, have I? Jiang Ren checked the identity category again.
He found that, similar to the previous 2 worlds, there was no prominent information except for an option to invest destiny points.
Let's first try what it's like to enter normally. Next time I enter, I'll try a pay-to-win berth. Immediately, Jiang Ren exited the shop and entered the dark space.
As a leopard-head Lin Chong player, he always believed that if he absolutely had to spend money, he should spend every penny wisely.
What appeared before him was a giant clock emitting a faint glow. Blurred phantoms emerged on the clock, and he could vaguely make out what seemed to be a blacksmith's shop in the background.
A shirtless, burly man was holding a large hammer, striking a piece of iron in front of him.
Why does something feel off?
Seeing this scene, Jiang Ren was a little puzzled. Normally, at this stage, there was always a baby in the phantom, but this time, not only was there no baby, there wasn't even a child, only a clearly
older blacksmith. Could it be that I will possess this blacksmith?
Just as Jiang Ren was guessing, his soul was pulled into the clock's phantom.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
Inside a slightly dilapidated blacksmith's shop. A blacksmith, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, with a muscular physique, was holding a large iron hammer, striking the ironware on the
large anvil in front of him, blow after blow.
The scorching temperature around him caused sweat to continuously drip from his body. But this not only didn't slow him down, it made him even faster. His right hand, wielding the hammer, almost turned into an afterimage, repeatedly lifting and dropping.
Finally,
under such a furious barrage of hammering, the irregular iron block rapidly transformed into the shape of a blade.
Clang! With a final, distinctly different clang, the blacksmith withdrew his large hammer.
He casually wiped the sweat from his head, used a tool to pick up the hammered blade, and placed it into the roaring furnace beside him. When the flames burned the blade red-hot, he quickly took it out and placed it into a water tank filled with clear water.
Sizzle!
The scorching blade instantly evaporated a lot of water. A man dressed in plain cloth walked in, looking at the blade just taken out of the water, and couldn't help but say, "Brother, this blade is too good."
Giving it to that person, isn't it too cheap for him? He saved my life. Do you think my life is not worth as much as a blade? The blacksmith shook his head and placed the blade on the workbench.
The cloth-clad man's face was glum. "I just can't bear to part with such a good blade. Among the weapons you forged, brother, this one can at least rank in the top 10.
You're wrong.
The blacksmith looked at the blade that had just undergone the quenching process, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "This is the best
weapon I've ever forged."
Hearing this, the man in green couldn't help but curse under his breath. That person must have had smoke rising from his ancestral grave. After the subsequent procedures were completed, this blade, which faintly showed a cold glint, was hung on a wall. The process of making a blade can take anywhere from a few days to dozens of days. After the extremely exhausting hammering process, the blacksmith did not proceed to the next step. Instead, he hung the blade on the wall and went to the adjacent room to rest. So, Jiang Ren, who had been silently observing for a long time, retracted his gaze from the doorway and looked at his current body. Why did I turn into a blade? When he came in, he had guessed that he would become the blacksmith. In this world, which seemed to allow cultivation, it would obviously be difficult for a blacksmith of that age to seek immortal opportunities, but being older still had some advantages. It could save a lot of time and allow him to explore this world earlier. But what he didn't expect was that when Jiang Ren opened his eyes, he found himself to be a blade currently being hammered into shape. He could see and hear, but he couldn't move or speak. Is this why this world is called weapon? Thinking of this, Jiang Ren felt a bit helpless. He really wanted to know what such an inanimate object could do. During the hammering process just now, he had tried many methods, but none of them allowed him to control the blade he possessed, nor could he affect the outside world. Simply put, he was now even worse off than a vegetable. The biggest advantage of being possessed as a blade was perhaps his 360-degree unobstructed view, and within a certain distance of the blade, even if there were obstacles blocking his sight, he could easily pass through them. Also, there was no sense of pain. He had been hammered for a long time just now, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt a bit good. Thinking of this, Jiang Ren felt a chill. I wouldn't have masochistic tendencies, would I? Night fell. Everything was silent. The blacksmith and the man in plainclothes were also asleep. But inside the securely locked blacksmith's shop, Jiang Ren couldn't fall asleep no matter what. As a blade, he currently had no sleepiness, nor did he know how to fall asleep. It seemed he could only stare blankly. No, I can't go on like this. Jiang Ren noticed that his emotions seemed to be problematic and quickly cheered himself up. This state of being unable to move, speak, or communicate, if maintained for a long time without finding anything to do, could very likely affect his mental state. Perhaps, I can try that method from earlier. When Jiang Ren first turned into a blade, all the methods he tried, although unable to affect the outside world, one of them made him feel a sense of fatigue. It is well known that living beings only feel this way when they are tired. Although he wasn't a living being, he possessed normal intelligence and could think, so he figured it shouldn't be too different. Through that method from earlier, maybe I can train something, just like how after each workout and recovery, the body becomes stronger. Jiang Ren focused his attention on the blade. In his perception, there seemed to be a mysterious energy within the blade, which slowly spread with great difficulty under his urging. A few minutes later, Jiang Ren stopped moving. It wasn't because he was tired or that it had no effect, it was just that he had exhausted his energy. Even with all his attention, he couldn't make the mysterious energy move even a speck. Currently, the mysterious energy within the blade only occupied the size of a soybean. There is still an effect, but I don't know if I can recover my spirit. Jiang Ren let go of his attention and silently counted in his mind. About an hour later, he found that the fatigue had disappeared, and he could move the mysterious energy again. So, for the rest of the time, he continuously repeated the process of exhausting his energy and recovering it. This state of being unable to communicate with the outside world was too uncomfortable. Since he had finally found something to do, he naturally put his heart into it. Moreover, this also gave him a little hope. In this world, which seemed to allow cultivation, if there were spiritual beings and demons, then perhaps one day he would also become a spirit or a demon. At that time, would he be called a blade spirit? Or a blade demon? Tools are in place. After a night of effort, Jiang Ren successfully increased the mysterious energy significantly. Its total volume grew from the size of a soybean to a glass bead. Moreover, during this process, he also discovered that the duration of his recent training sessions had increased by about 1/10 compared to the first time. This filled Jiang Ren with confidence. Visible progress was the greatest motivator. First, I'll set a small goal for myself, fill the blade with mysterious energy. Jiang Ren thought to himself, his mind somewhat blank after exhausting his spiritual energy once more. As the saying goes, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Perhaps a surprising transformation would occur when the mysterious energy filled the blade. However, these were merely his conjectures.
After all, he had never encountered anything like this before, and even if a change did occur, there was no guarantee whether it would be good or bad. Creak!
The wooden door of the blacksmith shop opened, and the strong blacksmith walked in, picking up the blade Jiang Ren possessed. His rough palm gently stroked the blade, as if appreciating a treasure.
Can't you show some respect? Don't blades have human rights?
Seeing the blacksmith's gaze, Jiang Ren felt a slight discomfort. If he could move now, he would definitely send this blacksmith flying. After all, this blade was his main body. Even though he felt no external stimuli, being handled like this by a man didn't put him in a good mood.
Fortunately, this situation didn't last too long. The blacksmith took the blade and began the final step, grinding.
From his occasional murmurs, it was clear that grinding involved sharpening the edge and smoothing out any uneven parts. Grinding included rough grinding, fine grinding, and precision grinding. It involved over a dozen processes, from rough to fine, taking at least 5 or 6 days to complete, and possibly even dozens of days if done slowly. During this process, Jiang Ren's sensation was strange, like being tickled in his human form. As a blade, I feel no pain at all, which seems good, but I always feel like I've lost something. Jiang Ren let out a silent sigh and once again immersed himself in cultivating to expand the mysterious energy.
That's right, not training, but cultivation. This spiritual power was increasing at a visible rate. How could it be mere training in an ordinary world? This was clearly cultivation in this extraordinary world. Half a month later, Jiang Ren had completely transformed. Originally, it was just a rough iron piece with a basic blade shape.
Now, the blade was sharp, smooth, and shiny, with a straight spine and standard grooves. The blade itself had a mirror and frost snow effect, radiating a chilling gleam, and its surface displayed natural forge patterns, possessing extreme beauty. Anyone who saw it would praise it as a fine blade. Furthermore, the blacksmith also provided Jiang Ren with a suitable scabbard. It had no superfluous patterns or decorations, and its design was very simple, yet it perfectly matched Jiang Ren's aesthetic.
When all steps were completed, Jiang Ren, nestled within the scabbard, was placed inside a plain, red rectangular wooden box without any patterns.
Since his rest time far exceeded his cultivation time, and he didn't need to sleep at all, Jiang Ren gradually learned some information about this world from the blacksmith, the commoner man, and the sounds of customers in the shop outside.
For example, the continent below was called Dongji Continent.
It was home to nearly 100 large and small countries, and the blacksmith shop was located in a small country called Wing Country, with a total
population of about 2 million.
Due to the multitude of countries, and the frequent occurrences of large countries annexing small ones, and even large countries annexing other large countries, coupled with the normal and abnormal deaths of various emperors, the reign eras were very chaotic. Therefore, ordinary common people used the Jojo calendar for timekeeping. Currently, it was the 5th month of the 5742nd year of the Jojo calendar.
However, to his regret, Jiang Ren did not hear any mention of cultivation or similar topics in their conversations.
Instead, he heard many martial arts rumors. Either a young hero had annihilated a group of bandits, or a retired martial artist had suffered a tragic
massacre of their family.
In light of this, Jiang Ren focused more on increasing the mysterious energy.
Several more days passed. After all this time, there's finally only a tiny bit left. Jiang Ren looked at his cultivation results, feeling slightly satisfied.
At this moment, the blade was filled with mysterious energy, with only a tiny space at the tip yet to be filled. Feeling his spiritual energy recover, Jiang Ren immediately concentrated all his spirit to increase the mysterious energy and fill the remaining gap.
Puff! An extremely subtle sound emanated from the blade.
In a profound way, Jiang Ren suddenly felt a special connection with the blade. Although he still couldn't control the blade or influence external objects, he could now use the mysterious energy to enhance the blade's hardness and sharpness.
A good start. Jiang Ren smiled.
Since he could strengthen the blade, he would eventually be able to upgrade it into a divine weapon, or even one of those powerful weapons from the
Systems item shop.
The greatest benefit of this was that it could enhance his survival capabilities. After all, he was a blade, and a custom-made one at that. He would never be treated as a collector's item, and it was highly likely he would end up in the hands of some martial artist who would use him as a
tool, then engage in battles with other weapons. Although Jiang Ren felt good about himself, he wasn't naive enough to believe that the blade wouldn't suffer damage during such conflicts. In this situation,
every increase in hardness and sharpness would reduce the chance of damage. The blade is completely filled with mysterious energy, so I can't add any more. I might as well test the strengthening effect of the mysterious energy on the blade. Jiang Ren had a thought and was about to act when he heard two sets of footsteps coming from the shop outside the blacksmith's. One set clearly belonged to the blacksmith, while the other was light, like a woman's. Immediately, Jiang Ren directed his attention outside the wooden box. The wooden door was pushed open. The blacksmith walked in with a beaming smile, followed by a man wearing a bamboo hat and a gray martial arts suit.
Only you are worthy of it. The blacksmith picked up the red wooden box, addressed the man in the bamboo hat, and then opened the lid.
The man in the bamboo hat said nothing. He simply took out the blade, holding the scabbard in one hand and the hilt in the other, slowly drawing it out.
He seems pretty strong, but this get up. Jiang Ren couldn't help but shake his head.
Judging by the faint sounds the man in the bamboo hat made when walking, his martial arts skills should be decent. But wearing such an obvious bamboo hat, if he encountered an enemy, it would be like telling them, "I'm right here, come get me." Such a seemingly low-key but actually high-profile tool, if he didn't have some real strength, would probably be replaced very soon. The pure white blade was revealed. The outside light shone upon it, reflecting a chilling gleam.
What a fine blade! The man in the bamboo hat finally spoke.
His voice was slightly hoarse and stiff, but the excitement within it was still discernible. Just like a wine lover encountering fine wine, or a wealth lover encountering treasure, for a skilled blade user, such a treasured blade was a rare
find.
Thanks for the rewards from beloved Wu Yi, and, when Daniel, thank you.
Grace. The saber is excellent. How much does it cost?
The man in the bamboo hat closed the saber and looked at the blacksmith. The blacksmith smiled and waved his hand. I made it very clear back then, the saber is a gift to you.
Don't talk about silver, I won't even accept a single copper coin. If you insist on paying me, then you are looking down on me.
The man in the bamboo hat slowly raised his head. No, I must pay.
Clang!
A sharp glint flashed in the eyes revealed beneath the bamboo hat, and his right arm instantly exerted force, drawing the saber.
The blacksmith's pupils sharply constricted.
Before he could react, a cold light flashed before him, and an invisible saber chi flew from the blade.
One breath later,
the saber was sheathed. The man in the bamboo hat's eyes had returned to calm, with no trace of the previous sharpness. The blacksmith's expression was a little stiff. You.
Boom!
A sound came from the tiles on the roof of the blacksmith's shop. More than 10 broken tiles fell, accompanied by a figure. This was an ordinary-looking man, dressed in an unremarkable hemp robe, and a sword could faintly be seen hanging at his waist. His body trembled continuously, and there was a finger-deep wound at his throat, from which blood continuously gushed out.
In the man's still open eyes, there was only disbelief. He seemed to have never imagined that he would die here, at the hands of the man in the bamboo hat. He almost fooled even me.
Seeing this scene, Jiang Ren recalled the splendor of that saber strike.
From the moment the man in the bamboo hat's words abruptly changed and he drew his saber, Jiang Ren truly thought that the man in the bamboo hat was
moved by the saber and decided to kill the blacksmith to prevent him from forging similar weapons. Unexpectedly, the person the man in the bamboo hat truly intended to kill was actually the thief hiding on the roof, eavesdropping. If Jiang Ren hadn't been the saber that killed the person, he probably wouldn't have been able to react in time. Although Jiang Ren's vision could penetrate obstacles, it was limited to within 2 meters of the saber, so he hadn't been able to detect the thief. That saber chi should be the internal energy the blacksmith mentioned a few times, Jiang Ren speculated. The moment the man in the bamboo hat swung his saber, a special energy filled with destructive power entered his body. It then transformed into a saber chi, flying from the blade, penetrating the roof tiles, and slitting the throat of the lurking person.
Entering. I feel like this word isn't quite right. Jiang Ren shook his head.
Just as he dismissed the thought, he saw a red light spot, the size of a soybean, rise from the figure that had become a corpse.
What is that?
Jiang Ren's mind stirred, and he found that he could draw the light spot to his side. When the light spot got closer, he made a new discovery.
This light spot seems similar to the mysterious energy I cultivated. Can it also be used to strengthen the saber?
Immediately, Jiang Ren acted on his thought. He tried to integrate the light spot into the saber and used it to strengthen and improve the saber's hardness. In this scene, neither the man in the bamboo hat nor the blacksmith reacted. The red light spot, which was so obvious in Jiang Ren's eyes, was
invisible to them. Brother Nya, that silent move of yours really gave me a fright.
The blacksmith recovered and shook his head with a wry smile.
My apologies. The voice of Nya Chinga, the man in the bamboo hat, remained cold. Outside, the green-clothed man guarding the shop heard the sound and shouted, Big brother, what happened? Can I come in? The blacksmith immediately cursed, If you come in, who will watch the shop? If something gets stolen, are we going to starve tomorrow? If I'm not coming in, I'm not coming in.
Why are you so fierce? The green-clothed man muttered, but he did abandon the idea of entering. I wouldn't blame Brother Nya for such a small matter. The blacksmith glanced at the corpse on the ground and said, judging from his tiger's mouth and bulging temples, this person is not only a good swordsman but also a master of the post-heaven realm.
What kind of deep hatred would make him follow Brother Nya so closely, climbing onto the roof to eavesdrop in broad daylight? Nya Chinga replied, There's more than just this one. How many more people?
The blacksmith immediately looked nervously at the ceiling, as well as the nearby window and wooden door.
Nya Chinga added, Only this one person was following me, but there's more than just this one person who wants to kill me. Did you provoke some major power? Hearing this, the blacksmith gradually understood.
Nya Chinga squatted down and searched the corpse. I received a letter and was preparing to do something, and the force this person belongs to wants
me to give up. I refused them, so? The blacksmith interrupted, So they want to kill you? Precisely. Nya Chinga nodded slightly. The blacksmith pondered, So, as long as you don't give up, they will continuously send people to hunt you down? Yes. And they are all powerful figures like those in the post-heaven realm? Possibly even stronger.
As Nya Chinga spoke, he pulled out a sheathed dagger and several silver notes from the clothes of the person in front of him. After a casual glance, he put them into his inner pocket. The blacksmith thought for a moment and couldn't help but say, For a letter, you are willing to endure the pursuit of a major power and refuse to
give up? The owner of the letter was kind to me.
Nya Chinga stood up, his calm gaze filled with unshakable determination.
What kind of kindness is so great that you would risk dying on the road, enduring wave after wave of pursuit, just to do it? The blacksmith couldn't understand. Just sending out one person resulted in such a skilled fighter. If that power became serious and sent out even more powerful individuals, then this benefactor who once saved his life would likely face certain death. The kindness of a single meal.
Nya Chinga seemed to be reminiscing as he said, Once, when I was on the verge of starving to death, he gave me a bowl of rice. If it weren't for that bowl of rice, I definitely wouldn't have survived that day, and I wouldn't be alive and well today. That kindness of a single meal is indeed a great kindness. Hearing this, the blacksmith no longer tried to persuade him. Although he was willing to give away the best weapon he forged out of gratitude for saving a life, he knew very well that if he were in Nya Chinga's shoes, he would never put himself in a situation where he could die at any moment for a bowl of rice from many years ago. The blacksmith sighed and then said, I'll handle this corpse. Brother Nya, if you have nothing else, hurry on your way. That way, if that power reacts slowly, the people they send to hunt you down might miss you. Thank you. Nya Chinga raised his hands in a cupped fist salute, turned, and left. He walked past the shop full of weapons outside, untied the reins from the pillar by the door, mounted the tall horse with poor coat quality, and
quickly departed. Success!
Jiang Ren, who had never left the blacksmith's shop since his birth, did not immediately focus on the outside world at this moment,
because his previous attempt had yielded results. The blood-colored light spot was indeed effective, and one drop was almost equivalent to 4 or 5 hours of arduous cultivation. By using all the blood-colored light spots to strengthen the saber, its hardness increased by about 1% from its original base. This also meant that in addition to arduous cultivation, he had another way to acquire mysterious energy. I just don't know the conditions for the appearance of this light spot. Is it people who die around me? Or people who are killed by me?
After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ren shifted his attention to the outside world. At this moment, Niechinga had already ridden his horse out of the town, galloping on the yellowish dirt road. Only a few ordinary people carrying firewood could be seen around, so it was clearly impossible for the sudden killing situation to occur, and it was
even less possible to test the conditions for the light spot's appearance.
Jiang Ren withdrew his gaze and controlled the mysterious energy within the saber, beginning to enhance its hardness and sharpness. Judging from the size of the light spot and the degree of enhancement, when the mysterious energy in the saber was used up, its hardness might reach
twice its initial state.
At the blacksmith's shop, the blacksmith had just turned his head when he noticed a stack of silver notes on the nearby tool bench. Picking them up, he found that their value was already comparable to the saber he had given away, and even exceeded it by quite a bit. He couldn't help but shake his head, a righteous hero indeed.
Goldfinger, I'm sure. As dusk approached,
Jiang Ren looked at the fruits of his labor and felt a slight sense of accomplishment.
Strengthening the blade with mysterious energy did not require rest like increasing mysterious energy, so it was very fast. After most of the day,
Jiang Ren had already exhausted his mysterious energy, and the hardness and sharpness of the blade had significantly improved.
If the original comprehensive value of the blade was 1, then its current comprehensive value was 2.
The effect was even better than he had imagined. From the blacksmith, Jiang Ren learned that his blade was called a sharp weapon that could cut gold like iron. Now that its value had doubled, it was probably not far from becoming a divine weapon that would cause a bloodbath in the martial arts world as soon
as it appeared. At this time, Niechinga also entered a small town. "Hero, are you looking for an inn?" the plump innkeeper asked at the entrance of the inn.
"Feed my horse good fodder, and also get me a room and have 3 meat dishes sent up." Niechinga handed the reins to the stable boy nearby, then tossed out a few silver taels. The innkeeper quickly took the silver, scolded the stable boy to feed the best fodder, and then smiled at Niechinga, saying, "Hero, please follow
me upstairs. The room I'll give you is guaranteed to be the best in our inn." After leading him to the room, the innkeeper left.
Although it was called the best room, it was only slightly better than ordinary rooms in inns in some large towns and nothing extraordinary.
Niechinga walked around the small room.
Confirming there was nothing unusual, he took off the bundle from his back, then sat on the stool and placed Jiang Ren on the table.
"Speaking of which, I haven't had a good look at you yet." Niechinga slowly drew the blade.
The faint light of the oil lamp in the room shone on the bright silver blade, radiating a cold beauty.
This blade. The blade was fully drawn.
Niechinga observed it, frowning slightly, and murmured, "Why does it feel a bit different from this morning?"
"Is it my imagination?" "Not bad, he's a qualified tool person."
Seeing this, Jiang Ren smiled. In just half a day, the blade's value had doubled, but its weight hadn't changed at all. The only difference was that the blade's surface was much smoother and more polished, causing it to reflect more light. To be able to sense something amiss through such a subtle change, after only seeing it a few times, he must possess keen observational skills. This also meant that although this tool person had a slight chance of dying because he wanted to repay a debt, he probably wouldn't die so easily.
"To be my blade-wielding tool person, young man, consider yourself lucky." Jiang Ren was in a good mood.
This kind of body, like a golden finger, was quite interesting. In the previous 2 worlds, he had fought tooth and nail on the front lines, constantly needing to guard against potential dangers, with little time
for complete relaxation. Now, he was also on the front lines, but who would target an ordinary blade?
This identity, both conspicuous and low-key, was simply perfect, except that he couldn't directly affect the outside world.
After finishing his meal. After taking a bath.
Niechinga extinguished the lamp in the room, sat cross-legged on the bed, placed the sheathed blade that Jiang Ren had transformed into on his lap, closed his eyes, and breathed steadily. Jiang Ren, who was concentrating on increasing his mysterious energy, suddenly had his rhythm interrupted. He found that the speed of mysterious energy increase had nearly doubled compared to the beginning, and the change seemed to have occurred 3
minutes after Niechinga closed his eyes. This state should be him circulating his qi.
According to the blacksmith, circulating qi is to let internal energy flow through the meridians in a certain order.
This is the main method to increase internal energy.
Usually, for every cycle of qi, the internal energy will increase by a trace.
Could it be that when he circulates his qi, I also gain some benefits, which causes the mysterious energy's growth rate to double?
Jiang Ren tried again and found that the doubling effect on the mysterious energy's growth rate was still there, and he was immediately delighted.
Excellent, I'm definitely going to be this golden finger.
For the rest of the time, he once again immersed himself in cultivation. The only pity was that this benefit couldn't help his mental strength recover, causing him to often just watch time pass by.
Half an hour later. An hour later. An hour and a half later, Niechinga's expression was a bit distorted, but he was still persisting in circulating his qi. Excellent.
For the first time that day, Jiang Ren seriously observed Niechinga. Usually, the more talented a person, the shorter the time it takes to complete a cycle of qi. However, no matter who it is, the maximum time for circulating qi each day is 4 hours. Once it exceeds 4 hours, the internal energy will go out of control, causing irreversible damage to the body.
In reality,
most people only circulate their qi for about 2 hours a day. Because starting from the 3rd hour, as long as one continues to circulate qi, the meridians will experience a sharp pain like flesh tearing open. And this pain will increase with time, eventually even causing death from the sheer agony. For example, the blacksmith and his younger brother both cultivated internal energy. But the time they spent circulating their qi each day was only a little over an hour, which is about 2 hours and 30 minutes.
One must know.
These two were people who often endured high temperatures in the hot blacksmith's shop, continuously forging weapons for several hours with almost no
rest. Both their willpower and endurance far surpassed ordinary people.
But even they couldn't circulate their qi for 3 hours. One can imagine how strong Niechinga's willpower and endurance must be, as he had already exceeded 3 hours. Another 20 minutes passed. Jiang Ren felt the amplification effect disappear, and looking out, he saw that Niechinga had already opened his eyes.
Strange, strange. Niechinga rubbed his neck. Today, I actually persevered for an extra stick of incense than usual. Thinking that he had to get up early to travel tomorrow, he shook his head, placed Jiang Ren on the inner side of the bed, and slept in his clothes. The total time for circulating qi each day is 2 hours, and it becomes increasingly difficult to improve further. Not to mention that a stick of incense is roughly 5 minutes, such a significant increase is impossible. Jiang Ren pondered for a moment, and an idea popped into his mind. Is it because of me? He couldn't help but think this way. Since Niechinga's qi circulation could bring him benefits, why couldn't his cultivation bring benefits to Niechinga? In the following days,
Niechinga spent most of his time repeating the steps of traveling, sleeping, traveling, and sleeping. When he was lucky, he stayed in inns or the homes of villagers and hunters. When he was unlucky, he stayed in dilapidated temples, or even just slept by the roadside. During this time, Jiang Ren also learned from Niechinga's occasional soliloquies what he was going to do. Act as a temporary escort, accompanying a princess to a certain place. Thanks to Alex Bingfang, Yu Washinzuan, and Hongmeng Jiwei for their rewards Guagua bows in gratitude. This is my first time writing a book. If there are any mistakes, I will correct them immediately, absolutely no stubbornness. Also, this week's performance is crucial for the future of this book, so I hope for more continued reads and votes.
Guagua kneels in gratitude to all the big shots who see this line of text. Bloody clothes, 2 in 1. Thump. Thump. Thump.
A large, earthy yellow horse galloped quickly along the official road, carrying a man in a bamboo hat with a blade weapon on his back. The man in the bamboo hat was dressed a bit shabbily. It seemed he had been traveling for many days and hadn't even had time to tidy himself up, but his eyes didn't show the usual fatigue and dullness of
an ordinary person. Instead, they were bright and calm.
One look, and it was clear he was a martial artist. But what no one knew was that the ordinary blade weapon in its scabbard on his back was actually a demon blade with a human soul.
According to the ancients, everyone has a soul.
Although I don't have a human body now, my thoughts are not restricted, so I should also have a soul. After the initial novelty wore off, Jiang Ren had become indifferent to the monotonous scenery outside. In the intervals of cultivation, he was studying his blade. Perhaps it's more accurate to call the mental energy consumed during cultivation soul.
Power.
He pondered silently, looking at the mysterious energy that had been largely refilled over the past few days. Mysterious energy is transformed from soul power and can be used to strengthen and improve the hardness and sharpness of the blade.
Shouldn't it be called weapon energy or artifact energy?
This way, even if I switch to a different weapon later, this term can still be used universally. And those red light spots I absorbed from the dead body that day, since they are red, I might as well call them blood energy.
Jiang Ren was somewhat satisfied with these names.
After all, for someone like him, who was terrible at naming things, it was already good to come up with a few passable names after racking his brains.
Wait, I don't have a brain now, so how can I rack my brains? Rack my blade juices?
No, that's not right either. There's no juice in a blade.
Just as Jiang Ren was pondering, Niechinga pulled on the reins. Whoa!
Niechinga let out a sound, and the mount's speed slowly decreased.
On an open space not far ahead,
there was a simple tea stall built from wood. More than a dozen traveling merchants were resting and drinking tea inside, while an elderly couple served them.
At this moment, the traveling merchants also noticed Niechinga approaching.
Seeing his dusty appearance and the weapon on his back, suggesting he was not to be trifled with, their voices unconsciously became much softer, and
many even lowered their heads, seemingly afraid of offending him.
This tea stall seems quite interesting.
The scene inside the tea stall caught Jiang Ren's attention.
Especially the group of traveling merchants who were drinking tea. Their respective goods were placed beside them, and many of the goods were covered with a layer of gray burlap. It looked very normal, but from the protruding shape of one of the bundles, it seemed to contain a large saber underneath.
It looks like there's a good show coming.
Jiang Ren focused his attention on Niechinga, and through the subtle changes in his toolperson's eyes, he clearly detected the anomaly as well. Instead of riding away, Niechinga stopped at the entrance of the tea stall. He tied the horse's reins to a nearby tree, casually glanced at the traveling merchants, and then said to the old man who came to greet him, "Give me
a pot of hot tea.
Also, what food do you have here?"
"Sir, this old man only has some peanuts here, what do you think?"
The old man led Niechinga to an empty table and vigorously wiped it with the tattered cloth on his shoulder.
Niechinga didn't mind, then just bring the peanuts.
In order to reach the agreed-upon location quickly, he rarely stopped even when he encountered inhabited places. He had been sleeping by the roadside for 2 consecutive days, only able to eat coarse dry rations. Now, being able to drink a pot of hot tea and eat some peanuts was also good.
Perhaps seeing that Niechinga did not have the arrogant demeanor of ordinary martial artists, the traveling merchants nearby began to tell jokes. Again, occasionally bursting into laughter.
However, their voices were still much quieter than before.
"Sir, your tea and peanuts."
The old man placed a pot of hot tea and a plate of peanuts on the table, then turned to leave.
Niechinga spoke up, "Wait." The old man turned his head back in confusion. "Sir, is there anything else you wish for? These peanuts are moldy."
Niechinga stirred the peanuts with his hand, his expression somewhat cold. "I am truly sorry, perhaps these peanuts got a bit damp a few days ago."
I will go and replace them for you right away.
A look of panic appeared on the old man's face, and his hands trembled as he reached for the peanuts.
With a smack, Nyechinga slammed his hand heavily on the table. Did I tell you to move?
The tea stall, which had been filled with laughter, suddenly fell silent.
The traveling merchants all looked over.
Unlike their cautious movements and expressions, their eyes showed no fear, even a hint of ferocity, and many of them scanned Nyechinga's neck end.
Back. And this tea, is this even fit for human consumption? Nyechinga threw the teapot to the ground. The teapot shattered, and all the tea spilled onto the muddy ground. I am truly sorry, I will go and replace it for you right away.
The old man lowered his head, trembling, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, and the veins in his hands, hidden beneath his sleeves, bulged.
Clang! The sound of a blade. The blade cut the old man's neck from bottom to top.
The old man's face instantly froze, his hands clamped tightly over his neck, and he fell to the ground with wide eyes, bright red blood flowing out. After a few struggles, he lost his breath. As for Nyechinga, who had swung that blade, he was still sitting on the wooden stool, but a blade had appeared in his right hand. The pristine white blade showed no trace of blood.
At this instant, many of the traveling merchants instinctively reached for the goods behind them.
But when a light cough sounded and they saw the middle-aged traveling merchant with a full beard, sitting in the center of the tea stall, shake his head, they all stopped their actions and pretended to be afraid as they looked at Nyechinga.
Husband.
The old woman, who was brewing tea, immediately rushed over, crying bitterly, "You are so unreasonable, to kill my..." She couldn't speak, and likewise covered her bleeding throat, falling to the ground.
2 points of blood energy, saving me half a day's effort.
Jiang Ren glanced at Nyechinga with a hint of appreciation, then guided the blood energy emerging from the couple into the blade. From the current situation, if all went well, he could save at least several days of work today. He liked such decisive tool persons, who acted without unnecessary words. At this moment, he even sincerely hoped that this tool person could live a little longer. After all, not everyone was so decisive when killing.
The bearded traveling merchant's face turned cold, and he stood up. Brother, is it right to kill the shopkeeper over such a small matter? Not right?
Nyechinga chuckled, lightly tapped his foot on the ground, and instantly swung his blade, killing a traveling merchant at the next table. Seeing this sudden strike, the bearded man hurriedly shouted, "Not good, attack." But at such close range, the person targeted by Nyechinga had no time to react, and his fragile throat was sliced open by the sharp blade.
Kill him.
The burlap on the goods was thrown off, revealing a collection of unsheathed swords and sabers underneath. The traveling merchants, who moments ago looked like ordinary people, full of tension and fear, now skillfully picked up their blades and swords,
swinging them as they attacked Nyechinga.
The surrounding inferior wooden tables and stools quickly turned into a pile of broken wood amidst the flashing blades and swords. After several deaths, the bearded man and the remaining traveling merchants forced Nyechinga into a corner of the tea stall.
Who are you? Why are you killing my men?
The bearded man's expression was furious. This unexpected man in the bamboo hat had ruined his plan, which he had prepared for several days. Nyechinga glanced at the couple not far away, whose throats had been slit with a single strike, and said indifferently, "You and they are
accomplices. Just because of that?"
The bearded man laughed in exasperation. Although he had repeatedly warned them, he figured some people might still have interacted with the two disguised as shopkeepers, and it wasn't impossible for some experienced martial artists to see through their disguise. But if he erupted in murderous rage just because of that, he simply couldn't accept it.
The tea is poisoned.
Nyechinga's face was expressionless. This was also one of the reasons he killed them.
The bearded man's eyes narrowed into a slit. How did you figure that out?
The tea was indeed poisoned, and it was by his orders. After all, this plan, which had been prepared for several days, had reached its final and most crucial step, and he could not allow any unexpected
incidents.
Therefore, directly incapacitating this martial artist, whose depth was unknown, with doctored tea was undoubtedly a good choice. As for killing or burying him afterward, that would depend on his mood. But the bearded man hadn't expected that not only had his group's methods been seen through, but several of his men had been killed, and even the tea stall, which had taken several days to set up, was largely destroyed.
Given the current time, it was impossible to prepare everything again. The smell is off. Nyechinga still spoke sparingly. Kill him.
The bearded man stopped wasting words. With a command, over a dozen men simultaneously charged towards Nyechinga.
Clang! 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 The rapid clashing of weapons continuously echoed from the tea stall.
The side cloth, originally used to shield from wind and rain, was now stained with pools of blood.
On the official road not far away,
3 carriages moved at a steady pace, accompanied by over 20 mounted guards.
Brother, that's Steward Lin.
At the front of the convoy, a young guard was speaking to the guard captain, Wang Chen.
Wang Chen suddenly looked at the young guard.
The young guard knew he had misspoken and immediately corrected himself. Brother, that Steward Lin is merely a scholar.
How could the people he knows be skilled? Is it really okay to let him reveal our convoy's location like this?
Although Steward Lin is a scholar, he never exaggerates or conceals things.
If he says it will help us, then it will definitely help. Wang Chen looked back at the front.
If the speaker wasn't his own younger brother, he wouldn't have bothered to answer a single word.
The question was too foolish, making him wonder if he had protected his brother too well in the past. What help can a martial artist be to us?
The young guard paused, then continued, It's not that I look down on those people. They are called heroes to sound good, but in reality, they are nothing more than street ruffians, bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. They run faster than anyone when there's a good thing, and they run faster than anyone when there's danger. It's not even certain if such a person will come just because of a letter.
Wang Chen looked at the outline of the tea stall ahead and said, if they don't come, then that's fine, it won't affect us much.
But if they do come, at the very least, they are trustworthy.
What is there to worry about?
Boss, I think we still need to consider it.
If a bad person comes and has ill intentions towards Miss, then...
The young guard's voice trailed off as he stared blankly ahead.
He saw the tea stall by the roadside, teetering, with over a dozen people lying inside.
The blood lost from their bodies had stained the ground red.
In the center stood a man wearing a bamboo hat, his right hand still gripping a blade.
The pristine white blade was stained with a considerable amount of blood, which was now slowly turning into droplets and falling from the blade's tip. The man in the bamboo hat seemed to have noticed them and was walking towards them with his blade.
Form up. Protect Miss. Wang Chen immediately raised his hand and shouted.
All the guards drew their blades and swords, guarding the 3 carriages, with half of them moving to Wang Chen's side. Seeing the man in the bamboo hat slowly approaching them from the tea stall ahead, and his clothes seemingly stained crimson with blood, many of them
had apprehension in their eyes. Although they were guards, each of them possessed considerable skill.
In the so-called martial arts world, they were definitely skilled practitioners of the Hotian realm, and many had more than a dozen lives on their
hands.
But at this moment, seeing the figures lying in pools of blood in the tea stall, and the man in the bamboo hat, who was presumably the killer, slowly walking towards them, everyone still felt a sense of tension.
Guard Wang, has something happened?
The curtain of the leading carriage was pulled open, and an old man in green robes poked his head out.
Wang Chen calmly replied, Steward Lin, rest assured, it's just a small matter, it won't affect Mississippi.
With his eyesight, he could clearly see the scene inside the tea stall. The deceased appeared to be ordinary people in their attire. But from the scattered weapons, it seemed they were all disguised experts. Thus, the man in the bamboo hat who could kill them must be very strong, though still a bit short of the Xiantian realm. On their side, there were over 20 people in the Hotian realm. Individually, they might not be as strong as the opponent, but combined, as long as the opponent hadn't reached Xiantian, no matter how strong he was, he would lose.
However,
Steward Lin did not listen to him and dismounted directly to the front.
Steward Lin, you.
Wang Chen frowned slightly, about to speak and persuade, when he saw the man in the bamboo hat suddenly stop, and a voice came from his mouth, "Is the
person coming Steward Lin, Sir Lin Jinwei?" Steward Lin stepped forward a few paces, standing beside Wang Liang. "That would be me. May I ask who this hero/swordsman is?" "This humble one is Niechinga, here by your letter."
Niechinga bowed and cupped his hands, then realized he was still holding his blade, so he immediately sheathed it on his back.
"Ha, I knew I wouldn't be mistaken."
Lin Jinwei laughed heartily and stepped forward, helping Niechinga up.
Behind them,
all the guards, including Wang Chen, were dumbfounded at this moment. They had thought that the skilled person Lin Jinwei spoke of might have decent martial arts, but they expected him to only be able to fight to a draw with their ordinary guards. They had never imagined he would be such a formidable killer.
"Steward Lin." A pleasant voice, like silver bells, came from the convoy.
A young girl, about 12 years old, stepped out. Her skin was like congealed cream, fair with a hint of pink, her eyes were as gentle as flowing water, a delicate smile adorned her face, making anyone who saw her feel a sense of fondness. Her light pink dress was charming yet innocent. "Thanks to Xiangyu and God's key, feather dust, for the rewards my deepest gratitude."
The path of the knife is dark. An hour later,
the ground trembled slightly. From a distance, a group of black-clad riders arrived near the humble tea shed. Two men dismounted, checked the dozen or so corpses inside the tea shed, and turned to the black-clad man on the lead horse, saying, "Venerable sword.
These people died about an hour ago.
From their wounds, they were all killed by bladed weapons, and the killer was the same person.
A master with a blade, so it must be the helper that Stinky Scholar hired."
Venerable Sword glanced at the corpses on the ground and sneered, "No wonder only 3 of the 4 teams sent out returned."
The black-clad man then asked, "Venerable Sword, what should we do next?"
"Since we accepted this mission, we must complete it and not tarnish the reputation of our blood-kill pavilion." Venerable Sword looked up at the sky, his voice cold and chilling. "We must return tomorrow morning, there are many other missions waiting for us at
the pavilion."
The black-clad men all bowed their heads and responded, "As per your command, Venerable."
In the mountains,
a caravan was slowly moving along the main road in the middle. The mounted guards on both sides of the caravan occasionally cast their gaze towards Niechinga on the yellowish-brown horse beside the first carriage. The blood-soaked clothes from an hour ago had been discarded, replaced with a clean and tidy guard uniform, but the bamboo hat, though rinsed of blood, was still on his head. Had they not personally witnessed Niechinga change clothes, they would have been unable to reconcile the silent, low-key figure who could barely utter a word all day with the murderous aura he displayed when
they first met. Even Wang Chen occasionally cast his gaze towards Niechinga.
At that time, after confirming that Niechinga was indeed someone Lin Jinwei had invited and the danger had passed, he went to the tea shed to
investigate thoroughly.
Then, he found something on one of the people disguised as traveling merchants.
A crude map.
The route marked on the map was precisely the route their caravan was taking, and the location of the tea shed was even marked with an X. Judging from this, the purpose of those people was probably to assassinate the princess. If not for Niechinga, even if they hadn't gone to the tea shed for tea, they would have definitely not avoided a fierce battle, would have lost several guards, and might have even startled the princess.
Because of this, Wang Chen was even more curious about Niechinga's true identity, given his ability to easily eliminate those people.
More than half of those people were killed with a single blow, indicating that the killer's martial arts were extremely high. Such a person, even if not yet in the innate realm, could not possibly be unknown. Because, someone who can achieve an almost complete victory when facing a dozen or so enemies of the same realm alone cannot have achieved it through mere diligent practice. Their hands must be stained with at least a triple-digit number of lives, and few of those were weaklings.
Such a person would undoubtedly have considerable fame. Wang Chen's gaze shifted again, looking at the saber on Niechinga's back. From the several broken sabers found at the scene and the nicks on most of the weapons, this saber also contributed significantly. It was at least a divine weapon or sharp weapon.
This made Wang Chen, also a saber user, feel a hint of envy. If only he also had such a saber.
As a saber, I'm having a tough time.
On the other side, Jiang Ren felt a chill run down his spine at Wang Chen, who was patrolling back and forth around the caravan and occasionally
looking at him with fervent eyes.
The saber is known as the commander of all weapons. With various methods of use such as chopping, hacking, slicing, stabbing, pressing, sweeping, and lifting, the saber's application is endless, both
offensive and defensive.
But because of this, few women are saber users. The thought of many men looking at him with such peculiar gazes in the future made Jiang Ren feel as if his future as a saber was bleak.
Get lost. Seeing Wang Chen look over again, Jiang Ren couldn't help but imagine giving him the middle finger. Once or twice was fine, but now he's getting carried away, isn't he? After a while, Jiang Ren collected himself. Seeing that his soul power still needed some time to recover, he focused his attention on the second carriage, which was behind and to the side. The three carriages formed a straight line. Outwardly, the carriages were largely similar, but their interior decorations and occupants differed greatly. Lin Jinwei sat in the first, the princess and two maids in the second, and the third was used to transport goods. This little princess, she's quite stunning. Jiang Ren recalled the scene when the little princess appeared. Her already beautiful face and figure, combined with her unique temperament, gave a feeling of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. In the real world and the Hunter and Witcher worlds, he had seen many women, and encountered many beautiful faces, but he had hardly ever met a woman
as stunning as this.
That person doesn't count as a woman.
Jiang Ren pondered silently. This was not an effect caused by different worlds, but rather that the modern social environment was destined to make it
difficult for such a stunning young girl to appear.
Of course, he wasn't so depraved as to harbor any illicit thoughts towards a young girl. The reason he paid attention to the little princess was simply, like most upright gentlemen, out of an appreciation for beautiful things, just like
the saying, one can only admire from afar and not defile.
Beautiful things do not need to be touched, they are already enough to bring joy.
I can cultivate again.
Seeing his soul power recover, Jiang Ren once again immersed himself in the cultivation of transforming soul power into weapon energy. After the slaughter at the tea shed, all the blood energy had been converted into weapon energy, successfully filling more than half of the saber's
body. The remaining bit should be filled by tonight.
Although I can directly use this weapon energy to strengthen the saber's body, judging from the ability I gained last time when it was full, this
time the saber's body can hold more weapon energy. Will I gain new abilities if I fill it again? Jiang Ren looked at the slowly increasing weapon energy, feeling a bit of anticipation. As evening approached,
the caravan arrived at a small mountain village of only about 100 households. The villagers, seeing the unfamiliar guests with sabers and swords at their waists, all displayed deep vigilance. However, under the subsequent assault of silver, the group was quickly led into the village. Not only were many houses specially cleared, but also food that was usually cherished was brought out. If the guards hadn't chosen to cook their own meals to prevent food poisoning, those villagers would probably have scrambled to cook, hoping to get more silver.
After eating and drinking their fill,
the watch rotation list was arranged, and most of the caravan returned to their rooms to rest, Niechinga included. Although he had only just joined the caravan, because his initial appearance was too fierce, he was assigned to one of the best rooms.
At this moment,
in the courtyard where the princess was staying next door, the main hall was still lit. The princess sat upright on a wooden chair, with a maid standing on each side. Even though she was young, every action she took still exuded royal demeanor. Near the entrance, Lin Jinwei and Wang Chen stood rigidly. A serene smile appeared on the princess's face. Steward Lin, the person you invited is very interesting. Hearing this, Lin Jinwei's face was full of bitter smiles. Princess Changping, you should still call this old servant by his given name.
That won't do, you are my elder.
Princess Changping playfully blinked, a hint of a smile in her eyes.
After a few jokes, she asked seriously, who is that Niechinga?
Wang Chen also looked at Lin Jinwei at this moment. He had been puzzled by this question for most of the day.
As for who he specifically is, to be honest, this old servant doesn't know either.
Lin Jinwei shook his head and said, 20 years ago, this old servant took pity on him and gave him a bowl of rice.
Since then, I have never seen him again.
Until 4 years ago, he suddenly appeared before this old servant and promised that I could find him for anything, whether it was killing or
anything else.
Then he gave this old servant a contact location and method, and then drifted away. He was a man with a strong gambling streak, though few knew it. Moreover, he had written letters with roughly the same content to 4 people, but only Niechinga was able to arrive at the appointed time. He supposed the other 3 didn't come either because they were afraid or had already died on the way. Thus, he had no choice left.
Enemy attack.
In the middle of the night, the village was quiet. Inside the room, Niechinga, as the top combatant in the team, was not on the rotating night watch list and had already fallen asleep after her. Internal energy circulation reached its limit of endurance. Meanwhile, Jiang Ren, who was on the inner side of the bed, was quite excited. Only the last bit remains, I hope it won't disappoint me. Jiang Ren converted his recently recovered soul power into artifact energy, and in just over 10 seconds, he filled the last gap in the blade. At this point, the blade was filled with a shimmering artifact energy, emitting a faint, invisible glow. In a daze, Jiang Ren realized he had gained 2 new abilities:
repair and transmission. Jiang Ren calmed himself, silently sensing the difference between the 2 abilities.
The first ability, repair, means to fix and restore, which is a particularly practical ability. After all, even the hardest and sharpest blade is bound to suffer damage, and the methods for repairing weapons in this world are very crude. Aside from reforging, there are no other good ways, at least not in the mundane world. But this second ability, transmission, means to transfer artifact energy to others through the blade. What use is that? Can it be used to strengthen others' bodies with artifact energy? Jiang Ren looked at Niechinga, who was breathing steadily beside him, thought for a moment, and didn't want to use this ability on her. Of course, it was also because Niechinga's body was not in direct contact with him. Just as he was about to strengthen the blade, Jiang Ren suddenly felt a palpitation, a terrifying sensation, because he currently had no heart. This should be the premonition of beast intuition. I didn't expect it to still be useful even after turning into a blade.
Jiang Ren didn't dwell on this issue.
From the premonition, it seemed that either he himself was in danger, or the tool person beside him was in danger. As a blade, the probability of him being targeted was very small, so it could only be the tool person.
It must be the force that ambushed the princess making their move. The people on night watch didn't make a sound, so they're probably all dead.
Jiang Ren's gaze penetrated the wall beside him. In the shadows not far away, several black-clad figures moved separately, piercing the paper on doors and windows with their fingertips, then blowing some kind of anesthetic smoke inside with thin tubes. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they reached the house he was in.
No, I can't let these people continue like this.
The tool person is unlikely to be knocked out by this anesthetic smoke, but if she wakes up and has no teammates, it will be a certain death.
Situation. Jiang Ren was quite satisfied with Niechinga as a tool person and didn't want to replace her just like that.
Most importantly, he hated a future not under his control.
If transmission is about transferring artifact energy to others, then can it also be used to influence the outside world?
Jiang Ren focused his attention on the second ability, transmission, and began to guide the artifact energy out of the blade.
Buzz.
The blade trembled slightly. Although the sound was faint, it still woke Niechinga. As Niechinga opened his eyes, he picked up the blade beside him. Just as he was wondering how the sound was made, his ears suddenly twitched slightly. He heard unusual movements from outside.
Not good. Niechinga's face changed.
He had slept in his clothes, not even taking off his shoes.
Now, he agilely flipped out of bed, his figure like a phantom, crashing straight towards the main door, while shouting, "Enemy attack!" The wooden door, which was of decent quality, didn't even hold for half a second before it cracked and broke off its frame, flying several meters away. The shout and the even louder sound of the door being crashed also instantly woke up the guards resting nearby. "Who are you?"
"Not good, there's danger."
"Assassins!" There are assassins. Protect the young lady quickly.
Many of the awakened guards, upon exiting their rooms, saw black-clad figures outside. Several others opened their eyes to see black-clad figures about to kill them.
Chirp! 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 Chirp!
Niechinga had just killed a black-clad figure when he heard the sound of sharp arrows soaring through the air. Looking up, he immediately saw dozens of arrows with fiery tips falling towards this area.
Watch out for arrows.
Niechinga only had time to give a warning before using his blade to deflect several fiery arrows that landed near him, but he quickly realized that
the surrounding houses were being set ablaze by the arrows. Kill. Leave no one alive.
From afar, a roar like a fierce tiger echoed. Screams came from the nearby houses belonging to ordinary villagers. In the firelight, a dozen or so black-clad figures were vaguely visible, almost blocking all possible escape routes. Niechinga was about to advance when he was pulled into a small courtyard nearby by Lin Junwei and Wang Chen.
Lord Lin, what is this? Niechinga looked at the side in confusion.
There, the little princess was dressed in coarse cloth, looking like a village child, while the two maids from earlier in the day had now changed into
the little princess's lavish clothes. Lin Junwei's face was sincere. I have an impertinent request, and I hope Sir Nye will grant it. Niechinga didn't hesitate and said directly, please speak your mind. A debt of life was higher than heaven and earth.
He didn't think that merely encountering some danger on the road and killing a few people could repay this kindness. This old man implores Sir Nye to take the princess and escape the encirclement, and escort her to the main gate of the imperial palace in Jianan
City, Wu Kingdom. Lin Junwei said, then raised the hem of his robe and knelt down.
Niechinga had a chance to stop him, but his hand stopped halfway.
He saw from Lin Junwei's expression that this was not a joke. If he refused to accept this kneeling gesture, Lin Junwei would probably not be at ease.
Lord Lin, please rest assured. Unless I die, I will definitely deliver the princess safely. Niechinga helped Lin Junwei up, was silent for a moment, and then asked, I see that although there are many black-clad assassins, it doesn't seem
impossible to win. Why? Wang Chen, who was keeping watch nearby, suddenly spoke, why hand the little princess over to a stranger like you? Yichinga nodded. That was the question he wanted to ask.
It made no sense to hand the princess over to an outsider when they could clearly kill those black-clad assassins and save many people. Lin Junwei sighed and said, this group of black-clad assassins outside are from the Sword Hall of the Blood Kill Pavilion, and when the Sword Hall acts on a large scale, it means their Hall Master, Sword Venerable, is also nearby.
Sword Venerable? Niechinga frowned slightly.
He had only returned in recent years, and after returning, he had almost cut himself off from the martial arts world, so he had not heard of this title, which seemed quite famous in several surrounding countries.
Wang Chen added, the Blood Kill Pavilion has 4 Hall Masters, and each Hall Master is in the innate realm.
Among them, Sword Venerable's strength ranks among the top 2. Upon hearing this, Niechinga's expression became serious. The black-clad assassins already held the advantage. If an innate realm Hall Master were added, even with 2 maids disguised as the princess to attract attention, he would probably find it difficult to lead the princess out of the encirclement. He wasn't afraid of death, what he feared was failing to accomplish this task even in death. You just take the princess and escape. I will hold off Sword Venerable. Wang Chen seemed to have seen his concerns and pulled out a wooden box from his person. The wooden box opened, revealing only a grayish talisman paper with dark red, ghost-like writing all over it.
This is... Jiang Ren, who had been acting as a spectator, suddenly became alert at this moment.
That talisman paper, which was unremarkable in the eyes of ordinary people, glowed faintly in his vision, somewhat like blood energy, but purer than
blood energy.
Thanks to Shit-Faced Birdman and Chen Ijuan for the rewards fruits bow in gratitude.
Nearly lost knife, 2 in 1. This is a treasure bestowed upon me by His Majesty before I set out, Wang Chen said as he carefully took the paper talisman from the box. He held the talisman, which was thinner than regular paper, with both hands, showing how precious it was.
Father, Princess Changping seemed to think of something, her expression a little troubled.
What's the use of a single talisman? Niechinga looked at the talisman, a little puzzled.
Meanwhile, Jiang Ren, on his back, quietly watched the faint glow on the talisman, recalling something similar he had seen in the system mall.
This is a spirit talisman. Wang Chen's expression was somewhat solemn as he explained, spirit talismans are refined by immortals, but alas, with
the passage of time, most of their power has been lost.
However, the remaining power is enough to temporarily boost my strength to the Xiantian realm. It truly is a spirit talisman. Jiang Ren's heart was stirred. After nearly 2 months in this world, he had finally touched a corner of the cultivation world. It wasn't easy.
Lin Jinwei looked at Niechinga and said solemnly, later, Captain Wang will hold off the Sword Venerable and the Blood-Kill Pavilion assassins for the most part, while I and the other guards will lead the decoys to break out in different directions to attract attention.
Knight Nya, you only need to take the princess quietly out of the village and flee into the mountains.
This princess's country must not be very large, otherwise she wouldn't be hunted down like this by an assassin organization, Jiang Ren thought to himself during their conversation, wondering what kind of feud or grudge it was.
Niechinga's curious gaze shifted from the spirit talisman, his face a little complex. Lord Lin, you...
I cannot escape, old man that I am. That Sword Venerable has seen me before. If he doesn't find me, he won't give up easily. Lin Jinwei shook his head. Besides, I am old and cannot endure the hardships of fleeing.
Niechinga took a deep breath and nodded heavily. I will definitely deliver the princess safely. No time to lose. Wang Chen pulled open one side of his collar, exposing his chest.
He held the talisman in his right hand, drew a character in the air, and then pressed it directly onto his chest. In an instant, a violet aura slowly emanated from his body. Niechinga, standing a few steps away, felt his muscles involuntarily tense, as if he wanted to draw his blade immediately.
This was a reaction his body only had when facing a formidable enemy.
The next moment, Wang Chen lightly tapped the ground with his feet and swiftly left the small courtyard.
Dozens of seconds later, he leapt onto the roof of a burning house, standing with his saber. Where is that sword scoundrel? Do you dare to fight me, Wang Chen, to the death?
The black-clad assassins, who were originally besieging the guards, immediately turned their gaze to him, their eyes filled not with anger, but with
mockery and disdain.
For a Hotian realm individual to dare challenge the prestige of a Xiantian realm expert, it was truly an act of immense overestimation.
Kill him.
The Sword Venerable, cloaked entirely in black, appeared, casually glanced at Wang Chen, and issued the command in a hoarse voice. His indifferent gaze seemed to suggest that Wang Chen was not worthy of his personal attention.
On the other side, Lin Jinwei and several guards who knew the plan, along with 2 maids disguised as the princess, scattered and left.
Only Niechinga and the somewhat downcast princess remained.
Princess, Niechinga looked at her.
Princess Changping shook her head. You can just call me Changping, young master. Niechinga nodded, then said, I may offend you greatly later, please do not take offense, Princess Changping. In such a situation, it's already difficult enough to escape, there's no room for offense or not.
Although Princess Changping was somewhat sad, her heart remained relatively calm.
She might not have experienced much, but as a princess of a nation, even a small one, her knowledge and resilience far surpassed ordinary people. Under the cover of night, in the village ablaze with raging fires, 2 figures, one large and one small, stealthily made their way out of the village. After Niechinga silently killed 2 black-clad assassins on their path, the 2 fled into the mountains outside the village. They ran at full speed for several minutes, but no pursuers appeared behind them. However, Niechinga still dared not relax. Since the assassin's main target was the princess, it was impossible for them not to recognize her appearance. Once they discovered that the 2 decoys were merely bait, with the pursuit methods of such an assassin organization, they would likely catch up in no
time. Princess, can you still walk? Niechinga looked at Princess Changping beside him.
After running at full speed for several minutes, she was already panting, constantly wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, and her speed had slowed.
Considerably. Princess Changping's face was resolute. I can.
Hearing this, Niechinga dismissed the idea of carrying the princess and running. Although martial artists didn't overly care about worldly etiquette, the distinction between men and women and not touching was still present. If he carried the princess, there would inevitably be physical contact, which for a girl, already fell into the category of impropriety and offense. What's more, this was a princess of a nation. They're here. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind. Niechinga's expression changed slightly, and the color drained from the princess's face instantly. The two looked back and saw a figure cloaked in black, carrying a long sword on his back, standing on top of a large tree not far away. I knew that rotten scholar wasn't honest, but unfortunately, his scheme was too clumsy.
Princess, please accept your death.
The sword venerable sneered, drew his sword, and leapt. His figure descended like a ghost, charging directly towards Princess Changping's location.
Clang!
Just as the sword tip was about to touch Princess Changping, a saber suddenly struck from the side, its angle tricky and ruthless, as if to severely wound the sword venerable with one strike. The person holding the saber was none other than Niechinga, who had been silently observing until now.
Overestimating yourself.
A cold sneer appeared on the sword venerable's face. He instantly retracted his sword and slashed diagonally onto the saber's edge. In just an instant, the immense force and violent internal energy from the saber's body slammed onto Niechinga, causing him to fly backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood in mid-air before heavily landing on the ground. The gap between Hotian and Xiantian was no longer something that could be bridged by a preemptive strike or a sneak attack. I'm breaking apart. As the first to bear the brunt of the sword venerable's power and internal energy, Jiang Ren felt a stinging pain in his soul. And there were even slight cracks on the saber's body. Enduring the long-lost pain, Jiang Ren quickly used his artifact energy to repair the saber and diverted a trace of his consciousness to look at the sword venerable, who stood with his sword drawn. Very well, I'll remember you.
This time, no one will stop me from killing you, right?
Just as the sword venerable was about to strike down Princess Changping, a sharp saber aura
came from behind him. Clang!
The sword venerable dispersed the saber aura and turned around to see a blood-soaked figure rushing from a distance, which immediately made his face turn cold. You took one of my sword strikes, and those useless fools still couldn't hold you.
Cowardly rat, do you only know how to sneak attack?
Wang Chen glanced at Niechinga, who was struggling to get up not far away, and directly swung his saber, charging towards the sword venerable. The sword venerable snorted coldly, wanting to quickly deal with Wang Chen. However, facing this person who suddenly possessed Xiantian realm strength and adopted a life-for-life fighting style, he was unable to quickly subdue
him for a time.
Under Wang Chen's intentional or unintentional guidance, their battlefield gradually moved away from Niechinga's direction.
Good opportunity.
Niechinga forcefully suppressed his injuries with internal energy, popped a healing pill into his mouth, and disregarding the distinction between men and women, directly hoisted Princess Changping onto his left shoulder, gripping his saber as he plunged into the complex
mountain forest.
He kept running, until he was almost exhausted, until his internal energy could barely suppress his injuries.
Although he was still
moving quickly through the forest, his steps were stumbling.
Young master, put me down, I can walk. Seeing Niechinga's condition, Princess Changping felt a pang of pity.
Niechinga just shook his head, then looked at the saber he had been holding in his hand. Saber, oh saber, I know you are no ordinary object.
Can you lend a hand? Consider it a favor I owe you? Princess Changping blinked, not understanding why he would say such a thing to a saber.
This saber might be called a divine weapon, but it was just an inanimate object. There was no way it could help. Jiang Ren, who had just finished repairing the saber's body and was feeling distressed about the expended artifact energy, was filled with
questions after hearing Niechinga's words. Could it be that this tool person can hear my thoughts?
He immediately tried to say a few words, and only after seeing no reaction from Niechinga did he finally breathe a sigh of relief.
It seems I was overthinking. Niechinga smiled bitterly and shook his head.
On the first night he obtained this saber, he had a faint suspicion in his heart. In the days that followed, those suspicions deepened in his mind, until he was woken up by this saber in the village, and he was almost certain. This saber was definitely not an inanimate object. It was a spirit saber with intelligence. That's why he tried to ask for help from this saber when he was almost unable to hold on. But now it seemed either his guess was wrong, or the saber's ability was not as strong as he imagined. I can only rely on myself. Nyechinga gritted his teeth and quickened his pace again. He wanted to run as far as possible before he collapsed. The mission of escorting the princess could no longer be completed, but at least he had to save the princess's life. He must have discovered me through details, Jiang Ren thought for a moment and then deduced, since that's the case, why not help him out? It's a good opportunity to test some of my theories. Exposure held more benefits than drawbacks for him. He could even turn a passive situation into an active one, no longer having to be a saber with no autonomy whatsoever. This feeling? Nyechinga was startled. He felt a warmth emanating from where his left hand touched the saber hilt. His exhausted body surged with renewed strength. Taking up the saber, Nyechinga sincerely thanked it. Thank you for your help, saber brother. Princess Changping looked at the saber, puzzled. If you want to thank me, then live well. I've used so much precious artifact energy on you, you'll have to repay me tenfold, 100-fold, Jiang Ren muttered to himself, even though he knew. Nyechinga couldn't hear him. There was no other way, as a saber that couldn't speak or move, if his internal monologue wasn't rich enough, he might develop some psychological issues once he was out. After that, whenever Nyechinga was on the verge of exhaustion, Jiang Ren would infuse a small amount of artifact energy into his body, allowing him to regain strength. They ran until dawn. Nyechinga collapsed on a small path. The artifact energy only repaired his fatigued body, but it didn't heal his ruptured internal organs. The reason he could hold on until now was due to his profound internal energy and enduring stamina. Young Master Nye. Princess Changping, who had been put down, rushed forward in a panic. She nervously took out several bottles of healing medicine from her person, wanting to feed them to him. Is he dying? Jiang Ren was speechless at this sight. If Nyechinga died just like that, not only would there be no repayment, but the invested artifact energy would be completely lost. No, I must save him. Immediately, Jiang Ren, enduring the heartache, poured more artifact energy into Nyechinga's body. This time, the primary function of the artifact energy was body repair. At this moment, Jiang Ren finally understood the feelings of certain investors. To avoid a total loss, one must constantly invest, and invest again. If he still died in the end, the loss would be even greater. Time passed by minute. Seeing that Nyechinga's injuries seemed to be improving and his pale complexion gradually regaining color, Princess Changping finally felt a little relieved. Please get well soon. Princess Changping collected some dew from the surrounding leaves. Disregarding her own thirst, she first moistened Nyechinga's dry lips, then poured all the water into his mouth. In this foreign land, the only person she could rely on now was this stranger she had met only a day ago. Whether it was for her country's journey to Wu or simply for herself, Nyechinga's survival was very important to her. A faint sound came from afar. Princess Changping looked up and saw several bandits carrying swords and sabers walking along one side of the path. Immediately, her heart tightened, and she wanted to drag Nyechinga into the nearby woods. But it was clearly too late. The bandits saw them and quickly ran over. The leader laughed loudly. Yo, I didn't expect to encounter two people while patrolling the mountain. Princess Changping pulled out a dagger and glared fiercely at them. The dagger was found on Nyechinga's person. However, with her small stature and even smaller dagger, she clearly failed to intimidate the bandits, who even ignored her directly. One dead person, one little beggar, no profit to be made. Look, that dead person's saber seems pretty good. I've seen the patterns on this saber on the great boss's saber before, this must be a good saber. If we present it to the boss, we'll definitely get a lot of rewards. The bandits were overjoyed, wanting to step forward and take the saber.
You all, don't come any closer,"
Princess Changping shouted with all her might, her hand holding the dagger trembling slightly. Hearing her voice, the bandits were first startled, then uncontrollable joy surged forth.
"My mother, this isn't a little beggar, this is a little lass. Such a pleasant voice, I bet this little lass must be pretty. If we present this little lass to the bosses." "Present what? Haven't you had enough of digging holes in the mountains every day?"
"You're right, having some fun is the main thing, hee hee."
"Be careful, don't kill this little lass, it won't be fun if she's dead."
The bandits chuckled lewdly, dropping their weapons and spreading their arms as they walked towards Princess Changping, ready to unleash their beastly
desires. Oh, Princess Changping knew she couldn't outrun these people.
Seeing them approach, she immediately closed her eyes and brandished the dagger. A few seconds later, the terrifying thing did not happen. Princess Changping nervously opened her eyes and found that all the bandits had fallen to the ground, and Niechinga had stood up at some point. Thanks to designer Yang Ren and Wandering Fish for the rewards fruits bow in gratitude.
The country is ruined. 1 month later. Jinan City, Wu Kingdom.
As one of the top 10 most powerful nations in the Azure Heaven Divine Continent, the prosperity of the imperial city, Jinan, was something many
smaller nations could not achieve even with all their resources. At this moment,
new notices were posted by government officials on the public bulletin board near the city gate. Notices typically posted there were important announcements, either changes in laws or alterations to policies affecting ordinary citizens. Several circles of people immediately gathered around. They weren't looking for business opportunities or anything of the sort, they simply wanted to join the excitement. In front of the bulletin board, someone was reading out the content of the new notice word by word. Although Jinan City had a higher literacy rate than other towns, it was still limited. If no one read out the content, it was likely that few people would know what these notices said.
"Excuse me."
A man wearing a bamboo hat, leading a young boy, forcefully pushed through the crowd. Many of those who were pushed aside were about to curse, but upon seeing the saber on the hat-wearing man's back, they immediately lowered their heads, cursing silently in their hearts.
The two were Niechinga and Princess Changping, and the saber was Jiang Ren.
It turned out that Jiang Ren had not misjudged the person. Over the past month, by using his transmission ability to make the saber vibrate, he had Niechinga help him with many tasks, gaining hundreds of points of blood energy from them.
It wasn't about indiscriminately killing the innocent.
It was simply about cutting down the strongmen who robbed on the road, the mountain bandits who ruled their territories, and the vile ruffians and bad
people they encountered along the way.
Unfortunately, there were differences between different types of blood energy. For ordinary people, especially those with thin frames, the energy contained within their blood energy was very weak, far incomparable to that of
martial artists.
However, fortunately, quantity made up for it, and the artifact energy in the saber's blade was successfully refilled several times. But apart from a useless ability, he didn't gain any new ones, though his existing abilities were slightly strengthened. Of course, the most important part, the saber itself, was also greatly reinforced. Its current value ranged between 5 and 5.5, already surpassing weaker divine weapons. At this rate, I wonder when I'll be able to become a spirit or a demon. Jiang Ren smiled, not feeling discouraged in the slightest. After all, everything was developing in a good direction. As long as he could maintain this rate of strengthening, he didn't believe he would remain an ordinary saber his entire life.
This life?
Suddenly, Jiang Ren thought of a question he had overlooked. It seems that if a saber is well maintained, its lifespan can reach hundreds or even thousands of years.
Does my life in this world last that long too? If I return to reality, even if such long memories are edited, my mind probably wouldn't be able to handle it, would it? Forget it, I haven't even touched the cultivation world yet, why think so much?
Jiang Ren collected his thoughts and focused on the outside world.
At this moment, Niechinga had also led Princess Changping to stand in front of the bulletin board.
The scholar in front of the bulletin board happened to read a new notice: our great general of Wu Kingdom, leading 100,000 troops, utterly defeated. Southern Song 7 days ago, capturing the entire family of the Southern Song false emperor, a total of 815 people, and rescuing over 1 million people oppressed by the false emperor. 3 days ago, all 815 members of the Southern Song false emperor's family were subjected to flaying, waist chopping, and dismemberment by chariots, to appease the millions of people. Upon hearing this, many people applauded loudly. Princess Changping's face, however, changed, her pupils slightly constricted, and her body unconsciously began to tremble. Niechinga quickly scanned the latest notice, confirming that what the scholar read was true, then pulled Princess Changping's forearm and squeezed out of the crowd. Not far away, a man who looked like a peddler winked at the person next to him, then quietly followed Niechinga and the princess as they left. Not only was their country destroyed, but their entire family also died? Jiang Ren sighed inwardly, looking at Princess Changping, who was somewhat emotionally distraught. Over the past month, Princess Changping had revealed her true identity and the purpose of her journey. She was the third princess of Southern Song, a small country with 1 million people. Her journey was to fulfill a marriage alliance agreed upon decades ago with a member of the Wu Kingdom's imperial family, thereby preventing Wu Kingdom from invading Southern Song further. As for the assassins on the road, they were sent by the Wu Kingdom. After all, once the princess arrived at the Wu Kingdom's imperial capital with the marriage alliance in hand, if Wu Kingdom continued to invade Southern Song in this era that valued ancient rites, it would likely face much criticism. Hence, assassins were dispatched to intercept and kill Princess Changping on the way. However, she never expected that after circling through other countries to evade pursuit, not only was her country destroyed and her home gone, but even her relatives had been accused of various trumped-up charges and executed by extreme torture. Such an ordeal. For a 12-year-old girl who, just a few months ago, had been living a sheltered life, it was indeed too real and cruel. Niechinga led Princess Changping through a chaotic scramble, finally entering a secluded alley. The tracking man saw this and quickly followed. As soon as he rounded the corner, he found his vision spinning, and then his back was slammed hard onto the ground. Just as he was about to cry out in pain, he saw a short sword appear above his eyes, instantly silencing him. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" Niechinga held the short sword, gesturing it over the man's eyes, her expression extremely cold. The man nervously said, "Great hero, this must be a misunderstanding. This is also the way I go home." "Niechinga, you're not from the government?" The man gently shook his head. "Great hero, I'm just a commoner, the kind who sells candied hawthorns on the street. Why would the government even look at me? You just need to say yes or no." Niechinga pressed the short sword down a little, leaving less than half an inch between it and the man's eyes. The man dared not say anything else and quickly replied, "No." "Is this your way home?" "Yes." "Are you a commoner?" "Yes." "Do you sell candied hawthorns?" "Yes." "Are you from the Blood Kill Pavilion?" "Yes." The man's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly added, "No, I'm not from the Blood Kill Pavilion." His subsequent words were not spoken, because Niechinga had already covered his mouth and stabbed him several times in the chest with the short sword. It's been a month, and they still haven't given up. As expected of Sword Venerable. Niechinga wiped the blood from the short sword with the man's clothes. During this time, he had learned about the Blood Kill Pavilion and Sword Venerable from many people. The Blood Kill Pavilion was the top assassin organization in several surrounding countries, with 4 major assassin halls under it. Their strength was formidable, claiming they would kill anyone as long as they were paid. And Sword Venerable was one of the 2 strongest hall masters among them. He was arrogant and conceited. Once he accepted a mission, he would kill the original target even if the employer cancelled it. Over the past month, they had encountered scouts from the Blood Kill Pavilion several times. Niechinga stood up, put away her short sword, and looked at Princess Changping, who had been distraught since earlier. Her mood was slightly heavy. Given the current situation, if Princess Changping were sent to the Wu Kingdom's imperial palace, it would likely be tantamount to pushing her into hell. The possibility of death was not high, but she would definitely wish she were dead.
After some thought, Niechinga decided to take Princess Changping out of Jinan City first.
No matter what, since Lord Lin entrusted the princess to her, she had to be responsible to the end.